In the realm of high martial arts, those who traverse its expanse either endure the rigors of relentless training or engage in furtive development. Yet I found myself venting my anger directly at the green plums before me, expressing my feelings for an extended period. Everyone believes that I have lost my mind. The original self can be described as a divine sycophant. However, what they are unaware of is that I have awakened the system of malevolence points. By ruthlessly humiliating the weak, I shall accumulate these points. Subsequently, my misdeeds reached their peak, as I spewed forth venomous words and struck at the deceitful. Embarked directly on the path to divinity. At that moment, Yili, who was merging with the original owner's memories, was suddenly interrupted by an irate exclamation from beside him. Yili! Your opponent in this competition is my boyfriend. You stand no chance against him. Withdraw promptly. Do you hear me? What? Yili raised his head and gazed towards the direction from which the sound emanated. In the lounge, a young girl clad in a turquoise floral dress stood gracefully, captivating everyone's attention. Upon catching sight of her, Yili's slightly dazed pupils refocused, and memories relevant to the moment surged forth in his mind. For a long time, there was a tale of romance. Lryn. A narrative of youthful companions from days gone by. However, unlike the kindred spirits depicted in anime, where unspoken affections linger between childhood friends, this Lryn frequently belittles her former self while elevating her own stature in her gaze. She also enjoys engaging in various forms of manipulative education. In summary, she can be described as a high-caliber practitioner of psychological manipulation, akin to a master of PUA. Recalling this moment, Yili furrowed his brows. Damn it! What a wretched matchmaking system! How could it pair him with such a childhood sweetheart? I am speaking to you. Seeing him remain silent, Lryn, standing at the door, furrowed her brow, her impatience becoming increasingly palpable. In a cold voice, it was stated that Wangren is a substitute for the school team, possessing a martial arts cultivation at the 5th level of the first stage. What do you, who has just entered the 3rd level of the first stage merely 2 days ago, have to contest against him? I suggested that you forfeit for your own good. Do you comprehend? So what? A sharp pain surged through his mind. Yili rubbed his temples in distress. According to my recollection, today marks the school-level guidance competition held at Linhai No. 1 High School, featuring both members of the school team and enrolled ordinary students engaging in practical combat. What sets this apart is that, regardless of victory or defeat, both parties engaged in the competition are entitled to substantial elixir subsidies. I never anticipated that I would coincidentally encounter Lryn's boyfriend. Moreover, the rules of the competition explicitly state that if one party withdraws, the other will receive a double portion of the elixir subsidy. Furthermore, this will also have repercussions on future academic records, serving as a deterrent against ordinary students transforming into timid lizards. After all, how can a warrior who trembles in the face of competition ever confront the terrifying monstrous beings that challenge humanity in the future? At this critical juncture, Lryn's arrival to persuade Yili to forfeit his rights evidently demonstrates her disregard for his future. It is truly revolting. Yili's brow furrowed even deeper. So? Thus, you should hastily withdraw your participation. As Yili hesitated to present his battle card, Lryn, in her anxiety, found herself enveloped in a sense of perplexity. According to past experiences, a single utterance from me should suffice to compel this tool to obediently fulfill my requests. What has transpired today? I shall reiterate, Wangren is in urgent need of a miraculous elixir for his breakthrough. Please allow him to utilize your subsidy for the time being. Lryn's countenance darkened completely as she extended her hand towards Yili, her brow furrowing with urgency. Your participation token, she urged, hurry and hand it over. Yili smiled lightly, deftly swatting away the hand that Lryn had extended. The former self may have been willing to comply with Lryn's every whim, but that was a matter of the past. As for the present, he considered himself a person of sound mind. How could he possibly endure such indignity? Meanwhile, a surreal luminescence suddenly materialized before Yili's eyes, detecting his unspoken affection for his childhood companion, with whom he had exchanged harsh words for over a decade. The commentary read, "Your notoriety is scarcely known to many. Malicious deeds, malicious act system loading complete. In a realm of formidable martial prowess, the strong must relentlessly humiliate the weak. By committing acts of malevolence recognized by the system, one may accrue corresponding malevolence points. Current malevolence points, they may be infused into relevant entries to enhance the corresponding progress. Commentary. Upon witnessing this, Yili was momentarily taken aback. Soon, a glimmer of brilliance sparkled in his eyes. Could this be his own golden finger? Foolishness. Upon hearing Yili's words, Lu Ruyan's face manifested an expression of incredulity. Once she regained her composure, her anger flared, and she retorted, "You've gone too far, Yili. Let me make this clear, I do not have the luxury of time to waste with you. Hurry and hand over the combat token, or else, beware that I may never acknowledge your existence again." Indeed, a double joy has arrived. Yili casually stowed away the panel and chuckled softly, "A mere shoe dares to determine my fate? Is your mind filled with nothing but rebuttals?" He directed his sharp words at his longtime crush, his childhood friend, who had been the object of his affection for a decade. Malicious deeds 300. Upon hearing those words, Lu Ruyan was rendered utterly speechless, rooted to the spot in disbelief. She could scarcely fathom the severity of Yili's demeanor, which left her with an overwhelming sense of unreality. Tattered shoe? How dare he insult me in such a manner? Lu Ruyan gazed at Yili in incredulity, her lips quivering slightly as she exclaimed, You. How dare you speak to me in such a way? You are the one I am scolding, you fool. Yili furrowed her brows lightly. I shall soon take the stage and bring your boyfriend to his knees. As for you, simply turn left upon exiting and seek a consultation at the neurology department of the Linghai Hospital. This is how I speak harshly to the childhood sweetheart I have secretly admired for a decade. Malicious actions score 200. I am not ill. Lu Ruyan was incensed by Yili's mocking gaze, reminiscent of one observing a farcical performance. Her cheeks flushed crimson, as if on the verge of bleeding. Her chest heaving violently. She fixed her stare upon Yili for a prolonged moment. Then took a deep breath, gradually regaining her composure. In a voice that was chillingly cold, she declared, Feel free to feign bravado. Regardless, the moment you dare to step onto the stage, Wang Ren will undoubtedly make you question your very existence. With that, she turned and strode towards the exit of the lounge. Yili silently took out his phone and swiftly blocked all of the other parties' contact information. He chose to keep his distance from individuals whose cognitive development was evidently stunted, exhibiting a complete lack of cerebral maturity. Subsequently, he summoned the system panel, his gaze resting upon the upper section. Current malevolence value, 1,000 points. This was a modest gain from the recent humiliation of Lu Ruyan. The system's judgment regarding malevolent deeds appears to be rather stringent. The accumulation of such a significant number of malevolence points is largely attributed to a decade-long unrequited affection for Lu Ruyan, which has consumed considerable emotional investment. Thus, with just a few simple words, Lu Ruyan's defenses were effortlessly breached. One can only say that the bullet fired in one's youth has today struck true at the center of one's brow. At this moment, with less than 5 minutes remaining before the competition begins, Yili's eyes gleamed with determination. Based on his recollections, the disparity in strength between him and Wang Ren was substantial. Until the precise value of the malevolent points was clarified, the prudent course of action would be to conserve them, to avoid any unnecessary waste. However, merely recalling the demeanor of Lu Ruyan ignites an unnameable fury within Yili's heart. He is not his former self, rather, he harbors a deep-seated disdain for individuals like Lu Ruyan and Wang Ren. Should he suffer defeat here, no amount of self-reassurance in the future would alleviate the discomfort that would linger in his soul. In a previous life, I would often find myself at the mercy of those canine leaders, subjected to their whims. How long must I endure their whims, I ponder? After transcending into another realm, am I still to be subservient? How ludicrous. All I know is that I shall unleash a torrent of vengeance. Yili let out a chuckle. With a single wave of his hand, a pale blue light screen swiftly unfurled before him. System. I am all in. As the malevolent value rapidly dwindles, the progression numbers of two martial techniques soar with astonishing speed. Winter speaks of the unhurried, while the first-tier martial technique is articulated by the lingering warmth. The flowing fist technique has ascended to YM, and the breaking cloud spear technique has also reached YM. The martial arts level has transcended to the first-tier 5th stage, with the remaining malevolent value. In the next instant, Yili felt every cell in his body rejoicing and bubbling with exhilaration. Is this the allure of spending extravagantly? Yili's eyes sparkled with delight. He felt that his current state was unprecedentedly perfect. At that moment, the broadcast echoed. The fifth match of the tournament is about to commence. Yili from Class 9 of the Senior 3rd grade of Woka vs. Wangrun from the school team. Upon hearing the announcement, both competitors are requested to promptly ascend the stage. Gio Duo remarked, warm. Gio stated, leisurely. The timing was impeccable. Yili rose with grace, casually picking up a formidable rifle from the WQ rack as she stepped into the corridor. Soon, amidst the gaze of the crowd, both parties ascended the stage of performance. As the event unfolded, Jojuo spoke of the intricacies of the narrative. Upon seeing Yili ascend the stage, Wangrun scoffed with a hint of disdain, remarking, how peculiar it is. Aren't you the one who typically avoids me at all costs? Have you perhaps taken the wrong medicine today? BZ matches with dogs. Joyful conversations abound. Indeed, it is an everlasting bond. Yili smiled faintly. Uttered words to humiliate a rival martial artist of the 5th rank. Malicious deeds. Indeed, they are scarce. Yet, even the smallest fly is still flesh. Yili sighed inwardly. Upon hearing his words, Zhu Ring gradually reined in his smile, his gaze turning icy as he remarked, it seems you have truly taken the wrong medicine, your mind is clouded, and suddenly you are no longer afraid of a beating. He unsheathed the long sword from his back, pointing it directly at Yili. With an air of superiority, he coldly sneered, let me remind you, the competition is not bound by so many formalities. Even if I were to severely wound you today, the school would not hold me accountable. BC should refrain from educating others on the rules, such matters are already well understood by all. Yili calmly positioned the large firearm beside him and stated, furthermore, tell your father to silence himself. Should he utter another word, I shall send you soaring. Very well. A smile appeared at the corners of Wangren's mouth. This obstinate lad. I originally intended to go easy on you. But now I have changed my mind. Today, do not expect a single good piece of meat on your body. The competition commences, as the referee's voice resonates at the opportune moment. With a sudden exclamation, a vibrant arc streaked across the martial stage, followed by a thunderous sound that split the air. Under the gaze of hundreds of eyes in the audience, Yili, who was originally standing still, suddenly lunged forward, his figure transforming into a fleeting shadow. Meanwhile, his ebony spear erupted from his right hand with a thunderous thrust. The tip of the weapon gleamed with a blinding chill, cleaving through the vast expanse of air like a soaring dragon, and in an instant, it was poised before Wangrun. The cold smirk on Wangren's face had yet to fade when he felt a fierce and formidable gust of wind rushing towards him, a palpable threat of death bearing down upon him. The pupils of the Lord's eyes suddenly constricted. In that fleeting moment, he could only manage to position his long sword horizontally before him. Boom! The jet-black spearhead swept in like a soaring dragon. In the instant of their collision, the longsword shattered with a thunderous crack. The spearhead, imbued with immense force, pierced directly through Wangren's right shoulder, accompanied by a spine-chilling sound of bone splintering. A crimson blossom erupted from Wangren's shoulder, his form propelled backward by an immense force, before crashing violently against the edge of the high platform. A mournful wail emanated from Wangren's lips, the excruciating pain radiating from his shoulders, causing him to thrash his body in a frenzy. At this moment, Yili did not cease his movements. Amidst countless astonished gazes, he leaped forward, arriving before Wangrun almost instantaneously as the long spear descended to the ground. The experience gleaned from 200 fervent manga in his past life imparted one crucial lesson: delivering the finishing blow is paramount. Wangrun Gang raised his head, only to be met by a slender hand that pressed down upon him. An immense force surged forth, forcefully slamming his head against the ground. Under the immense impact, Wangrun felt stars dancing before his eyes. Instinctively, he curled his body, raising his hand to grasp the long spear resting on his shoulder, yearning to draw it forth. Yet, at that moment, a martial arts shoe came crashing down, forcefully stamping his outstretched hand back down. Wangrun's consciousness still lingers, struggling to mobilize the energy within his body, seeking to buy time. His eyes widened slightly, and he beheld a pair of extraordinarily cold black orbs fixed intently upon him from above. At this moment, the master of the dark-eyed creature has already spread their arms wide. Wangrun recognized this movement. It was the initial stance of the flowing fist technique. A wave of astonishment surged through his heart. Without a care for his dignity, Bao hurriedly exclaimed, "I have already Late. Yi swiftly bent down. His fists descended like KFBY, interrupting Wang Ren's surrender. The impact sent shards of stone flying, causing the entire training platform to tremble slightly. At this moment, the flowing fist technique of YM was brought to perfection, crushing a peer in full view of the audience. Evil deeds' value increased. As the sound of the alert echoed in his ears, Yi's punches grew increasingly rapid. Only when Wang Ren ceased his struggle did he straighten his posture. His once handsome visage now appeared exceptionally fierce. If the members of the school team possess such meager abilities, they ought to refrain from embarrassing themselves in public. Utterly worthless. His unremarkable voice resonated throughout the venue. With a casual motion, he drew his long gun and advanced towards the audience. Before the crowd, he publicly humiliated the vanquished adversary. Male faction value. Detected the collapse of the main character's confidence. Congratulations! The path for unlocking cultivation points has been revealed. The entire training ground fell into a profound silence. Yi Shun. It was only after Yi descended from the arena that the referee's hollow and desolate voice finally resonated. The audience, having momentarily been taken aback, swiftly regained their composure. Subsequently, a thunderous cheer of astonishment erupted. In this very instant, the students were overwhelmed with exuberance, as no one could have anticipated that an intra-school competition would culminate in such an unexpected twist. In the spectator's seat, Lu Ruyan was utterly disheartened. She sat there as if rooted to the ground, her gaze fixed blankly upon the scene unfolding before her. Wang Ren had lost? How could this be possible? She had disclosed all of Yi's intelligence to Wang Ren, hoping to facilitate a more effortless victory for him. It is worth noting that even as a formal member of the school team, I found it exceedingly challenging to defeat Wang Ren with such ease. At this moment, on the elevated platform at the back of the audience, the teachers exchanged glances with one another. Principal Li, seated in the center, spoke with a smile. This student from Class 9 is indeed a promising talent. I believe he is fully qualified to join the school team. Why have I not seen you submit his name for consideration? Upon hearing these words, the sweat beaded on the brow of Yang Shan, the homeroom teacher of Class 9. 2 weeks prior, during the vitality assessment, Yi was still at the first level, third stage. I never anticipated his progress would be so swift. For a long time, she hastily clarified. For a long time, it has been so. For a long time, she has understood clearly the underlying implications. The other party harbors suspicions that she is deliberately stifling talent due to personal grievances. Vice Principal Li of Linhai No. 1 High School is notoriously passionate about nurturing talent. On one occasion, in front of the entire faculty and student body, he compelled a teacher, who had maliciously targeted a student, to kneel and beg for mercy, a sight both harrowing and distressing. It was only when officials from the disciplinary committee arrived that he finally ceased his actions, leaving an atmosphere of palpable fear. Moreover, to speak candidly, Yang Shan holds a certain fondness for her student, Yi. Zhou remarked that both of his parents passed away, leaving him to navigate life alone. He diligently practices his skills, exhibiting a commendable work ethic. Aside from his overly earnest demeanor and rather average aptitude, there are scarcely any flaws to be found in him. Thus, it is evident that Yang Shan could never have imagined the once reticent Yi concealing such formidable prowess. It is, quite frankly, absurd. Is that so? Upon my return, I shall investigate further. Li Haohan gazed deeply at Yang Shan. Subsequently, he turned to the head teacher of Class 1. Since this Yi has triumphed over Wang Ren, why not grant Wang Ren's position as a substitute in the school team to him? In just half a month, the provincial intercollegiate exchange competition will take place. The more outstanding students we have participating, the better our rankings will be for Linhai No. 1 High School. Upon hearing these words, the head teacher of the class nodded in immediate agreement and remarked, I have no objections. Wang Renjiang is a student in his class. Upon seeing him, there were no objections. The other teachers also nodded in agreement, expressing their consent. Li Haohan chuckled and spoke, since we've discussed it at length, let it be settled. Later, please assist him in applying for the exclusive training room designated for the school team, and also inform him about some of the exclusive benefits that come with being part of the team. I understand. Yang Shan immediately agreed. At this moment, on the other side, Yi was blissfully unaware of the shift in the higher-ups' attitude towards him. After collecting his share of the spiritual medicine subsidy, he departed from the school without hesitation and took a taxi straight home. Subsequently, one plunged into their own chamber, lingering in contemplation. They commenced an exploration of their unique advantage. Your infamy remains largely unrecognized. Infamy Level 1, note, upgrading your notoriety will yield substantial rewards. Current maleficence value. Observing the nearly doubled malevolence points compared to before, Yili felt a lightness in his heart. Indeed, the act of gambling was a manifestation of wisdom. Relying on the accumulation of his previous existence, he expended merely 900 points of malevolence to elevate 2 martial arts techniques to the YM level. Not only did he experience no discomfort whatsoever, but he also executed them with effortless grace, as if they were extensions of his own limbs. Furthermore, he inadvertently ascended 2 tiers in his martial arts rank. The capabilities of the system were becoming increasingly evident. Yili rested his finger on his chin, lost in contemplation. He soon recalled that after defeating Wang Run, it appeared that the system had introduced an additional feature. The path to enhancing one's cultivation level has been unlocked. Current level, first stage, 5th layer. 2. Eligible for upgrade. Her gaze swept upwards, while thoughts surged within Yili's heart. Previously, she had elevated 2 martial arts skills to the level of YM, which naturally advanced her cultivation to the 5th stage of the first tier. This was merely a byproduct of enhancing her martial techniques. Now, as she deliberately focused on augmenting her cultivation, it was only reasonable to anticipate that the results would surpass those achieved before. System. Add points. Yili waved his hand, intending to use 100 points of malevolence value to test the depths of this new pool. Consume 100 points of malevolence value. Commence the enhancement of your cultivation. Note, the benefits derived from identical point consumption may fluctuate due to external influences. No external assistance detected. Your cultivation pace remains consistent with your usual rate. As slow as a snail. Currently engaged in cultivation. Cultivation concluded. Current level, first stage, 5th layer 50. Comments, due to the absence of any cultivation benefits. The returns from this session are merely equivalent to your 6 months of arduous practice. Note, the benefits resulting from identical point consumption may vary due to external factors. Will the profits fluctuate due to external factors? Why didn't you mention this earlier? Yili felt a wave of darkness wash over him. This is akin to spending extravagantly on a gacha game, only to realize one has drawn from the wrong pool. Fortunately, it did not escalate to an all-or-nothing gamble as it did the first time. If it had, he would truly be at his wit's end. Subsequently, Yili elegantly opened the exquisite iron box containing the precious elixirs, and retrieved a delicate porcelain vial from within. This vial housed the transformative spiritual medicine, which was indeed beneficial to one's cultivation. Upon twisting open the lid, a rich and delicate fragrance wafted forth, instantly refreshing the spirit. Without a moment's hesitation, Yili consumed the entire vial of elixir in one gulp. The cool liquid coursed down his throat as he embarked on a new round of enhancements. Consume 1,000 points of malevolent value. Commence the enhancement of your cultivation. Years of arduous practice have borne fruit. A first-tier high-level resource has been detected. Body refining elixir. Your cultivation speed has increased by 20. At last, you resemble a normal person. Accelerating in your practice. Cultivation complete. 90. Current level, first tier 8th stage. The elixir has proven to be a timely boon for you. Comment. The benefits reaped this time are commensurate with your 8 years of diligent endeavor. Yili was utterly astounded. At present, he stood merely a step away from the pinnacle of the first tier, the 9th level. According to recollection, even a prodigious genius of exceptional talent finds it exceedingly challenging to attain this level before entering the martial arts university. In other words, Yili ascended from a nearly transparent average student to the ranks of genius in less than an afternoon. Such a rapid transformation would leave anyone exclaiming in disbelief. However, from Yili's perspective, it was merely the culmination of 8.5 years of arduous effort, yet he had not even reached the pinnacle of the first tier. His innate talent, indeed, left much to be desired. It matters not. In due time, with the accumulation of experience, one's qualifications will naturally ascend. Yili silently reassured himself as he casually deactivated the panel. After a brief morning ablution, Yili reclined onto the bed, closed his eyes, and gradually succumbed to slumber. On the following morning, Yili traversed the campus and entered the academic building, eventually arriving at his designated seat. Perhaps it was due to yesterday's guidance match. Surrounding classmates cast numerous glances toward Yili. Most of these gazes were rather intricate. Yili was well acquainted with such gazes. It lingered for an extended moment. In a previous life, there was a socially invisible individual in the class who, during the graduation ceremony, suddenly showcased an extraordinary talent, astonishing everyone in attendance. That was the very expression he encountered then. Fortunately, thanks to the previous persona's taciturn nature, not a single classmate approached him to strike up a conversation until Yili reached his seat. Certainly, not everyone refrains from initiating conversation. After a prolonged silence, just as Yili settled into his seat, a voice filled with excitement suddenly resonated. "Brother Yi, you have finally arrived." For a long time, he spoke of the intricate tales of the world. Yili raised his gaze and beheld his classmate, Fang Ming, who was also his closest confidant. "What's the matter? Do you need something from me?" Yili inquired, a slight arch in his brow. "It is not I. Jiao speaks of wine. It is Teacher Yang searching for you. Jiao speaks of the bay." Fang Ming waved his hand. And then, with a face full of excitement, exclaimed, "Let us not dwell on that matter for now. You were truly remarkable yesterday. Jiao attests. You left us all in awe. It was satisfactory." Yili rose to his feet, exchanged pleasantries, and proceeded towards the exit. Soon enough, he arrived at the faculty office. Upon seeing Yili enter, Yang Shan immediately smiled and said, "Please, take a seat. I called you here to share some wonderful news. After reviewing your performance in yesterday's match, Principal Li has decided to grant you special approval to replace Wang Ren as a substitute for the school team." Yili casually pulled up a chair and sat down while inquiring, "What advantages are there?" "Certainly, there will be a dedicated training room, and you will have the flexibility to devise your own training regimen." Yang Shan clasped her hands together and smiled, saying, "In essence, you will no longer be required to attend the classes listed on the schedule. However, in exchange, you must participate in the training program organized by the school team. Additionally, you will have access to the third floor of the library for research purposes, and there will be supplementary provisions of spiritual medicine each month. What do you think?" Yang Shan gazed at the young man with a sense of pride, hoping to glimpse a look of astonishment upon his face. "It is a pity." The youth merely smiled faintly. It sounded quite appealing. He was in need of new martial skills and fresh resources, which he would naturally not decline. "Thus, it is settled." Yang Shan smiled as she retrieved a silver badge from the drawer and handed it to Yili. "This is a special badge for the members of the school team. And it also serves as an access card for many places." After Yili received the waist token,
her smile diminished slightly as she continued, "Moreover, you have replaced Wang Run on the team, and the members who are close to him may harbor some resentment towards you. Your current skills lag behind theirs, so it would be wise to avoid any conflicts to prevent any inadvertent harm to yourself." At this juncture, Yang Shan paused briefly before adding, "Especially that girl, Shunlian, she seems to have a significant grudge against you. I heard that when she learned of your entry into the team, she vehemently opposed it. In the future, it would be prudent to steer clear of her." Perhaps it was an illusion, but Yang Shan sensed that after her words, the smile on the youth's face seemed to deepen. "I see," he replied softly, nodding. "That's good." Yang Shan exhaled in relief, and then said with a smile, "All right, if you have no other matters, just head to the training building and choose a training room you like. Shunlian is waiting for you there." "Shunlian?" Yili raised an eyebrow. "Yes, her." Yang Shan confirmed with a hint of exasperation. "She insisted on helping you acclimate to the new environment, and the supervising instructor agreed. Be cautious. If she tries to cause you trouble, it would be best to avoid confrontation. Understood? Should I retreat from her sharpness?" Yili chuckled lightly, but said nothing more, simply responding calmly, "Then I shall go." With that, he took the waist token and stood up, leaving the room with an unusually brisk step. "Watching, Yili depart." Yang Shan murmured uncertainly, "This boy seems to have changed a bit. He appears significantly more self-assured." The door swung open as Yili leisurely stepped outside. "Let us go," he called out to Fong Ming. "Where to?" Fong Ming asked, intrigued. "To the training building," Yili replied, displaying the silver waist token in his hand nonchalantly. "I've joined the team, and Teacher Yang asked me to familiarize myself with the training environment." Chapter 5. The Sudden Emergence of 3,000 Points of Malice. The two walked side by side and soon arrived at the training building. Upon hearing that Shun Lian was the one sent to meet him, Fong Ming's expression became quite animated. He had not anticipated that the girl who typically treated his friend as a sycophant would be so benevolent as to offer her assistance. Though it was a positive gesture, something felt amiss. Fong Ming clicked his tongue, initially wanting to caution Yili that there might be something dubious about this situation. However, recalling his friend's deep affection for Shun Lian, he hesitated to speak up. Based on past experiences, any negative remarks about Shun Lian would lead to a vehement rebuke, resulting in an unpleasant fallout. Fong Ming felt quite helpless about this predicament. After much contemplation, he managed to voice a single piece of advice. "Yiga, if Shun Lian behaves as she did previously and asks you to test the power of your new martial technique, please do not acquiesce." He spoke quickly, as if fearing interruption. "It's not that I'm against her testing. It's just that her strikes lack finesse. Last time, she fractured several of your bones. With the martial examination approaching, we, as martial science students, cannot afford any mishaps." His earnest words conveyed the urgency, nearly imploring Yili not to serve as a punching bag. After all, in his recollection, the girl named Shun Lian frequently used the pretext of testing new martial techniques to spar with Yili, leaving him battered and bruised each time. As a friend, Fong Ming could not bear to witness such cruelty. To speak candidly, what kind of test is it for a level 1 7-dan practitioner to spar with a level 1 3-dan? It is nothing short of shameful. Rest assured, I know my limits. With a resigned look in his eyes, Yili chuckled softly and stepped into the training building first. He recalled that there were less than 2 months remaining until the provincial martial arts examination. To secure a place in his desired prestigious academy within such a short period, he needed to advance to level 2 in martial arts, which would be the prudent course of action. The pressing task at hand was to rapidly accumulate malevolent points. Unfortunately, the system had yet to provide any guidance, leaving him to navigate this challenge independently. At this stage, acquiring malevolent points through sparring was relatively straightforward. Yi Li's thoughts raced as he moved forward, with Fong Ming trailing closely behind. They swiftly traversed the first-floor hall and reached the staircase leading to the second floor. At that moment, Yi Li spotted a familiar figure, Shun Lian, clad in a sky-blue training outfit. Her eyes were filled with resentment, and her silver teeth were clenched tightly, appearing quite indignant. Upon noticing Yi Li, Shun Lian broke the silence. "Yi Li," she spat out through gritted teeth, "you finally arrived. Lead the way." Yi Li raised his chin slightly. "Led? Not a chance." Shun Lian stomped her foot forcefully, pointing an accusatory finger at Yi Li. "Yi Li, I Haven T settled the score for your insults yesterday." Fong Ming was taken aback, clearly not anticipating such an outburst. However, he quickly realized the situation. That damn woman must have misconstrued Yi Li's slightly raised voice as an insult directed at her, he thought. Seeing Yi Li's calm demeanor further solidified his judgment. He stepped forward and said earnestly, "Classmate Shun Lian, Yigu is here to familiarize himself with the environment. If you're unwilling to assist, familiarize himself? Nonsense." Shun Lian interrupted angrily, stamping her foot in frustration. She shot Yi Li a resentful glare and exclaimed, "Using underhanded tactics to defeat my boyfriend is one thing, but attempting to steal his substitute position, how despicable of you, you thief." Malicious words poured from Shun Lian's mouth, as if she sought to unleash the most contemptible language upon Yi Li. Her audacity had its reasons. With a level 1 7-dan martial arts rank and considerable talent, she ranked among the stronger competitors in the school team. Even though Yi Li had defeated Wang Run, he was at best a level 1 5-dan, struggling against a level 1 6-dan, let alone someone of her caliber. Shun Lian hoped earnestly that Yi Li would be so provoked as to lose his composure and retaliate, providing her with ample justification to bring him down. Ideally, she wished for him to be unable to participate in the martial arts examination at all. However, given Yi Li's meek and timid nature, she doubted he would dare to lay a hand on her. Hence, she resolved to strike first. Although Yi Li's parents treated her well during their lifetime, at this moment, Shun Lian was utterly indifferent to such sentiments. All she desired was to deliver a vicious blow to Yi Li to assuage her pent-up resentment. To facilitate this, she had deliberately sent away the other members of the school team. In this very moment, within the confines of the training building, only the three of them remained. Even if her opponent were to wail in agony later, no one would be there to hear it. How dare you block my contact? How dare you insult me? How dare you strike my boyfriend? How dare you usurp my boyfriend's position? Yi Li, you truly deserve the gravest of fates. With this thought, Shun Lian's fury intensified, and she scoffed. Yi Li, do you truly believe you deserve to be on the school team? You should have perished alongside your parents. What did you say? Fong Ming was immediately incensed by her words. His fists clenched tightly as he summoned the energy within him. With his peak strength at the first level, even if he could not defeat her, he would not be humiliated too severely, or so he thought. At that moment, a slender hand, distinctly bony, reached out and gently pressed on his shoulder. Fong Ming turned to see Yi Li's serene face, wishing to convey just how despicable the person before them was. Brother Yi, even if you have feelings for Shun Lian, you should awaken to reality in this situation, right? Under his gaze, Yi Li calmly shook her head. Fong Ming, feeling helpless, released his hands. He understood that given her character, she was likely to endure the humiliation. Brother Yi, there are countless girls in the world. Like stars in the sky, there is no need to. Just as Fong Ming intended to share some words of advice, he abruptly halted. Yi Li's figure had vanished from her original spot, instantaneously appearing before the astonished Shun Lian. In a heartbeat, the youth spread his arms wide, and before Shun Lian's horrified gaze, his fist descended like a meteor, powerfully crashing into her soft abdomen. Bang! With a dull thud, Shun Lian's form was sent careening backward. Her feet lifted off the ground. Propelled by the immense force, she soared over the stairs, crashing heavily against the steps of the second floor, blood gushing forth. Detected that you have severely injured your childhood friend, whom you have harbored feelings for over a decade. Evil deeds value 2,000. Fong Ming turned in disbelief, his body trembling. He witnessed Yi Li adjusting her cuffs, ascending the steps, approaching the bloodied Shun Lian with a composed demeanor, her expression calm as she stated, "When I ask for help, just help. There is no need for so much idle chatter." Detected that Shun Lian's fear value has reached its maximum. Evil deeds value 1,000. Current evil deeds value 3,700 points. A terrified cry escaped Shun Lian's lips, her eyes wide with fear as she regarded Yi Li as if she were a malevolent spirit. Ignoring the pain coursing through her body, she desperately scrambled backward. Using both hands and feet, Yi Li cast a cold glance her way. At once, Shun Lian fell silent. Yet the excruciating pain in her abdomen caused tears to well up in her eyes. Fear and disbelief flooded her heart. She could not fathom why. As a first-level 7th stage practitioner, she had been unable to discern Yi Li's movements moments ago, even before she could fully unleash her martial prowess. She had already sustained grievous injuries. Moreover, she never imagined that Yi Li would dare to lay a hand on her. "Where's my room?" "The one at the far left on the 3rd floor. Shun Lian trembled as she replied, "I can show you the way. Please spare me." Yi Li, however, merely shook his head, choosing to disregard her pleas. After coldly withdrawing his gaze, he turned to Fong Ming and said indifferently, "Let us go." At these words, Fong Ming, as if awakening from a dream, stiffly raised his head to behold his friend's indifferent expression, his throat involuntarily tightening. If he recalled correctly, Shun Lian was at the 7th level of the 1st stage, yet she had been dispatched with a single punch. Was her opponent at the 8th level, or perhaps the 9th? Furthermore, had his friend truly awakened his potential? Fong Ming's breath quickened as he ascended, glancing back at the curled-up, agonized Shun Lian. Unable to restrain himself from asking, "Brother Yi, what will happen to her?" "She won't die. There's no need to concern yourself," Yi Li replied flatly, his steady steps carrying him past Shun Lian as he ascended the stairs. He had refrained from delivering a fatal blow, merely rearranging her internal organs, This was his final act of mercy. Fortunately, the bounty from this encounter was substantial enough to assuage his simmering anger. Truly, he was a benevolent soul. Chapter 6. The Surge of Punching Power. The training room was located on the 3rd floor, and Yi Li's exclusive chamber was situated near the edge. Upon scanning his identity token, the grand door opened automatically. Yi Li stepped inside, casting his gaze around. The training room spanned approximately 200 square meters, its facilities exquisite and orderly. The surrounding walls were engraved with formations that gathered spiritual energy, which, once activated with the token, would significantly accelerate the training speed within. Additionally, the room was equipped with a punching strength tester, a blood vitality meter, a recorder, and a mental assessment device, all one could desire. No wonder Teacher Yang had observed his reaction with such eager anticipation. This training room was indeed remarkable. Yi Li nodded slightly. His spirits lifted. Not only had he received a windfall of 3,000 points of malevolence, but he had also acquired a training room without cost. Such a facility, if placed on a market, would command at least several thousand Hanxia coins per day. It had certainly saved him a considerable expense. Fang Ming trailed behind him, observing the youthful delight upon his friend's countenance, feeling an uncanny sense of unreality. In the past, Yi Li would have been exceedingly compliant towards Shen Lian. Not only would he have acted as a punching bag, but he would have even relinquished significant matters at her beck and call. Not to mention Shen Lian having such thoughts. Fang Ming himself had believed it to be the case. Yet, to Fang Ming's astonishment, Yi Li had just unleashed a brutal assault, rendering Shen Lian incapable of standing. How astonishing! How magnificent! Recalling the earlier scene, Fang Ming inhaled deeply, pinching his thigh to confirm he was not dreaming. The pain radiating from his thigh assured him that everything before him was indeed reality. He swallowed hard and cautiously inquired, "Brother Yi, what has come over you today?" "What do you mean?" Yi Li turned his head to look at him, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Fang Ming, gesturing wildly with his hands, took a while to muster a response. "Why have you suddenly ceased to indulge that Shen Lian? Why should I indulge her?" Yi Li furrowed his brow and replied with a sense of certainty, "She insults me directly, practically daring me to retaliate. Of course, I must meet her expectations." Indeed. Upon hearing this, Fang Ming nodded heavily. His curiosity piqued, and he posed another question. "Brother Yi, what is your current level of cultivation?" Just a day prior, he was at the 3rd stage of the 1st tier, and now he could effortlessly defeat a formal member of the school team with a single punch. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, Fang Ming would have found it utterly unbelievable. Yi Li's gaze swept across the intricate patterns on the wall. In response to Fang Ming's inquiry, he casually remarked, "I have just entered the 8th level of the 1st tier." The precise truth was that he had reached the pinnacle of the 8th level, but since he had only advanced that afternoon, it was not incorrect to say he had just entered this level. Yi Li had no intention of concealing his abilities. Firstly, he had a good relationship with Fang Ming, and there was a measure of trust between them. Secondly, he might not remain at this level for much longer. Nevertheless, Fang Ming's expression still revealed a palpable astonishment. "Wait, are you serious?" Fang Ming exclaimed. "You've been hiding your strength all along? What a pity. If you had revealed your capabilities sooner, our school would have revered you like a deity. Perhaps that is a bit exaggerated given the presence of someone like Senior Jiang." Fang Ming continued excitedly. "But even without comparing yourself to Senior Jiang, Brother Yi, you are already among the finest in our school. I doubt there are many in the entire team stronger than you. Senior Jiang is one, and Vice Captain Liu Yanda is another. Beyond that, who else is there? No one. Why should we even consider being substitutes? Just wait, Brother Yi. I will speak to Teacher Yang and ensure she assigns you a formal team member status." Counting on his fingers, Fang Ming became increasingly animated, finally leaping to his feet and striding toward the door. "Please close the door behind you." Yi Li waved his hand. "Got it, bro." After Fang Ming left, Yi Li slowly approached the punching power testing machine. He recalled that the last time he had tested his strength was some time ago. Now was an opportune moment to assess his current capabilities. Yi Li settled into a stance, his internal energy circulating as he began to gather strength in his right fist before striking out with force. His fist shot forth like a cannonball, landing heavily on the testing bag before him. Bang! Accompanied by a thunderous sound. The numbers on the machine began to flicker rapidly, 645 kilograms. Is it truly that high? Yili was taken aback. This figure had surpassed the limits of human capability he recalled from his past life. Had he finally transcended humanity? Yili chuckled softly and turned to the control center of the formation, placing his silver waist token within. Buzz! The patterns on the wall lit up in succession, and with a faint humming sound, Yili felt the concentration of spiritual energy around him continually rising. There was no time to waste. It was time to commence a new round of enhancements. Yili found a suitable spot to settle down, and with the appropriate enhancement for his cultivation. Augmenting his prowess seemed the most fitting choice. Current malevolence value, 3,700 points, ding, consumed 1,000 points of malevolence. Commencing enhancement of cultivation. Detected a spirit energy convergence array. Your cultivation speed increases by 10. Accelerating cultivation process. Cultivation complete. Vitality has significantly surged. Current level. Peak of first stage, perfection. Comment. The array's enhancing effect is remarkably significant. This gain is equivalent to your 7 years of arduous training. Yili felt a renewed vigor coursing through his veins as the cluster of true energy within him rapidly expanded. In an instant, the surging true energy filled his entire being, marking the unmistakable signs of reaching the peak of the first stage. The effect of this array was only slightly inferior to that of rare spiritual herbs, yet the herbs were scarce, while this array was a constant presence. As Yili savored the burgeoning strength within him, he murmured with a hint of nostalgia, "No wonder the school team's strength far surpasses that of ordinary martial science students. This is a dual crushing of resources and talent." After pondering for a couple of seconds, he strode directly to the punching power testing machine, raising his pair of obsidian eyes. After a brief adjustment to his breathing, Yili gently placed his palm against the testing bag and exhaled deeply. Then, in a moment of exhalation, he twisted his waist, pushed off with his right foot, and clenched his fist tightly. With a sudden burst, he unleashed his strength. Bang! A sound more thunderous than before reverberated, and the screen of the testing machine clearly displayed the number, 885 kilograms. The standard punching power for the peak of the first stage should be around 800 kilograms, yet Yili's power surpassed this figure by a noticeable margin. Yili gazed at the number with a serene expression, a quiet smile gracing his heart. It was only reasonable. After all, others had elevated their prowess through strenuous training. Lacking substance, the corners of his mouth curled slightly upward, while I, on the other hand, have ascended step by step through the augmentation of the system. The distinction was evident. Unbeknownst to Yili, this punching power testing machine was connected in real time to the campus database. At this moment, his punching power rankings surged to the second position in the entire school, surpassed only by the universally acknowledged genius of Linghai No. 1 High School, Jiang Qingzhu. Meanwhile, the instructor responsible for the relevant data had yet to notice this phenomenon. Chapter 7. Yili's Mockery, the furious Lu Yongda within Linghai Hospital. The air was permeated with the scent of disinfectants, and medical personnel donned in white coats moved briskly about. In one of the patient rooms, Wang Run, who had been knocked unconscious by Yili the previous day, was now leaning against a hospital bed, his face pale as he gazed at the figure in a blue team uniform seated beside him. He spoke respectfully, "Brother Lu, if there's something to say, please go ahead." The youth referred to as Brother Lu sighed, his gaze sweeping over Wang Run, and he added in a solemn tone, "If this concerns your substitute position, there's no need to discuss it. This decision comes from Principal Li, and I am powerless to change it." Wang Run gritted his teeth, expressing his discontent. "So my position is just handed over to that Yili? Do you have any other options?" Brother Lu retorted with a cold smirk. Wang Run clenched his fist slowly, his nails digging into his flesh. The individual before him was now the most likely among those he knew to assist him. Lu Yongda, the vice captain of the school team at Linhai No. 1 High School, had reached the pinnacle of the first level 6 months prior. In the past, before any changes were made to the team, the coaching staff would consult him and Jiang Qingzhu for their opinions. However, this time was different. He was simply informed that a martial arts student named Yi Li would be taking on the substitute position. There was no room for dissent. "Save your breath," Lu Yongda said, patting Wang Run on the shoulder with a hint of pity. Your substitute spot is as good as lost. Given your previous commendable performance, I'll have Yili come over to apologize to you, and we can consider this matter settled. Yet, Wang Rin's face remained one of unwillingness. The person he had intended to teach a lesson had instead turned the tables, leaving him feeling utterly humiliated, a reality he could not accept. Enough, Lu Yonda frowned, a cold smile spreading across his face. Didn't you send Shun Lian to deal with that kid? Do you think I'm unaware? You even specifically dismissed the people from the training building. It was obvious you intended to teach him a harsh lesson. That kid will likely be bedridden for at least 10 days after Shun Lian is through with him. I've already pretended to be oblivious. What more do you want? Lu Yonda's voice was low and measured. After a moment of silence, Wang Rin finally replied in a subdued tone, I understand. Lu Yonda nodded in satisfaction. Then I will call him now and have him come to apologize to you. I fear he may not even be able to walk, Wang Rin added ominously. The disparity between Yi Li at the first level 5th stage and Shun Lian at the first level 7th stage made Wang Rin dread the consequences that awaited Yi Li. Lu Yonda picked up the phone on the table, disregarding the smug look on Wang Rin's face, and dialed Yi Li's number provided by the coach. Hello, who is this? The call was quickly answered by a calm and polite voice. You must be Yi Li, Lu Yonda replied coolly. I am Lu Yonda. You can call me Lu Ge. I have a matter to discuss with you. I don't know you, and I'm busy. Beep beep. The calm tone was abruptly followed by the sound of the call being disconnected, leaving Lu Yonda both astonished and slightly irate. Wang Ling, equally taken aback by Yi Li's audacity to hang up, stared at him in disbelief, adding to Lu Yonda's embarrassment. He considered himself an influential figure at school, often adopting a commanding presence. He had assumed that upon receiving his call, Yi Li would comply and come to apologize. However, before he could utter a word, the call was disconnected. Lu Yonda's expression gradually darkened. Lu Ge, this kid Yi Li never dared to act this way before. Wang Rin finally snapped back to attention. And noticing Lu Yonda's demeanor, he stoked the flames further. He probably feels invincible now that he joined the school team, completely disregarding others. Upon hearing this, Lu Yonda's expression soured, and he silently dialed the number again. As soon as the call connected, he firmly stated, Yi Li, I am the vice captain of the school team, and I need to speak with you. Go ahead, came the voice on the other end, laced with a hint of mockery. Yesterday, your performance in the competition was excessively intense. Lu Yonda's brow relaxed slightly as he spoke in a subdued tone. You even took Wang Rin's place, which is a significant blow to him. So, I would like you to apologize to him, and we can consider this matter resolved. Lu Yonda stated. I understand. Yi Li replied flatly. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Lu Yonda felt a reduction in his anger and an increase in disdain. Yi Li's capitulation came swifter than he had anticipated. It seems that upon realizing my identity, he indeed felt intimidated. Lu Yonda's lips curled into a smirk, suppressing his burgeoning sense of pride, and he added, then later, please find the guidance teacher and inform him that you voluntarily withdraw from the school team due to personal reasons. We are soon to participate in an exchange competition, and your joining at this juncture would disrupt the team. I understand. Before he could finish, Yi Li interrupted him directly, chuckling lightly. So it's true that the team is filled with individuals like you, who are self-satisfied fools. Lu Yonda's eyes twitched at this remark, and he abruptly rose, his imposing figure radiating an icy aura as he retorted, What did you say? The atmosphere in the hospital room turned oppressive, with Wang Rin's heart racing as he stared at the infuriated Lu Yonda. I said you are a fool, and I question whether the entire team is composed of fools like you. Yi Li on the other end of the line dismissed Lu Yonda's reaction entirely, responding with a laugh. All right, Lu Yonda, now furiously laughing, threatened in a dark tone, I've encountered many sharp-tongued individuals, but you are truly a first. If you have the capability, then, before he could finish, the sound of the call being disconnected echoed once more. Beep, beep. This is outrageous. Lu Yonda's face flushed crimson as he smashed Wang Rin's phone to the ground, shattering it into pieces. Yi Li, you who lack any martial talent, are exceedingly audacious. Just wait, you will pay for this. Consumed by fury, he spun on his heel and exited the hospital room, his very silhouette emanating a palpable air of menace. Wang Rin stared blankly at the fragments of the phone on the floor, contemplating whether to demand compensation. yet fearing the wrath of the enraged Lu Yongda. He could only begrudgingly lie back down on the hospital bed. At that moment, he suddenly recalled Yi Li's voice during the earlier call, which had been full of vigor, devoid of any hint of injury. A flicker of doubt arose in Wang Ren's heart. How strange. Perhaps Shun Lian did not catch Yi Li, allowing him to escape? Never mind, if he escaped, so be it. A smirk of schadenfreude crept onto Wang Ren's face. Daring to confront Lu Yongda, Yi Li, this time you are doomed. One is at the first level of the 5th stage, while the other peaked at the first level 6 months ago. The answer to who is stronger is evident, even with closed eyes. Chapter 8. The Precious Celestial Technique. At Linhai No. 1 High School, on the 3rd floor of the library. This place houses a collection of various martial techniques acquired since the school's establishment. Students can learn and borrow these by paying a corresponding amount of Huanxia currency. Not only are the prices significantly lower than those in the outside world, but the variety and quality are also quite extensive. It can be regarded as one of the significant structures of Linhai No. 1 High School. Most of the martial techniques displayed on the 1st and 2nd floors are of the 1st level, while those of the 2nd level constitute only a small portion. Yi Li acquired the flowing fist technique and the cloud-piercing spear technique here. The 3rd floor, however, houses martial arts techniques of the 2nd tier and above, accessible solely to teachers and specially nurtured students. After scanning his identity badge, Yi Li ascended to the 3rd floor amidst a multitude of curious and envious gazes. The animosity from Lu Yongda did not weigh heavily on his mind. After all, the two were separated by a mere phone call, making many matters inconvenient to address. One might ponder, what if there are no malevolent points to be had? The answer, to unleash a relentless onslaught upon the adversary until they yield the requisite malevolent points. Thus, had Lu Yongda been seated opposite him, Yi Li would have been confident in his ability to resolve their discord. Casting aside his chaotic thoughts, Yi Li stood before the vast electronic display and began to peruse the array of martial arts techniques cataloged therein. 2nd-tier martial arts included the crumbling mountain fist, priced at 100,000 Huanxia coins, and the serpentine body technique, costing 120,000 Huanxia coins. The advanced breathing technique, blazing breath, demanded a staggering 200,000 Huanxia coins. Yi Li's strategy was to select a suitable movement technique alongside a relatively high-tier offensive technique. Yet, whether due to the system subtly elevating his expectations or other reasons, he found himself unable to identify a fitting martial art amidst the splendid options. The underlying cause was rather straightforward. It was not that the techniques were subpar, but rather that expending malevolent points on techniques of this tier seemed somewhat wasteful. Although lower-tier martial arts lack a strict hierarchy, the quality could still be gleaned from their respective descriptions. In Yi Li's estimation, most 2nd-tier martial arts cataloged here were rather mediocre, excelling only in their abundance. He resigned himself to selecting a few at random to tide him over. Rubbing his temples in mild frustration, he recognized that the breathing techniques also warranted consideration. Such techniques could only be mastered after entering the 2nd tier, and while they are termed breathing techniques, they could equally be referred to as 2nd-tier skills. The tiers of martial arts talent are ranked from high to low across 6 levels. After surveying the breathing techniques available at Lehigh No. 1 High School, Yi Li noted that the highest tier reached merely level 1, priced at 300,000 Huanxia coins, with Yi Li's total funds barely amounting to 100,000 Huanxia coins. He found himself in a rather precarious situation. Alas, while martial arts high schools merely required the techniques to be present, students of martial science had far more considerations to ponder. As he contemplated his selection of martial arts, a melodious female voice broke through his reverie. Turning to investigate, he beheld a cultured young woman with round glasses, cradling a book, who stood nearby, tilting her head curiously in his direction. "And you are?" "Ye di Inuit." Raising an eyebrow, "I am Yu Chanxian," the literary girl replied with a smile. Sensing the confusion in Yi Li's eyes, she quickly added, "I'm also part of the school team and watched your match yesterday. You are Yi Li, a 1st-tier, 5-fold practitioner, correct?" "So, it is." Yi Li acknowledged politely with a nod. "I am in the midst of selecting martial arts techniques. Do you require something?" You seem dissatisfied with the techniques available here. Yu Qianqian observed, stepping closer to view the electronic screen beside him, her smile unwavering. You appear to be frowning continuously. The quality is rather lacking, Yili admitted. Yili calmly expressed his opinion. Of course, Yu Qianqian chuckled. The exquisite martial arts techniques are reserved by the school as various rewards. How could they be openly sold here? All right, I must have been foolish. Yili waved his hand casually and turned to leave. Wait a moment. Yu Qianqian called out to him. After a brief pause, she inquired, although there aren't any complete exquisite martial arts techniques here, there are some incomplete versions. Would you be interested? Yes. Yili halted his steps. Then wait a moment. I'll check for you. Thank you. Soon, Yu Qianqian scrolled through the screen, revealing a name. Second-order martial technique, rare, celestial gang void stepping technique, fragment, priced at 100,000 Hanxia coins. What do you think? Should we buy it to have a look? Yu Qianqian asked tentatively. However, as soon as the words left her mouth, she regretted them. A sum of 100,000 Hanxia coins was no trivial matter, and she worried that Yili might think she was trying to deceive him. She often found herself making such mistakes while well-meaning. Nevertheless, she couldn't seem to rid herself of her intrusive tendencies. Sure. To Yu Qianqian's surprise, Yili merely thanked her again and promptly completed the payment. All that remained was to collect the imprint from the front desk. I'll go fetch it for you. Satisfied with her emotional fulfillment, Yu Qianqian volunteered to run toward the front desk. Yet, Yili suspected she might be trying to steal his book, so he followed closely behind. You must come from a well-off family to buy a martial technique worth 100,000. So readily, Yu Qianqian jested. Yili cast her a sidelong glance and replied coolly. My parents are deceased. This 100,000 is my last savings. Successfully eliciting a strong sense of guilt in Yu Qianqian. Evil value 200. If I find that I cannot utilize it later, I will have to subsist on grass, Yili remarked, his eyes lighting up at the system's notification. Detection of Yu Qianqian's guilt increasing. Evil value 100. Hearing this, Yu Qianqian took a deep breath and managed a strained smile. Don't worry, it will be useful. When it comes to understanding martial techniques, I am the strongest in our grade. Yili nodded slightly. The two soon retrieved the relevant texts. Yili casually flipped through them and discovered that there were numerous omissions in the text. It was not merely the case of missing the latter half or the former half of the fragments, but rather entire sentences were absent, and pages detailing vital information were missing. No matter how one looked at it, it was at a level completely unteachable. In short, it was as if the 100,000 had gone down the drain without a sound. I'm so sorry. Yu Qianqian wished she could find a hole to hide in. She silently screamed. How could this happen again? How could good intentions lead to such disastrous results? This is a disaster. Given Yili's situation, I am truly unforgivable. Yili momentarily disregarded her, calmly flipping through the fragments. In his eyes, a faint blue panel appeared, revealing text. Celestial Gang Void Stepping Technique, not yet mastered. Points can be allocated, current evil value. 3,000 points, finally struck gold, he mused. Chapter 9. A lightning-fast ascent. Mastery of the art. This martial technique is said to encompass both agility and defensive prowess. According to the introduction, it comprises 3 significant levels, and, at its most profound, it allows one to transcend the limits of flesh, becoming elusive and indistinguishable. Coupled with its peculiar footwork, it can evade most attacks and enhance one's speed. Yu Qianqian cautiously observed Yili's expression, a sheepish smile gracing her lips as she remarked, "This is undoubtedly a masterpiece among second-tier martial arts. Most third-tier techniques pale in comparison to its intricacy. If only I could master it. But alas, even a martial sage might struggle to comprehend such a flawed version. However, I genuinely endeavor to assist you in your selection. Could you refrain from regarding me with such disdain? I sincerely apologize and am willing to reimburse a portion of your losses," Yu Qianqian said, her head bowed in shame, her hands covering her face, feeling utterly unworthy to face the handsome youth before her. "You classmate, an apology requires humility. Is this common knowledge elusive to you?" Yili remarked, suppressing his delight. Resting his chin on one hand nonchalantly, Upon hearing this, Yu Qianqian's eyes widened in shock, her fair complexion draining of color as she stammered, Is it true? Of course not. What are you thinking? Yili waved his hand dismissively. Then, with a teasing tone, he added, However, if you wish to apologize in that manner, I have no objections. With her hands clasped in front of her, she bit her lip and, with a sudden thud, knelt before him. As she pressed her hands down, her ample bosom was squished against the ground, striking an impeccable pose of submission. Had there been more people on the third floor, her actions would have undoubtedly drawn considerable attention. Isn't this a bit excessive? Yili remarked, astonished at her display. I was merely joking. I had no intention of actually making you kneel. However, given the perfection of your posture, I shall forgive you. Yu Qianqian rose from the ground, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I have never encountered someone as trusting as you. Yet, I failed to be of much assistance. I am truly sorry. Yili replied with a hint of exasperation. Ultimately, it was my choice to purchase it, and I never claimed to be incapable of understanding it. Is it truly so, even in such a damaged state? She asked, incredulous. Indeed, in fact, I owe you a favor, Yili said, his expression softening. To her, the incomplete text of Tiangang, treading the void technique, seemed beyond comprehension for anyone, and his words appeared to be an attempt to bolster her spirits while feigning strength. I understand now, Yu Qianqian said, her lips pressed together earnestly. Yili, irrespective of whether you can comprehend it, if I ever obtain a precious martial technique, I will certainly share it with you. At this, Yili simply waved his hand dismissively. Understood. You may return to your tasks. With a smile and a nod, Yu Qianqian turned to leave. Once she was out of sight, Yili redirected his attention back to the panel. The slight anxiety felt by Yu Qianqian is not without merit. After all, this fragment has nearly devolved into a mere fill-in-the-blank exercise, and even at a low cost. It is impossible to practice. However, with her immense perseverance and tireless efforts as a foundation, along with a touch of fortuitous luck, it seems achievable to accomplish what ordinary individuals cannot. Current evil value, 3,100 points. Fortunately, she refrained from making a reckless gamble in the training room, forcing a breakthrough to the second tier. Otherwise, she would be left staring blankly now. Yili breathed a barely perceptible sigh of relief and promptly began his new round of point allocation. As a precaution, he decided to start with 500 points to test the waters. Based on experience, this roughly equates to 2.5 years of arduous training. The 500 points of evil value swiftly surged into the panel, and the figures following the heavenly gang void step began to change. Ding! Consumed 500 points of evil value. Initiating the enhancement of the second-tier martial skill, Heavenly Gang Void Step. Detected lack of resources, Cloud Mist Essence, incomplete mental formula. Training speed reduced by 70. Would you like to expend 2,000 points of evil value to attempt to deduce the complete martial skill, eliminating the negative effects? Too costly. I cannot afford the deduction. Moreover, attempting to deduce a martial skill about which I know little is futile, if the system fails to produce results. Will you compensate me? No. Without hesitation, Yili opted for a forced allocation of points. Your speed resembles that of a septuagenarian participating in a full marathon. You're beginning to exert full force against the threshold. Training in progress. Training complete. Successfully initiated martial skill. Heavenly Gang Void Step. Novice 60. Byproduct. 2.5 years of diligent research into martial skills has rendered your mind increasingly resilient, resulting in a slight enhancement of vitality. Indeed, a slight negative effect was imposed. Speed reduced by 70, which is absurd. Furthermore, would a septuagenarian truly survive a marathon? Yili's gaze swept across the panel, internally voicing his grievances. Yet, none of this truly mattered. What is crucial is that it is indeed feasible. Even without having read the relevant texts or possessing the necessary resources for practice, he can forcibly advance the progress of his martial skills. As the saying goes, point allocation is the very reason for success. Yili murmured softly, raising a hand and circulating his internal vital energy along the corresponding pathways. As he did so, a faint white mist emanated from his palm, and his already pale skin became even more luminous, exuding an ethereal, translucent quality. Should this hand withstand an attack, the damage sustained would be significantly lesser compared to other areas. In simpler terms, it provides a degree of damage reduction. This is indeed a treasure among second-tier martial skills. Yili felt a stir in his heart. Initially, he thought Yu Qianshan's assertion that most third-tier martial arts could not compare to this was merely an attempt to bolster her own esteem, but at this moment, it seemed to hold a certain degree of credibility. However, it consumes considerable energy. It must indeed be used in conjunction with breathing techniques. Yili Sikhit, realizing that merely maintaining the flesh of this hand consumed a substantial amount of his vital energy. Without the breathing techniques to replenish his energy in real time during combat, even at the pinnacle of the first tier, he would not be able to sustain it for long. Moreover, with 500 points of malevolence, he barely reached the threshold. In the past, this would have been sufficient to elevate a second-tier martial technique to perfection. Unfortunately, Yili found himself at a loss for solutions. Setting aside the fact that he had no idea where to procure the so-called mist essence, the sheer expenditure of time and resources would already be enough to drain his spirit. With the martial examination looming, he had little time left. Very well, let us gamble. Once he determined the outcome, Yili unhesitatingly began to mobilize the interface, pouring all his efforts into this martial technique. Target detected. Commencing continuous enhancement of the celestial gang void step. Current drawback. Cultivation speed reduced by 70. In the midst of cultivation. Ding. As your comprehension of this martial technique deepens, you recall similar skills from the literary works of your past life, integrating them into your practice. Gain. Cultivation speed increased by 30. You transform into an elderly lady donning the shoes of the venerable Kanadachi, racing along the track of the celestial gang void step, accelerating in cultivation. Cultivation complete. This endeavor consumed 2,400 points of malevolence, roughly equivalent to 12 years of arduous training. Celestial gang void step enhanced to perfection. Byproduct. Over a decade of unwavering dedication has led to a terrifying level of understanding of this martial technique. You have mastered the technique of energy transformation, slightly enhancing your vitality. Yili exhaled a cloud of white vapor, his vitality surging with newfound vigor, akin to a boiling cauldron. He radiated with brilliance, his sinews resonating, and his spine felt as powerful as a great dragon. He was but a mere step away from the elusive second-tier realm. Chapter 10. Breaking through the door, heading straight for the subject. It truly felt as though he had gained an extraordinary advantage. Savoring the surge of his vitality, Yili could not help but reflect. Just yesterday, he was an inconspicuous ordinary martial science student, having spent nearly 3 years barely mastering a first-tier martial technique to perfection. Not to mention the prestigious martial academies. Even admission to an average martial university seemed a daunting challenge. Yet now, everything had changed. Through his perseverance and diligence, coupled with the refinement of several perfected martial techniques, Yili's martial foundation had been honed to an almost terrifying extent. To any observer, he was the embodiment of strength cultivated through relentless effort, robust vitality, skilled techniques, and a steady aura. According to Yi Li's assessment, with his current capabilities, even the pinnacle of first-tier practitioners would find it difficult to match him. He silently exhaled, bolstered with newfound confidence for the martial examination a month hence. Before the examination, however, he had to prepare for a so-called intercollegiate exchange competition. Compared to the solemn and significant martial examination, this event piqued the interest of the youth far more. Historically, the arena has always been one of the most cherished spectacles. Yili had often heard Fongming mention the particulars of this municipal exchange competition. It was said that exceptional performance in the competition could not only yield precious martial techniques awarded by the school, but could also attract the attention of the only martial university in the province, potentially leading to an offer of direct admission. The date for the exchange competition has been set for next week, and even as a substitute, there lies a chance to participate. With this in mind, Yi Li's anticipation grows ever stronger. The Martial Arts University is the esteemed institution every martial arts student yearns to attend. The techniques and resources it offers are far beyond the capabilities of a martial arts high school. Moreover, several prestigious academies collaborate closely with local cities, allowing capable students to venture beyond the city limits to hunt exotic beasts in exchange for the cultivation resources they require. The more distinguished the martial arts university, the greater the support it can provide. To gain admission to the institution of one's dreams, one must excel in martial examinations and achieve remarkable results. Only by stepping into the second tier can one qualify to compete with the top echelon of students from martial arts high schools. It is so close, just a hair's breadth away from the second tier, which has proven to be a stumbling block for many martial artists. However, for Yi Li, as long as he can accumulate sufficient malevolent points, even with maximum negative attributes, he can still demonstrate his capability. The system has yet to clarify the criteria for acquiring malevolent points, yet Yi Li has managed to discern a few insights. The suffering of others brings him joy. Satisfying any trivial aspect of certain behaviors can yield corresponding malevolent points. Yi Li perceives no wrongdoing in this, for in a world dominated by martial prowess, the weak ought to be thoroughly humiliated by the strong. Of course, this is merely for reference. There are instances where fulfilling both criteria may not result in the acquisition of malevolent points. Ultimately, the interpretation rests with the system. For now, it is best to return. Yi Li closed the tattered book and glanced at his panel, feeling a twinge of regret. The rewards he had just obtained from Shan Lian had been spent on deducing a rare martial art, leaving his resources nearly depleted. Current malevolent points, 200. He needs to find someone to acquire more rewards. With a sigh, Yi Li rose and exited the library, heading towards the training building. The rooms designated for the team members are equipped for overnight stays. After all, he is alone at home. It makes no difference whether he returns or not. Sigh. When will he encounter those mindless provocateurs? With such thoughts, Yi Li stepped through the entrance of the training building, ascended the stairs, and arrived at his training room. Creak. Pushing open the door, he lay down beside his bed, stretching comfortably. He then closed his eyes to rest. Feeling uplifted by the fortuitous acquisition of the precious Tiangang void step technique. Knock, knock, knock. Just past 6 in the evening, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Who is it? Yi Li sat up, the drowsiness in his dark eyes vanishing. It's me, Yu Qianqian. Coming. Yi Li hastily made his way to the door and opened it. Observing the slightly awkward expression of the bespectacled girl, he raised an eyebrow and curiously inquired, "Have you found a precious technique so soon?" "No, it's something else." Yu Qianqian hastily waved her hands, her discomfort becoming increasingly apparent. Noticing her demeanor, Yi Li felt a hint of suspicion. "Just speak your mind," he urged. "Well," Yu Qianqian twisted her hands nervously. "Lu Team wants you to visit his training room. The one on the far left of the 4th floor. Lu Team? He is the vice captain of our school team, Lu Yangda." As she spoke, a hint of struggle appeared in Yu Qianqian's eyes. After a moment of hesitation, she gritted her teeth and said, "Forget it, you shouldn't go. I have a feeling he harbors ill intentions." "Ill intentions?" Yi Li's interest was piqued, and he inquired nonchalantly, "What makes you say that?" She replied, "He claims he wants you to understand that there are people beyond you and to grasp the rules of the school team." After uttering this, Yu Qianqian exhaled deeply, as if revealing this matter had taken considerable courage. Adjusting her glasses, she continued, "Did you have any past conflicts with him?" "Just a little," he replied. "Then that makes sense," Yu Qianqian said, her teeth clenched in anger. "He is exceedingly petty. Don't go over there yet." In his training room, he is not alone. He has 2 lackeys with him. Both are members of the team, one at the 1st level, 9th rank, and the other at the 1st level, 8th rank. Not to mention Lu Yangda, who is at the pinnacle of the 1st level. If you go, you will definitely come in no good. She continued, fuming. "Honestly, he just takes advantage of Senior Zhang's indifference and bullies the newcomers without restraint. This perfectly good school team will eventually be ruined by his little clique." "I understand." "Lead the way," Yi Li said, lifting his chin. "Lead the way." "To where?" Yu Qianqian was taken aback and hurriedly said, "I'm going to find the instructor. Once the teacher arrives, he won't dare to do anything to you." "No, are you really going?" As he spoke, Yi Li had already passed her, waving his hand and striding confidently towards the 4th floor. Watching his tall figure, Yu Qianqian widened her eyes, unable to comprehend why someone would deliberately walk into danger. Knowing the mountain is fraught with tigers, one should avoid it. Those who know you are the first level, 5th rank, might mistakenly think you are Senior Jiang. In a few seconds that Yu Qianqian was lost in thought, Yi Li's figure had vanished at the stairway, reappearing before Lu Yongda's training room on the 4th floor. "Lu Ge, do you think that kid dares to come?" Someone asked inside. "Not sure. When he spoke to me on the phone this morning, he was incredibly arrogant. He might just dare to show up." Another responded with a cold laugh. "Ha, he definitely wouldn't dare, Lu Ge. That kid is just a substitute at the 1st level. 5th rank. If he dares to come, I could handle him with one hand. Lu Ge, if Yu Qianqian can't summon that kid, let's just go and confront him ourselves." Listening to the raucous laughter from within, Yi Li silently exhaled. Then he suddenly kicked the door. Bang! The door shattered instantly, splintering into pieces and revealing 3 astonished individuals inside. Chapter 11. Defensive Counterattack. The perfect heavenly gang's void step. Naturally, at the forefront was Lu Yongda, who sat on the resting bench, his expression bewildered as he stared at Yi Li, who had burst in. The other 2 youths in team uniforms were equally taken aback, not expecting their opponent to be so audacious, entering without uttering a single word. Indeed, he is quite the rebel. Regaining their composure, the 2 immediately stood up, a smirk appearing on their faces as their inner energy began to circulate. "I never imagined you could be so reckless." Gazing at the handsome youth at the door, Lu Yongda's lips curled into a smirk as he remarked, "For the unauthorized destruction of my room alone, I can readily petition the teacher to have you expelled from the school team. Do you truly believe that being at the 1st level, 5th rank, is something rare? Let me be frank with you. Students of your caliber are akin to superfluous appendages for the school. However, I am different. At the pinnacle of the 1st level, I am a standout in any martial arts high school. Tell me, whom do you think the school values more, you or me?" After delivering this boastful proclamation, the 2 companions beside him erupted into laughter. They then approached Yi Li at the door, their gazes menacing. The atmosphere within the training room turned stifling. Lu Yongda, increasingly pleased with himself, looked towards Yi Li, eager to discern any hint of inferiority or panic on the youth's face. Unfortunately for him, Yi Li's expression remained as tranquil as a still pond, though his dark eyes burned with intensity. Lu Yongda furrowed his brow, just about to speak when Yi Li's figure suddenly vanished from his position. In the next instant, he reappeared before the 2 approaching young men. Upon meeting Yi Li's cold, black gaze, one of them was struck with astonishment, completely unprepared for such swiftness. Without delay, Yi Li unleashed his right arm, his entire being resonating with vigorous energy. As his formidable, true chi erupted, he delivered a punch that crashed heavily into the man's abdomen. Boom! The force of over 1,000 kilograms was unleashed in an instant, catching the man off guard, causing him to spew blood violently as he was hurled backward, crashing into the shattered wall. Injured a 1st level, 8th rank martial artist. Evil value 700. Exclamations of disbelief escaped the lips of the other youth as he finally grasped the situation. Gazing at Yi Li, whose aura was both fierce and intimidating, fear was palpably evident in his eyes, clearly thrown into disarray. Desperate, he hastily summoned the true chi within him, crossing his arms defensively before him, hoping to buy some time for rescue. Yi Li had mastered the essence of the flowing fist technique, perfecting the ability to deliver a continuous series of punches. Following the forceful expulsion of one assailant, his second punch was already coiled and ready to strike. Prior to cultivating the heavenly gang's void stepping technique, his punch power had reached nearly 900 kilograms. Now, after dedicating over a decade to the heavenly gang's training, although his cultivation level had not significantly increased, his punch power had undeniably surpassed 1,000 kilograms. As the young man raised his arms in defense, Yi Li launched a punch like a cannonball, forcibly breaking apart the youth's defenses as if subjected to an overwhelming force, accompanied by the audible sound of bones fracturing. Ah! The youth screamed in agony, staggering backward, but Yi Li pursued him like a shadow, his long hand darting out like lightning, seizing the youth's face and then forcefully slamming it against the shattered floor. Injured a 1st level, 9th rank martial artist, Evil value 800. The impact rendered the youth unconscious, plunging him into a sleep akin to that of an infant. You. Lu Yongda watched in horror, utterly bewildered by how a first-level, fifth-rank martial artist could possess such terrifying speed and strength. In mere moments, he had incapacitated two individuals. If it were he in that position, he doubted he could achieve such feats. At this moment, Yili rose to his feet, adjusting his cuffs with a calm demeanor as he regarded Lu Yongda, who sat dumbfounded on the bed. "It is your turn." The youth's voice was frigid. Rarely did he encounter such an opportune moment to strike. He had no intention of granting his opponent a chance to beg for mercy. "What realm are you in?" Lu Yongda exclaimed, his eyes fixed on Yi Li's serene face. A mixture of astonishment and dread etched upon him. "You are certainly not at the 5th level of the first stage. You concealed your strength yesterday." As he spoke, he abruptly sprang to his feet. Given the current situation, it was evident that Yili would not let him escape. If that were the case, then he would engage in a true battle. Concealing his strength mattered not. He would demonstrate the disparity between them. With a furious roar, Lu Yongda was enveloped in an eerie green light as he activated his martial talent, an advanced martial aptitude that enhanced his physique. His muscles began to swell, his already imposing frame expanding even further. He then stomped his foot onto the ground, producing a resounding crash as his massive body surged forward, resembling a moving fortress. Charging towards Yi Li with reckless abandon, Yi Li remained composed, seemingly unaffected by Lu Yongda's overwhelming presence. With a calm demeanor, he lowered his stance, drawing back his right arm as if preparing to unleash a bowstring, his muscles coiling with latent power. The surge of his vital energy coursed through his body, infusing his right arm with immense force, causing his skin to shimmer with a faint, ethereal glow. Undoubtedly, this punch would possess far greater strength than his previous two. Boom! 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 The entire floor trembled with each of Lu Yongda's thunderous steps, leaving deep imprints in the ground. Within mere moments, he had closed the distance. His fist, like a boulder, tearing through the air, propelled by his entire body's kinetic energy, aimed directly at Yi Li, crushing mountain fist. Suddenly, Yi Li's form became translucent, his body seemingly dissolving into the air, wisps of white mist emanating from his skin, a sight of sheer wonder. Avant-garde trading void technique. At that moment, downstairs, Yu Qianqian finally arrived, witnessing the unfolding spectacle. Yi Li extended his left hand, which appeared almost transparent. In the next instant, Lu Yongda's full-powered punch crashed against it with tremendous force, the overwhelming might erupting like a bull plowing into the sea, merely sending Yi Li's slender hand slightly backward. Lu Yongda's pupils dilated in disbelief, utterly unable to comprehend what transpired before him. Instantaneously, Yi Li's figure spun rapidly along with a deflected hand, and when he came to a stop, his right fist, charged with energy, was unleashed with a resounding crash. Boom! The air exploded outward in rippling waves, and Lu Yongda's massive form was sent hurtling backward, shattering the bed behind him and crashing violently into the fractured wall. Amidst the swirling debris of wood, the vice-captain of the school team lay sprawled on a bed of rubble, blood seeping from his mouth and nose, his head tilted at an unnatural angle, unconscious. With a sigh, Yi Li exhaled a plume of white mist, lowering his fist as he stood firm. He then turned to Yu Qianqian, who was left in stunned silence, and offered her a courteous nod. Chapter 12. Breakthrough to the second stage. Yu Qianqian held a favorable impression of Yi Li. Though the two had only just met, Yi Li was the first to exhibit no resentment after being taken advantage of by her. This led Yu Qianqian to regard him as a friend in her heart. Thus, upon regaining her composure, she hurried down from the 3rd floor, anxious that the three might inflict harm upon Yi Li. After all, Yi Li possessed merely the strength of a first-tier, 5th-stage warrior, despite his amiable disposition. It would be difficult for him not to suffer under the hands of 3 assailants. However, what unfolded before her was so astonishing that Yu Qianqian could scarcely believe her eyes. In the training room, Yi Li stood there with an expression of calmness, his posture straight, and his dark eyes exuding an icy demeanor. Surrounding him lay Lu Yongda's two lackeys, sprawled on the ground, breathless and motionless. As for Lu Yongda himself, he had just been violently struck by Yi Li's fist and sent flying, losing consciousness on the spot. It was evident he had sustained severe injuries. A wave of shock surged through Yu Qianqian. In less than a minute, 2 late-stage first-tier warriors and 1 peak-stage first-tier warrior had been grievously wounded. What a terrifying display of power! It was inconceivable for him to be merely a first-tier, 5th stage. His true strength likely rivaled that of senior sister Jiang. In Yu Qianqian's mind, only Jiang Qingzhu, the acknowledged genius warrior of Linghai City, could accomplish such a feat. After all, she had not only broken through to the 2nd tier before graduation, but also practiced a breathing technique passed down through her family's generations. Even when considering all the martial arts high schools in the entire Ying province, Jiang Qingzhu's prowess would undoubtedly rank among the highest. Yet here was Yi Li, merely a newly joined substitute on the school team. As these thoughts raced through her mind, Yu Qianqian felt an overwhelming sense of astonishment. She could not help but regard Yi Li with a growing tinge of trepidation. If he could vanquish Lu Yongda effortlessly, he could surely do the same to her. Reflecting on her previous concerns, Yu Qianqian found herself inexplicably amused. Upon noticing her gaze, Yi Li turned around, nodded politely, and gestured toward the 3 individuals on the ground, inquiring, "How should we handle this?" Quite simply, Yu Qianqian replied, calming her emotions. "They were the ones who sought you out first. Even if they are now severely injured, they must bear the consequences. The school will not hold you accountable in such a situation." "I see." Yi Li's eyes brightened. "This is indeed a high martial arts world. In my previous high school, it would have likely resulted in everyone receiving equal punishment." After pondering for a moment, he continued, "So, are you suggesting that as long as someone tries to provoke me, I can retaliate however I see fit?" Yu Qianqian hesitated briefly before responding. "As long as you don't go overboard, that should be acceptable." "Understood." Yi Li nodded, then looked at the 3 on the ground and asked, "So, can we just leave them here?" "Of course not," Yu Qianqian replied, bemused. "We need to call the instructor to handle this, but I can assist you with that. You can go ahead and take care of your matters." Yi Li expressed his gratitude and prepared to leave. Just as he stepped out of the training room, Yu Qianqian called out to him, "By the way, there's one more thing." "Speak," he replied. "Sister Jiang serves as our captain. According to protocol, she will engage you in conversation over the next couple of days to gain a preliminary understanding of your circumstances." "Understood." Yi Li nodded slightly and turned to leave. Yu Qianqian gazed in the direction the young man had vanished, murmuring absent-mindedly, "Another anomaly has arrived." Upon returning to the 3rd floor, Yi Li entered his training room and casually closed the door behind him. The sensation of imminent breakthrough had become increasingly palpable. He was merely a step away from the 2nd tier, and, after enduring a recent battle, the essence within him surged rather than diminished, causing a slight disarray in his energy. It was not that he could not break through at this moment. Rather, he had yet to discover a suitable breathing technique, leaving him somewhat unsettled. "Ah, it is what it is. I shall proceed with the breakthrough." Although the breathing techniques housed in the school's library are of modest caliber, such techniques can be substituted mid-practice, so they can serve their purpose for the time being. At worst, I shall await a more suitable method before making a change. Yi Li settled onto the edge of his bed and summoned the interface. Injured a peak first-tier young warrior, malevolent value 1000. Detected the collapse of Lu Yongda's confidence. Malevolent value 500. Detected an overwhelming sense of fear from 3 individuals towards you. Malevolent value 1500. Current malevolent value 4,700 points, a bountiful harvest indeed. The corners of Yi Li's mouth curled slightly upwards. Although it paled in comparison to the windfall gained by Shun Lian, it was nonetheless the most significant acquisition aside from that. It should suffice for my advancement to the 2nd tier. He sat cross-legged on the bed, closed his eyes, and delved into the interface. Current level, peak 1st tier, completion, ding. The objective for this training session has been set to break through to the 2nd tier. Training commences, 2nd tier, Jade Muscle Realm, involves gradually merging the abundant essence with the meridians and bones to enhance vitality. In the past 2 days, your relentless practice of martial skills, honed over nearly 2 decades, has allowed you to master the essence within your body with ease, making this endeavor considerably more effective. Gain, training speed increased by 50. You begin to reinforce your meridians with essence, nurturing your vitality. But due to the absence of a breathing technique to replenish your essence, this process is rather sluggish. Negative effect. Training speed decreased by 20. Negative effect. Emotional agitation. The moment the words appeared on the interface, a sudden wave of agitation surged within Yi Li's heart, surprising him. However, this flicker of unease did not significantly impact him, as he was merely engaged in the straightforward task of enhancing his abilities. Accelerating training. Through relentless effort, you have successfully fortified a portion of your meridians, resulting in a substantial increase in vitality and a successful breakthrough to the first level of the second tier. Your punching power has significantly increased. Your reaction speed has significantly increased. Training complete. Comment. This session of training was seamless and did not deplete much of your mental energy, consuming a total of 200 malevolent value points. With the final segment of text materializing, Yi Li's bones suddenly emitted a clear sound. Almost instantaneously, a portion of his meridians underwent a transformation, radiating a jade-like luster, nurturing the essence throughout his body. Yi Li's aura surgit immensity. The turbulent true energy coursing through him had increased several-fold compared to just a few minutes prior, and even his vitality had instantaneously returned to its peak state. The exhaustion incurred from battle had vanished in an instant. Exhaling a breath of white mist, Yi Li opened his eyes, which sparkled with brilliance. He raised his hand, channeling his true energy. A wisp of ethereal white vapor swiftly surged from his fingertips, rapidly enveloping his flesh, creating a semi-transparent appearance from a distance. He was now able to unleash the full power of this second-tier martial skill, the Celestial Gang Void Step. Yi Li estimated that yesterday, when he had fully employed this martial technique against an opponent of the same tier, he could only neutralize about 50% of their force. However, now, with merely a thought, he could deflect at least 70% of the attacks from a similarly ranked warrior. A 70% damage reduction made him a formidable contender. Henceforth, any second-tier warrior daring to confront him directly would pay a bloody price. As he reflected on his rapid ascent along the path of a martial artist, Yi Li gazed at the swirling white vapor in his palm with a hint of sentiment. With each breath, his consumed true energy began to recover slowly. He realized that he could now restore his true energy not merely through meditation, but also through breathing. Although this method was not as efficient as a breathing technique, it was indeed one of the hallmarks of a second-tier warrior. In the past, he had found the concept of regaining health through breathing in games absurd. Now, the ability to replenish energy through his own breath felt entirely natural. With a casual gesture, Yi Li dissipated the white mist from his palm, chuckling softly as he embraced the myriad changes within himself. At this moment, he was certain that he had stepped into the realm of a second-tier warrior, the Jade Tendon stage. If he were to encounter Liu Yangda and his companions again now, Yi Li was confident that, even without employing the Celestial Gang Void Step, he could defeat all three within half a minute. Next, he needed to focus on preparing a breathing technique. Otherwise, every time he leveled up in the future, he would likely incur a negative effect of cultivation speed reduced by 20. Chapter 13. Whispers abound in the 2 days following his breakthrough to the second tier. Yi Li remained in the library. It was quite peaceful there. As Qian had remarked, even the instructor who had rushed in that night, shocked by the situation involving Liu Yangda and his cohort, did not impose any punishment upon Yi Li after learning the full story. Instead, he fervently requested the school to allow Yi Li to become an official member of the school team. His enthusiasm was palpable. Vice Principal Li Haohan, upon hearing the details, immediately consented. He had planned to discuss matters with Yi Li to foster a better relationship between them, but refrained from intruding when he learned that the youth had been engrossed in the library for the past 2 days. Regardless, Yi Li was now an official member of the Lin High School team. Notably, this morning, while on his way to the library, he fortuitously encountered Wang Ren returning from the hospital. Wang Ren's face was bandaged, and his body was encased in protective gear. Upon seeing Yili, who appeared calm and composed, he wore a look of utter disbelief and exclaimed, "How come you're unscathed?" With Lu Yongda taking action, he assumed that Yili would undoubtedly suffer a significant setback. At the very least, he should appear dejected, like a plucked rooster. However, the Yili before him exuded vitality, his demeanor calm and unhurried, his breath steady and profound. Where was the slightest hint of defeat? Could it be that Lu Yongda had not laid a hand on him? Yili casually inquired, "Why would I have any issues?" Lu Yongda? Ah, him. Van Rey instinctively responded. Upon hearing this, Yili displayed a look of realization, followed by a light chuckle. He has already been dealt with. Dealt with? What does that mean? Wang Ren questioned. It seems you two didn't go to the same hospital. Yili shook his head with a hint of regret. As he spoke, he took a step forward, intending to casually accumulate some malevolent points. However, to his surprise, Wang Ren was so frightened by his movement that he turned and fled. Observing the other's hasty retreat, Yili felt somewhat astonished. Am I really that much of a villain? With merely about a week remaining until the upcoming exchange competition, there were only 6 positions available for formal members, and Yili was indifferent about who he had replaced. All he knew was that the coach of the school team had successfully secured him a scholarship of 500,000 Huanxia currency, which had already been credited to his account. This allowed him the opportunity to select a slightly more advanced breathing technique. The level 1 breathing technique, Blazing Force, cost 450,000 Huanxia currency. The level 1 breathing technique, Raging Tide, was priced at 500,000 Huanxia currency. A fragment of a level 1 breathing technique was listed at 700,000 Huanxia currency. In the library's 3rd floor, Yili gazed at the lines of breathing techniques displayed on the screen, feeling overwhelmed. There seemed to be nothing suitable. The only complete level 1 breathing technique was a fragment, demanding 700,000. To make up for the deficiency through the system would require a significant expenditure of malevolent points. Forget it. If all else fails, I shall simply approach the school for assistance. After all, it is just a breathing technique. I refuse to believe they would deny me. After 2 days of indecision in the library, Yili's choice paralysis had fully set in, leading him to ultimately decide to seek support from the school. Leaving the library, Yili made his way to the training building. Along the way, he attracted numerous peculiar glances, most filled with trepidation. It was then that Yili recalled a particular incident. The day before, after he had defeated Lu Yongda and his companions, although the school had expressed no objections, inexplicably, the news had spread throughout the campus as if it had sprouted legs. However, the versions of this rumor were a bit outlandish. The new substitute member of the school team openly provoked other members, disrupting the team's morale. Yili from Class 9 of the Martial Arts Division was said to be arrogant, having severely injured 3 team members. How could a substitute possibly triumph over 3 official members? I heard this person's strength was merely at the 5th stage of the 1st level. He must have employed some underhanded tactics. With the exchange competition looming, what could his intentions be in attacking his own teammates? I too sense ulterior motives. Were it not for senior sister Zhang's presence, the school team of Linhai No. 1 High School would surely be at risk of being ruined by this individual. Most of these rumors were largely accurate. The general consensus portrayed Yi Li as arrogant, having resorted to unsavory methods to inflict severe injuries upon 3 team members. The saying 3 men can create a tiger illustrates the power of rumor, a phenomenon that can quickly escalate into a hot topic within a school. Much like the absurd tale of a certain student challenging the principal to a duel over the weekend. Naturally, Yili became the subject of much speculation. The viciousness attributed to him in these rumors instilled a sense of fear among those who believed them. It is universally acknowledged that those who spread falsehoods are truly detestable. Yili shook his head in resignation. In truth, he was not particularly concerned about the matter. With only a month remaining until the martial arts examination for graduation, everyone would soon disperse across the land to confront the monstrous beasts, rendering such rumors irrelevant. There was no need to distress over baseless gossip. Resolutely refusing to fall into the trap of self-justification, Yili nodded slightly and entered the training building, seemingly unfazed. However, indifference aside, Should he ever catch that scoundrel who spread the rumors, the vile slanderer, he would ensure they face severe consequences. At that moment, a melodious sound pierced Yi Li's ears. Ding! Congratulations, your notoriety level has increased. Notoriety level 1. Your infamy is little known. Golden quality reward has been issued. On the 5th floor of the training building, in the captain's office, senior sister Jiang sat with tears in her eyes, addressing the individual across the wooden table. This Yi Li must not be allowed to remain. Not only has he harmed Captain Liu, but he even attacked me before that. If it weren't for my quick reflexes that day, I would likely be in the hospital by now. Seated at the table was a girl with cascading black hair. Her features were exquisite, her countenance cool and composed, with a book titled Summary of Marksmanship placed before her. After listening to Shun Lian's accusations, Jiang Qingzhu displayed no sign of agitation. She continued to peruse the marksmanship summary, turning to the next page before responding indifferently. You should report this to Teacher Wang. Discussing it with me is futile. Shun Lian was momentarily taken aback, but she had been fervently spreading rumors for days precisely for this moment. She was determined to have the girl teach that detestable Yi Li a lesson. Gritting her teeth, Shun Lian insisted, Sister Jiang. You know, Teacher Wang never intervenes in such matters, but Yi Li is different. With the upcoming intercollegiate competition, his instigation of internal strife is clearly an attempt to ruin our prospects. Deputy Captain Liu is already hospitalized due to him. If you, Sister Jiang, do not take action, no one will be able to stop him. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingzhu finally raised her gaze toward Shun Lian, calmly stating, Shun Lian, your act of self-pity is poorly executed. Shun Lian's face flushed with embarrassment. Sister, I leave, Jiang Qingzhu interrupted. Her voice, cold as the temperature in the room, dropped several degrees. Close the door behind you. With a face full of resentment, Shun Lian, unable to challenge the black-haired girl, ultimately left the room with a sullen expression. As the door clicked shut, Jiang Qingzhu lightly tapped her fingers on the table, producing a rhythmic sound. The air fell into silence for 2 seconds. Jiang Qingzhu picked up her phone from the table and dialed a number, politely saying, Yu Qianqian. It's me. Are you currently at the training building? According to the rules, I need to speak with Yi Li. I heard you have a good relationship with him. Could you please let me call him? Thank you. Chapter 14. A Natural Phenomenon. Exceptional Martial Arts Talent. Upon hearing the system's notification, Yi Li rushed into his training room without a moment's delay. He closed the door and summoned the panel. Notification. A golden quality gift package is ready to be opened. Behold, a golden legend. Yi Li's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the panel. It is well known that obtaining a golden card has always been the dream of card drawers, symbolizing the highest tier of rewards within the pool. He recalled that the system had specifically mentioned that an increase in notoriety level would yield substantial rewards. At this moment, it seemed the system had not deceived him. This marked the first time the system had issued a golden quality reward. What could it be? Open the gift package. Buzz. With a thought. A brilliant golden beam erupted from the light screen before him, shining radiantly and soaring towards the ceiling. Following this, a powerful wave of energy emanated from his room, spreading out in all directions. Boom! The entire training building trembled under this surge of energy, drawing countless astonished gazes. Students and teachers at Linghai No. 1 High School, as well as pedestrians within a radius of several dozen miles, witnessed a peculiar blue light emerging from above the training building, ascending into the sky. The grand phenomenon shattered the clouds, illuminating the skies above Linghai No. 1. In the administration office, Li Haohan, who was sipping tea, was momentarily taken aback, then abruptly spat out the tea in his mouth and sprang from his chair. The teachers in front of him were left stunned. Principal Li, what's wrong? Ignoring them, Li Haohan swiftly exited the room, gazing towards the training building, his eyes filled with intense astonishment as he murmured, could it be that a high-level martial arts talent has emerged? Such a phenomenon can only occur when a martial arts talent of significant stature is born. If Li Haohan had not already ascended to the 3rd level of martial arts, he would not have been able to discern the specific clues from this phenomenon. The manifestation of a level 6 talent would not be so exaggerated. As for level 7, he couldn't even dare to imagine it. After all, It had been decades since a student possessed a level 6 martial arts talent in all of Yingxing's martial arts high schools. Therefore, the probability of a level 7 talent is the highest. Level 7. This is a talent level that can only appear once among tens of thousands of awakened warriors. Li Haohen's heart raced uncontrollably, and even his hands trembled slightly. It was no wonder he was so flustered. This would mark the second individual among this cohort of martial science students, following Jiang Qingzhu, to possess a level 6 martial arts talent. The future prospects are boundless. After so long in silence, is Linghai number 1 finally poised to rise again in this martial examination? Li Haohen swallowed hard, the excitement in his heart nearly overflowing. He quickly regained his composure and asked the two individuals in the room, who in the current school team has yet to awaken their martial arts talent. If one must speak, it seems that Yi Li, who joined merely a few days ago, has yet to awaken. A teacher, after a brief moment of contemplation, promptly responded. Yi Li, gazing once more toward the direction of the training building, felt his astonishment gradually transform into euphoric excitement, murmuring fervently, "What a young lad! Just how much do you still conceal?" Behind him, another teacher curiously inquired, "Principal Li, do you intend to exclude that unawakened Yi Li for the school team?" It must be noted that this student has recently stirred quite a commotion, clearly a restless spirit. Thus, removing him from the team would be advisable. Principal Li, what nonsense are you speaking? Li Haohen abruptly turned his head, fixing a piercing glare upon the teacher, coldly stating, "Lu Shangshan, your nephew's hospitalization is his own doing. As his uncle, you ought to educate him properly instead of coming here to complain. Let me make this clear. Even if we were to expel both you and your nephew Lu Yongda, the school would not touch Yi Li. A student capable of defeating 3 warriors of the same rank signifies something profound." Lu Shangshan's expression instantly became intriguing. Within the training room, Yi Li was enveloped by a powerful whirlwind, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolding around him. Deep within his spirit, a refreshing sensation surged, as if his very soul were undergoing a metamorphosis. This spectacle persisted for a considerable number of breaths before gradually dissipating. As Yi Li opened his eyes, a vast golden radiance began to emerge from his dark pupils, accompanied by a surge of pertinent information in his mind. "Congratulations! You have acquired a level of martial talent. Indestructible Golden Soul. Indestructible Golden Soul 1. A survival-oriented talent that allows the resilient and extraordinary Golden Soul to nourish the flesh. As long as the mind and body are not exhausted, the body can continuously heal itself until fully restored. Upgradable. It is said that in ancient times a naturally born being cultivated this divine ability, causing considerable distress to the celestial emperor of the divine era. To follow in its footsteps, please feel free to accumulate wickedness points. Talent Ability 1. Gun Martial Saint Body. Gun Martial Saint Body significantly enhances one's proficiency with polearm-type weapons, increasing the training speed of polearm martial techniques by 500. Yi Li gazed at the exaggerated description on the panel, remaining silent for a considerable time as his heartbeat raced uncontrollably. A level of martial talent. He had never even heard of such a rank. According to his memories, the highest martial talent ever recorded in the entire Ying province was merely level. That was decades ago. A level martial talent could undoubtedly be described as 1 in a million, a child of destiny. Even considering the nearly 10 billion souls on Blue Star, it was uncertain if one could gather even a handful of those. Is this what they call a blessing in disguise? Might the scales of misfortune and fortune be a tad too disparate? Yi Li felt a surge of emotions, incredulously experiencing the extraordinary power that now resided within him. He had envisioned something terrifying, yet he never anticipated it would be this formidable. He had clearly underestimated the psychological preparation required. Wasn't this akin to being invincible within the same realm? Yi Li opened his mouth, stroking his chin. "Well, it matters not. I am the one with the advantage. And if I am invincible, so be it." At that moment, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Yi Li turned over and got out of bed, suppressing the strange aura enveloping him as the golden light in his eyes gradually faded. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the familiar figure of Yu Qianqian. "Is there something you need?" Yili inwit. Yes, Yu Qianqian replied, initially intending to ask if he had witnessed the earlier phenomenon. However, recalling the matters entrusted to her by Senior Jiang, she directly stated, Senior Jiang wishes to speak with you. I should have mentioned it a couple of days ago. Do you remember? Remember. Yili nodded. I shall go at once. All right. Yu Qianqian concluded her message and prepared to leave. Yet, she suddenly paused, as if recalling something significant, turning back with hesitation. Ultimately, under Yi Li's calm gaze, she clenched her teeth and said, There have been rumors about you circulating in the school these past few days. Senior Jiang may inquire about this, so just be honest. Do not confront her head-on. What's the matter? Is she fierce? Yi Li raised an eyebrow. Not exactly. Yu Qianqian hesitated, weighing her words carefully. Senior Jiang despises those who bully others with their power and lacks flexibility. If you come off too strong, she might reprimand you. I know you possess remarkable strength and talent, and you likely do not wish to back down, but she has been at the second tier for half a year now. Coupled with her prestigious background and top-notch resources, her prowess is among the best in the martial arts high schools of Ying Province. Bowing to her is not a sign of shame. After saying this, Yu Qianqian anxiously glanced at Yi Li, fearing he might reveal discontent. Having witnessed Yi Li's performance a couple of days prior, she regarded him as someone who would never allow himself to be wronged. If possible, she wished to remain uninvolved in this matter. However, both Yi Li and Jiang Qingzhu were martial arts prodigies, and should a conflict arise, the consequences could be dire. The best outcome would be Yi Li incapacitated and Jiang Qingzhu weakened. Yet, this would likely jeopardize next week's exchange competition and affect her future as well. Thus, if she could persuade Yi Li to yield through conversation, it would be ideal. Please, do not confront her. It would only harm you, Yu Qianqian urged cautiously. She believed her hint was clear enough. Even though Yi Li ranked among the top first-tier warriors, the leap to the second tier represented a significant transformation, and the disparity between the two levels was immense. If a real fight ensued, Jiang Qingzhu might sustain injuries, but Yi Li would undoubtedly end up in the hospital, potentially missing the martial arts examination altogether. At that moment, Yu Qianqian noticed a smile emerging on Yi Li's previously tranquil face. I understand, he nodded. Thank you for relaying the message. With that, he walked past Yu Qianqian, heading toward the captain's office on the 5th floor. How splendid, he mused. Just when he was troubled by a lack of malicious deeds to spend, here came a talented girl who preferred gentleness over force. He felt compelled to demonstrate through actions that the world was harsh, and those who were picky could not attain happiness. Perhaps he could help her comprehend a bit of suffering. As she watched Yi Li's figure gradually recede, a wave of unease surged within Yu Qianqian, though she could not pinpoint what felt amiss. After much contemplation, she ultimately decided to summon the guiding teacher, just in case. Chapter 15, you said it. And here I am, inside the captain's office. Yi Li's punching power measured at 885 kilograms. Jiang Qingzhu gazed at the rankings displayed on the instrument, her icy countenance betraying a flicker of astonishment. The rumors circulating among the students these past few days were indeed substantiated by a degree of prowess. She recalled how, just a couple of days prior, the guiding teacher had excitedly approached her to reveal that Yi Li had concealed his true strength, which likely surpassed her own. It seemed that such claims were not mere exaggerations. Jiang Qingzhu nodded gently. This level of punching power placed him among the elite in the first rank, particularly those who emphasized strength. Even during her own tenure as a first-rank warrior, her highest punching power barely exceeded 1,000 kilograms. And that was with the Jiang family's provision of top-tier medicinal baths and training equipment. It was said that Yi Li's background was rather ordinary, yet he had achieved this level of prowess, which was indeed commendable. It was no wonder he looked down upon his peers. As for the rumors circulating in the outside world, Jiang Qingzhu chose to believe only half of them. She neither dismissed the notion that Yi Li was entirely without faults, nor accepted the idea that he was excessively arrogant. For the past 3 years, she had not once heard his name, a testament to his lack of desire for notoriety. Had it not been for the impending martial examination, he might have continued to conceal his capabilities, she mused. Such restraint spoke volumes of his tenacity. However, despite her reflections, It was undeniable that his actions in severely injuring Liu Yangda and his companions were somewhat excessive, with countless expectations resting upon her shoulders. She could not afford to falter before driving every last beast out of Hanja. Thus, she resolved to devote herself to diligent training and refrain from expending excessive energy on such matters. This was also the reason Jiang Qingzhu seldom involved herself in affairs. A gentle warning would suffice, advising him to refrain from turning his aggression towards teammates in the future. With her thoughts settled, she returned to her wooden desk and reopened the tome titled Essentials of Marksmanship, studying it earnestly. This was no ordinary text. It contained the insights and reflections of generations of marksmanship masters from the Jiang family, guiding lower-tier warriors to avoid numerous pitfalls in their techniques. In fact, its value could even surpass that of some third-rank martial arts manuals. Just then, a knock echoed through the room. Jiang Qingzhu marked her place, closed the book, and said coolly, "Come in." She turned her gaze to the entrance, where a striking young man clad in white entered. "Hello," he greeted, a gentle smile gracing his face. "You are Yidi. I heard you were looking for me." Etiquette before conflict was a principle he held dear. Jiang Qingzhu acknowledged him with a nod, gesturing for Yi Li to take a seat opposite her. Her voice, as frosty as ever, inquired, "Having just joined the school team, are there any adjustments you find challenging?" "Indeed, there are a few," the youth replied candidly, catching Jiang Qingzhu slightly off guard. Nevertheless, she maintained her composure and asked, "What, specifically, do you find difficult to adapt to?" "There are simply too many fools," Yi Li sighed. In the peculiar gaze of Jiang Qingzhu, he counted on his fingers, one for Shun Lian, one for Liu Yangda, and two for Liu Yangda's lackeys. "That makes 4, adding the recently departed Wang Run. There are a total of 5. The school team, including substitutes, totals only 7. It is often said that like attracts like, and birds of a feather flock together. Jiang, I fear you may be akin to them," remarked Yi Li with a sigh, fingers interlaced before him, seemingly resigned. Jiang Qingzhu felt a buzzing in her head. She had never encountered such a blatant insinuation before and was momentarily taken aback. "To be worried that I might be like them implies you think I am a fool?" As this thought crossed her mind, she furrowed her delicate brows, and a flicker of indignation ignited within her usually icy heart. Coldly, she replied, "You needn't worry. I'm not so idle." "Does that imply you acknowledge they are fools?" Yi Li inquired with a smile. "I did not say that." "Then why not concede it?" Yi Li asked leisurely. "You do not genuinely believe you are of the same ilk as them, do you?" Jiang Qingzhu took a deep breath, sensing the conversation veering off course. She intended to admonish him, urging him to temper his reckless demeanor. How had the topic strayed so far? She cast aside her chaotic thoughts and, with a tone of indifference, stated, "I did not summon you to discuss this. I primarily wish to inform you of something. Listen, an announcement." Speaking so loftily among peers is quite vexing. Yi Li leaned against the uncomfortable chair, not immediately expressing his displeasure. "Someone reported you for maliciously injuring several teammates." Jiang Qingzhu regarded him steadily, slowly articulating, "For now, I shall assume there are reasons behind this matter. However, I hope such incidents do not recur in the future. With the martial examination approaching, we must all consider our futures. You should focus your energies on cultivation rather than engaging in reckless bravado. Bullying the weak is no true skill if you truly cannot contain yourself." At this point, Jiang Qingzhu's clear eyes sparkled slightly, and a confident aura emanated from her as she spoke in a voice chilling to the bone. "You may come directly to me. I shall remedy your condition." Her words were imbued with utmost seriousness, complemented by the faint display of her second-tier aura, which would surely instill a measure of intimidation in Yi Li. The frigid, confident tone reverberated within the confines of the office, and the air fell silent for several seconds. Just as Jiang Qingzhu believed the matter resolved and her admonition successful, the youth on the wooden chair suddenly lifted his vast golden eyes. Instantly, a weighty pressure enveloped Jiang Qingzhu's heart. Simultaneously, Yi Li's voice, laced with a hint of amusement, drifted into her ears. "This is what you have stated." Chapter 16. "I can't be bothered to reason with you. You are unworthy of it." Judging by the aura he had previously exuded, Jiang Qingzhu's realm should surpass his by a considerable margin, likely at the second-tier 4th level. Coupled with the so-called breathing technique and exceptional martial talent, her array of martial skills at the 2nd tier should be quite remarkable. With such a remarkable configuration, Jiang Qingzhu enjoys considerable fame at Linhai No. 1 High School and throughout the entire Linhai city, revered as the most talented young martial artist in nearly 2 decades. Even when considering the martial arts high schools across the entire Ying province, her prowess can be regarded as part of the elite tier. Do you truly wish to make a move against me? I advise you to reconsider. Seated at the wooden table, Jiang Qingzhu furrowed her delicate brows, and a glimmer of icy blue light subtly emerged within her clear eyes. Observing Yi Li, whose gaze had shifted to a golden hue, she suppressed the unease surging within her heart and calmly advised, "The gap between the 1st and 2nd tiers is far greater than you might imagine. Should a martial artist be defeated head-on while brimming with confidence, the ensuing sense of defeat could hinder future breakthroughs." As she spoke, a hint of chill graced the serene contours of her face, and her aura began to radiate outward. For the sake of your own mental state, it would be wise to leave this room now, and I shall pretend as though you have said nothing. With that, she no longer restrained her presence. The aura of a mid-stage, 2nd-tier warrior erupted unreservedly within the room. The papers scattered across the wooden table were swept into the air by the gust of energy, and the wall clock trembled uncontrollably. Yi Li's eyes blazed with golden light, and the escalating aura surrounding him subtly conveyed his response. "You, too, are the 2nd tier." As Jiang Qingzhu sensed the overwhelming energy emanating from him, a flicker of surprise crossed her features. According to the information she had received, unless the instructor had deliberately misreported, Yi Li should have been at the pinnacle of the 1st tier. At most, he would have been an exceptional adversary within the same tier, posing no significant threat to a 2nd-tier warrior. Yet, it now appeared that the pinnacle of the 1st tier was not his true strength. Jiang Qingzhu gently shook her head, her expression growing colder. "Given your strength, why do you choose to bully those far beneath you? Do you not feel any shame in oppressing the weak?" Her tone bore a hint of genuine indignation, as she perceived Yi Li's actions as an abuse of his 2nd-tier strength against those much weaker than himself. Such behavior of bullying the weak was precisely what she despised most. Initially, her desire to caution him had stemmed from the numerous rumors circulating within the school. However, now, she felt compelled to impart a lesson to Yi Li. There are always stronger individuals beyond your reach. Your actions will one day lead to your own downfall. In response to Jiang Qingzhu's continuous discourse, Yi Li interjected, "You summoned me here just to have me listen to your moral lectures? I'm afraid that is not my intention." Rising from his seat, he regarded Jiang Qingzhu with an icy stare. "I have no interest in discussing principles with you. You are not worthy of such a discourse." Verbal humiliation of a genius girl, Jiang Qingzhu, from Linhai No. 1 High School. Evil value, 200. Really? The reward for humiliating Jiang Qingzhu is unexpectedly high? Upon hearing those words, Jiang Qingzhu gradually clenched her fists, a distinct fury surging in her gaze. "I understand now. It seems you truly require a lesson. Since you are so determined to suffer setbacks at my hands, let us change the venue. I shall await you at the training ground in 5 minutes." However, before she could finish her statement, the wooden table before her was abruptly overturned by the youth, hurtling directly towards her. "There is no need to go to the training ground. If you wish to teach me a lesson, this place will suffice." Yi Li's expression remained unperturbed. In a critical moment, Jiang Qingzhu, unfazed, unleashed a powerful palm strike, causing the heavy wooden table to explode in midair. Splinters of wood scattered throughout the room, raining down like confetti. Just then, a figure emerged from the swirling debris, charging forth with unyielding resolve. Jiang Qingzhu looked up, her gaze locking onto a pair of icy golden eyes. The fear and tension that typically flickered in the eyes of her opponents were conspicuously absent in this pair of vast golden orbs. Nevertheless, she remained composed, in her estimation. It would take mere minutes to subdue Yi Li. As she deftly retreated, a glacial light began to illuminate her clear gaze, her voice resonating like a crisp winter stream. "To have reached the 2nd tier at your age is indeed commendable. However, it is regrettable that you shall not emerge victorious against me. As she spoke, her eyes transformed entirely into a translucent ice blue hue, exuding an extraordinary aura. Exhaling a breath that manifested as white mist, the temperature in the room plummeted dramatically, the air resonating with the chilling sound of ice forming within a few meters. The power of her martial talent, the Ice Maiden's manifestation, was unleashed. In an instant, thin layers of ice began to form on the walls, the frigid aura rapidly enveloping the space. The entire office seemed to plunge into an icy realm, the temperature dropping below, freezing in the blink of an eye. Moreover, this chilling wave did not relent. It continued to descend at an astonishing pace. Amidst the cloud of white mist, Yili's previously swift advance suddenly slowed, his movements becoming uncharacteristically sluggish, as if every joint in his body had been encased in ice. Each step he took felt overwhelmingly heavy, as though he were trapped in a vast ice cellar, unable to break free from the bizarre confinement. "It is over." Jiang Qingzhu's eyes gleamed as she stepped forward, swiftly closing the distance to Yili, delivering an unhesitating palm strike. With a loud thud, as her hand made contact with Yili, his figure appeared to become somewhat translucent, a torrent of white mist erupting from him. Accompanied by a muffled sound, the formidable force of her strike was remarkably diminished. What should have been a blow capable of rendering a second-tier martial artist incapacitated was met without so much as a change in his expression. "End it, you fool." Harnessing the residual force of her strike, Yi Li smirked coldly, his form spinning rapidly before executing a swift and precise whip kick that struck Jiang Qingzhu's waist with ferocity. The impact resounded with a loud crash. A peculiar sensation welled up within Jiang Qingzhu, akin to striking a fistful of soft cotton with all her might, rendering her unable to find any solid purchase. However, before she could fathom the source of this peculiar sensation, an overwhelming force surged forth from her abdomen, crashing upon her like a tidal wave. In an instant, she felt as though her body had been struck by a speeding truck, propelled backward with immense force. The impact left a conspicuous dent in the office wall, from which spiderweb-like cracks radiated outward. Jiang Qingzhu struggled to rise from the ground, gritting her teeth as she gazed at the figure before her. Upon noticing the ethereal white mist emanating from Yi Li and his semi-transparent form, her pupils constricted in disbelief. The Celestial Treading Void Technique? Chapter 17. A Direct Confrontation. The Celestial Treading Void Technique, a rare second-tier martial art, was something Jiang Qingzhu had only glimpsed in fragments within the school's library. Although she was captivated by its described prowess, the damage to the scroll had kept her from mastering it. The opponent, lacking any distinguished background, must have discovered this incomplete technique in a library and managed to learn it. An astonishing feat, indeed. It was hard to fathom that someone could acquire such martial arts solely from a fragmentary scroll. Moreover, the transparency of Yi Li's form, coupled with the naturally flowing white mist, indicated he had surpassed the novice stage. His movements exuded a sense of perfection, and even his skin radiated a soft white glow, suggesting he had mastered the Celestial Treading Void Technique to its fullest extent. Such comprehension. Was he even human? Reflecting on this, Jiang Qingzhu felt a tremor in her heart, her movements instinctively slowing. Yet it was this momentary lapse that allowed Yi Li to close the distance between them, meeting his calm yet intense golden gaze. Jiang Qingzhu could not help but inquire, "Why are you so contradictory? If you possess such prowess, why have you remained silent for the past 3 years?" No one answered her query. At that moment, Yi Li spread his arms, leaning slightly forward as a perfect flow of energy emanated from his fists and feet. The flowing fist technique, perfected to its pinnacle. This energy surged forth like a roaring river, imbued with unparalleled strength and momentum, rushing towards Jiang Qingzhu. Another perfected martial art? Witnessing this, Jiang Qingzhu took a deep breath. Then with a flick of her wrist, a pristine white spear materialized in her grasp. The spear shimmered with an unusual brilliance, exuding an aura that subtly elevated her spirit, clearly a high-quality treasure. Yi Li's assault was ferocious, demanding her utmost seriousness. With her gaze turning steely, Jiang Qingzhu wielded the spear like a dragon, swinging it with great force to meet the barrage of Yi Li's fists head-on. Boom! 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 The air crackled with energy, a chill coursing through the atmosphere. Enhanced by the perfected celestial treading void technique, Yi Li's body approached a semi-transparent state. His immunity to the surrounding cold, allowing each of his punches to strike with a ferocity that threatened to shatter her spear. Under the ferocity of his assault, Jiang Qingzhu found herself perpetually retreating. "You have already lost," she declared through gritted teeth, wielding her spear with fervor. As her internal energy waned, the temperature within the room plummeted, nearly causing the ceiling to freeze solid. Even the perfected heavenly gang void step could not entirely shield her from the biting cold. Moreover, the breathing technique she relied upon infused her spear with energy capable of freezing meridians, penetrating into Yi Li's body with each clash. Despite Yi Li's outward composure, it was evident that his meridians and bones had sustained varying degrees of damage. Unless he harbored some hidden trump card, what lay ahead was a protracted contest of energy reserves between the two. With a resounding crash, Jiang Qingzhu's form scraped against the ground as she was propelled back several feet, colliding heavily with the wall. Exhaling a breath of cold air, she felt a surge of anxiety as her internal blood and energy churned uncontrollably. Despite the significant toll her innate abilities exacted upon her, Yi Li's continuous use of the heavenly gang void step undoubtedly drained him as well. Jiang Qingzhu deduced that he had only recently entered the second tier, lacking even a refined breathing technique. Confident in her superior martial prowess and bolstered by her breathing method that replenished her energy and sustained the cold, she was certain that victory was hers for the taking. "Do you believe you have already won?" At that moment, Yi Li suddenly chuckled. "Given your overwhelming resource advantage, I almost feel a twinge of sympathy for you. If I had brought my large weapon today, I would have sent you flying." Jiang Qingzhu furrowed her brow, about to retort, when she observed Yi Li charging toward her once more. To her astonishment, the white mist enveloping his body dissipated slightly, and his form appeared more solid. An opportunity. His energy could no longer sustain the full power of the heavenly gang void step. Jiang Qingzhu's gaze sharpened, and without hesitation, she stepped forward and thrust her spear, infused with energy, with vigor. To her surprise, Yi Li completely disregarded her strike, allowing the immense force of her spear to pierce through his shoulder, blood gushing forth as he barreled towards her. "What?" The ferocity of his approach momentarily stunned Jiang Qingzhu. In Yi Li's eyes, a glimmer of cold light flashed as he struck a powerful fist directly against her face. The impact was instantaneous, enveloping her in excruciating pain. With a cry, Jiang Qingzhu instinctively released her spear, and her body was sent flying, crashing to the ground a short distance away. Yet, Yi Li's expression remained as tranquil as still waters. Even at such a critical juncture, she appeared to be lost in thought. The pretentious lines she had nearly completed speaking made it seem as if she possessed a system of her own. At that moment, Jiang Qingzhu, her vision swimming with stars, struggled to lift her head, only to widen her eyes in disbelief. There stood the youth clad in white, now stained crimson with blood, calmly extracting the spear embedded in his shoulder. Though his brow furrowed slightly in pain, he quickly regained his composure. Immediately, the grievous wound on the shoulder began to unveil an intricate network of nerves and blood vessels, astonishingly healing as if it had never been there. What sort of extraordinary ability is this? Jiang Qingzhu's eyes brimmed with disbelief. Her marksmanship was as poor as a clumsy novice, her reflexes slow as those of an elder, and her mentality as innocent as that of a sheltered young lady. Yet she still arrogantly declared, "You have already lost," basking in her own misplaced confidence. The golden glimmer in the boy's eyes gradually receded, reverting to a profound inky hue. He then approached Jiang Qingzhu with measured steps, raised his elegantly defined hand, and delivered a merciless slap. The forceful impact struck her delicate face with a resounding thud. As the chaos in her mind lingered, another tremendous force surged forth, causing the prodigious girl from Lehigh City to roll her eyes back, her head uncontrollably crashing against the ground. It was a sight of utter despair. In the fleeting final moments of consciousness, she heard the boy's calm inquiry. Jiang Qingzhu, what kind of genius are you? A wave of indignation surged within her. And overwhelmed by humiliation, Jiang Qingzhu succumbed to unconsciousness. Defeated and humiliated the genius girl Jiang Qingzhu from Lehigh No. 1 High School, earning 8,000 points of malevolence. Chapter 18. The shocked teacher and student in the office of the guidance teacher on the first floor of the training building. Teacher Wang sat behind a wooden desk. Teacher Wang, Yili is not one to easily back down. If he acts in a moment of impulse and confronts Senior Jiang, it could lead to trouble. Yu Qianqian expressed her concern to the figure seated behind the desk. The middle-aged man, clad in the attire of an educator, was none other than Wang Yongfeng, the coach of the school team. His prowess was merely a step away from the third tier, and his typical duties involved orchestrating training programs for team members and allocating resources. I understand. After listening to Yu Qianqian's report, Wang Yongfeng nodded slightly, quickly grasping the gravity of the situation. Jiang Qingzhu was the star pupil of Lehigh No. 1 High School, embodying the significant investment of both the school and the Jiang family. Meanwhile, Yili was a recently noted prodigy, yet he had not yet been afforded substantial assistance. The conflict could result in serious consequences. While Jiang Qingzhu might emerge relatively unscathed, Yili would undoubtedly suffer. If things went awry, severe injury was not out of the question. This outcome was far from what Lehigh No. 1 High School desired. As they hoped for a partnership between Jiang Qingzhu and Yi Li to achieve commendable results in the exchange competition and martial arts examinations, thereby bringing honor to the school. With this in mind, Wang Yongfeng rose from his seat and inquired in a grave tone. How long has he been gone? Not long, just about 10 minutes. Yu Qianqian glanced at the wall clock and swiftly replied, Very well, they likely haven't clashed yet. Wang Yongfeng stated as he moved toward the door, beckoning her. Hurry. Lead me to them. Just as Yu Qianqian was about to nod in agreement, her phone in her pocket vibrated slightly. Someone was calling her. She picked it up and, upon seeing the caller ID, looked at Wang Yongfeng in astonishment. Teacher, it's a call from Yili. Excellent. Wang Yongfeng visibly relaxed, a smile gracing his features. It seems all is well. You should answer it promptly. Yu Qin nodded slightly and answered the call. Hello, it's you. A calm voice echoed from the other end. Do you have a moment? Yes, I do. Yu Qin hastily inquired. What's the situation with Sister Jiang on your end? I was just about to tell you. The voice hesitated slightly. To put it simply, we have reached a preliminary reconciliation. That's good to hear. Yu Qin sighed in relief. However, a subsequent statement from Yi Li elevated her mood again. But she is currently unconscious, and I need your assistance in handling this matter. Unconscious? Yu Qin exclaimed in shock. Wang Yongfeng nearby was startled and whispered, What is going on? Well, she fainted. The calm confirmation came from the phone. Sister Jiang. Yu Qin struggled to regain her composure, covering the phone, and cautiously asked, What caused her to faint? I knocked her out. The voice on the other end answered matter-of-factly, seemingly puzzled by Yu Qin's inquiry into what seemed a rather foolish question. What? Yu Qin trembled at this revelation, unable to believe it. What happened? Wang Yongfeng, taken aback by her reaction, forgot to lower his voice and quickly asked, Is there someone with you? Yedisondit somahat surprisit. Yes, Yu Qin took a deep breath, responding in as calm a tone as possible. I am the office of the guidance teacher on the first floor. Please bring Sister Jiang directly here. Understood. As soon as he finished speaking, Yili hung up. What on earth happened? Wang Yongfeng, watching Yu Qin sit in a daze, felt an urgent anxiety rising within him. How did a simple phone call turn into this? His mind raced with the worst possible scenarios. Had they gotten into a fight? Yes, they did. Yu Qin, regaining some clarity, leaned against her forehead and candidly confirmed his fears. To her, Jiang Qingzhu's prowess far surpassed that of anyone on the school team. Even though Yili was competent, there existed a significant disparity between him and Jiang Qingzhu. That was why she had rushed to seek the guidance teacher. Now, he suddenly informs her that he knocked Sister Jiang out. At that moment, Yu Qin felt dizzy, as if the world had turned upside down. What? They really fought? Upon hearing this, Wang Yongfeng quickly approached her, asking anxiously, what was the outcome? Is Yili seriously injured? This child in just a few days. How could he be so reckless as to spar everywhere without regard for his own well-being. It would be one thing if he were sparring with Shun Lian and Liu Yangde, but why did he engage with Jiang? She tends to be rather unrestrained. Wang Yongfeng lamented, clearly in deep distress. With the upcoming exchange competition and martial arts examination, the injuries of Shun Lian and Liu Yangde had yet to heal. And now Yi Li, such a promising talent, was injured again. How could he not feel heartbroken? The team from Linghai No. One high school was on the verge of becoming a gathering of the disabled. Sai, where's he now? Once his emotions had settled slightly, Wang Yongfeng looked at Yu Qian and sighed. I have a fine healing herb. You can take it to him shortly, just as he was about to finish his sentence. The office door was pushed open from the outside. A young man clad in white entered, his shoulders marred by rips and stains of blood. His demeanor as tranquil as still water, cradling a figure in his arms. Upon seeing Yi Li, Wang Yongfeng was momentarily taken aback, instinctively rising to his feet as his gaze shifted to the shadowy form held by the youth. In an instant, his pupils constricted. There lay a black-haired girl, her complexion pale and her face swollen, eyes tightly shut, displaying an expression of agony as she lay in Yi Li's embrace. Who else could it be but Jiang Qingzhu? Wang Yongfeng's mind buzzed, his mouth quivering, struggling to articulate a coherent thought. He could only glance at Yu Qianqian behind him, his eyes wide with disbelief. What on earth is happening? As you can see, Teacher Wang, Yu Qianqian replied, equally incredulous. Her voice heavy with gravity. Senior Jiang has been knocked unconscious by Yi Li and now requires a place to recuperate. Wang Yongfeng stood rigid, slowly redirecting his gaze to the young man in white at the door. Hello, teacher, Yi Li said politely, nodding slightly, before turning to Yu Qianqian. Where shall we go? The hospital. It's not far from the school. Follow me, Yu Qianqian replied, her legs seeming weighted with lead as she numbly exited the office. Yi Li followed closely behind, leaving Wang Yongfeng standing there in a daze. Tick-tock, the sound of the wall clock resonated in his ears like thunder, causing his heart to race. That was Jiang Qingzhu, the most talented martial arts student at Lehigh No. 1 High School in nearly 2 decades. She possessed a cool and serious demeanor, rarely allowing anyone to touch her, let alone engage in conversation. She was the kind of girl who would endure exhaustion and push herself back to the training room. Yet now, she lay unconscious, her face swollen, clearly having suffered a significant blow to the head. A martial artist struck down in battle like this had already lost. This meant that the young man, who had just joined the school team a mere 2 days ago, had defeated their prized genius. How could Wang Yongfeng possibly believe it? Yidi, him said, his breath becoming labored, his heart pounding. For the past 3 years, this individual had remained obscure, yet in a single moment, he had revealed his brilliance, directly challenging Lehigh No. 1 school team. Such a calm disposition, such extraordinary talent. A genius, without a doubt. Wang Yongfeng plopped down on the sofa, one hand bracing his forehead, suddenly erupting in laughter. Yi Li, you are simply a monster. With such a prodigy on their side, what chance did other schools have? The upcoming exchange competition was assured. The martial arts examination was secured as well. Chapter 19. The ashamed Jiang Qingzhu Lehigh First People's Hospital. The clean and tidy ward was permeated with the scent of disinfectant. Unlike in previous times, some formidable martial artists possessed physical resilience far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Once injured, even a standard surgical scalpel could not pierce their skin, let alone perform sutures. Consequently, among the elite doctors at the municipal hospital, many possessed healing abilities as martial artists. Beside Jiang Qingzhu's sickbed, a female doctor clad in a white coat was employing her healing abilities to mend the injuries on her face. Yi Li sat on a chair not far away, his hands interlocked as he summoned the panel. Current evil value, 700 points, the original surplus, along with the 200 points accrued from his encounter with Jiang Qingzhu, had enabled Yi Li's savings to surpass the monumental threshold of 10,000 points for the first time since his arrival in this realm. Once he acquires a suitable breathing technique, he would be poised to significantly augment his points. The confrontation with Jiang Qingzhu marked the first occasion Yi Li truly felt the pressure exerted by an adversary. A second-tier martial artist possessing a breathing technique was vastly different from any opponent he had faced previously. Yi Li's perfected martial arts skills, combined with a striking power that far exceeded that of his peers, were insufficient to swiftly breach Jiang Qingzhu's spear defenses. Even as nearly 70% of his internal energy was depleted, there was no sign of exhaustion on her face. This was largely attributable to her breathing technique, which allowed for continuous restoration of her internal energy. Despite Jiang Qingzhu's limited mastery of the breathing technique, after all, the legendary level of such techniques surely encompassed more than just a rapid recovery of internal energy. She still exhibited a stamina that far surpassed Yi Li's. This underscores the significance of breathing techniques. Were it not for the Tian Gang treading void technique and his innate martial arts talent, which had first disrupted Jiang Qingzhu's flow of internal energy and then seized upon her moment of distraction, this fierce exchange would have been much more arduous for Yi Li. While victory was not out of reach, after all, the indestructible golden soul was somewhat of a cheat. He was well aware of that. As long as the disparity in tier was not too great, he could rely on exchanging injuries to stubbornly persist against his opponent. It must be noted that Jiang Qingzhu's strength merely placed her in the upper echelons of the Ying province. She was not unique in her prowess. There were likely a dozen or so individuals of similar or even superior strength within the province. Should these individuals converge upon him during the martial arts examination, given Yi Li's current configuration, even if he attempted to escape, it would likely prove exceedingly difficult to break free from their encirclement, let alone secure victory. Although the likelihood of being besieged is low for an ordinary person, based on his system's tendencies, if he wished to accumulate more evil points, he needed to be prepared for the eventuality of an ambush. In addition to acquiring the necessary breathing techniques, he must also begin preparing offensive martial skills. Yi Li exhaled silently, mentally calculating his next steps. He could clearly sense the fatigue creeping into his flowing water fist technique. While it sufficed for delivering the finishing blow, it was severely lacking for offensive maneuvers. At that moment, Yu Qianqian, seated beside him, suddenly spoke up, her tone laced with astonishment. I genuinely did not expect you to defeat Senior Jiang. Yi Li raised an eyebrow. It was nothing remarkable. She was rather underwhelming. Though the battle had indeed posed some pressure, a saying from a notable figure back home resonated with him. Underestimate the enemy strategically, but regard them with caution tactically. As long as he could earn evil points, he would dare to mock even the ancient deities. Her words struck a chord, and Yu Qianqian's familiar smile graced her lips. Yet her gaze was irresistibly drawn to Yi Li, whose demeanor exuded an air of nonchalance. In her eyes sparkled a peculiar brilliance, as if she had uncovered a delightful treasure within the youth. Only you would dare utter such words. Not a single martial arts student in Linhai City would have the audacity, Yu Qianqian remarked softly. Yi Li responded with a noncommittal chuckle. At that moment, the female doctor tending to Jiang Qingzhu concluded her examination, letting out a silent sigh of relief. There's nothing serious, just a mild concussion, she announced, rising to address Yi Li, who sat in a chair. The swelling in her face has subsided. We merely await her awakening before she can be discharged. Thank you, Yi Li replied politely, while Yu Qianqian also expressed her gratitude to the doctor. Once the doctor departed, Yi Li stood as well. Aren't you going to wait for Sister Jiang to wake up before leaving? Yu Qianqian inquired curiously. What does her waking or not waking have to do with me? Yi Li waved his hand dismissively, striding towards the door. She is both incompetent and pretentious. My intervention this time can be considered a charitable act. Verbal mockery. Jiang Qingzhu's malevolent score, 100. She is awake? At the sound of the notification, Yi Li's eyes brightened, and his departing steps faltered. What is wrong? Yu Qianqian looked at him in confusion. As he cleared his throat, he addressed the unconscious girl on the hospital bed with a bemused smile. As a captain of the school team, you act like a mere bystander, allowing a wretched group to form cliques, thereby sullying the team's reputation. That would be one thing. But to adopt an air of superiority based on unfounded rumors, expecting the new members to conform, is quite another. Are the newcomers simply meant to be bullied by your clique? Am I not entitled to retaliate? Let me be frank. Someone like you, so self-assured yet oblivious, deserves a thorough lesson. I hope that when we next meet, you can set aside that haughty demeanor, you worthless one. With that, Yili turned away, ignoring Yu Qianqian's astonished gaze as he departed. On the hospital bed, Jiang Qingzhu's delicate hand clenched tightly, her teeth gritted. A nameless fury ignited within her. Yet she struggled to find a justification to counter his words. Each of Yi Li's remarks pierced deeply into her sheltered heart. The implication was clear: either do not interfere, or take responsibility consistently. Prior to my arrival, you neglected your duties, and now you wish to assert your authority as captain? If that is the case, I shall deal with you as well. The girl detested those who bullied the weak, yet how was her own conduct today any different from those she despised? At most, she merely presented a facade of propriety. Reflecting on this, a profound sense of shame washed over Jiang Qingzhu. I'm sorry, she murmured, her voice barely audible to herself. An unprecedented wave of humiliation and disgrace surged within her, leaving the prodigious girl of Linhai City in torment. Successfully breached Jiang Qingzhu's defenses through words. Malevolent score, 500. After a brief moment, Jiang Qingzhu sat up, taking a deep breath. Despite having erred, she recognized that there remained an opportunity for redemption, and her clear, bright eyes began to shimmer. Noticing Jiang Qingzhu rise, Yu Qianqian looked over in surprise and inquired, Senior, you are awake? Jiang Qingzhu nodded and promptly swung her legs off the bed. Slipping her delicate feet into socks and shoes, she prepared to leave. Yu Qianqian hurriedly approached, tentatively asking, You're just up. Won't you rest a little longer? No need, Jiang Qingzhu replied. And where are you headed? Yu Qianqian questioned as Jiang Qingzhu made her way towards the door. To apologize in person, Jiang Qingzhu stated firmly, swiftly vanishing from the doorway. Apologize? To whom? A flurry of questions filled Yu Qianqian's mind. However, Jiang Qingzhu soon reappeared at the hospital room entrance. Gazing at the bewildered Yu Qianqian, she asked coldly, On which floor is Yi Li's training room? Yu Qianqian's expression froze instantly. Chapter 20. The Dragon Stirs the Mountains. As time passed, night fell. At Lihaino, one high school, on the third floor of the training building, Yili instinctively exhaled in relief upon returning to his room. He had begun to regard this training room as his sanctuary. Now, what should he upgrade first? Yili sat in his chair, summoned the panel, and fell into contemplation. Name, Yili, current level, 2nd rank. First stage, 10. Current martial techniques, flowing fist technique, perfected. Breach cloud spear technique, perfected. Heavenly gang void step, perfected. Current talent. Indestructible golden soul level 1 upgradable. Innate ability. Gun martial saint body furthermore. On his way back, Yili had visited the library, expending 200,000 Hanjia coins to acquire a 2nd rank fist technique. It was titled Dragon Quakes the Mountain, a formidable technique among the 2nd rank martial arts. After a cursory glance, relevant inscriptions emerged on the panel. 2nd rank Dragon Quakes the Mountain, uninitiated upgradable, at present. He lacked a suitable breathing technique, so the matter of enhancing his cultivation could wait. After all, once he found an appropriate breathing method, the enhancement might yield accelerated benefits. For now, it was wise to concentrate on martial techniques and martial talents. Yili had always been particularly attentive to the upgradable notation of the indestructible golden soul. Level 1 of the indestructible golden soul could instantaneously heal the penetrating wound on his shoulder without depleting much stamina, transforming him into a veritable powerhouse. Imagine upgrading it to level 10. Could he not achieve blood rebirth, remaining indomitable through all tribulations? A flicker of excitement ignited within Yili. However, he lacked experience in upgrading martial talents, so he was uncertain about the exact cost in malevolent points. The possibility of investing over 10,000 points without any tangible results lingered in his mind. Thus, he decided to fully upgrade the relatively economical Dragon Quakes the Mountain before considering the enhancement of the indestructible golden soul. Patience is paramount in all endeavors, and the same principle applies to upgrades. Yili chuckled softly, focused his thoughts, and began to channel his vast reserve of malevolent points into the Dragon Quakes the Mountain. Ding! Consuming malevolent points, the 2nd tier martial art, Dragon's Roar, has commenced enhancement. Through diligent study of the celestial gang's void treading technique, the difficulty of training in such a comparatively rudimentary fist technique has significantly diminished in your eyes. Acquired enhancement. Training speed increased by 20. Indeed, no amount of malevolent points is wasted. Yili gazed at the panel with satisfaction, feeling justified in his earlier expenditure of considerable malevolent points to fully refine the incomplete celestial gang's void treading technique. Accelerating the training process. After expending 200 malevolent points, you finally discern the essence of this martial art by contracting your muscles during the punch and releasing them upon contact with the enemy. Not only does the force of the strike amplify, but it also produces a disorienting effect, hence the name Roar. Dragon's Roar has successfully been initiated. This formidable and vigorous martial art evokes memories of the widely renowned 8 Extremes fist from your past life. By merging the principles of both techniques, you have made a slight enhancement to this fist technique. Acquired enhancement. Training speed increased by 30, and the consumption of malevolent points reduced by 10. After expending 800 malevolent points, you have now mastered the nuances of the tremor fist, allowing you to freely control the timing and degree of muscle contraction, thereby determining the might of your strikes. Dragon's Roar has reached a grand accomplishment. After expending 1,000 malevolent points, you have become intimately familiar with this martial art. Even the original creator of the technique would hesitate to claim a greater understanding than yours. Dragon's Roar has achieved perfection. Having acquired this martial art just half an hour ago, it took less than 5 minutes to fully realize its potential. Such is the power of the System S enhancements, a testament to the efficacy of incremental improvement. Yili exhaled silently, raising his elongated hand, repeatedly flexing and relaxing it, feeling the muscles engaged by this motion. Techniques like Dragon's Roar, which emphasize the finesse of force application, have significantly heightened his bodily control. Closing the panel, he approached the familiar power testing machine. Observing the massive sandbag designated for testing, Yili relaxed his shoulders and sank his center of gravity, slowly forming a fist. The muscles in his upper arm gradually tensed and compressed, revealing terrifying lines akin to serpents, as formidable power brewed within. In the next moment, Yili's right arm unleashed a sudden strike, shattering the air with a ferocious momentum reminiscent of a cannonball. At the instant of contact between his fist and the sandbag, the muscles of his entire arm expanded in unison, erupting with a force capable of shaking great mountains. With a resounding thud, the massive sandbag soared high, crashing into the rear panel, causing the entire apparatus to tremble violently. Immediately, the large screen displayed an astonishing figure: 2,100 kilograms of punching power. An average newly promoted second-tier martial artist, even if they were to exert themselves to the limit, would barely reach 1,200 kilograms of punching power. 2,100 kilograms directly surpasses this limit by nearly a factor of 2. With the aid of higher-level breathing techniques, it seems plausible that one could effortlessly breach the threshold of 3,000 kilograms. Yet, what is even more challenging to contend with than this awe-inspiring force is the sensation of tremor enveloping the fist, presenting an additional layer of difficulty. If one were to engage directly, a few punches might be manageable. However, should the number escalate to 7 or 8, one would undoubtedly be left reeling, with blood surging and stars dancing before the eyes. Even if one could withstand the colossal force of the blows, the experience would be far from pleasant. In this regard, the technique Jiao Long Zhanshan possesses a degree of penetrating power. Yili retracted his hand and flexed his wrist. Having broken through to the second tier, my punching strength has significantly increased. However, this technique does indeed consume quite a bit of stamina, given my current physical constitution. I could only deliver around 10 punches at most. As Yili assessed the depletion within his body and felt the swelling in his muscles gradually subside, he returned to his chair. Current malevolence value, 12,200. It must be said that compared to the over 3,000 points required for Tiangang Ta Su, the mere 1,000 points needed for Jiao Long Jinshan is remarkably economical. This is quite reasonable. as the former not only suffers from severe textual deficiencies, but also boasts a much better quality than Jiao Long Jinshan. If Tian Gang Ta Su is considered a pinnacle among second-tier martial arts, then Jiao Long Jinshan hovers around a mid-tier level. Nonetheless, as the saying goes, you get what you pay for. Despite the vast difference in cost, the versatility of the former far surpasses that of the latter, which makes him willing to expend more malevolence value on Jiao Long Jinshan. Yili shook his head and summoned the interface. These martial techniques are merely transient skills. For long-term investment, one must consider martial talent. Current talent, grade Undying Golden Soul 1, upgradable. The grade is evident. It simply depends on one's willingness to take the plunge. Taking a deep breath, Yili cracked his knuckles. It was time to begin filling this bottomless pit. Chapter 21. The Revival of the Golden Soul. The girl's visit with a flicker of Yi Li's thought. Tens of thousands of malevolence points surged into the system interface. Ding. Detected that the host has gambled again. Unlocking special title, Golden Spirit. Golden Spirit enhances mental strength, granting immunity to mental attacks below the 3rd tier. Immunity to mental attacks below the 3rd tier? It is said that many warriors awakened with mental talents enjoy lurking in various corners of the examination points during martial assessments. When the other examinees let their guard down, they suddenly unleash mental attacks, defeating their opponents. If those seed candidates are akin to mudslides within the martial examination, then these insidious competitors are like hidden wasps, striking unexpectedly to take you down. With this title, there is no longer any need to worry about such competitors. An unexpected boon indeed. Yidi nodded sidaitli. His gaze fixed on the continually emerging text upon the luminous screen. The development of martial talent is a dilemma that plagues the majority of warriors. Unlike martial techniques, which have numerous predecessors who can offer guidance, enabling rapid progress once the secrets are grasped, martial talents are diverse and enigmatic. Even if a powerful warrior shares the same talent, they may not provide valuable advice. Consequently, even those possessing top-tier or even apex level martial talents must expend considerable time and energy to develop their abilities and awaken related extraordinary skills. Mediocre aptitude, even with a lifetime of effort, may struggle to fully cultivate one's martial talent. Yet the system fulfill my desires. Yi Li was indifferent to these matters, pouring in a torrent of malevolent energy. Over 10,000 points of malevolence. This is a gamble, my friend. Ding. Consuming malevolence points, commencing the elevation of the Undying Golden Soul's level. After expending 1,000 malevolence points, your nascent Golden Soul becomes increasingly refined, as transparent as the dawn breaking at the edge of the horizon, enhancing its ability to restore the body. Suddenly, a refreshing sensation surged at the center of Yi Li's brow, sending tingles through his bones. This was a sign of the Golden Soul's growing refinement. Text continuously materialized on the panel. After expending 5,000 malevolence points, your Golden Soul has reached the limits of what your body can bear. You rationally cease further refinement and begin to attempt to nourish your vitality with the Golden Soul. After expending 8,000 malevolence points, your Golden Soul successfully nourishes the vitality throughout your body, significantly enhancing your physical strength and awakening a new extraordinary ability. Undying Golden Soul upgraded to level 2. New extraordinary ability acquired. Golden Soul Resurrection. Golden Soul Resurrection. The Golden Soul enters an active state, greatly enhancing its vitality and boosting physical strength. Current malevolence points, 4,200. Having expended 8,000 malevolence points, Yili has finally elevated this martial talent by 1 level. His mental fortitude surged considerably, and he acquired an additional extraordinary ability. Unlike the passive, gun martial body he had previously attained, this seemed to be an active skill. Golden Soul Resurrection. Yili hesitated momentarily before deciding to test its capabilities. He approached the punching power testing machine, where his previous punches had left deep imprints on the massive sandbag. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes and with a thought, activated Golden Soul Resurrection. In an instant, his entire being was engulfed in a fervor, the muscles beneath his skin bulging as his aura intensified dramatically. With a gentle exhale, Yili opened his eyes, revealing blazing golden irises that seemed sharp enough to pierce through illusions. Simultaneously, a strand of gold subtly emerged from the tips of his hair, radiating an extraordinary glow. As the golden hue expanded, he began to exhibit traits reminiscent of a super scion. Throughout this transformation, Yi Li's momentum surged, resembling a ferocious beast awakening from ancient slumber. The mental acuity brought by the elevation of his golden soul allowed him to swiftly adapt to his surging power. He gazed at the sandbag and then unleashed a full-powered punch. Yet, such a simple action created an astonishing wind pressure. The air compressed to an extreme, producing a sharp, explosive sound. Boom! The massive sandbag tore open a gaping hole, soaring into the air, its contents scattering wildly, shattering the barriers behind it. The entire training room shook as a result. In the final moment before the large screen went black, it displayed a single line of text. Punching power, 6,500 kilograms. Compared to before, the improvement has exceeded threefold. It is nearly approaching the punch force of a third-level warrior. The enhancement is indeed remarkable. Yili gazed in astonishment at the extinguished large screen and his own fist. This resembles the stance of a super scion, and the resulting amplification is truly extraordinary. At that moment, Yili felt his cells buzzing with excitement. Although the burden was somewhat heavy, he possessed an overwhelming sense of omnipotence. Should he encounter Shun Lian again, he might even be able to send her crashing into the wall with a single slap, rendering her incapable of retaliation. Is this the state of golden soul revival? Indeed, it is formidable. It can serve as a trump card, a reliable safeguard that is quite impressive. Although it is evident that this state cannot be sustained for long, Yili sensed that many aspects of himself have been enhanced, such as dynamic vision, reflexes, and auditory perception. At that moment, Yili raised an eyebrow. Someone was at the door? He heard faint footsteps approaching, evidently seeking him out. However, who would come knocking at such a late hour? After pondering, he deduced that only Fong Ming or perhaps Qian Qian had a chance of being the visitor. Soon, a series of knocks echoed from outside. Knock, knock, knock. Yili exited the golden soul revival state, his appearance swiftly returning to normal, save for the dominating aura swirling at his brow, a constant reminder of this extraordinary ability. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking persisted. Yili called out that he was coming and rose to approach the door. Upon opening it, a cold yet strikingly exquisite girl with long black hair stood before him. Her delicate lips were slightly pursed, and her eyes, as clear as spring water, seemed to hold a newfound courage as they met Yili's gaze. Jiang Qingzhu? Yili furrowed his brow slightly, taken aback that she would come at this time. Could it be that she was dissatisfied with the outcome of their earlier battle and wished to continue? With this thought, a subtle smile appeared at the corner of Yi Li's handsome face, his dark eyes flashing with a hint of golden light. Chapter 22. The Strongest Gunner. Yili had developed a certain understanding of these moderately talented warriors. If they believed they could easily overpower him, only to be toppled in a few exchanges, it was inevitable that they would harbor some resentment. To prevent such situations, he never held back, aiming to shatter their pride in one decisive blow, thereby accumulating a significant amount of malevolent points. In previous encounters, he had performed admirably. Wang Run, Shun Lian, and even Lu Yangda had been beaten into submission, devoid of the courage to seek further trouble. Even if they still bore grudges against Yi Li, they dared not express them openly. However, the fact that Jiang Qingzhu had returned so soon left Yi Li somewhat surprised. It appears that this true martial arts prodigy is indeed distinct from the ordinary riffraff. As thoughts swirled in his mind, Yi Li calmly inquired, "Do you need something?" His inner energy flowed steadily. Even though the earlier activation of Golden Soul Revival had left his energy diminished, he was utterly confident that he could subdue her within 3 moves. "I do have something," Jiang Qingzhu replied, taking a deep breath as if summoning immense courage. She spoke earnestly. "I would like to apologize." "An apology?" Yili raisit aneyebrok, perplexed by the intentions of the other party. "Indeed, I heard everything you said at the hospital." Jiang Qingzhu nodded gently. Expressing her apologies, "I approached you with the intention of swiftly resolving this matter, as I felt it would be unwise to delay my cultivation any further. Having been defeated by you, I have no retort. I merely hope you can accept my apology. Her words were imbued with sincerity, leaving even Yili unable to discern any trace of pretense. Moreover, if this were but an act, it would be excessively contrived. Is that so? Yili felt a twinge of disappointment, having presumed that the other was seeking trouble. Nonetheless, he did not entirely relinquish hope and remarked coolly, "However, if Jiang, you are sincerely apologizing, it would be the least you could do to take a seat. Are you not aware of such etiquette? Take a seat?" A look of confusion crossed Jiang Qingzhu's cold visage. What does that entail? Never mind. Yili Sikhit. Recognizing that the other had come to apologize with a relatively earnest demeanor, he felt no further demands were necessary. For him, compelling an unrepentant individual to comply held a certain allure, as with Shun Lian. Some persistent adversaries required a firmer hand, yet for someone like Jiang Qingzhu, who exhibited a positive attitude toward her mistakes, granting an opportunity was not out of the question. Considering this, Yili waved his hand dismissively and said, "I shall reluctantly accept your apology. You may leave now." Just a moment. As she saw him about to close the door, Jiang Qingzhu hastily called out. Simultaneously, she instinctively extended her hand to prevent the door from shutting. However, upon contact, she felt an overwhelming force that she could not withstand. Her hand was repelled without even a moment's hesitation. The door then slammed shut with a resounding bang. Bang! Letting the naive young lady of the Jiang family be met with a closed door, evil deeds valued at 200. Jiang Qingzhu stood bewildered before the closed door, glancing at her slender palm. Based on their earlier encounter, she had assumed their strengths were comparable. Yet what was this immense force? As she pondered this mystery, the door creaked open once more, revealing a visibly irritated Yili. "What is it now?" he inquired, without the luxury of contemplating the source of the immense strength. Jiang Qingzhu quickly replied, "I have something else to trouble you with." "Speak. Did you not say earlier that my marksmanship resembled a clumsy defense?" the young woman asked earnestly. Yi Li's interest piqued. It seemed she had finished her apologies and was now looking to provoke him. How delightful. She had learned the art of civility before resorting to conflict. Yi Li nodded, chuckling lightly. "I did say that, so what of it?" Jiang Qingzhu nodded, and then, in rapid succession, recounted his previous remarks. "You also mentioned my reflexes were as slow as those of an elderly person, and that I was overly self-satisfied." "Quite right, and then please, teach me." In the face of Yi Li's momentary astonishment, Jiang Qingzhu lifted her delicate face, earnestly stating, "I am willing to do anything as long as my marksmanship improves." "Teach you marksmanship?" After a brief moment of shock, Yi Li furrowed his brow and replied without hesitation, "I must decline." What a jest. He was already troubled enough by his own inability to find a suitable breathing technique. Moreover, the money on hand is exceptionally scant, making it difficult to procure any resources for cultivation, let alone acquire a few superior martial techniques. Yi Li has even begun to contemplate venturing outside the city, entering the secret realms to hunt exotic beasts for profit. At this juncture, asking him to teach a young lady marksmanship? Absolutely out of the question. Furthermore, I am not one to instruct others. Yi Li shook his head and said, "Seek someone else." With that, he prepared to close the door once more. Seeing this, Jiang Qingzhu hastily exclaimed, "I can teach you everything I know in exchange for your guidance. Anything will do." The door, which was on the verge of closing, suddenly hesitated, and Yi Li cast a look of astonishment, confirming, anything? If his memory served him correctly, any basic breathing technique would command a price exceeding 500,000 Hanxia coins. Moreover, these were rarely available on the market. Generally, only the direct disciples of prominent sects or the direct descendants of certain noble families could access them. The notion of freely imparting such knowledge to outsiders was something Yi Li had never heard of. Thus, he found it exceedingly difficult to believe that someone could be so naive. In contrast, the likelihood that the other party was attempting to deceive him seemed considerably higher. Indeed, as if a glimmer of hope had ignited within her, Jiang Qingzhu's clear eyes brightened slightly, and she eagerly continued, "You have just entered the second tier and have yet to learn any breathing techniques. I can teach you my dust, mist, frost, snow. This is a breathing technique passed down through generations of the Jiang family, and it will surely be of assistance to you. I also possess 3 or 4 precious second-tier martial techniques, and I've already made some progress in a third-tier technique. If you could wait a little longer, I could teach you all of these as well." After speaking, Jiang Qingzhu observed Yi Li, who had fallen into silence, feeling a bit anxious. One cannot blame her for her impatience. Jiang Qingzhu was acutely aware that her own strength had been stuck at a bottleneck for quite some time. Despite possessing some talent in martial arts and breathing techniques, which allowed her to surpass most of her peers in martial prowess, her mastery of martial skills was, frankly, quite abysmal. Several precious second-tier techniques hovered around a proficient level but never reached the stage of great mastery. The elders in the Jiang family who had cultivated these techniques were all engaged in frontline work against exotic beasts, leaving them little time to teach her. As the martial examination drew ever closer, it would be disingenuous for Jiang Qingzhu to claim she was not anxious. Thus, she devoted herself to intense training, almost completely ignoring matters concerning the school team, solely to achieve a breakthrough in her martial practice. Unfortunately, the results were minimal. If this continued, she would likely find herself at a disadvantage when encountering opponents of similar martial levels and talents. Jiang Qingzhu was painfully aware of this, incessantly seeking solutions. Among all the individuals she had encountered thus far, Yi Li was the only one who had bluntly criticized her poor marksmanship. Moreover, he had managed to cultivate the Celestial Gang stepping void technique to an apparent level of perfection, relying solely on a severely incomplete text. Thus, even if the likelihood was slim, Jiang Qingzhu was eager to give it a try. Gazing at the young man clad in white, she bit her lip nervously and mustered the courage to ask, Is it possible? Such a demeanor indeed makes it difficult to perceive any possibility of deceit. Having confirmed this point at last, within the gaze of the esteemed young lady of the Jiang family, filled with immense anticipation, Yi Li took a deep breath and ultimately provided his answer. Anything is possible? Absolutely anything. Then I shall undoubtedly cultivate you into the mightiest marksman in the entire school. Chapter 23. The Rare Dragon Riding the Wind. Although breathing techniques bear resemblance to second-tier martial arts, their significance extends beyond just second-tier practitioners. Before a martial artist reaches the fourth tier and unlocks the secrets of the human body, breathing techniques play a crucial role in combat, cultivation, and various other aspects. Moreover, even after attaining the fourth tier, advanced breathing techniques can still offer substantial assistance in various areas due to their remarkable properties. The grade breathing technique, Crimson Flame Martial Arts, recently sold for 8 million Hanxia coins. The grade breathing technique, Endless Life, recently sold for 5 million Hanxia coins. Sitting on the wooden chair, Yi Li observed the prices displayed on his phone, his eyes twitching slightly. Clearly, prior to this, his understanding of the prices of grade breathing techniques had been rather limited. He had assumed they would be worth no more than 5 million Hanxia coins. Yet the results he discovered proved to be shockingly expensive. It can only be said that poverty has constrained Yi Li's imagination. However, considering that such a breathing technique could benefit a family or sect for generations, thereby increasing the likelihood of nurturing an exceptional new generation, the price does seem justifiable. Fortunately, he had agreed in advance. Otherwise, if someone else were to seize this opportunity, it would be far more distressing than death itself. Yi Li closed his phone and lifted his gaze towards Jiang Qingzhu, who was shutting the door, softly inquiring, "What do you wish to learn?" "Shooting techniques." Jiang Qingzhu turned around, her lips moving slightly. "My shooting skills are quite poor. In truth, they are merely mediocre at best." Considering the assistance she could provide him, Yi Li's tone took on an unusually gentle quality. In reality, during the afternoon's battle, Jiang Qingzhu had attempted to employ her martial techniques several times, only to have him effortlessly discern the flaws and interrupt her execution. While this was partly due to his mastery of the ruptured cloud shooting technique, a martial skill of middling quality, it also stemmed more from Yi Li's shooting martial saint body, which significantly enhances his proficiency with firearms and increases the cultivation speed of firearm-related martial arts by 500. Merely reading the description is somewhat daunting. Observing the performance is even more astonishing. At this moment, even when considering the entirety of the Ying province, Yi Li's shooting skills undoubtedly stand as the strongest among his peers. After all, when contemplating the legends of the past, two figures possessed of an indestructible golden soul come to mind. One is the great sage equal to heaven, who could flaunt his prowess amidst the encirclement of the 24 deities of the Thunder Department. The other is the divine warrior of the heavenly court, renowned for his ability to cleave mountains to rescue his mother, a figure of considerable stature known as Yang family's second son, who was known for his selective adherence to commands. Both of these individuals have mastered this type of weapon to unparalleled heights. Given that Yi Li shares the same golden soul as them and has awakened such a remarkable level of innate talent, it is indeed quite reasonable. Now, let me see the martial skills of your most frequently used shooting technique. Yi Li extended his hand towards Jiang Qingzhu, speaking softly. Let me see how I shall instruct you. With the conditions agreed upon, there was no need for lingering reservations in his heart. Very well, Jiang Qingzhu replied, feeling no discomfort in his presence. She nodded obediently, saying, "This book, The Dragon Riding the Wind Manual, is the most frequently used gun technique I have at my disposal. However, as I have only just begun to learn it, I find it somewhat awkward to execute. For instance, this afternoon, I was unable to utilize it at all." As she spoke, she retrieved the tome from the ring on her finger and dutifully handed it to Yi Li. "Should I return home and come back tomorrow?" Jiang Qingzhu blinked, gazing at the martial skill she had labored over for half a year, and added thoughtfully, "The martial examination is still some time away, so I am not particularly anxious." Though the martial examination was a month away, the exchange competition loomed just days ahead. Yi Li casually perused the book in his hands, remarking, "You can stay here for a while. I'll just have a look. There's no rush." As he spoke, a faint smile played upon his lips, and his mood brightened as he glimpsed the words displayed on the panel. Third-level martial technique. Dragon Riding the Wind Manual. Rare, indeed. As expected of the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, her commonly used martial technique was this one, which was notoriously difficult to master. Jiang Qingzhu's expression grew somewhat complex as she gently advised, "It took me quite a while to grasp it. Even if your talent surpasses mine by a significant margin, it will be challenging to discern any progress in a short period." Among the opponents in the upcoming exchange competition, aside from Tang Yao from the Sword Pavilion, the others were not particularly formidable. Even without immediate improvement in martial skills, she believed she could still triumph over them. Practicing martial arts is a gradual process. One cannot rush the mastery of techniques. Jiang Qingzhu invoked a famous saying of her father's, hoping to sway the young man's resolve. However, all she received in return was a furrowed brow from Yi Li. "You now have two choices," he stated, looking at Jiang Qingzhu with a calm demeanor. "You may wait outside, or you can remain silent and stay here for a while. Which will you choose?" "The second," Jiang Qingzhu replied, lowering her head and wisely ceasing her discourse. The atmosphere within the room fell into a hushed silence. Shifting her gaze away from the boy's earnest profile, Jiang Qingzhu began to observe her surroundings. The facilities in the room were uniform for each individual, with distinctions arising from personal enhancements. For instance, Jiang Qingzhu's chamber featured a remarkably expensive spirit-gathering array, which not only accelerated the refinement of vital energy and cleansing of meridians, but also reduced the risk of losing control and adjusted the ambient temperature to the user's comfort. Conversely, Yi Li's room was more simplistic in design. The only indication of his preferences was the evident wear on the punching power testing machine. As her gaze fell upon the device, Jiang Qingzhu froze, her pupils slightly constricting. What captivated her attention was not merely the test sandbag, which had a significant gash in it, but also the large screen that displayed the previously malfunctioning crimson numbers. Punching power, 6,800 kilograms. Chapter 24. Jiang Qingzhu's astonishment was palpable. How could this be possible? 6,800 kilograms? What does that even signify? Jiang Qingzhu recalled that her maximum punching power barely reached 2,000 kilograms. Even so, it surpassed that of most second-tier fourfold martial artists, placing her at the top of the school. Well, now she was second. Typically, a newly ascended third-tier martial artist would possess a maximum punching power of 6,000 kilograms, a figure that could hinder an ordinary martial artist for decades. if not a lifetime. The fact that a newly promoted second-tier martial artist, who had yet to practice any breathing techniques, achieved and surpassed this was astonishing. Jiang Qingzhu pondered that if this 6,800 kilograms was indeed Yi Li's maximum punching power, then during their afternoon match, he could have easily seized the opportunity to inflict serious injury upon her with a single blow. Yet, he refrained, merely delivering a light punch that rendered her unconscious. This could hardly be termed as showing mercy. It was akin to releasing the ocean. Jiang Qingzhu felt a deep sense of shock, and an overwhelming shame welled up within her. Yi Li had shown such restraint, while she had confidently boasted that he could not defeat her. What utter humiliation! A true genius should be like Yi Li, concealing their prowess while leading the opponent to believe in an evenly matched contest. Had she not forgotten her firearm today, she would have certainly sent him flying with a single shot. Reflecting on Yi Li's words, Jiang Qingzhu pursed her lips tightly. What she had initially deemed as nonsensical bravado now seemed strikingly accurate. To triumph over someone wielding the silver dragon white gun with bare hands demonstrated exceptional strength, ensuring his brilliance would shine in the upcoming martial arts examination. Moreover, his ability to rapidly heal his body, though its grade remained unknown, could not be less than extraordinary. In summary, Yi Li's strength was now firmly positioned among the elite in the martial arts high schools across the entire province. His chances of claiming the championship were indeed substantial. As Jiang Qingzhu grappled with the implications of the punching power test results, Yi Li's panel continued to display a stream of text, consuming 1,000 points of malevolent value, commencing the enhancement of the third-tier martial technique, Dragon Riding the Wind. Your gun martial saint body is in effect. Techniques once inscrutable now appear relatively simple to you. Gain. Cultivation speed increased by 500. It is as if complex mathematical problems have directly revealed their answers to you. Now, you merely need to transcribe the cumbersome results. Accelerated cultivation in progress. As malevolent value is consumed, your understanding of this precious martial technique deepens, and you begin to grasp the essence of the swimming dragon. The swimming dragon refers to the ability to wield the spear with the swiftness of a gliding dragon, both the spearhead and shaft possessing formidable destructive power, capable of effortlessly tearing through the defenses of martial artists of the same tier. With this realization, you commence diligent practice in this aspect. Ding! Cultivation complete. Dragon Riding the Wind. Major achievement, 70. Comment. The gains from this training are equivalent to your previous 20 years of arduous practice. It's hard to imagine anyone who could withstand such a formidable effort. The remaining malevolence value, 3,400 points. After 2 decades of arduous training, has Yi Li merely achieved mastery of the Dragon Riding the Wind technique? A faint twitch occurred at the corner of his mouth, yet he refrained from recklessly wagering everything. The proficiency of martial arts is categorized into 5 stages: novice, proficient, adept, mastery, and perfection. At this pace, it will take less than 1,000 more points of malevolence value to elevate this technique to perfection. He vaguely recalled that a previous second-tier rare martial art had cost him 3,000 points of malevolence value, while this higher-tier rare technique required only a mere 1,000 points to reach mastery. The enhancement from the gun martial sacred body was not insignificant. Yet Yi Li believed it was also a testament to his persistence and dedication. An experienced martial artist, even with comparable talent to a novice, would inevitably grasp techniques at a different pace. The former would excel far more quickly than the latter. Having observed, Yi Li turned to the dazed Jiang Qingzhu and offered the tome, saying, "I shall begin teaching you now. Are you prepared? So soon?" Jiang Qingzhu snapped back to reality, her surprise evident. She then stood up. "Shall I demonstrate for you now?" She assumed Yi Li had merely provided a cursory overview to assess her proficiency. "There's no need for such formality," Yi Li replied, rising and retrieving a pitch-black spear from the weapons rack in the corner of the room. Turning to Jiang Qingzhu, he stated matter-of-factly, "You need only to execute the Dragon Riding the Wind technique and attack me. Engaging in combat is the most effective way to enhance one's skills, barring the addition of points." "Attack me?" Jiang Qingzhu hesitated, pondering how he intended to guide her breakthrough. Was he seeking to expose the flaws in her martial skills? Despite her confusion, upon seeing Yi Li's confirming nod, she quickly caressed her ring and summoned a long spear, entirely white in hue. It seamlessly resonated with her aura, amplifying her presence. She had sensed the uniqueness of this spear during their last encounter, and witnessing it again confirmed her impressions. Yi Li regarded the silver-white spear with a slight nod. The silver dragon-white spear, a top-tier second-grade artifact. Upon noticing Yi Li's gaze linger on her weapon, Jiang Qingzhu remarked in a cold tone, "It enhances my cold aura and augments the power of my martial techniques. Let us begin." Yi Li lowered his chin and lifted the spear, his eyes calmly fixed on her. Jiang Qingzhu nodded, taking a deep breath. Activating her breathing technique, the true energy within her surged forth. In the next moment, her figure vanished from sight. Upon closer examination, her speed surpassed that of their earlier combat by several notches. When she reappeared, Jiang Qingzhu was less than 3 feet away from Yi Li. The 7-foot-long white spear surged forth like a dragon breaking through the sea, crashing toward Yi Li's midsection with a thunderous force. The sharp spearhead radiated a brilliant white light, piercing the air with an unstoppable momentum. Yi Li's dark eyes lowered. Jiang Qingzhu's application of the dragon riding the wind technique seemed proficient, with the spearhead already emanating a white glow capable of penetrating armor. Among her peers, her accomplishments were indeed remarkable. Upon mastering the drifting dragon riding the wind technique, Jiang Qingzhu perceived Yi Li's offensive trajectory as glaringly evident. The surging true energy within Yi Li surged forth, swiftly coursing through the meridians opened by the technique. With a resounding crack, an ethereal image of a dragon materialized upon his sleek black spear. At that moment, Jiang Qingzhu's spear tip was already in proximity. Yi Li subtly shifted his stance, narrowly evading the thrust, and with a deft elevation of his right hand gripping the spear, he unleashed a powerful swing toward Jiang Qingzhu's form. Every movement flowed seamlessly, devoid of any hint of hesitation. As the black spear danced through the air, a tearing sound reverberated, revealing glimpses of illusory dragon scales. This was the manifestation she had yearned for, an anomaly that could only emerge upon achieving complete mastery of the technique. How could this be conceivable? It had been scarcely 10 minutes since she had acquired the drifting dragon riding the wind technique. Jiang Qingzhu's grip on the spear quivered slightly as she struggled to suppress her astonishment, instinctively channeling her protective true energy. In an instant, a torrent of vigorous true energy surged forth like a tidal wave. Subsequently, she exhaled a breath of frigid air, which rapidly coalesced into formidable crystalline ice barriers. Arrayed before her, however, despite the seemingly impenetrable layers of ice, they appeared woefully fragile against the onslaught of the fierce dragon apparition, akin to mere paper, lacking any real defense. Crack! The sound of shattering ice echoed sharply. In the blink of an eye, the spear obliterated Jiang Qingzhu's energy defenses, the sleek black shaft brushing against her form with casual ease. With a final, measured exertion, Yi Li momentarily retracted his spear, allowing only a fierce gust of wind to strike Jiang Qingzhu. Her pristine attire was torn asunder, revealing swathes of her alabaster skin beneath. She was thrust backward several paces, regaining her balance, her breaths becoming tumultuous. Despite her disheveled appearance, her eyes sparkled with an unmistakable clarity, reminiscent of a winter spring. From the technique so deliberately demonstrated by her opponent, Jiang Qingzhu discerned the very essence she lacked. Standing resolutely with her spear, she fell into contemplative silence, the air thick with stillness. Yi Li planted his spear into the ground, observing her intently, refraining from interruption. He had revealed as much as he could about the technique. Whether she could grasp its nuances now lay in her innate talent. So it was, after a silence that stretched for several heartbeats, Jiang Qingzhu lifted her spear once more, adopting a new stance. With a resonant hum, an ethereal dragon scale also emerged upon her silver spear. She had succeeded. Jiang Qingzhu, filled with delight, lifted her head to gaze at Yi Li. I have finally achieved a level of proficiency as described in the book. You are truly remarkable. She felt as though she had stumbled upon an incredible fortune, breaking through a bottleneck that had troubled her for months in a remarkably short time, something her elders at home could never accomplish. Yet he simulate silently, though his heart felt shattered. Damn it, I have spent 20 years to reach a level of mastery in this martial art. And after merely exchanging a couple of moves, you claim to have surpassed it? How long have you been practicing this technique? Yi Li, suppressing the surge of frustration within, asked casually. If it hadn't been for a brief duration, perhaps he could accept it. I began practicing as soon as I entered the second tier. And now it has been nearly half a year, Jiang Qingzhu replied, her head bowed in a hint of embarrassment. After a moment, she lifted her gaze, a reluctant smile gracing her delicate features. Before meeting you, I believed I was a genius. How absurd, as if you're not a genius now. If I possessed your talent, I would have already advanced to the third tier. Yi Li adjusted his breathing and replied calmly. You are indeed a genius. That is beyond doubt. How can that be, compared to you? Jiang Qingzhu's voice faltered, and an unprecedented sense of desolation washed over her face. I am merely a mediocre individual, molded by resources. Then you should practice diligently. Yi Li sighed, relinquishing any intention of explaining further. He then chuckled lightly. There's a saying in my hometown, a great teacher produces outstanding students. Since you regard me as a genius, now that I am here to instruct you, if you do not achieve some results, do not blame me for reprimanding you. He distinctly remembered that achieving a breakthrough with Jiang Qingzhu would earn him 500 points, a malevolent merit. All right. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingzhu's eyes gradually brightened, a newfound admiration illuminating her face. Initially, she had perceived Yi Li as merely a brash warrior. However, upon gaining a deeper understanding, she recognized him as a sharp-witted genius. Now, she suddenly felt that the legendary figure of unparalleled talent, eager to assist others, was right before her. How impressive! You truly are remarkable, Yi Li. Jiang Qingzhu said earnestly, her exquisite face brimming with sincerity. I humbly request that you continue to push me. How can you utter such embarrassing words? Embarrassing? Is it? Jiang Qingzhu asked, her cheeks flushing as she glanced at the exposed expanse of pale skin. These are my genuine feelings. Quite shameful. Please refrain from speaking further. Yi Li silently exhaled, returning the long spear to its place. Turning to face the bright-eyed Jiang Qingzhu, he smiled gently. Thus, we shall conclude for today. In the following days, Jiang Qingzhu began to frequent the training room shared with Yi Li, true to his word. Yi Li made it a point to express his discontent whenever Jiang Qingzhu struggled to grasp the concepts or exhibited slow movements. You incompetent fool! Even a primary school student could understand this demonstration, and you claim to be perplexed? Jiang Qingzhu, my late grandmother wielded a spear more deftly than you. What are you hesitating for? For someone with such poor talent, remaining in the realm of high martial arts will only lead to wasted resources. Under such attentive guidance, Jiang Qingzhu shed numerous small pearls, while Yi Li successfully amassed a substantial amount of evil points. After fully mastering the dragon riding the wind technique, the figures displayed on the panel still showed a surplus. With the current evil points at 7,200, once Jiang Qingzhu provided the breathing techniques, his practical combat capability would ascend to new heights. Under Yi Li's tutelage, Jiang Qingzhu's progress in the dragon riding the wind technique was nothing short of remarkable, advancing from initial proficiency to the intermediate stages of mastery. According to Jiang Qingzhu's assessment, reaching the realm of great accomplishment was merely a month away at most. This was a level of advancement she had never envisioned before. With Yi Li, a genius possessing extraordinary skills in martial arts, assisting her, it felt as though she had obtained a compass to navigate the vast desert, eliminating any concerns about direction. All she needed to do was stride forward in the path he indicated. It is worth mentioning that Jiang Qingzhu always entered the training hall impeccably dressed, yet emerged in disarray. Consequently, rumors began to circulate within the school, and many students covertly speculated about the reasons behind this. Among these were numerous unfounded slanders. However, Jiang Qingzhu paid them no heed. In her eyes, the opinions of everyone at Linghai No. 1 High School, apart from Yi Li, were inconsequential. Yi Li's reproaches were far more palatable than their flattery or malicious gossip. Chapter 26. Pre-competition meeting in the training building's conference room. With less than 2 days remaining before the exchange competition, the school team advisor, Wang Yongfeng, summoned everyone from the team to discuss strategies. Yi Li sat beside him, his eyes softly closed. Not far away, Lu Yongde, Shun Lian, and several others wore expressions that were exceptionally grim, as if overshadowed by a pallor of dread. Their glances frequently darted toward the calm and handsome youth, revealing a sense of trepidation that felt both subtle and cautious, occasionally intersecting with one another. Each exchange of looks seemed to betray a profound fear directed at the serene young man. Clearly, the events of the past week had given them a preliminary understanding of Yi Li's formidable strength. Apart from Jiang Qingzhu, no one on the team could rival him. Seated nearby, Shun Lian bit her silver teeth, her hands clenched into fists. Unable to suppress a glance at Jiang Qingzhu, who was also seated beside the advisor, she felt a surge of irritation. Just days prior, she had heard that Jiang Qingzhu had sought a conversation with Yi Li. She had hoped that Jiang Qingzhu would retaliate against Yi Li for the previous day's grievances, thus fulfilling her intention of using one to eliminate the other. However, as days passed, Yi Li remained as vigorous as ever, showing no signs of being deterred. This indicated that Jiang Qingzhu had not heeded the rumors she had spread. Damn Yi Li, who can rein him in? Shun Lian's mind was filled with agitation. Yet, she found herself devoid of the courage to confront Yi Li and had no choice but to relent. At that moment, Wang Yongfeng, seated in the main position, rose to his feet. The opponent for this exchange competition was Qingshan No. 1 High School from Qingshan City. He first glanced at Yi Li and Jiang Qingzhu seated beside the main chair, then smiled and said, "The captain of their school team, whom many of you are already familiar with, is named Tang Yao. Not only is she the young master of the Qingshan Sword Pavilion, but she is also a well-known young martial artist in Qingshan City. With a martial arts rank of 2nd stage, 6th level, she surpasses Jiang by 2 levels. And her talent in martial arts is classified as True Self Sword Heart, which, as the name implies, signifies her prowess with the sword. It is said that her personality is confident and proud, making her the undisputed backbone of Qingshan No. 1 High School. She is indeed the only formidable opponent we face on this journey." According to the lineup they provided, Tang Yao is set to make her appearance as the final ace. Wang Yongfeng's smile faded, and his words carried a hint of warning. However, upon hearing his account, Yi Li's eyes sparkled with excitement. The prospect of overpowering a confident and proud swordswoman truly piqued his interest. In contrast, the expressions of the others turned grave. Observing their reactions, Wang Yongfeng nodded slightly. A martial artist at the 2nd stage, 6th level, is already considered quite high-ranking among the martial science students in the province's high schools. Many substitutes from martial arts universities are only at this level. Nevertheless, Wang Yongfeng was not overly concerned. He believed that combined, Yi Li and Jiang Qingzhu could certainly surpass this young master of the Sword Pavilion. Among the remaining 6 from Qingshan No. 1 High School, 4 at the 1st stage, 7th level, 2 at the 1st stage, 8th level, and 1 at the pinnacle of the 1st stage. Even including Shun Lian, who had been demoted to a substitute, their overall strength was still significantly superior. Unless something unexpected occurred, victory seemed almost assured. Fortunately, with Yi Li's addition, the initially adverse situation had swiftly turned in their favor. The victorious team members would receive 1 million Hanxia coins, plus a Qi blood pill as a reward. Wang Yongfeng leaned on the table and explained, substitutes would receive only 200,000 Hanxia coins without the Qi blood pill. "What did you say?" At these words, Shun Lian could no longer contain herself. She sprang to her feet, glaring angrily at Wang Yongfeng. "Only 200,000 Hanxia coins for substitutes? On what grounds? Are you treating us like beggars?" Her outburst stemmed from a simple yet profound reason. Not long ago, she had been forcibly deprived of her position as a formal team member by Yi Li. Initially, Shun Lian had thought that as graduation approached, losing this position would not be a significant loss, and thus, she reluctantly accepted the situation. However, Today's sudden revelation informed her that she had not only lost a staggering 80,000 Hanxia coins, but also a chi blood pill, which, though rare, had a significant effect on first-stage martial artists. How could she not be incensed? Shen Lian's spirits plummeted, and recalling the recent string of heavy setbacks from Yili, a wave of deep grievance and fury surged within her. She had devoted 2.5 years to the school team, diligently striving in every competition. Yet, despite her earnest efforts, the total prize money from all the competitions she had participated in over those 2.5 years did not even amount to this sum. Yet Yi Li, whom she had always regarded as a mere tool, not only usurped her position on the school team, but also assaulted her boyfriend, transforming into a coveted figure in the eyes of the school administration. Was Shen Lian not anxious? In response to Shen Lian's fury, Wang Yongfeng gently adjusted his glasses and patiently elucidated. I have not yet finished speaking, teacher. Please proceed, Shen Lian replied, attempting to calm her tumultuous emotions as she retook her seat. Wang Yongfeng cleared his throat and declared, in addition to the aforementioned rewards, the student demonstrating the most outstanding performance in this exchange competition will also receive a prized artifact provided jointly by both cities. Upon concluding, he turned to Shen Lian with a smile, adding, moreover, this reward is unrelated to substitutes. In that moment, Shen Lian's defenses crumbled entirely. Yili, she exclaimed, abruptly pushing her chair aside and directing an indignant glare at the boy not far away, her voice imbued with fervor. If you possess even a shred of conscience, return the 800,000 Hanxia coins and the vitality elixir to me. Her tone was undeniably aggressive. Such an imposing demeanor left Liu Yangde and his lackey utterly astonished. Had Shen Lian always been this audacious? Did she not realize that Yili could easily strike her down with a single blow? Yili opened his eyes, gazing calmly at her, his expression devoid of sorrow or joy. In just a few days, she had forgotten the lesson imparted last time. Yet, he could only blame himself for being too lenient, allowing her to speak so boldly once again, even giving her the opportunity to claim 200,000 Hanxia coins. Have you gone mute? I am addressing you. Shen Lian's voice dripped with contempt. You ungrateful wretch. How could I have once treated you so kindly? It seemed she had regained her former bravado, growing bolder with each word. Let me tell you, Yili, the school values only your talent. If you lacked this strength, do you think they would allow a notorious individual like you into the team? As she spoke, tears glistened in her eyes as she fixed her gaze upon Yili, looking thoroughly aggrieved. Jiang Qingzhu glanced up. She was indifferent to her own reputation. But that did not mean she overlooked Yili's. In her clear eyes, a faint, icy blue glimmer flickered, and the temperature around her began to drop steadily. What nonsense are you spouting? Wang Yongfeng's brow furrowed. Shen Lian, do not utter such baseless claims. He could not tolerate anyone sowing discord between Yi Li and the school. The potential the boy was now revealing was astonishing, and the school administration was striving to cultivate a sense of belonging for him at Linhai No. 1 High School. This insufferable Shen Lian had emerged to create chaos. A surge of anger rose within Wang Yongfeng. Were it not for Shen Lian's status as a substitute on the team, he would have been inclined to expel her immediately. What? Am I mistaken? Shen Lian glared at Yi Li, her previous trepidation towards him long forgotten. With a cold smirk, she declared, now the entire school knows that you, Yi Li, are a reckless bully who terrorizes your classmates. It is no wonder I have been promoting your so-called heroic deeds on the team. Yi Li, you are nothing but a rat that everyone in Linhai know. One high school wants to drive away. At that moment, Shen Lian suddenly noticed a flash of ruthless intent in Yi Li's dark eyes, akin to that of a predator spotting a troublesome rat in a rice jar. There was no trace of compassion, only an unadulterated desire to kill. The next instant, the young man let out a soft chuckle. Simultaneously, his entire demeanor shifted dramatically, and a familiar sense of oppression descended upon Shen Lian. The atmosphere in the conference room became stifling. Shen Lian instantly recognized her own hubris, feeling as though she had plunged into an icy abyss, a thin layer of cold sweat seeping from her smooth, delicate back. As the owner of those black eyes slowly rose, her once steady heart began to race uncontrollably. Chapter 27. My friend, do you know what cultivation level I possess? Do you dare to threaten me with rumors? Yili, do not overstep your bounds. After more than a decade of acquaintance, Shun Lian had developed a habit of instinctively attempting to intimidate her adversary in critical moments. However, she quickly realized that she possessed nothing that could genuinely threaten him, at least not entirely. Suddenly, she recalled a novel she had read in which even a protagonist of modest strength could utilize slander to render a powerful senior sister speechless, leading her to despair and ultimately to suicide. By skillfully manipulating the rules, she believed she could make Yili hesitant to act against her. Yili, do not forget your reputation at school. If you dare to harm me, you shall never cleanse your name, Shun Lian declared coolly while retreating. As anticipated, upon hearing her words, Yili immediately halted. A hint of confusion crossed his handsome face. This can work. Observing the situation, Shun Lian's heart raced even faster, internally reassuring herself. Do not panic. We are in the conference room. The members of the school team surround us, and even the supervising teacher is watching. If Yili dares to strike, the rumors of his bullying will be substantiated. No matter how exceptional his talent, the school will reconsider his position on the team. This is truly feasible. As long as she maintained the moral high ground, Yili would undoubtedly refrain from attacking her. Apologize now. Shun Lian began to speak, but her eyes suddenly widened in shock. In her line of sight, Yili's figure vanished in an instant. Almost simultaneously, she felt a hand gently press against her chest. The breath of death loomed large. Suddenly, a deafening crash reverberated throughout the conference room. Bang! The heavy wooden door burst open with a resounding explosion, and amidst the swirling debris, Shun Lian was hurled backward, blood gushing forth. A horrifying indentation appeared on her chest, with more than half of her ribs shattered, protecting her vital organs. Her body crashed heavily onto the bluestone floor, rolling over a dozen times before finally coming to a halt. In silence, Lu Yongda trembled, too fearful to even turn his head, fixating his gaze on the table before him. Jiang Qingzhu nodded slightly, as if anticipating the young man's actions, calmly returning to her seat. The principle of responding to violence with violence, and of repaying virtue with virtue, was indeed the modus operandi of the adversary. Wang Yongfeng's expression was stiff, and as he swallowed hard, his gaze fell upon the barely breathing Shun Lian sprawled outside the room. He chose not to utter a word. He observed with acute clarity. Had it not been for Shun Lian's own reckless provocation, Yili would have barely acknowledged her existence. If he had restrained himself until the end, he might have appeared somewhat lacking in vigor. The martial arts realm is not a mere academic pursuit. For a prodigy like Yi Li at such a young age, displaying one's brilliance is an essential trait. Furthermore, he discerned that Yili had intentionally held back at the last moment. Otherwise, that punch could have easily claimed Shun Lian's life, rather than merely fracturing a few ribs as it did. Alas, one must embrace youthful exuberance, Wang Yongfeng mused internally. Before Shun Lian, Yili flexed his wrists, a smile gracing his lips as he approached her leisurely. Upon witnessing this, Shun Lian trembled violently, a tide of terror and regret surging within her. That madman Yili, did he not care about his reputation? Cursed be this moment. Why did I provoke him? Forget about the 80,000 and the Qi blood pill. Even 20,000 is at stake. My martial examination results may suffer. Even my future cultivation could bear hidden injuries. Shun Lian's features contorted in agony as she writhed on the ground, blood spilling from her mouth. Just then, Yili's nonchalant yet mocking voice reached her ears. Classmate, do rise. This is not a place for slumber. Severely wounded and humiliated the childhood sweetheart she secretly adored for 10 years. Evil value 3,000. Current evil value 10,200 points. Shun Lian's vision darkened, and overwhelmed by excruciating pain, she fainted on the spot. Teacher Wang, she openly slandered me and humiliated me to my face, Yili remarked, turning to Wang Yongfeng, whose expression was a complex mix of emotions. He said lightly, a little lesson for her shouldn't be against school regulations, right? To be honest, he was quite puzzled about where Shun Lian found her audacity. Was she unaware of her own capabilities? Those 3,000 points of evil value felt as if they were being forcefully thrust into his hands. Naturally, Wang Yongfeng took a deep breath in response, his expression gradually shifting to one of resignation as he chuckled wryly. Encountering such individuals in one's youth can indeed be infuriating. Losing one substitute is not a significant detriment for this exchange competition. Therefore, this meeting will conclude here. As he spoke, Wang Yongfeng retrieved his phone and dialed for emergency assistance. Before the call connected, he earnestly addressed everyone. Prepare yourselves. We shall depart tomorrow. Chapter 28. The scheme of Qingsha No. 1 High School. At Qingsha No. 1 High School, within the training building, a middle-aged man, sporting a Mediterranean hairstyle, regarded the serious faces of those within the room. With a smile, he said, "The relevant information regarding our opponents for this exchange competition has been sent to you all. They shall arrive at our school tomorrow morning. Consider this a pre-battle conference. If you have any thoughts, feel free to share them now." His gaze ultimately rested upon a figure seated across the long table, and with a gentle smile he inquired, "Tang Yao, would you care to begin?" The girl known as Tang Yao donned a striking black and white sword attire, her presence exuding an aura of formidable intensity. Before her lay a straight, horizontal sword resting on the table, and as she sat in serene silence, the surroundings seemed to pale, losing their inherent brilliance and sharpness. This was an air only attainable after mastering the way of the sword. The identity of the young woman was unmistakable. She was the pride of Qingshan No. 1 High School, a prodigious talent in swordsmanship, and the vice master of the sword pavilion, Tang Yao. "I hold no particular opinion," she remarked, her bright eyes lifting as a cool smile devoid of warmth graced her delicate features. "Aside from Jiang Qingzhu, they are merely a rabble." Her tone bore an extreme confidence that instilled a sense of belief in those who heard her. In response, the middle-aged teacher nodded with evident satisfaction. After all these years, she was still the most promising talent he had encountered. Her future accomplishments would likely surpass even those of the Sword Pavilion's master. The teacher then turned his gaze to the others, intentionally smiling as he prompted, "What about you? Speak up. Surely you don't all agree with your captain that they are just a disorganized mob?" "Certainly not." At this, a boy with a gentle demeanor rose, picking up the documents on the table as he spoke in a low voice. "We have studied most of the members from Linhai No. 1 High School. However, there is one individual on this official roster about whom we know little. To err on the side of caution, I would like to share some intelligence regarding him. This individual is, aside from the vice captain Liu Yongda, another peak first-stage warrior from Linhai No. 1 High School, named Yili. He was a recent addition to the team last week, and when I inquired with several acquaintances attending Linhai No. 1, they all claimed to have never even heard of him over the past 3 years. The middle-aged teacher looked on in surprise. "So, he has been biding his time all this while accumulating strength?" The gentle boy nodded. "That is my belief." He then set the documents down and addressed the group. Compared to the others, Yili appears to have emerged from nowhere. His combat style remains unclear, and we cannot ascertain his martial talent. Thus, I believe it prudent to regard him with caution. "Chengge, you two are a peak first-stage warrior. Are you not confident in handling him?" a team member inquired. "That is difficult to say," replied the boy named Chun Deng, casting a glance at the inquirer. "Primarily because there are unsettling rumors surrounding Yi Li at Linhai No. 1. "Unsettling?" "Yes. It is said that he single-handedly defeated Vice Captain Liu Yongda and 2 official members of the school team." As Chun Deng's words fell, not only did the middle-aged teacher furrow his brow, but the other team members also displayed expressions of grave concern. The school team from Linjiang No. 1 typically operates at a minimum level of peak first-stage warriors, and aside from Tang Yao, no student from Qingsha No. 1 possesses the capability to achieve such a feat. Chun Deng's eyes darkened as he concluded. While such rumors undoubtedly contain embellishments, and Yili likely faced considerable challenges in his victory, he may pose a threat to our captain. Thus we must remain vigilant. With a light chuckle, Tang Yao, who was resting with her eyes closed, revealed a mocking smile at the corners of her lips. It was evident that she did not concur with Chun Deng's remarks. Tang Yao believed that any first-tier peak warrior who could withstand a single strike from her had indeed been spared her full might. Within the ranks of Linhai No. 1 High School, only the young lady of the Jiang family, whose martial arts level was somewhat comparable to hers, could barely be regarded as a worthy opponent. Raising her piercing gaze, she remarked coolly, "If you must be on guard, just make sure I am not included." In response, Chun Deng displayed no sign of discontent. Instead, a flicker of fervor shone in his eyes as he sheepishly replied, "I am well aware that with the captain's prowess, defeating this individual is surely a trivial matter. Hence immediately spoke in jest." The other members nodded in agreement, casting admiring glances at the proud girl who sat in serene contemplation. The middle-aged man recognized the admiration the group held for Tang Yao, while also being aware that she did not appreciate such attention. To prevent any displeasure from her, he promptly stated, "That concludes today's meeting. You all may return to rest and prepare for tomorrow's competition." As Tang Yao and the middle-aged instructor exited the conference room, the remaining members turned their gazes toward Chun Deng. One individual spoke up first. "Brother Chun, regarding the matter you mentioned, we are fully prepared and have gathered everyone. Indeed, as soon as the group from Linhai No. 1 High School arrives, we shall find an excuse to invite them for a spar." Another chimed in, "With over 100 first-tier warriors taking turns, we will surely exhaust their stamina." Listening to their words, Chun Deng nodded slightly, glancing at the closed door in the distance, and remarked with a hint of self-mockery, "Do you think Tang will be angry if she finds out we plan to win this way?" Understanding his concern about their scheme being discovered, one member immediately stood up, anxiously stating, "Brother Chun, the Sword Pavilion and Fengyun University will be attending the match tomorrow afternoon. For our future, we must take this risk. Our overall strength lags behind theirs. Even with Tang leading us, we could still be outmatched." "Exactly. If we miss out on this million Hanxia coins and the blood essence pills, how will we contend with those exotic beasts in the martial arts examination? Brother Chun, we all know your feelings for Tang. If you wish to keep pace with her, winning the favor of the Sword Pavilion or Fengyun University is essential." As their words filled the conference room with fervent excitement, all eyes were fixed eagerly on Chun Deng. Each member aspired to secure victory in the upcoming exchange competition, to reap rich rewards, enhance their abilities, and perhaps even capture the attention of the Sword Pavilion and Fengyun University. The Sword Pavilion stood as the undisputed leader among the sects in Qingshan City, boasting considerable prestige throughout the entire province. Meanwhile, Fengyun University was widely recognized within the province as the institution with the finest resources, deepest roots, and greatest strength in martial arts education. Should they perform exceptionally well in the exchange competition, they would likely gain their favor and secure early admission, paving the way for a promising future ahead. Such a bountiful reward lay before them. It was no wonder they were willing to risk disqualification to engage in such actions. Upon hearing the words of the crowd, the self-deprecating smile on Chun Deng's face gradually faded, replaced by a somewhat chilling expression. With the martial arts examination approaching, he had come to terms with the fact that his strength was lacking. Possessing peak first-tier capabilities, he could be considered an exemplary student among the martial arts students of his high school. However, when compared to those prodigies who had entered the second tier, he paled in comparison. If he wished to keep pace with that extraordinarily brilliant figure, he must resort to any means necessary. It was imperative to discreetly clear the space in the martial arts arena, minimizing any disturbances to ensure that the school authorities remain oblivious, while depleting most of their physical strength. Understood. Furthermore, with a glint in his eyes and thoughts racing, Chun Deng declared, "As long as they enter the arena, it matters not if their performance is somewhat clumsy. The first group to act will be ordinary martial arts students, even if the matter is exposed later. It will not jeopardize our futures." Chapter 29, Arrival at Qingshan. Acquisition of the breathing technique. At the high-speed railway station in Qinghai City, the colossal high-speed train roared into the station, gradually decelerating as it approached the platform. Yili rose from his seat, gazing out the window. It is worth noting that in this world, some high-tier martial artists can surpass the speed of high-speed trains merely through the swiftness of their physical bodies. Additionally, certain low-tier martial artists, upon awakening their corresponding martial talents, can achieve similar feats. During the beast riots in the outer city's secret realms, or when a wave of beasts is unleashed, the railways may face destruction, at which point these martial artists would be invaluable to maintain the operation of the high-speed rail. The Railway Bureau occasionally issues commissions, inviting martial artists to clear out the beasts that roam around the railways. These martial artists sometimes take on these tasks as adventurers, while others, students from martial arts universities, earn a bit of pocket money. Different worlds indeed give rise to diverse industries, Yili mused, flowing with the crowd as he descended from the train. As the group emerged from the high-speed railway station, two students clad in uniforms approached them. "You must be friends from Linhai No. 1 High School?" One of the students smiled and said, "We have arranged a hotel for your accommodation. Just follow us." "Very well." Soon, the group made their way to the reception hotel prepared by Qingsha No. 1 High School. Nestled in the city center, the hotel decor indicated a high standard, showcasing the effort put forth by the reception team of Qingsha No. 1 High School. Teachers, after the Linhai No. 1 High School team members had gone to their respective rooms. The two reception students from Qingsha No. 1 High School approached Wang Yongfeng with a light laugh. "If you have no further arrangements, why not take a tour of Qingsha No. 1 High School? It's been a while. It could serve as a chance to familiarize yourselves with the environment." Wang Yongfeng pondered for a moment before nodding. "That sounds good. I will call the others." Norus. The two students exchanged glances, each able to discern the glimmer of excitement in the other's eyes. As long as the others stepped into Qingsha No. 1 High School, their plan would be halfway to success. Within one of the hotel rooms, Yili surveyed the environment, feeling generally satisfied with the overall ambience. The time for the exchange competition was set for 3 o'clock in the afternoon, leaving ample time to pass. After settling onto his bed, he summoned the system panel. Name, Yili, martial arts level, second stage, first layer, 15. Current evil points, 10,200. It had been several days since his breakthrough to the second stage. Yet he remained at the first layer level. He found himself growing increasingly impatient. Despite possessing a substantial amount of evil points, Yili refrained from allocating them, awaiting the enhancement from the breathing technique. However, each inquiry to Jiang Qingzhu yielded a response indicating that a little more time was needed. It seemed that obtaining the advanced breathing technique was not a simple task, and Yili did not press the matter, merely nodding in silence. Yet, as time passed, and he gazed at the multitude of points he could not utilize, a sense of restlessness began to creep in. If after 2 more days, following the exchange competition, he still had not acquired the breathing technique, he would not wait any longer. Yili ehalit deeply. With the martial examination looming near, it was prudent to secure a breathing technique for himself. His reluctance to compromise was indeed proving somewhat troublesome. At that moment, a soft knock echoed at the door. Yili rose and approached. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by Jiang Qingzhu's exquisite and serene visage. "Teacher Wang has asked us to gather and visit Qingsha No. 1 High School," Jiang Qingzhu remarked, her tone light and cheerful. "A visit?" Yili responded. "Yes. It's essentially to familiarize ourselves with the environment ahead of time." With that, Jiang Qingzhu's delicate hand glided over her ring, and a substantial tome materialized in her grasp. "Additionally, this is the Jiang family's white mist, frost, and snow." Extending the book towards Yili, she added apologetically, "I took quite some time to retrieve it. I'm sorry." "Is it really this thick?" Yili exclaimed, astonished as he accepted the tome. It was indeed the thickest book he had ever obtained thus far. Precisely for that reason, it was quite challenging to discreetly procure it. Jiang Qingzhu nodded in agreement, a hint of pride in her voice. "But this did not pose a challenge for me." Yili opened his mouth, pondering for a moment before asking with suspicion, "Aren't you afraid of facing punishment for this? Stealing a family heirloom breathing technique to give to someone. Such an act would surely send any father into a fit of rage, regardless of the world." Thoughts of various potential punishments, such as confinement or corporal punishment, flooded his mind. Yet, Jiang Qingzhu appeared unconcerned. She calmly waved her hand and reassured him, "Don't worry. I won't be punished severely." "That hardly inspires confidence," Yili remarked, rubbing his temples. He then added, "Nonetheless, thank you. If you ever find yourself in trouble, I will assist you. Let us not speak of such things. This is a fair exchange," Jiang Qingzhu replied, her expression serious. She felt that Yili was being overly courteous, as he had indeed assisted her significantly. Yet he acted as though he were the one at a disadvantage. Moreover, considering their current friendship, she believed there was no need for such meticulous delineation. Upon hearing this, Yili let out a light chuckle, then gently nodded and said, "I shall take a look now. Please inform the teacher that I have other matters to attend to and will not be familiarizing myself with the environment at Qingshan No. 1 High School." "Very well." Jiang Qingzhu pursed her crimson lips and cautioned, "The cultivation of white mist, frost, and snow is exceedingly challenging, far beyond the previous martial skills. After nearly a year of practice, I have merely scratched the surface, barely reaching the threshold of proficiency, and there remains a considerable distance to mastery. Therefore, should you find it difficult to comprehend at first, there is no need for haste. Feel free to consult me. I can impart all that I know, and I should be able to ensure that you, given your aptitude, can grasp the basics within 3 months, perhaps even sooner." With that, she waved goodbye to Yili. "I shall take my leave now." Yili merely nodded in response, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. 3 months? By then, the flowers would have wilted. Once she had departed, he swiftly closed the door with a resounding clap and turned back to his bed. After calming his racing heart, he slowly activated the panel. Chapter 30. White Mist, Frost, and Snow. Snowflakes filling the sky. Yili had not anticipated this turn of events. Just a moment ago, he was grappling with the concept of breathing techniques, and now the solution had been presented to him. He had originally intended to utilize the second-tier white panel to engage with the so-called Tang Yao, collect the rewards, and then settle for a makeshift breathing method in the meantime. However, it appeared that there was no longer any need for such delays. Yili directed his gaze toward the panel. Current evil value, 10, 200 points. He exhaled silently as the extensive tome opened before him. Page after page. He perused the contents. Grade-level breathing technique. White mist, frost, and snow, uninitiated, according to Jiang Qingzhu's words. The cultivation difficulty of this breathing technique was exceptionally high and would likely consume a significant amount of evil value. Yili had not previously delved into breathing techniques, and it seemed that this time the allocated points would yield minimal benefits. Nevertheless, there was no cause for excessive concern. The last time, with 8,000 evil points, he was able to elevate the grade of indestructible golden soul to level 2. It was unreasonable to think that this time, with over 10,000 evil points, he could not initiate the cultivation of a grade-level breathing technique. Let him discover the profound mysteries contained within this advanced breathing technique, valued at millions of Huanxia coins. System. Allocate points. Yili focused his thoughts as the vast sum of evil points surged forth like a torrent, flowing into the breathing technique. Ding. Consuming evil points. Beginning to upgrade the grade-level breathing technique. White mist, frost, and snow. As you first delve into this enigmatic breathing technique, you find yourself in deep contemplation. Every character is familiar, yet when strung together, they form a sentence utterly incomprehensible. A sense of bewilderment arises within you. How do these words coalesce into a coherent statement? In order to master this exceedingly challenging breathing technique, one must momentarily quiet the mind and begin to comprehend the method in context. After expending 1,000 points of malevolence, you have discovered a novel way to restore your true energy through breath. Unlike the crude method of voraciously inhaling both air and spiritual energy, you have learned to draw upon the spiritual essence with finesse, allowing an abundance of spiritual energy to accompany each inhalation and exhalation. Upon consuming 2,000 points of malevolence, you have adeptly mastered the technique of utilizing breathing frequency to attract spiritual energy, and you begin to infuse your true energy with a chilling sensation. After expending 3,000 points of malevolence, you have perfected the method of imbuing your true energy with the properties of coldness. Each physical contact can forcibly introduce a sliver of frost into your enemy's body. The technique known as white mist, frost, snow, beginner, reflects the realm in which Jiang Qingzhu resides. By channeling true energy infused with coldness into your strikes, you can gradually induce rigidity and even frostbite in your opponent's limbs through successive collisions. While ordinary practitioners may find their cold infusion limited to their physical form, Jiang Qingzhu wields a matching spear that can also exhibit the chilling effect. The advantages of wealth. Yili gently shook his head, continuing to allocate his points. After spending 5,000 points of malevolence, your years of diligent study have rendered you capable of rapidly restoring true energy without reliance on a specific breathing frequency, merely by adhering to a natural rhythm of breath. The proficiency of your martial skill has risen, and white mist frost snow is now at an intermediate level. With the expenditure of 6,000 points of malevolence, your deepening comprehension of this breathing technique allows your true energy to embody a significant cold effect. Mere moments of contact with an enemy can instantaneously freeze them by consuming vast amounts of true energy. Your martial skill has elevated once more, achieving mastery in white mist frost snow. Upon consuming 8,000 points of malevolence, your command over coldness has reached an unparalleled level, and the speed of true energy restoration through your breathing method has increased exponentially, surpassing your pre-training recovery rate by several dozen times. Your martial skill has ascended to the pinnacle of white mist frost snow. After expending 9,000 points of malevolence, you have gained complete control over the cold energy within you and begun to explore methods of releasing it in a single breath. Following the expenditure of 10,000 points of malevolence, you have mastered the art of unleashing a surge of cold energy instantaneously, sweeping in all directions. Skill acquired. Snowfall from the heavens. This skill enhances the output of your true energy, enabling you to unleash a vast expanse of coldness, freezing everything in your vicinity. Your martial skill has reached the zenith with white mist frost snow perfected. Comment. This enhancement consumed a total of 10,000 points of malevolence, equivalent to the progress achieved through 50 years of arduous training. Do not be deceived by your youth. In terms of mastery over this breathing technique, it would not be an exaggeration for Jiangqing Zhu to refer to you as grandfather. After 50 years of relentless toil, you have finally perfected this advanced breathing method. The flow of true energy within you is swift, and with each breath, there is a palpable sense of growth. With but a mere thought, the abundant, true energy coursing through his body could instantaneously transform into a chilling, bone-piercing frost. Observing the text on the panel, Yi Li's heart began to race, as he finally grasped the exorbitant value of the advanced breathing technique. Firstly, its capacity to replenish true energy was astonishingly swift. Once mastered, it was several dozen times faster than that of martial artists who had not practiced such techniques. While the latter required an entire day of rigorous training to restore their energy reserves, the former could achieve the same in merely an hour. There is no need to consider the rhythm of breathing, the din of the environment, or the concentration of spiritual energy. Aside from its high cost and difficulty in mastering, the advanced breathing technique possessed no significant drawbacks. Not to mention, upon reaching perfection, it granted an ability akin to a superpower. Yi Li's gaze lingered on the introduction of frost and snow across the sky. His heart ignited with fervor. He wondered what magnitude of explosive power was implied by this technique. He proceeded towards the meditation room provided by the hotel. After a brief appraisal of the approximately 20 square meter space, Yi Li's eyes gleamed a brilliant ice blue, and an incredibly fierce cold wind surged forth from his body. Boom! The air erupted with a sound akin to an explosion as visible frost spread outward in shockwaves, crashing against the walls and instantaneously forming layers of crystalline ice. Yi Li gazed in astonishment at the surrounding phenomenon, realizing that this display had consumed roughly 20% of his true energy. Thick white mist enveloped the meditation room, and any ordinary first-tier martial artist inhaling it would experience intense pain in their lungs. The name of the breathing technique, frost and snow, was indeed fitting. Moreover, the cushions, steps, and instruments situated between Yi Li and the walls were all encased in a thick layer of solid ice, utterly motionless. Yi Li attempted to scrape at the icy layer, discovering it to be 3 or 4 centimeters thick, his expression one of bewilderment. It seemed that an unprepared first-tier martial artist would likely be instantaneously incapacitated by their own frost and snow technique. Even if they were not frozen into unconsciousness, they would surely find themselves on the ground, stripped of their combat capabilities. Was this perhaps a touch excessive? With such formidable abilities accompanying the advanced breathing technique, could an ordinary martial arts student truly contend? Emerging from the training room, Yili felt his true energy replenish significantly within mere breaths. Current evil value, 200 points. Gazing at the dwindling number, a flicker of anxiety washed over him, prompting a soft sigh. Were it not for the absence of any unscrupulous martial arts schools in the vicinity, he would have been tempted to confront one directly. With several hours remaining until the so-called exchange competition, he needed to accumulate a substantial amount of evil value. A mere 3-digit sum in his account was far too unsettling. Regrettably, he currently lacked a valid reason to take action and had no suitable candidates to engage. He could only hope that the reputed Tang Yao would possess popularity within the school that rivaled Jiang Qingzhu's. Otherwise, it would be challenging to accrue significant evil value. Just as he was about to lie down for a brief repose, his phone, resting on the bedside, vibrated. He picked it up, and the languid expression on his face swiftly vanished as he sat upright. The screen prominently displayed 2 brief messages. Jiang Qingzhu. I find myself surrounded in the training arena. Jiang Qingzhu. Many individuals with ill intentions have approached us, insisting on sparring, and I am unable to extricate myself from this predicament. It has become rather troublesome. Might you be able to summon assistance? Chapter 31. Classmates, entry is prohibited here within the expansive training arena, beneath the grand and imposing structure. A throng of over 100 figures congregated before the platform, encircling a group. A strikingly serene young woman stood behind them, her fair fingers tapping rhythmically on her phone screen. Simply summon their instructor. This group shows no regard for decorum. Is there no teacher present? None. They are all students from Qingshan No. 1 High School, persistently pressuring us to engage. Very well, I understand. Upon reading this message, Jiang Qingzhu exhaled a sigh of relief and returned her phone to her pocket. The youth had always been reliable. There was no need for her to worry. Jiang Qingzhu raised her gaze towards the raucous crowd not far away, her elegantly shaped brows knitting together slightly. A hint of warmth quietly blossomed within her clear, expressive eyes. Initially, she had anticipated a mundane observation segment. Wang Yongfeng, the team leader, had casually wandered off to the great office, intending to discuss pedagogical insights with the teachers of Qingshan No. 1 High School. However, the harmonious atmosphere abruptly shifted once Jiang Qingzhu and her companions stepped into the training arena. 100 or so enthusiastic martial arts students appeared from seemingly nowhere, eagerly approaching to engage in conversation. As the team captain, Jiang Qingzhu, out of courtesy, exchanged a few pleasantries. Yet, following the brief exchange, the conversation took a sudden turn as an unexpected request was made to spar, citing the renowned prowess of Linhai No. 1 High School's team. Although Jiang Qingzhu coldly declined this request, one member of Linhai No. 1 High School, a rather naive and overly agreeable individual named Yu Qianqian, succumbed to the persistent invitations and ascended the stage. This development stirred a sense of unease within Jiang Qingzhu. Nevertheless, considering Yu Qianqian's first-tier, 8th-level cultivation, she reasoned that a match against an ordinary martial arts student would not consume too much time or energy and ultimately acquiesced. Regrettably, this decision led to unforeseen consequences. The opposing team sent forth a boy possessing an effeminate aura, who, relying on his peak first-tier cultivation, swiftly rendered the unprepared Yu Qianqian unconscious. This incident infuriated the members of Linhai No. 1 High School. Liu Yangde and his 2 companions charged forward, vociferously demanding an explanation. The students from Qingshan No. 1 High School, refusing to back down, retaliated with loud mockery. You lack skill, and now that you've lost, you're agitated? If you can't handle it, why agree to the challenge in the first place? Upon hearing these words, Liu Yangde's composure shattered. How dare you, Qingshan No. 1 High School, resort to such underhanded tactics? If it weren't for our elder brother's absence, would you dare employ these devious tricks? Exactly. Just your provocation alone, our elder brother could defeat you with a mere slap. You boast without substance. Is Linhai No. 1 High School merely composed of blusterers like you? If you have the capability, come up and spar with us. The 2 factions erupted into a passionate exchange of insults, devolving into chaos. On one side, there exists a tempest of anger, while the other calculates with cold precision, leaving no signs of reconciliation in sight. Throughout this tumultuous encounter, the androgynous young man on the platform maintained an unwavering calmness, exuding an air of undeniable charisma. After assisting the unconscious Yu Qianqian down from the stage for respite, Jiang Qingzhu promptly sent a message to Yili. At that moment, she surveyed the quarreling crowd, inhaled deeply, and steadied her emotions. Subsequently, casting a frosty gaze towards the androgynous figure on the platform, she rose and approached him. The casual injury inflicted upon her team members was an overt provocation. With her cultivation at the second tier, fourth level becoming evident, she swiftly descended to the combat arena. Observing the coldly furious young lady approaching, Chun Deng felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. The black-haired beauty emanated an aura of chill. Unmistakably the esteemed young lady of the Jiang family from Linhai City. Her formidable cultivation and martial talent overwhelmed him, as he mentally acknowledged her prowess. Chun Deng, feeling the weight of pressure, attempted to quell his rising panic and forced a smile, raising his voice intentionally. Jiang, what are you planning to do? His elevated tone immediately captured the attention of the crowd below, halting their quarrels as hundreds of eyes turned toward him. Upon seeing the coldly composed young lady ascend the stage, the crowd's expressions turned serious. Her solid second-tier, fourth-level cultivation instilled a palpable sense of pressure. You bully the weak, so I shall respond with force, Jiang Qingzhu declared, her voice as frigid as ice. Are you seeking a duel? Very well. Chun Deng felt a surge of elation. He had awaited this very challenge, understanding the necessity of conserving his strength. He turned to the crowd below with a grin. Is there anyone eager to test the prowess of the captain of the Linhai No. 1 high school team? I can relinquish this opportunity. At this, someone immediately grasped his intent and shouted through gritted teeth, I'll take it. A glimmer of coldness flashed in Jiang Qingzhu's eyes. She comprehended their strategy. They sought to exhaust her team through sheer numbers, hoping to secure an effortless victory in the afternoon's exchange match. They had even marked the area outside the martial arts arena with a temporary lockdown sign and sent away the supervising teacher. Despicable. Fortunately, she had already informed Yi Li, confident that it would not be long before assistance arrived. With this thought in mind, Jiang Qingzhu summoned a pristine white spear, her imposing aura becoming increasingly pronounced. The opposing warrior barely withstood a glance before being struck down from the high platform by her spear. Yet, soon after, another challenger bravely ascended the stage. Jiang Qingzhu dispatched him with another thrust, and the cycle continued, each new opponent meeting the same fate. Truly, she embodied the prowess expected of the Jiang family as heiress. Back on the ground, Chun Deng's gaze flickered. An ordinary first-tier warrior stood no chance against her. He too would falter within mere moments. Brother Chun, do not fret. Someone beside him chuckled. A multitude of ants can take down an elephant. With our 126 first-tier warriors, can we not wear her down? With merely 20 or 30 individuals, one could deplete her vital energy. This notion indeed brought a subtle nod from Chun Deng, easing his mind considerably. At this juncture, the plan could be deemed a success. The deputy captain, Liu Yangde, was still on the sidelines, eagerly preparing to take the stage, appearing nothing short of a fool. A faint smile graced Chun Deng's lips. Brother Chun, what about Yi Li? At that moment, someone approached, a note of concern lacing their voice. If he doesn't come to observe, might he not rush to inform the teachers upon hearing the news? Let him do as he pleases, Chun Deng replied dismissively. With so many teaching buildings at our school, he, an unfamiliar outsider, will find it difficult to summon assistance in time. What if he comes directly without calling anyone? Then there's even less to worry about. A peak first-tier martial artist may not even be my match. Meanwhile, outside the training arena, within a pavilion designated for verifying the identities of incoming personnel, a student tasked with keeping watch was dozing off. As long as no one was allowed entry within the hour, their plan would reach fruition. Consequently, several fellow students who wandered by the training grounds were turned away. Just then, a figure emerged around the corner in the distance. The student on watch, catching a glimpse in his peripheral vision, instantly shook off his drowsiness and sat upright. The newcomer, clad in flowing garments with tousled black hair, approached with an indifferent demeanor. Strikingly handsome, yet not in uniform. Was he an outsider? The student found himself momentarily entranced. As the black-clad youth drew closer, the watchful student sprang to his feet, raising his hand to call out, "Classmate, you can't bang." Before he could finish, the newcomer coldly snorted, spinning on his heel, and delivered a powerful kick, akin to a cannonball, against the pavilion. In a thunderous crash, the entire structure shattered, sending the vigilant student hurtling back, crashing heavily to the ground, unconscious. Yi Li, however, paid no heed, continuing his stride into the training arena. His pace quickened, ultimately breaking into a full sprint. Chapter 32, a duel, just me against all of you, with fervor igniting his dark eyes. Yi Li felt the flow of vital energy within him, gradually infused with an icy effect. To be prudent, even as he sprinted with great speed, his aura remained tightly contained. Yi Li understood, well, that his cultivation was meant for overwhelming his opponent, not merely to intimidate them. That said, he knew that upon witnessing his solitary approach, his adversaries would likely revel in delight. For within the training arena, he sensed over 100 faint auras, all indicative of first-tier martial artists. In such a configuration, the prowess of a second-tier martial artist would undoubtedly seem insufficient. Clearly, this was a trap laid by Qing Shan No. One high school, likely aimed at diminishing the combat strength of Linhai No. 1 High School before the battle commenced. Yet, Yi Li remained unfazed. In truth, he was unaware of the mastermind behind this scheme, nor did he know the school's stance on the matter. All he comprehended was his intent to unleash a relentless slaughter. Not blinded by the prospect of immense profits, Yi Li's mind was remarkably clear at this moment. Unfamiliar with Qingshan No. 1 High School and lacking Wang Yongfeng's contact information, seeking assistance from external sources would inevitably delay his efforts. Even if he could eventually rescue Jiang Qingzhu and her companions, it would be futile, for the adversary's objectives would already have been achieved. Therefore, to provide substantive aid, the opposing side must also suffer unacceptable losses. The adversary had undoubtedly assessed the combat capabilities of Linhai No. 1 High School prior to this encounter. Their confidence in ensnaring the entire group was evident, and Yi Li was the variable in this equation. Initially troubled by the depletion of his malevolent points, he now felt a spark of excitement, although it quickly settled. The howling wind roared in his ears, and his dark garments billowed with a resonant sound, mastering the perfected technique of riding the wind with the soaring dragon. His slender figure surged forward like a tempest towards the entrance of the training ground. With a thunderous crash, the heavy wooden doors burst open, and a figure, infused with fierce wind pressure, stormed into the arena. A wave of astonished gazes fell upon the newcomer, whose dramatic entrance startled everyone present. Even on the battle stage, Jiang Qingzhu, having just sent her opponent flying, paused to look up, her long spear in hand. As the gust subsided, a strikingly handsome youth clad in black emerged. Big brother. Upon recognizing the visitor's visage, Lu Yongda, standing below the stage, was instantly elated. My goodness, you actually came. Even the most oblivious individual would have sensed something amiss upon witnessing Jiang Qingzhu's mounting struggles, and Lu Yongda was no exception. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he had initially sought an opportunity to escape and request external aid, but had been thoroughly blocked by the numerous individuals from Qingshan No. 1 High School, including his own lackeys. This predicament left Lu Yongda in a state of desperation. Unexpectedly, just as he found himself at a loss, the once fearsome figure who had treated him like a mere dog had arrived to turn the tide. Lu Yongda had never envisioned that the daunting presence of the past would now shine like a savior. Big brother? Chen Ding, observing from the stands, was momentarily taken aback before his expression grew solemn. Is that Yi Li? Has he arrived so soon? He had not anticipated that the watchman failed to provide timely warning. This struck him as peculiar. Had they perhaps dozed off? Nevertheless, he was relieved to see no other figures accompanying Yi Li. It seemed he had come alone. With this thought, Chen Deng exhaled, concealing the amusement in his voice. It appears to be a reckless young fool. Most likely, He rushed over upon hearing news of his companions in distress, entirely oblivious to the trap and the disparity in strength. A smirk graced Chun Deng's lips as he stood up and addressed the black-clad youth below. "Classmate, your timing is impeccable. We are currently engaged in a friendly spar. Might you be interested in joining us?" As the conversation unfolded, several martial artists from Qingshan now. One subtly shifted their positions, effectively blocking the exits. Observing their subtle maneuvers, Yili could not help but chuckle lightly. "All right, how do you wish to spar?" "Naturally, a one-on-one duel," Chun Deng replied with a smile. "A duel?" Yili remarked, glancing at the encroaching crowd, teasingly inquired. "Is your notion of a duel merely me taking on all of you?" Upon hearing this, Chun Deng furrowed his brow, questioning, "What do you mean by that?" "Nothing of significance. Do not misconstrue it." Yili surveyed the surroundings, his internal energy surging like a tempest, and with a smile, he added, "I merely wish to express my fondness for your method of dueling." "Are you implying," Chun Deng's eyes narrowed, "that you are willing to accept a spar?" "Indeed," Yili replied, almost as if making an announcement. In an instant, as his words echoed, a swirling mist of white energy enveloped him, rendering his form almost translucent. This extraordinary scene caused Chun Deng's expression to shift. The aura emanating from Yili, coupled with his current stance, suggested he was far from an ordinary first-tier peak martial artist. Something felt decidedly amiss. Indeed, it felt profoundly wrong. Wait a moment. Just as Chun Deng began to speak, Yili's figure vanished from his spot. When he reappeared, he stood before the students of Qingshan No. 1, surrounded by billowing white mist, resembling a celestial being engulfed in flames. The mist danced around him like ethereal spirits, swirling rapidly in a mesmerizing display. In the blink of an eye, as the crowd's pupils dilated in shock, this otherworldly figure stepped forward, unleashing a monumental punch that shattered the air, striking the foremost individual with tremendous force. A resounding, thunderous explosion reverberated throughout the venue. As the ancient saying goes, a single sound is worth more than gold. Crack! The chilling sound of bones fracturing echoed sharply. The overwhelming force detonating upon impact sent the unfortunate soul flying, blood spraying forth as he collided with several others. Crashing into the wall. Boom! The entire sequence unfolded with astonishing speed. And it was only when Yili was enveloped in a fiery white aura that the others began to react, their expressions filled with terror as they instinctively recoiled. Chun Deng on the platform was equally stunned. He could scarcely fathom that Yili would strike with such merciless ferocity. That single blow had incapacitated 5 or 6 first-tier martial artists, rendering them unable to continue. Moreover, the severity of their injuries raised serious doubts regarding their ability to participate in the forthcoming martial examination. Boom! At that moment, another explosive sound shattered the air. Chun Deng instinctively looked down, witnessing several more students from Qingshan No. 1 being sent flying, bloodied and unconscious from the blows delivered by the young man in black. His previously calm heart now trembled violently. Below, Yili lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Chun Deng. His obsidian pupils were frigid and devoid of any emotional fluctuation. This sight pushed Chun Deng to the brink of his composure as he erupted. "Is this what you call a friendly spar? Cease this at once, stop." In an instant, he leaped forward, descending with fervor, a resplendent, razor-sharp golden blade materializing in his palm, aimed directly at Yili's forehead. A martial talent of the highest caliber, wielding a gleaming edge. The remaining students from Qingshan No. 1 High School snapped back to reality, their anger igniting as they roared in unison, drawing their weapons and surrounding the cloaked youth. At the moment Chun Deng's blade descended, Yili's ephemeral form began to move with astonishing speed, transforming into a fleeting shadow. Bolstered by the perfected techniques of Tiangang Ta Su and Yulong Chung Feng, his velocity far surpassed that of his peers. Not to mention the fact that Chun Deng was merely at the pinnacle of the first tier. What appeared to others as an incredibly swift strike seemed to Yili to unfold in slow motion. He effortlessly evaded the blade's arc, seizing Chun Deng's descending face with a firm grip and with sudden force, slammed him down onto the ground. Boom! Under the impact of both forces, Chen Deng's head was forcefully driven into the earth, rendering him instantly unconscious. His body lay rigid and straight, resembling a pair of chopsticks thrust into the ground from a distance. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Qingzhu on the duel stage quickened her breath, while Lu Yongda and others felt their throats dry and their hearts race. The remaining students of Qingshan No. 1 stood frozen, incredulous at the sight of the black-clad youth, who had actually dispatched Brother Chun in an instant. Even the teachers could not defeat him with a single blow. He was more formidable than their instructors. Come on, you all enjoy a wheel battle, don't you? Yili exhaled a breath of exasperation, casting a condescending gaze upon the dazed crowd, a distinct smirk gracing his fair and handsome visage. Upon seeing this, the students of Qingshan No. 1 felt a chill crawl down their spines, as if plunged into an icy abyss. Chapter 33. The Terrifying Frost and Snow. The First Cleanup. Everyone do not panic. At that moment, a student from Qingshan No. 1 finally steeled his resolve, realizing a crucial issue. Exerting his true energy in such a manner would not allow even a second-tier martial artist to sustain themselves for long. Yes, indeed, someone exclaimed, their face lighting up. His true energy must be nearly depleted. He likely intends to intimidate us with bluster to buy himself time for recovery. What? Is it truly so? This notion holds merit. Everyone, we must not allow him to recuperate. The student who first perceived the problem shouted fervently, his gaze fixed intently on Yi Li. Was it merely his illusion? He thought he detected a pallor on Yi Li's face, a clear sign of exhaustion. My conjecture was indeed correct. Ecstatic, the student cried out, "Everyone, let us rally together. Let us see how much true energy he has left to squander." With that, the crowd was moved by his words, their initial fear swiftly dissipating as they began to orderly surround the ink-clad youth. Observing this development, Jiang Qingzhu furrowed her delicate brows. The words of the other party were not unfounded. Yi Li's previous strikes were nothing short of astonishing, exhibiting no semblance of restraint in his expenditure of vital energy. Indeed, they even bore hints of excessive wastefulness. Such prodigality in the use of vital energy inevitably resulted in considerable depletion. Based on his own reserves, he had already consumed approximately 70%. Given that Yi Li's martial prowess was inferior to his own, the ratio of his consumption could only be greater than 70%. Upon this realization, Jiang Qingzhu grasped her spear, preparing to rush forward. However, Yi Li cast her a cold glance, the warning in his eyes unmistakable. Did he not require my assistance? Jiang Qingzhu halted, her mind clouded with confusion as she gazed at the composed Yi Li amidst the crowd, struggling to comprehend his stance. Yet, she respected his choice. Pausing momentarily, she fixed her worried gaze upon him. Meanwhile, the first-tier warriors from Qingshan Yizhong had approached Yi Li closely, with one student standing merely 3 feet away. At that moment, the student suddenly noticed Yi Li closing his eyes. Instantly, the white aura surrounding him coalesced, and his once semi-transparent form solidified. To all appearances, he seemed to have exhausted his vital energy, forced to cease his cultivation. The student intended to smile, but an inexplicable fear surged within him. An overwhelming sense of danger assailed him, and not only him. Those nearby also experienced a creeping chill, instinctively looking up. Before them, the young man in the dark robe raised his obsidian eyes, and a glimmer of azure light quietly emerged within their depths. Under the brilliant illumination, it resembled a serene lake amidst a wintry snowfall. In the next instant, a visibly tempestuous storm erupted from within the dark-robed youth. This storm carried an intense chill, causing the temperature of the air to plummet drastically, with spiraling shockwaves rapidly expanding in all directions. Snowstorm. Recognizing the technique, Jiang Qingzhu's pupils constricted, and an absurd emotion surged within her, leaving her momentarily dazed. He had only grasped the breathing technique less than an hour ago, and he had already mastered the snowstorm technique. How could this be possible? At that moment, amidst the boys' light laughter, the frigid tempest swept across a radius of dozens of meters. The faces of the first-tier warriors paled as they attempted to retreat, but chaos ensued, and in an instant, they were engulfed by the storm. What a terrifying martial technique. In the fleeting seconds before losing consciousness, they all shared the same thought. Humming. It was as though the howling winds of a blizzard from the far north had risen, accompanied by the chilling sound of ice forming and the echoes of countless screams, composing a symphony named Snowstorm. When the tempest finally subsided, it revealed dozens of lifelike ice sculptures, frozen figures that, despite their struggles, could not break free from their icy prison. Clang, clang. One after another, the ice sculptures fell to the ground, producing a series of crisp and melodious sounds. Amidst the astonished gazes of Jiang Qingzhu and others, the youth clad in dark robes exhaled a cloud of white vapor, leisurely stepping out from amidst dozens of ice sculptures. His demeanor serene. The vital energy within him had truly dwindled to mere drops. Fortunately, his gains were substantial. As he walked, he listened to the notifications resonating in his ears. Severely injured a peak first-tier martial artist, malevolence points, 1,000. Severely injured 17 first-tier, 5th-level martial artists, malevolence points, 8,500. Severely injured 46 first-tier, 3rd-level martial artists, malevolence points, 13,800. Severely injured, current malevolence points, 46,000. Eligible for treasure draw. Yi Li ambled towards the exit, his spirits considerably elevated. Thus, the malevolence points expended on the breathing technique had been replenished. He could return to tally his gains and await the afternoon's exchange competition. Tidiness was in order. In the astonished gazes of Jiang Qingzhu and the others, Yi Li waved his hand, casually uttering a parting remark before exiting the martial arts arena. Upon stepping out, he encountered Wang Yongfeng and a group of teachers from Qingsha No. 1 High School, engaged in cheerful conversation. Yi Li, have you finished your business? Wang Yongfeng asked, slightly surprised. I was just about to check if you needed any assistance. No need, thank you, teacher, Yi Li replied politely with a nod. Walking past him directly, oh, Teacher Wang, is this the Yi Li from your team? He appears quite courteous. One teacher remarked with a smile. Another burly instructor expressed mild discontent. A martial artist who looks so refined and gentle, almost like a scholar. It's unbecoming. How can he shine without any edge? Teacher Wang, if I recall, this Yi Li is at the peak of the first-tier level, correct? As the discussions about Yi Li unfolded, one teacher from Qingsha No. 1 discreetly inquired. In that case, his talent must be commendable. I wonder if he has awakened his martial arts talent? You'll find out this afternoon. Wang Yongfeng cleverly diverted the topic, smiling. But let's not talk about him. It's almost mealtime, and we have a competition this afternoon. We should gather the students observing in the martial arts arena for lunch. Indeed, the group swiftly made their way into the martial arts arena. However, upon comprehending the scene before them, the previously jovial group found themselves rooted to the spot. The entire arena was strewn with students from Qingsha No. 1 High School. Some collapsed beneath shattered walls, others sprawled on the ground nearby, and a few even had their heads embedded in the earth. Furthermore, dozens of crystalline human-shaped ice sculptures stood resolutely at the foot of the combat stage, the surface of the ice gradually spreading with cracks. In the midst of those ice sculptures lay a series of ice traces radiating outward, displaying irregular shapes, as though imprints left by a powerful force. There was no doubt that a heart-pounding battle or a violent release of energy had just transpired here. My heavens! Witnessing this scene, Wang Yongfeng and the teachers from Qingsha No. 1 felt as if the world was spinning around them, their spirits momentarily dazed, nearly collapsing to the ground. Observing the school team before him, Wang Yongfeng realized that these were all senior martial arts students from Qingsha No. 1 High School, now laying here in such disarray. What on earth had transpired? In this vast arena, only a few from Linhai No. 1 High School remained standing, their faces etched with shock. Wang Yongfeng struggled to steady his racing thoughts and turned his gaze toward Jiang Qingzhu on the platform, his voice trembling as he posed the question that weighed heavily on everyone's mind. Who did this? Without hesitation, Jiang Qingzhu replied, I did it. Lu Yongda's earlier excitement swiftly dissipated, replaced by a suffocating sense of heartbreak. The usually aloof and upright Jiang Qingzhu had audaciously come forward to shoulder the blame for Yi Li's actions. Lu Yongda felt a pang of bitterness welling within him. Yet he found no room for jealousy. You alone could accomplish such a feat. A teacher from Qingshan No. 1 High School, regaining his composure, suddenly changed his expression and demanded, "There are hundreds of students from Qingshan No. 1 High School here. You alone have reduced them to this state? Do not think you can evade responsibility. You must give us an explanation. Is it your place to speak?" Jiang Qingzhu coldly interrupted. As she spoke, her crystalline eyes flashed with an icy blue light, mirroring the earlier demeanor of Yi Li. A palpable chill emanated from her, and, in an instant, a lifelike, icy apparition of herself materialized behind her. A formidable martial arts talent, the Ice Maiden had manifested. A companion's face blanched as he rushed forward to grasp the teacher who had questioned Jiang Qingzhu, whispering urgently, "Have you lost your mind? This girl is the daughter of the esteemed Ji Bei Jiang family." What? The teacher suddenly came to his senses. The Ji Bei Jiang family was a prestigious lineage with genuine high-tier martial artists, having quelled second-tier calamities. It was no exaggeration to say that if the Jiang family wished to deal with him, they had an abundance of means at their disposal. Accustomed to wielding authority over students, he had not anticipated encountering a true powerhouse today. The teacher turned to Jiang Qingzhu, forcing a strained smile. "I apologize for my earlier outburst." Jiang Qingzhu paid him no mind, instead addressing Wang Yongfeng with an air of nonchalance. "Mr. Wang, the students of Qingshan No. 1 High School are rotten to the core, delighting in underhanded tactics. It was he who attempted to strike at us, yet lacked the capability, resulting in this outcome. In the aftermath, you may record this as my doing alone or as the work of all 6 of us. It is up to your discretion." With that, she gracefully leaped down from the platform, assisting the still unconscious Yu Qianqian, and exited the training grounds, leaving the teachers from Qingshan No. 1 High School in stunned silence. So that is how it is. Watching the girl's retreating figure, Wang Yongfeng felt an immense stir within. Having served as a guiding teacher for 2.5 years, he had gleaned some understanding of her temperament. If it were truly Jiang Qingzhu behind this, she would not have acted with such swiftness. At the very least, she would never strike unless she was physically present on the platform. In his own recollection, among the entire school team, there was only one individual whose combat style was strikingly sharp and possessed sufficient prowess. The young man in a black shirt who had greeted him politely just 5 minutes prior. "What a remarkable lad. Just how many hidden cards do you possess?" An hour later, within the spacious and tranquil confines of a hospital room at Qingshan City People's Hospital, the atmosphere was meticulously arranged to create a comforting and secure therapeutic environment, featuring 2 orderly rows of hospital beds. Each bed cradled a figure, their bodies swathed in thick bandages and plaster casts secured their heads. These unfortunate souls were the students who had previously collapsed on the martial arts arena of Qingshan No. 1 High School. At this moment, the majority remained in a state of unconsciousness. Despite the advanced medical capabilities within the martial arts realm, the attending physician's stamina was limited. Faced with such a multitude of severe injuries, even the largest hospital in Qingshan City struggled to provide swift treatment for all. The attending physician was taken aback, pondering whom Qingshan No. 1 High School had provoked, as a significant portion of their senior class had been admitted. Could it be that they had encountered a beast during an assault? It is worth noting that even he had not witnessed the spectacle of over 100 martial artists being transported to the hospital simultaneously in many years. Meanwhile, in an adjacent single-patient room, Su Ligong, the guidance teacher of Qingshan No. 1 High School's team, stood by a hospital bed, his brow furrowed and his expression fluctuating between concern and frustration. "Are you implying that you instigated the confrontation?" he inquired solemnly, gazing at the bedridden Chen Deng. "You requested that they engage, only to be knocked to the ground?" "Yes," Chen Deng replied, his head bowed in shame, the thick bandages obscuring his complex gaze. It was not that he dared to admit his actions. Rather, the abundance of witnesses and evidence present at the scene left him little choice. It could be said that should the school choose to investigate, uncovering the truth would require minimal effort. Given the circumstances, it was wiser for him to confess outright, as it might garner the school's understanding. After all, even though he had been knocked unconscious by a single punch from Yi Li, there remained over 100 first-tier martial artists behind him. Even if Yi Li was a second-tier martial artist, he would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. The current situation likely indicated that Linhai No. 1 High School had sustained significant injuries, resulting in a clamor for an explanation from Qingshan No. 1 High School. What are you joking about? Su Ligong's face turned ashen as he questioned vehemently. You have over 100 first-tier martial artists here, while Linhai No. 1 High School sent only 6, and yet you were all defeated so soundly? There must be limits to your fabrications. Do you comprehend the gravity of this matter? Because of this incident, our school's martial arts examination has become a major issue. Why? Because there are no students left. Currently, more than half of the students in our martial arts senior class are lying in the hospital. Su Ligong's voice rose, and even the veins on his temples throbbed with agitation. It was hardly surprising that he was so distraught. This situation could very well jeopardize the martial arts examination results for an entire cohort at Qingshan No. 1 High School. He had just inspected the situation. The students lying in the hospital would require at least 2 months of recovery, if not for the healing abilities of the medical department. 2 months. And the results of the martial arts examination would be announced long before that. The mere thought of this made Su Ligong's face flush with urgency and frustration. He had hoped to hear from Chun Deng some inflammatory remarks from the students of Linhai No. 1 High School, so that he could confront them and demand substantial compensation. Instead, he was met with nothing but Chun Deng's confession. Was this not an indication that the incident was entirely a self-inflicted calamity for Qingshan No. 1 High School? Absurd. How could a mere 6 individuals from Linhai No. 1 High School possibly overpower over 100 from Qingshan No. 1 High School? Su Ligong's fist clenched tightly. He could not accept such an outrageous notion. More than half of them ended up in a hospital? Upon hearing Su Ligong's words, Chun Deng was momentarily bewildered. He had thought that the students from Linhai No. 1 High School had been completely vanquished and was awaiting an explanation. But from his mentor's words, it seemed as though his side had suffered the losses. Impossible. It was well known that the senior class of martial arts students consisted of nearly 200 of Qingshan City's finest youth. How could over 100 of them be defeated while attacking a mere 6 similarly ranked martial artists? Moreover, the implication that more than half had ended up hospitalized suggested that his side had sustained catastrophic losses. How could that be? They were over 100 first-tier martial artists. Even if they were mere buns, those 6 would require an entire morning to consume them. Chun Deng trembled, refusing to accept the grim reality, and asked, Teacher Su, how many from our school have been hospitalized? Su Ligong replied coldly, including you. There are a total of 126. All severely injured? What else could it be? Completely obliterated. Chun Deng felt the world spinning around him, momentarily lost in a daze. If Qingshan No. 1 High School had less than 200 first-tier martial artists, and over 100 were now severely injured, how many could still participate in the martial arts examination? The entire martial arts performance of Qingshan No. 1 High School would likely languish at the bottom among all martial arts high schools in the province. Considering this, Chun Deng's heart sank. He could not fathom how a meticulously crafted plan combined with an impeccable start could culminate in such disastrous results. Regardless, their side boasted a formidable force of over 100 individuals. Where had it all gone awry? Do you now grasp the severity of the situation? Su Ligong suppressed his anger, his eyes nearly bloodshot with rage. Su teacher, Chun Deng, breathless on the hospital bed, inquired rapidly. Were there truly only 6 individuals on the opposing side? To be honest, I lost consciousness rather early, and I am still unclear about what transpired afterward. Su Ligong furrowed his brow. What do you mean? Could there have been more than 6 on the opposing side? How else could they have inflicted such severe injuries on over 100 of us? I suspect they enlisted external assistance. Chun Deng asserted with unwavering conviction, adding, or perhaps they employed some unknown means. In any case, there could not have been merely 6 individuals involved. Indeed, you are partially correct. A calm and icy noble voice echoed from outside the door. The door swung open, drawing the attention of Chun Deng and Su Ligong. A young girl clad in a black and white long robe entered, her waist adorned with a white jade belt. Her striking features radiated an astonishing brilliance, and a palpable sword intent emanated from her presence. It was none other than the young master of the sword pavilion, the true backbone of Qingshan Yizhong. Dang Yiyao. Upon entering the hospital room, she looked down upon Chun Deng with an air of condescension. Her tone laced with mockery. It was certainly not 6 individuals who brought over 100 of you to the hospital. Not 6 individuals? At her words, Chun Deng's spirits lifted, and he instinctively exclaimed with delight, I knew it. How could just 6 people inflict such severe injuries on so many of us? Why the haste? The girl's voice, cold and disdainful, interrupted his joy like a bucket of icy water, bringing him back to reality. I haven't finished speaking yet. Chun Deng stared blankly. What more is there? Meanwhile, Su Ligong felt an unsettling premonition stirring within him. Could it truly be Jiang Qingzhu? In the next moment, Tang Yao's voice dripped with sarcasm as she continued. It was not 6 people. Rather, it was one person who caused all of you to be hospitalized. Yidi. It was he alone who cut through you all. Chapter 35. They are the challengers. What did you say? The most astonished was not Chun Deng, but Su Ligong, who had remained silent since the beginning. As a teacher at the martial arts high school, he comprehended better than anyone else present just how preposterous her statement was. One person defeating over 100? Su Ligong fixed his gaze upon the girl, disbelief etched upon his face. You cannot be serious. Tan Yao Ziplit Gasu. I have asked over a dozen people. It would be pointless to jest further, even in the wake of such a revelation about Yi Li's singular prowess. The prideful and graceful visage of the girl revealed no trace of anxiety. Hearing this, Chun Deng collapsed back on his bed, a bitter smile escaping his lips as he gasped. Aside from you, there is such a genius in Ying Province. In his eyes, a talent like Tang Yao's was unparalleled throughout the entire province. Even the Jiang family's young lady from Linhai City, who had awakened a top-tier martial talent, could not compare. After all, Chun Deng had personally witnessed her once wielding a broadsword, challenging the entire student body with her formidable presence. It was precisely for this reason that he held her in such high esteem, viewing her as a goddess worthy of his relentless pursuit, striving to keep pace with her. Alas, it was but a dream of a fool. Chun Deng's smile turned bitter. The Tang Yao of yesteryear bore a striking resemblance to Yi Li of today. Tang Yao furrowed her brows slightly. Unlike Chun Deng, she did not consider Yi Li to be in her league. She merely found him somewhat intriguing. Yet she thought it was pointless to engage in debate with someone so mediocre. There was no necessity to squander her time on such individuals. With this in mind, Tang Yao turned on her heel, preparing to leave the room. She came over to ascertain the situation, and now that she has gathered the information, there is nothing of particular note. Naturally, she must return to prepare for the afternoon's exchange competition. She walked slowly out of the hospital room. At that moment, Su Ligong, seated in a chair, suddenly sighed as he glanced at Chun Deng, who lay in hospital bed, and wryly remarked, It seems that the afternoon competition is doomed. I shall go ahead and forfeit for you. Focus on your recovery. Forfeit? Tang Yao's questioning voice resonated in his ears. Su Ligong turned to see the elegant young girl who had just departed returning with an expression of dissatisfaction, coldly stating, Who said anything about forfeiting? Su Ligong was momentarily taken aback. Of the 7 members of their team, 6 were gravely injured. And what of it? Tan Yao in Quit Gan Li, at a loss for words. Su Ligong was unsure how to respond. To him, given the circumstances, forfeiting seemed the only logical choice to allow for proper recuperation. However, recalling the girl's nearly arrogant disposition, he swallowed his thoughts. Despite her youth, Tang Yao had manifested an offensive prowess comparable to that of high-level talent. Reaching the pinnacle of the second stage of martial cultivation, armed with numerous exquisite techniques from the sword pavilion, she indeed possessed the merit to look down upon others. Taking a deep breath, Su Ligong felt an inexplicable surge of confidence. He gazed at the girl and asked solemnly, So, what do you mean? Is that even a question? A glimmer of amusement flickered in Tang Yao's eyes before she quickly composed herself. Then, an overwhelming sword intent erupted from her, as if she could cleave the very hospital beneath her feet in two. In Su Ligong's dazed gaze, the exceptionally self-assured young girl lifted her cool eyes and declared, I will participate in the competition as normal. But what about that Yi Li? Su Ligong began, but Tang Yao abruptly interrupted him. Her cherry-red lips articulating words laced with iciness, but that is all he is. Merely eliminating a group of minor adversaries is something anyone could accomplish effortlessly. It hardly warrants any bragging rights. Let me make it clear, in this competition, they are the challengers. In the heart of Qingshan City, within a prestigious hotel, Yili sat cross-legged on his bed, feeling a heavy burden upon him. According to Wang Yongfeng, Qingshan No. 1 high school would likely forfeit the afternoon exchange competition due to a lack of participants, and his plan to severely defeat that swordsmanship prodigy would consequently fall through. With no opportunity to accrue evil points, Yili sighed, calming his emotions as he summoned the interface. Current evil points, 46,000 points available for extraction of treasures. Even with his temperament, upon seeing that figure on the interface, he couldn't help but break into a smile. Indeed, no one could resist smiling at the sight of their account balance. If one didn't smile, it meant their funds were depleted. Although the evil points provided by the students of Qingshan No. 1 High School were modest, their sheer number was overwhelming, with the contributions of over 100 individuals. His foundation had reached a terrifying level. Through several experiences, Yili had also discerned certain patterns in the system's evaluation of evil points. Only those martial artists who harbor animosity towards him will yield a normal level of malevolence points upon their defeat. Take Jiang Qingzhu as an example. While instructing this young lady in martial arts, Yili did not hold back in his efforts, clearly aiming to accrue malevolence points. Yet, even after rendering Jiang Qingzhu incapacitated and dazed, the malevolence points recognized by the system amounted to merely 2 digits. How vexing. Is this to prevent me from endlessly accumulating points? Yili sighed. Nonetheless, with the successful acquisition of the breathing technique, he could now begin enhancing his long-stagnant martial arts level. Though termed stagnant, it had only been 2 or 3 days. However, prior to this, Yili's attention was drawn to the new inscription that had appeared behind the malevolence points. Alongside the accumulation of malevolence points, the system seemed to gradually unveil new functionalities. For instance, shortly after his arrival, upon defeating Wang Run, the system introduced the feature for cultivation enhancement. This was indeed a fortuitous development. Not to mention, he was still in need of a reliable firearm relic. With a mere thought, the text on the panel began to transform. Spend 1,000 malevolence points to draw from the relic roulette. Relic roulette. A magical wheel encompassing various relics from countless realms, where any wondrous item may be drawn. If you aspire to soar to greatness, why not take a chance? Note, this relic pool guarantees a gold-quality relic after 40 draws. Damn it. No wonder this feature only appeared after accumulating 40,000 malevolence points. Yili suddenly understood. The system believed he had the audacity to gamble, hence presenting this roulette. System, you have misjudged me. I am not one to indulge in reckless gambling. Yili chuckled coldly. Without hesitation, he decided to take a chance with a draw. After all, with a new pool laid before him, who could resist a game? Ding! Congratulations. You have obtained a purple rare quality relic. A beam of purple light illuminated Yi Li's handsome visage. Fortunately, while it wasn't a gold draw, the purple quality was still commendable. He nodded slightly, directing his gaze back to the panel. Functional relic. Harmony ring. Effect. Consumes true energy to compel enemies within a 5-meter radius to kneel before you. The higher the enemy's level, the more true energy consumed. Cool down. One day, Yili was momentarily speechless. Are you certain this relic will facilitate harmonious interactions? This relic lacks a tier and possesses only a quality designation, and its effect is remarkably tailored to my needs. Yi Li's dark eyes glimmered. At that moment, a soft knock echoed through the door. Are you still resting? Jiang Qingzhu's slightly surprised voice came from outside. Qingshan No. 1 has not forfeited. They're calling us to compete. Oh, they have not forfeited, but instead are approaching me. Inside the room, the corners of Yi Li's mouth slowly lifted. This Tang Yao certainly deserves commendation for her courage. Alas, that is the only commendation I can afford her. Chapter 36. I will win. A declaration of victory before battle. As the finest martial arts high school in Qingshan City, the training grounds of Qingshan No. 1 are no less impressive than those of Linhai No. 1. At this moment, the training ground is alive with a cacophony of voices. The spectator seats, capable of accommodating over 1,000 individuals, are predominantly filled with students from Qingshan One High School, engaged in animated discussions that rise and fall like a wave. Only Senior Tang is slated to compete in the upcoming match. Is that true? Why? This is somewhat embarrassing to admit. It is said that all the members of our school team were sent to the hospital this morning by Jiang Qingzhu from Linhai One High School, leaving only Senior Tang able to participate. Are you kidding me? Is Jiang Qingzhu really that formidable? No, he is not exaggerating. It's not just the school team. The entire senior class of the martial arts department has suffered significant losses. Did you not notice how empty the spectator seats are over there? Goodness, it's true. So what are we going to do? Hold on. Even if Jiang Qingzhu is on the other side, we still have Senior Tang holding the fort, right? Stay calm. Is Senior Tang going to perform another feat of defeating 7 opponents single-handedly? I recall that during the exchange competition with Yujing City, she accomplished just that, didn't she? Now that you mention it, I'm feeling a bit excited. Senior Tang is truly bold and skilled. Indeed, Senior Tang is not only powerful, but also remarkably attractive. That lucky fellow Wei Ji is quite fortunate. Wait, who is Wei Ji? I haven't heard that Senior Tang is in a relationship. It's none other than me, Aminos. The students in the audience are animatedly discussing. As the time for the match draws nearer, it is evident that the students of Qingshan One High School are brimming with confidence in Tang Yao's impending triumph over 7 opponents, as if it were a foregone conclusion. It is no wonder. For Tang Yao has long been renowned in Qingshan City, having never suffered a defeat in simulated battles to date, and all her victories have been overwhelmingly decisive. There are even rumors that she once visited a dojo and, with her second-tier 6th-level prowess, directly defeated a master who had reached the pinnacle of the 2nd tier for many years. Numerous similar outrageous tales abound, most of which are substantiated. With such accolades, students from Qingshan City naturally regard this extraordinarily talented swordswoman as their goddess, their guiding star, and the backbone of Qingshan One High School. For them, as long as Tang Yao remains undefeated, Qingshan One High School cannot be considered a failure. Above them, on the elevated platform, several powerful auras subtly emanate. The bright sunlight shines upon the smooth competition stage. In the pre-match lounge, Yili paces in front of the weapon rack, gently caressing the weapons, finally stopping at a sleek black spear. The weapon he excels in most is indeed the spear. It is unfortunate that he lacks a suitable spear artifact and must settle for this unremarkable first-tier spear. He wonders if the artifact roulette might yield a 3-edged blade or the Rui Jingubang. As his thoughts drift, he slowly draws the black spear, gripping it in his hand, and his entire demeanor sharpens immediately. With the competition time pressing, Yili does not allocate points to enhance his cultivation. He remains at the first level of the 2nd tier. However, this is of little consequence. He can always allocate points after the exchange competition concludes. Yili, gripping his long spear, stepped out of the lounge and made his way to the preparation area beneath the combat stage. Perhaps having arrived early, he found that only Jiang Qingzhu occupied the seats for Linhai One High School at that moment. "You're here," Jiang Qingzhu said, rising from her chair. "Have you prepared your weapon?" "It's serviceable at best," Yili replied, his tone indifferent. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Qingzhu suggested, "I have many idle long spears at home, suitable for warriors of the 2nd or 3rd tier. I could bring one for you next time." What a bold statement. Would the high martial arts world truly perish with the addition of another wealthy heir? Yili settled into his seat, seemingly sighing. That would be acceptable. Jiang Qingzhu nodded gently, withdrawing her gaze to close her eyes and cultivate her spirit. Meanwhile, discussions about Tang Yao circulated among the spectators, gradually filtering into the ears of the two. Shortly, Jiang Qingzhu opened her eyes, observing Yili, who was meticulously polishing his spear. She spoke softly. "Tang Yao is exceptionally strong and well-versed in various martial techniques. Even I would find it perilous to face her. You are the first to compete. Be exceedingly cautious of her slashing strikes." She sensed the boy's heart rate quickening beneath his calm, fade. Jiang Qingzhu naturally assumed he was nervous, Considering the away game environment and the constant buzz of the enemy's heroic exploits, which would inevitably quicken one's heartbeat and unsettle the mind. To this, Yili merely nodded almost imperceptibly. It was indeed unexpected. It appeared that Tang Yao held considerable esteem at Qingshan No. 1 High School. In terms of reputation alone, Jiang Qingzhu could not possibly compare. The notoriety attributed to her was certainly overshadowed by Tang Yao's. What a delightful surprise. Afin simule gracieux les slips. Yili. Wang Yongfeng approached from a short distance, followed by Yu Qianqian, Lu Yongda, and others. There are less than 10 minutes until the match begins. You need to prepare. Yili nodded, quietly rising and entering the passageway to the arena. Meanwhile, in the preparation area for Qingshan No. 1 High School, the guiding teacher Su Ligong was drenched in sweat, feeling the immense pressure Yili exerted upon him. Though confident in Tang Yao's abilities, the presence of Jiang Qingzhu looming behind her made him apprehensive. Moreover, Su Ligong had only just learned that an elder from the Qingshan Sword Pavilion and a senior instructor from Fengyin University had arrived at Qingshan No. 1 High School to observe this exchange competition. The latter was merely interested in scouting potential talents from the two city-level martial arts high schools this year. However, the elder from Qingshan Sword Pavilion was specifically there to witness Tang Yao's performance. Should she falter in her first match, he would undoubtedly question and critique the teaching capabilities of Qingshan No. 1 High School. At that moment, Su Ligong, as the guiding teacher, would certainly face accountability. Considering this, Su Ligong's body trembled slightly. Just then, the referee's voice resonated powerfully in the arena. The 5th city-level exchange competition officially begins. The first match, Yili from Linhai No. 1 High School versus Tang Yao from Qingshan No. 1 High School. As soon as the words fell, a thunderous cheer erupted from the spectators. A sound that pierced the heavens and underscored the near-legendary status of a young girl at Qingshan No. 1 High School. Su Ligong took a deep breath and turned his gaze toward the elegant maiden seated with her eyes gently closed. He posed a question that every student at Qingshan No. 1 was eager to ask. Can she win? With a resonant and haughty clang of a sword, the atmosphere of the martial arts arena was instantly electrified. Amidst the chorus of gasps, Tang Yao opened her eyes, tucking her hands into the flowing black and white robe that billowed around her. I will win, she declared, her voice cool and nonchalant. Bearing the weight of countless hopes from her peers, she strode confidently toward the entrance, her presence illuminated by the brilliant light surrounding her. Although such pressure could easily overwhelm an ordinary person, she had long since grown accustomed to the anticipation that accompanied her. Emerging from the passageway amidst the deafening roar of the crowd, Tang Yao ascended the combat stage with grace and poise. Her demeanor radiated confidence, her gaze sharp as a blade, transforming her into a sword that diminished the vigor of all that surrounded her. With a subtle flicker of light from the white jade belt at her waist, a sword engraved with a golden dragon motif materialized in her grasp. Behind her were the jubilant Qingshan students, while before her stood a handsome young man, calm and unruffled as he approached the stage. Truly impressive, he remarked, his astonishment evident. It is my first encounter with an opponent of such acclaim. That merely reflects your ignorance, Tang Yao replied, her expression serene as she regarded Yili. With a playful curl of her lips, she reiterated, You are the challenger. Chapter 37. The so-called genius on the elevated platform above the spectators. As both combatants made their entrance, the figures gathered began to converse. Tang Yao continues to shine with her brilliance. I wonder, to what extent can Yili deplete her stamina? The teachers on the platform watched intently, their conversations becoming noticeably subdued. The intensity of both fighters' auras was roughly aligned with the information on the preview sheet. Tang Yao's martial arts level stood at the pinnacle of the second stage, 6th layer, with an awakened talent for martial arts known as true sword heart. In contrast, Yili barely reached the first layer of the second stage, with no martial arts talent to speak of. This disparity in levels significantly diminished Yi Li's physical capability, compounded by factors such as martial skills and battle experience. Consequently, the teachers' discussions naturally shifted from who would emerge victorious to how much stamina Yi Li could possibly exhaust from Tang Yao. The middle-aged elder from the Qingshan Sword Pavilion observed from below, nodding slightly, clearly pleased with the sword intent emanating from Tang Yao. Given her current growth trajectory, it would not be long before she ascended to the 4th stage, qualifying her for the swordsmanship enlightenment bestowed by the pavilion's past masters. However, before that, she would need to find a suitable martial arts university for further cultivation, as the Qingshan Sword Pavilion, despite its ample resources, lacked peers within the sect capable of sparring with her. Reflecting on this, he turned to the elderly man beside him, whose hair was as white as snow and whose spirit remained vigorous, and pondered before speaking. Elder Yu, do you believe that our Sword Pavilion's young master can gain admission to your esteemed Fengyan University for further studies? Naturally, Elder Yu from Fengyan University replied with a knowing glance and a chuckle. This young lady, despite her tender age, already embodies the essence of swordsmanship. Given time, she will undoubtedly become an exceptional leader of the Sword Pavilion. If she participates in the martial arts examination, she is certain to secure a place at Fengyan University. Fearing that the middle-aged elder might not believe him, Elder Yu added with a smile, if she fails to gain admission, you can come to me, and I shall make it right. The Sword Pavilion elder remained silent, retracting his gaze. His earlier remark had implied a desire for the other party to utilize the privilege of senior faculty to directly admit Tang Yao. Gaining such a recommendation from Fengyan University would mean that Tang Yao would receive the most precious resources available within the institution, paving the way for a boundless future. However, the other party's insistence on her participating in the examination appeared to be an evasion of his intentions. Most likely, they wished to observe Tang Yao's performance further before making a judgment. Contemplating this, the Sword Pavilion elder snorted softly. Then you shall see. The foremost swordsmanship prodigy of our age stand upon the arena below. On the arena, gazing at the calm and composed youth clad in black, Tang Yao's exquisite features radiated an almost overflowing confidence. Even though he had single-handedly defeated over 100 first-tier martial artists, to her, he was of little consequence. People today are truly confident, the young man murmured to himself. Is this the nature of so-called geniuses? If so, I shall have to deliberately seek out such geniuses to contend with in the future. Resolute in his determination, Yili casually remarked, Am I the challenger? Do not shed tears in secret if you lose later. Your hypothesis is meaningless. Tang Yao tightened her grip on her sword, the energy within her circulating rapidly, and spoke with a calm demeanor, because I will not lose. Moreover, as she spoke, she drew her sword slowly from its sheath with her thumb, her gaze turning icy. I will demonstrate just how ludicrous your current thoughts are in the face of my talent. Yili raised an eyebrow, a smile devoid of warmth playing on his lips. If you can achieve that, then come and prove it. Initially motivated by the desire for notoriety, he now genuinely felt a surge of anger. In Tang Yao's eyes, Yili saw confidence, disdain, but most notably, a lack of respect for him. This incensed him. Despite his prowess, he maintained decorum in public, believing that even in conflict, one should resolve matters with grace. Very well, a swordsmanship prodigy, is it? I relish the prospect of battling an impolite girl like you. In the next moment, the referee's voice resonated at the opportune moment. The match begins. Boom! As the sound of the battle commenced, a thunderous roar echoed throughout the arena. Tang Yao transformed into a streak of blinding white light, hurtling directly toward Yi Li. A second-tier rare martial skill, lightning flash. The saying fame does not come without merit held true, for as a swordsmanship prodigy, the young lady had evidently mastered this technique to an extraordinary level. The horizontal sword sliced through the air with an astonishing speed, descending rapidly towards Yi Li. Gripping his spear tightly, Yi Li's internal energy surged, and, in an instant, he executed the Celestial Gang's Void Step. His opponent, a distinguished second-tier warrior at the 6th level, was a considerable challenge. While he himself had only just entered the 1st level of the 2nd tier, the disparity in their levels was significant, warranting a cautious approach. However, Yi Li was undeterred. One must exhibit anger when angered, lest he be mistaken for a complacent gentleman. In a fleeting moment, ethereal white energy enveloped him, rendering his form somewhat translucent. The instant he initiated the celestial gang's step, the horizontal sword struck down, merely splashing forth a myriad of shattering white vapor. Observing with a hint of seriousness, Tang Yao witnessed Yi Li's cold smirk as he swung the pitch-black spear with fervor. The spear traced a distinct and luminous dragon scale pattern in the air. The display was grand, and on the glimmering spearhead, a radiant light seemed to emerge, resembling a swimming dragon as it descended towards Tang Yao. With a resounding hum, Tang Yao raised her horizontal sword defensively, and a colossal sword phantom, towering several zhang high, rose from the ground, exuding an unyielding sense of weight. Nonetheless, the swimming dragon was capable of toppling mountains. Boom! The spear descended with the force of a mountain crushing an egg, producing an ear-piercing sound as it tore through the air. The gigantic sword shadow opposing it shattered under the onslaught of this terrifying power. In an instant, sword energy surged, and rocks flew through the air as the entire arena trembled violently. Tang Yao herself was sent flying, blood spilling from the corner of her mouth, her jade hand trembling violently as she clutched the horizontal sword. Chapter 38. Harmonious Coexistence. What? As Tang Yao was hurled away, the students from Qingshan University, watching from the stands, gazed in utter disbelief at the unfolding scene. Sister Tang was sent flying? That fellow named Yi Li has activated some hidden power? How could he breach Sister Tang's defenses? They gasped collectively, their eyes brimming with incredulity. Historically, Tang Yao would effortlessly conclude battles against opponents of a lower tier in an instant. Yet, that last strike was not only easily countered by her opponent, but also retaliated with such force that it obliterated her defenses, sending her flying. How is this possible? On the arena, watching the retreating figure of the ink-clad youth, Tang Yao felt a tempest brewing within her heart. Until now, her colossal sword phantom had never been so brutally shattered. This was a first. The colossal sword phantom was a prized martial skill within the second tier, and she had dedicated a year to mastering it to great perfection. Not only had she successfully defended against a novice second-tier warrior, but even the peak second-tier master from her martial school had failed to breach this colossal sword illusion. It was not that Yi Li's strength was insurmountable, but the radiant light gleaming from the spear tip possessed an exceptional armor-piercing effect. It was likely another exquisite martial skill, cultivated to a remarkably high level. After a brief moment of shock, Tang Yao quickly regained her composure. It was merely a martial skill with armor-piercing capabilities. She would not underestimate it. On the high platform, initially, the teachers believed that this match held little suspense. However, upon witnessing Tang Yao being sent flying, their spirits were instantly invigorated. This young man, named Yi Li, possesses quite an intriguing prowess. Yu Wang, observing the spirited young scholar clad in black, remarked in astonishment. The white mist enveloping him exhibits remarkable efficacy, diminishing the sword energy's impact by at least 50 to 70%. In his recollection, only a handful of low-tier martial techniques could produce such effects, and all of them were rare treasures. Such treasures often imply a significant difficulty in cultivation. To harness a low-tier treasure technique to this extent, one must at least achieve a high level of mastery. Furthermore, the spear technique previously displayed by the black-clad youth exuded an air of perfection, suggesting the mastery of two distinct, seemingly complete, rare martial arts. In merely 3 years, to refine two rare techniques to such a level of completion speaks volumes about his martial comprehension, which can only be described as extraordinary. Contemplating this, Yu Wang's astonishment deepened. Even if he could mitigate damage, coupled with a technique capable of breaching defenses, it would not pose a substantial threat to the young master. With the young master's swordsmanship, he could undoubtedly forcefully rend through any defenses. An elder from a sword pavilion, while fixated on the combat stage, spoke solemnly. It was not mere bravado. Among all present, none understood the might of the techniques in Tang Yao's arsenal better than he did. They undeniably possessed the potential to threaten even third-tier martial artists. On the combat stage, Tang Yao steadied herself mid-air, her legs skimming the ground as she traversed over 10 paces, dissipating the force exerted upon her. She then lifted her piercingly beautiful eyes, coldly regarding the exceptionally handsome youth enveloped in swirling white mist. "Is this all you are capable of?" the youth inquired, brandishing his spear with a hint of mockery in his light laughter. "How audacious!" Tang Yao's tone was frigid, yet a slight, perceptible note of defiance lingered. Her pride remained unyielding as a rock. "So what if you can mitigate damage? I shall still triumph over you." Boom! A resounding clap of thunder erupted simultaneously as Tang Yao transformed into a blinding streak of white light, racing towards Yi Li. Yi Li maintained a calm demeanor as he extended his palm towards the rapidly approaching white flash. Just as the onlookers wondered about his intentions, a resplendent ring quietly illuminated upon his distinctly articulated hand. Buzz! In the next moment, the dazzling white light abruptly halted in midair. Tang Yao, her expression one of utter bewilderment, found herself uncontrollably kneeling in the air. Thud! Her fair knee struck the combat stage with a heavy thud, the humiliating sound reverberating throughout the arena. Before the gaze of thousands, the proud daughter of Qin Shan now knelt on the ground, dragged forward by inertia until she was before Yi Li. Witnessing this spectacle, the thousands of spectators were left utterly dumbfounded. A suffocating silence enveloped the arena. The once fervent atmosphere suddenly rendered nearly frozen, quiet as the calm before storm, publicly humiliating the proud young master of the Qin Shan Sword Pavilion, inflicting a heinous act valued at 1,500. On the platform, Tang Yao wore an expression of utter bewilderment, her disbelief compelling her to lower her gaze to her knees, which were now on the ground. What am I doing? How could I possibly kneel before a mere mortal who speaks with such arrogance? In an instant, an overwhelming wave of fury surged within her, and her once composed and elegant eyes seemed to blaze with fire. She lifted her head to gaze at the young man standing so close, her teeth nearly grinding to dust in anger. "You're finished." Yi Li's hands shot out like lightning, seizing her delicate face with a firm grip. Almost immediately, his knee struck down like a descending tiger, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, and it crashed into her proud and confident visage. Bang! With a muffled thud, her beautiful face contorted in anguish. A searing pain radiated from her cheek, causing her vision to blur and her head to spin. The words she intended to utter were abruptly silenced as her body uncontrollably leaned backward. What a time to engage in conversation. Yedi sneered coldly. Stepping forward and in the blink of an eye, he was once again before Tang Yao. The effects of the harmony coexistence charm surpassed his expectations, serving well as a temporary immobilization technique. This is how our high martial world employs immobilization arts. Do you possess such techniques? Yedi chaklit inyardli, extending his palm to firmly grasp Tang Yao's face. If this were the tip of a spear, I would already be dead. In her dazed state, the thought instinctively crossed Tang Yao's mind, only to be swiftly consumed by a surge of rage. A mere commoner dares to strike her face with his knee. Moreover, in such an opportune moment, he chose not to pursue his advantage with his earlier marksmanship. Such behavior was a blatant disregard for her. Kneeling and being struck in the face. Never before had anyone dared to humiliate her in such a manner. At that moment, Tang Yao felt her face being grasped by 5 fingers. "You seek death," she shouted in fury, her true energy surging as she forcefully rallied from her dizziness. Boom! An astonishing sword aura erupted from her, shrouding the arena in a haze, as countless sword intents surged forth like a multitude of blades drawn from their sheaths, sweeping across the heavens and the earth. Instantly, Yi Li was engulfed within. The sound of flesh being pierced echoed repeatedly, and Tang Yao seized the opportunity to break free. Her figure retreating explosively, observing the silhouette, still standing resolute amidst the onslaught of countless sword intents. Her eyes glimmered with icy determination. "Earlier, that was your sole chance to surpass me. Since you squandered it, do not blame me." Chapter 39. You are just a waste. Tang Yao's voice turned frigid as she gripped her sword tightly, her stance transforming dramatically as a surging sword energy rapidly brewed within her. The technique known as Mount Tai holding the sun Students in the spectator seats recognized the move, erupting in excitement. Alas, in the next moment, a remarkable sword intent overflowed from Tang Yao, and a fierce gust of energy spiraled around her. This was the initiation of the third-tier exquisite martial art, Mount Tai, holding the sun. A technique that would be considered exceptional even within the secret vaults of the Qing Shan Sword Pavilion, now wielded by Tang Yao. Her intentions were unmistakable. She had no intention of prolonging the confrontation. She aimed to sever Yi Li with a single stroke. The majestic East Mountain rises high, its splendor piercing the azure sky. Boom! A resplendent sword energy, dazzling as the sun itself, erupted from the horizontal sword in Tang Yao's grasp, charging downwards with an overwhelming might akin to the sun's ascent or the collapse of Mount Tai, ruthlessly aimed at the figure below. The technique, known as Mount Tai offering the sun, had long been perfected by her. In the first second, she gathered her energy. In the second, she unleashed her sword. The destructive force contained within that brilliant sword energy served as her emblem of surpassing her opponents. In the past, even a peak second-tier warrior had been grievously injured by this move. Now, against an opponent of inferior martial prowess, the outcome was all too evident. The frail figure was instantly engulfed by the sword energy. Then, with a thunderous roar, a tremendous sound reverberated, accompanied by an astonishing gust of wind that caused the arena to tremble slightly. Many spectators were left dazed, their ears ringing from the cacophony, unable to open their eyes against the fierce wind. The might of a single sword, terrifying indeed. The arena was shrouded in dust. It was a victory for Senior Sister Tang. The thousands of students in the viewing area were filled with exhilaration, many unable to contain their cheers. The teachers on the high platform nodded slightly, acknowledging Tang Yao's formidable strength in their hearts. Tang Yao exhaled a breath of turbid air, slowly retracting her sword. 5 more opponents remained. Her vital energy was still ample. All was well. Yet, in that very moment, a sudden wave of intense unease and alertness surged within her. Her heartbeat quickened, as if gripped by an unseen hand. Instinctively, Tang Yao drew her sword, her gaze gravely fixed on the direction obscured by dust. Amidst the swirling clouds, a pair of fierce, golden eyes suddenly flashed, radiating like burning flames. Then, an indescribable oppressive force surged forth like a tidal wave. Tang Yao felt as though a heavy mountain was pressing down upon her, rendering her nearly immobile. Simultaneously, a voice, cold and devoid of emotion, pierced her ears. "Is this what you call being serious?" It was the distinctive tone of the boy in the black robe, yet it carried an unprecedented nonchalance, as if he were expressing disappointment at her inadequacy despite his high expectations. This remark struck her heart like a sharp blade. Before her anger could surface, a chill ran down her spine as an inexplicable fear rose within her. Before her, the dust swirled and parted, revealing Yi Li as he stepped forth. His hair billowed, his posture was straight, and his tattered black robe rustled ominously. With black hair and golden eyes, he exuded an aura of arrogance. What a show! Tang Yao's gaze sharpened, gripping her sword tightly, unleashing the unrestrained and formidable aura of her second-tier 6th level. From Yi Li, she sensed a dangerous presence. Yi Li's expression remained calm, his advance unhurried. Under the astonished gazes of countless onlookers, the vitality within him surged like boiling water, his overwhelming aura unapologetically sweeping across the arena. Upon activating Golden Soul Revival, his physical prowess would increase by approximately 300. This enhancement was comprehensive, not merely a simple boost in striking power. As if he had activated the mode of a Super Saiyan, Yi Li felt an unprecedented surge of power within him. The flesh that had been pierced by the sword's aura healed instantaneously. He effortlessly drew the long spear embedded in the ground, and in a flash, he was before Tang Yao, countering her attack with remarkable speed. Gripping the spear tightly, the muscles in his back bulged like living entities, resembling the sinister grin of a demon. With a casual thrust, he struck, causing Tang Yao's complexion to change dramatically as she swiftly positioned her sword horizontally before her. Issuing a sharp command, a phantom of a colossal sword materialized around her. "Ye remainet e presiones." and the dragon scales on his spear shimmered as he unleashed a powerful strike upon that illusion. Boom! With a slight exertion of force, a terrifying power erupted from the spear, shattering the giant sword phantom that had just manifested around Tang Yao. The horizontal sword she held screamed in anguish as it suddenly fractured. Tang Yao staggered backward, her graceful face reflecting the gravity of the situation, cold sweat drenching her back. Her arms were numb, and lifting them was now a strenuous task. With just one strike, she had lost a significant portion of her combat strength. Such overwhelming force. Could it truly be the ultimate move of a remarkably gifted third-tier warrior? What to do? What to do? There was no time for her to ponder, as Yi Li's figure had already materialized before her. Tang Yao's pupils constricted as she desperately raised her sword. The next moment, the dark spear swept towards her with tremendous force. Clang! The golden dragon sword that had accompanied her through countless days and nights emitted a mournful cry. Snapping under the impact, the sweeping spear struck her midsection with brutal force, several ribs shattering in response. Tang Yao felt as though she had collided head-on with a speeding truck. Her internal organs quaked and compressed, threatening to rupture with excruciating pain. Her mind was nearly blank. In a daze, she felt herself tumbling through the air, crashing to the ground, her delicate pink lips unable to suppress the anguish moans that escaped them. Curling on the ground in agony, the proud and composed demeanor she once possessed had vanished entirely. The exquisite beauty of her face was now marred by profound suffering as she coughed up blood, tears welling in her eyes, the broken sword slipping from her grasp. Under such overwhelming force, her years of diligent sword training, her formidable second-tier 6th-level cultivation, appeared utterly fragile and absurd. The pride and confidence she had previously held had turned into a cruel joke, her esteemed talent crushed beneath the opponent's heel. An indescribable sense of defeat surged from the depths of her heart. How could a warrior just entering the second tier be so extraordinarily powerful? Tang Yao's complexion paled as she struggled to steady her breath, laboriously attempting to rise from the ground. Just as she was about to get up, a martial arts shoe slowly pressed down upon her face, slightly distorting her fair features beneath the sole. Tang Yao's heart sank, her eyes gradually welling with tears of humiliation. A wave of immense shame and fury threatened to engulf her, yet at that moment, even moving a finger felt insurmountable. Powerless to resist, she could only gaze at him with defiance in her tear-streaked eyes. Senior Sister Tang, the students in the viewing area, witnessing such a scene, were filled with a profound sense of anguish, unable to contain their cries. The esteemed Senior Tang, whom they had always dared not speak to, was now being so brazenly humiliated by one named Yi Li. What egregious display! How audacious! This incited a wave of anger within them, their fists clenched tightly. Yet, when Yi Li's gaze swept over them, a chill ran through their bodies, and they instinctively fell silent. Allow me to speak candidly. Just as Tang Yao was engulfed in humiliation, Yi Li's voice resonated with an air of superiority. Accompanying his words was a sharp, obsidian spear, its tip initially resting on her elevated bosom before gradually rising to gently tap her swollen visage. The youth clad in black remained unfazed, his golden eyes blazing with authority. His tone laced with mockery. You are nothing but a waste. Tang Yao's heart tightened in an instant. Chapter 40. The conclusion of the exchange competition born within the Qingshan Sword Pavilion. Tang Yao had been regarded with high expectations by the current sect master from a young age. Although the Qingshan Sword Pavilion held a commanding presence within Qingshan City, it paled in comparison to the renowned sects of the Ying province. Furthermore, under the current sect master's leadership, the pavilion had begun to experience a decline, with a lack of capable successors threatening its legacy. In such times, the emergence of a prodigy was desperately needed to revitalize the waning Qingshan Sword Pavilion. Tang Yao appeared at just the right moment. Her innate talent positioned her as the beacon of hope for both the Qingshan Sword Pavilion and Qingshan City. A paragon of the younger generation, the young woman believed herself to be extraordinary. Her plan was to first secure the top position in the Ying province martial examination, then advance to a martial arts university for further refinement, ultimately wielding her sword across the world and reaching the pinnacle of the martial realm. Little did she expect that before the first stage of her ambitions could be realized, reality would deliver a harsh slap to her face. Tang Yao's complexion grew increasingly pale, her beautiful visage trampled underfoot, with even the prospect of rising being a distant luxury. Her once prized talents and swordsmanship appeared utterly powerless and laughable before the young man in black. Prior to this moment, she had never suffered defeat among her peers. The bitterness in her heart was more intense than ever. Tang Yao, allow me to speak candidly. You are nothing but a waste. Upon hearing these words, the sharpness in Tang Yao's eyes gradually faded, and her tightly clenched fists slowly loosened. She lay on the training ground like a defeated dog, indifferent to the humiliation inflicted upon her for the first time. Yet Yili did not cast her a single glance. He had always believed in repaying virtue and malice with directness. No matter how pitiable the girl appeared at that moment, it was of no concern to him, just as he would receive no sympathy if he were to lose, regardless of how wretched he might seem. In the realm of martial prowess, the strong must mercilessly humiliate the weak. Thus, Yili chose not to withdraw his foot, but instead stepped upon her head as he walked towards the audience below. Ye Livins. The judge's voice echoed through the training ground, resonating with an emptiness that filled the air. The viewing area, once teeming with a crowd of over 1,000, fell silent as if blanketed by a heavy snowfall. Countless students from Qingshan City gazed in astonishment, their expressions a complex tapestry of disbelief and shock as they beheld the spectacle upon the stage, their hearts writhing as if cleaved by a razor's edge. No one could have anticipated that the dazzling sword master girl, whom they revered as untouchable, would be so brutally vanquished, and in such a one-sided manner. The contest bore no semblance of a fair fight. Rather, it was a swift and decisive defeat. As the dust settled, they witnessed the ink-clad youth sauntering forth with nonchalance, deftly dispatching Tang Yao, a contender wielding a high-tier, second-grade weapon, in mere moments. The outcome mirrored Tang Yao's previous matches, save for the roles being reversed, one now standing triumphantly while the other lay prostrate. In the profound silence that enveloped the arena, only the sound of deliberate footsteps reverberated, heavy and resonant, as if each step bore the weight of the spectators' hearts. Under the gaze of numerous astonished eyes, the handsome youth with black hair and golden eyes descended the platform with an indifferent demeanor, his gait steady. Behind him, the stage bore the scars of the confrontation, marred by cracks that stood out starkly. His striking visage exuded an aura of unyielding authority, even as the crowd from Lehigh No. 1 High School felt parched and uneasy. Liu Yangda regarded the youth, recalling his own reckless provocation from the previous week, shivering involuntarily. Such formidable prowess had left even the acknowledged sword prodigy of Qingshan City in disarray. He marveled at his own fortune for not having faced dire consequences. Surely, his ancestors would have been mortified. It was no wonder that even his uncle, the school director, had refrained from confronting this genius, for to challenge him would likely have resulted in their expulsion. Liu Yangda's heart raced, and he silently resolved that he would prefer to endure humiliation rather than court disaster again. With the remaining competitors from Qingshan No. 1 forfeiting, Lehigh No. 1 was declared the victor, bringing the exchange competition to a close. The referee's voice rang with excitement. On the high platform, the elder of the sword pavilion wore a grim expression, his hand tightening within his sleeve. To witness such a crushing defeat of Tang Yao's peers was an experience beyond even the pavilion master. The elder had hoped to showcase true talent to the senior faculty of Fengyun University, but now his face burned with embarrassment. He intended to speak in defense of his honor, but upon turning, he found that Yu Wang had mysteriously vanished. The youth named Yili had barely exited the stage before disappearing without a trace, his intentions now clear. Sighing heavily, the elder's gaze flickered, and after a moment of contemplation, he exhaled a resigned breath, with the assurance of a direct admission to Fengyun University. The future achievements of the ink-clad youth would likely surpass even those of the pavilion master. As if on cue, just as the figure of the ink-clad youth vanished from the exit, gasps erupted from the spectators. A shadow leaped from the platform like a bird in flight, descending with the swiftness of a diving falcon, and with a resounding thud, a cloud of debris and dust erupted, as if a minor explosion had occurred. A crowd of onlookers gazed in astonishment as an elderly man, his hair and beard as white as snow, and bearing a countenance both benevolent and imposing, stood steadfast atop the pit. His stature was erect and regal, akin to a towering pine, with hands clasped behind his back. Clad in a flowing azure robe that danced in the wind, he exuded an ethereal grace. Behind him, a vivid swirl of clouds seemed to churn, reminiscent of the emblem of Fengyun University. The thousands of students seated in the viewing area, all from the prestigious Wuxing Institute, instantly recognized the renowned institution, their eyes widening in palpable surprise. They had long heard that representatives from Fengyun University would attend the exchange competition, yet they never anticipated such a dramatic descent from the high platform. Soon, however, their astonishment transformed into profound shock. The once imposing elder swiftly dashed into the training passage, his expression fervent, as if he had unearthed a priceless treasure. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. Once he departed, the viewing area erupted like a boiling cauldron. Was that not a teacher from Fengyun University? What could he possibly be doing? Have you lost your mind? It's obvious he is pursuing that Yi Li, exclaimed one student. Could it be a directed mission? Directed mission? In competitions of this caliber, exceptional performances can lead to selections by esteemed educators from prestigious universities, allowing students to bypass entrance exams and secure early admission. What? That Yi Li treated Sister Tang so poorly, yet he could still receive a direct admission to Fengyun University? I cannot accept this. Voices of disbelief arose in unison. The atmosphere was thick with sorrow as the crowd lamented the injustice of the situation. The very person who had disdained their beloved figure had now secured the opportunity they all coveted. It was a bitter pill to swallow. The expressions of the thousands of Qingshan students reflected a mix of shock and helplessness, their bodies seemingly rooted to their seats. The teachers atop the platform exchanged glances, each seeing the bitterness mirrored in the other's eyes. Undoubtedly, with such prodigious talent and the privilege of admission to Fengyun University, Yi Li was destined for a future of steady growth, poised to become a formidable martial artist of great renown. The luck of the coastal Linhaino. One high school was indeed remarkable. One Jiangqingzhu was not enough, and now they had an even more astonishing Yi Li, eliciting tears of envy. In the lounge, as Yi Li settled into a chair, he was greeted by the exuberant entrance of Wang Yongfeng. You incredible lad. You've left Principal Li nearly in a state of hysteria. Wang Yongfeng approached with enthusiasm, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Are you injured? Mifine. Just a bit drained of true energy. I'll recover in an hour, Yi Li replied, waving his hand dismissively as he leaned his long spear against his side. His eyes regained their deep, inky hue, and any injuries he had sustained were already mended by the indomitable golden soul. With each breath, the somewhat depleted true energy within him swiftly replenished, primarily due to the significant consumption from his golden soul revival. Even without employing this explosive ability, Yi Li was confident of securing victory. However, this would necessitate a back-and-forth exchange with Tang Yao, employing techniques such as frost and snow in the sky and dragon riding the wind, which would undoubtedly evoke thoughts of a truly exhilarating battle in the opponent's mind, leaving no room for resentment. The prospect of accruing nefarious points would be utterly absurd. One might mistakenly believe that the two talents were merely appreciating each other's prowess. Thus, Yi Li decisively opted for the most straightforward approach to secure victory, aiming to dismantle the opponent's psychological defenses. The results were striking. Severely injure and publicly humiliate the proud young master of the Sword Pavilion. Nefarious points, 5,000. Current nefarious points, 51,500. These figures stirred Yi Li's spirit. After a strenuous morning, he continued his pursuit against Tang Yao in the afternoon. Wang Yongfeng observed the young man with growing admiration, glancing at his tattered ink robe with a twinge of sympathy. If there were more matches like this before the martial arts examination, I would certainly help you decline them, allowing you to focus on your preparations. Upon saying this, he sensed, perhaps due to a fleeting impression, that Yi Li's gaze had suddenly sharpened. That's not necessary, Yi replied with a light cough. I am accustomed to nurturing my skills through battle. But do take care of your health, Wang Yongfeng remarked with a wry smile, encouraging him. As long as you maintain this level, even the best of Fengyun University would be eager to recruit you. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside. The elderly Yu Weng entered, chuckling warmly. Indeed, but I wonder if classmate Yi has any willingness? Chapter 41. The so-called temporary retreat from glory upon seeing the newcomer. Wang Yongfeng first paused, then instinctively widened his eyes as he scanned the figure. Clad in the regalia of Fengyun University, it was evident that the elder was a faculty member of the esteemed institution. Could it be that they were here to recruit early? Wang Yongfeng found it hard to believe. He had heard of Fengyun University's practice of preemptively enrolling students, but had never witnessed it firsthand. After all, the martial arts high schools in the 12 cities of Ying province numbered nearly 100, producing tens of thousands of young warriors each year, yet only a handful. At most 2 or 3 are typically selected for early enrollment, and sometimes not a single one at all. Early enrollment meant guaranteed admission, and such students would receive a significant influx of resources. Even though Fengyun University holds a leading position among martial arts universities in Ying province, it cannot afford to select dozens of guaranteed students each year. Historically, most of these students were chosen from the martial arts candidates of Shanzhou City, leaving other cities merely watching in envy. The last time Fengyun University selected guaranteed students in Linghai City was many years ago. To receive such treatment would undoubtedly propel Yi Li to new heights in the future. Yi Li, Fengyun University, is the pinnacle of martial arts education in Ying province. Wang Yongfeng gently reminded, attempting to be as diplomatic as possible. If you're offered early admission, it would greatly benefit your future development. Indeed, Ewing interjected, hastily approaching, seemingly anxious as he rubbed his hands together. Upon noticing the unscathed flesh beneath Yi Li's tattered ink robe, his eyes gleamed with evident fervor. Indeed, my initial instincts were correct. Mere moments ago, the injuries inflicted by Jiangang had completely vanished. The speed of this healing is nothing short of miraculous. What caliber of martial prowess could possibly yield such extraordinary results? To encounter such a treasure in this place is truly a stroke of fortune. On the previous battle platform, the venerable Yu, the most accomplished among us, observed with keen clarity that Tang Yao's earlier assaults were not without effect on Yi Li. Rather, it could be said that most of her attacks inflicted genuine harm upon him, particularly the technique known as Taishan holding the sun, which, despite the protective white mist, allowed the fierce sword energy to pierce directly through Yi Li's right abdomen. Yet, what would have left ordinary warriors gravely wounded was within mere breaths. Completely réalit in Yi Li. Witnessing this spectacle, the venerable Yu nearly had his eyes pop from their sockets, as tumultuous waves surged within his heart. No one comprehends the significance of such phenomena better than he. Were it not for the gathering of instructors behind him, he would have rushed down to verify the truth himself. Fortunately, the opportunity was not entirely lost. Yi Li, the venerable Yu said, his throat moving as he regarded the calm, ink-clad youth before him. With a gentle smile, he continued, I happen to possess a special admission slot. Should you be willing, I shall personally serve as your mentor, allowing you to enroll at Fengyun University without the need for any entrance examination. To be candid, I am a senior instructor at Fengyun University, and my martial abilities are esteemed. You need not worry about being misled under my guidance. Upon hearing this, even Wang Yongfeng's expression shifted to one of intrigue. Is this truly an instructor from Fengyun University, rather than a mere promoter from a martial arts tutoring class? Is this enthusiasm not a tad excessive? While he found the situation peculiar, a tinge of bitterness also stirred within him. After all, during his own entrance examination, he had never encountered such fervor. The instructors from Fengyun University at that time wore stern expressions, exuding an air of indifference. In Yi Li's case, it was understandable that a special admission would be offered, given that he had bested Tang Yao and demonstrated considerable potential. However, the almost palpable eagerness displayed was an entirely different matter. Did this not suggest that Yi Li's potential was exceptional, even among the ranks of recommended students? As this thought crossed his mind, Wang Yongfeng's breath quickened. Could it be that Yili possessed some hidden potential that he had yet to perceive? Yili did not provide a direct answer, but instead inquired, what advantages does this admission slot confer? His greatest need remained opportunities to earn merit points and access various martial techniques. Ah, indeed, the Venerable Yi replied with a confident smile, straightening his posture. With just your credentials, you can ascend to the 4th floor of the library at Fengyan University. Not only will you have access to 2- or 3-tier martial techniques, but even exquisite 4th-tier skills will be available for exchange, should you desire them. Moreover, consider the network you would engage with. Many instructors at Fengyan University hold significant positions within various powerful factions. Truth be told, ordinary martial science students only have the chance to meet such figures while on campus. These connections are invaluable. As he spoke, he deliberately hinted, by the way, I am also an honorary elder of several associations, possessing a wealth of resources and opportunities for secret realm training, which I could readily allocate to my favored students. Furthermore, during your martial arts training, should you encounter any uncertainties, you may freely consult the teachers. With the title of recommended student, they would be more than willing to elucidate matters for you. Mr. Yu spoke with fervor to the point of becoming somewhat parched. Observing the composed expression of Yili, he cleared his throat and continued with a smile. If you are willing to become my student, that would be splendid. What I can offer you is undoubtedly more than what the leaders of those second-rate forces could provide. Upon hearing this, Yili nodded slightly. It was no surprise that the Martial Arts University of Ying Province, with its profound foundation, offered such enticing benefits. Although the actual difficulty was likely far greater than what was suggested, the opportunities provided by Fengyan University were indeed tangible. He lacked for nothing in terms of martial arts instruction and had no desire for fragile connections. However, he did have a certain need for such opportunities. I see. It truly is impressive. Ultimately, under Mr. Yu's eager gaze, Yili calmly replied, however, I must decline. Language mocks the 106-year-old teacher of Fengyan University. Evil points 500. Mr. Yu, who had thought this would be a sure thing, was taken aback and could not help but ask, why? Are the conditions not generous enough? Generous indeed. Yili nodded naturally. Then what about you? I decline. Language mocks the 106-year-old teacher of Fengyan University. Evil points 200. Surprisingly, teasing the old man is rather amusing. His penchant for jesting with those who seemed assured was likely a habit he could not shake. Then why do you refuse? Mr. Yu inquired, a hint of indignation rising. Yili chuckled softly, because I wish to participate in a martial examination. You still intend to partake in a martial examination? Mr. Yu was momentarily stunned, then earnestly advised, there is absolutely no need. After this battle, the students of Qingshan know. One high school will likely harbor a deep-seated resentment toward you. If they, 100 strong, find the opportunity during the martial examination, they may very well come seeking trouble, and you will be outnumbered, which could lead to dire consequences. How about I seek this recommendation after the martial examination? Wang Yongfeng tentatively suggested. Believing Yili wished to refine his skills through the examination and intended to assist in securing the opportunity. That would be even less necessary. Mr. Yu glanced at him. Exasperated, this year's recommendation quota at Fengyan University is solely in my hands. You are aware of Shanzhou No. 1 High School, right? It is the most prestigious martial arts high school in Ying Province, having produced the greatest number of talented individuals over the years. As far as I know, they have several outstanding candidates this year, all ambitious and proud. If they were to hear that a recommended martial arts student like you is participating in the examination, they would undoubtedly come to challenge you. He looked earnestly at Yili and explained, in short, they would come to cause you trouble and test your abilities. Why? Yili asked it, because they simply will not accept it. Mr. Yu sighed. Yili, heed my advice. The martial examination is no trifling matter. Are you not inviting trouble upon yourself? There's no need to engage in such a contest with them, is there? Yet, Ewing suddenly noticed that the youth before him had eyes that were growing increasingly luminous. Indeed, in response to Ewing's bewildered gaze, Yili calmly stated, very well. Let us each take a step back. I shall claim the reserved spot, and I will also participate in the martial examination. What? You want both? Ewing stared in astonishment at Wang Yongfeng beside him, questioning whether he had misheard. Chapter 42. The point allocation begins. Peak of the second stage as night descended. A gentle chill enveloped the city of Qingshan. With a reluctant gaze, Ewing exchanged contact information with Yi Li before parting ways. Subsequently, under Wang Yongfeng's guidance, he and Jiang Qingzhu quickly returned to a prestigious hotel in the city center. I knew you would win that day in your training room. I saw the numbers on the punching force tester, Jiang Qingzhu remarked earnestly, following closely beside Yi Li amidst the envious gazes of Lu Yongda and others. You have been concealing your true strength. Indeed, Tang Yao should feel ashamed for not allowing me to unleash my full potential. Yi Li chuckled lightly and then paused before the door, saying, Well then, see you tomorrow. He was eagerly looking forward to the point allocation. See you tomorrow, Jiang Qingzhu replied, her eyes shimmering, her lips slightly pursed. Yi Li nodded and casually closed the door behind him. Watching his vanishing silhouette, Jiang Qingzhu took a deep breath. Since that day, whenever she looked up, she could see the sky and his back, both appearing so incredibly distant. However, she bore many burdens and could not afford to give up easily. I must catch up to him. Jiang Qingzhu motivated herself, reminding herself that his martial arts level was still beneath hers, and for now, it should be possible to close the gap. All right, let us begin. In the quiet of the room, after cleansing himself, Yi Li returned to his bed and seated himself in meditation. The white bathrobe he wore swayed gently, and a hint of expectation etched across his handsome features. Current evil value, 52, 200 points available for treasure extraction. Such a staggering number was a first for him, akin to receiving a substantial salary for the first time in adulthood, leaving him somewhat at a loss as to how to indulge. Defeating Tang Yao did not signify the end of his challenges. A new round of trials was on the horizon. According to Yuang, this martial examination would not only see hundreds of martial arts students from Qingshan No. 1 High School potentially returning, but also several so-called geniuses from the city of Shanzhou would come knocking. Another fierce battle was imminent. The hundreds from Qingshan No. 1 were not a cause for concern. With his formidable endurance, Yi Li felt no fear towards these uncoordinated weaklings. The true threat lay solely with those from Shanzhou. As the capital city of Ying Province, Shanzhou was rich in resources, and the martial arts culture thrived more robustly than in any of the other 11 cities in the province. Naturally, Sanfono, one high school emerged as the top martial arts high school in Ying Province, boasting the highest admission rates. Among its students were those hailed as geniuses. Even though Yuan did not explicitly state their specific strengths, it could be inferred that they would not be significantly weaker than Tang Yao, and perhaps even stronger. Until he possessed the capability to decisively overpower such opponents, rest would remain elusive. Indeed, high returns come with high risks, Yi Li remarked with a hint of jest. He was acutely aware that, following his chosen path, a single misstep could lead to catastrophic losses, both material and spiritual. Hence, it was imperative to eliminate such possibilities. With a gentle exhale, he summoned the interface. One could not deny that his tenure at the first layer of the second tier had been excessively prolonged. He had grown weary of the superfluous formalities. It was time for a significant breakthrough. Current malevolent value, 52. 200 points available for artifact extraction. Having fully mastered the breathing technique of the second tier, there was no reason to abstain from enhancing his cultivation. Onward. My perseverance and diligence. Beep. Commencing consumption of malevolent value to elevate cultivation. Through prior arduous training, your comprehension of the white mist frost snow breathing technique has reached a level of fluency, significantly enhancing your control over true energy and accelerating its integration with your meridians. Gain. Cultivation speed accelerated by 400. Your cultivation speed resembles that of a legendary racing driver, long barred from the track, suddenly informed they may drive at high speeds. Navigating a top-tier vehicle with exhilarating velocity. Unlock new achievement. Drifting through turns. Drifting through turns. Regardless of your speed, your vehicle will not overturn while drifting. The once swift path of the old Lady Adachi has been eclipsed by your ascent, propelling your cultivation to new heights. After consuming one, 000 points of malevolent value. You have refined the meridians of your arms with pure, true energy, causing them to emit a jade-like luster, naturally strengthening your physique and enhancing your vitality. You have successfully ascended to the third layer of the second tier. With a sufficiently high mastery of true energy, your recovery rate far surpasses that of peers, making your approach to the Jade Vein realm increasingly adept. Gain. Cultivation speed accelerated by 20 after consuming 3,000 points of malevolent value. You harnessed your entire true energy, refining the meridians of your torso, thereby enhancing the functions of your internal organs, particularly the kidneys, which received the most substantial boost as you favored them during the refinement process, allocating a portion of your revitalizing energy to them. You have successfully ascended to the sixth layer of the second tier. Such musings are mere folly. Yili has always regarded all organs equally, devoid of any favoritism toward a singular entity. At most, the kidney's role in promoting hematopoiesis is advantageous for the future third-tier true blood realm, a necessity he reluctantly embraced. The luminescent screen continued to display text. After consuming 5,000 points of malevolent value, your manipulation of true energy became exceptionally proficient, having refined the meridians throughout your limbs and bones, leading to a complete metamorphosis of your meridians, releasing an aroma akin to a potent elixir from within. You have successfully ascended to the ninth layer of the second tier. After consuming 8,000 points of malevolent value, you have fully grasped the surging strength, with robust bones enhancing your physical density, and signs of transformation began to manifest in your blood. You have officially reached the pinnacle of the second tier. This enhancement consumed a total of 8,000 points of malevolent value, equivalent to over a decade of diligent training. As the final line of text materialized, Yili felt an intense warmth coursing through his limbs and bones. The flow of vital energy within him surged uncontrollably, rising tumultuously, then racing through his meridians at a speed far surpassing what he had previously experienced. He clenched his fist slightly, and the abundant vital energy erupted from within, moving with astonishing swiftness. Should he choose to unleash martial techniques, his speed would undoubtedly be several times greater than before. Gazing at his long, slender hand, a glimmer of joy flickered in his dark eyes. Indeed, the decision to refine his breathing technique to perfection before elevating his cultivation had proven to be sagacious. He recalled the arduous 8 years he had spent to ascend from the 5th to the 8th level of the first rank. Now, after merely over a decade of diligent practice, he had advanced from the first to the peak of the second rank. Although this pace of cultivation still paled in comparison to that of prodigies, it was a marked improvement compared to when he had first arrived in this realm. Beneath his smooth skin lay meridians as clear as jade, no longer fragile as they once were, and his physical strength had correspondingly increased. Even the blood coursing through him, nurtured by these thoroughly transformed meridians, displayed hints of a mystical golden radiance, appearing distinctly different than before. He had vanquished numerous adversaries, his brilliance shining forth. This was his rightful reward. Yili exhaled a breath of clarity, his mind unclouded. He understood this was the next stage in his path to martial supremacy. The tasks that awaited him in the third rank of True Blood Realm. Once the blood within him shimmered with a fine golden glow, it would signify his formal entry into the True Blood Realm. The advancement of lower-tier martial practitioners fundamentally entailed a gradual metamorphosis of the physical body. A superior breathing technique and tempering method could expedite this transformation. Upon discovering an appropriate tempering method, Yili was likely to reach his full potential swiftly. With this thought in mind, he directed his gaze toward the panel, noting the ample numbers displayed. Although he had yet to find a suitable tempering method, he could still attempt to break through to a state close to the True Blood Realm using simpler methods. With a flicker of intent, a vast reservoir of malevolent energy surged once more into the panel. Chapter 43, Golden Soul Upgrade, a new extraordinary ability. Ding! Consuming malevolent energy, beginning to elevate martial arts level. You have yet to peruse any methods for refining your vital energy, akin to a university student who, after 2 years of study, attempts to take the college entrance examination, simply staring blankly at the test paper. In your utter helplessness, you rely solely on the transformation of your meridians to nurture your vital energy, thus achieving the goal of refining it. Upon consuming 1,000 points of malevolent value, a glimmer of golden light emanates from approximately 1/5 of your blood, invigorating you with a belief that you have discovered the corresponding key. However, after expending 2,000 points of malevolent value, you sorrowfully realize that this notion of discovery was merely an illusion. Relying on your meridians to forcibly refine your vital energy is not only challenging at the outset, but becomes increasingly arduous, ultimately leaving you feeling as helpless as a blind man riding a blind horse. Upon consuming 3,000 points of malevolent value, more than half of your blood has undergone a preliminary transformation, yet the remaining portion resembles impurities in metal refining, proving exceedingly difficult to expel, perhaps only removable through dedicated refining techniques. A negative effect manifests. The risk of falling into madness has increased by 50. Yili decisively halts the allocation of points. Bemused by the emergence of such a peril, what has befallen this university student, who claims that a student from my hometown cannot participate in the entrance examination? After all, one does not hear of university students substituting for their juniors in taking the entrance exam, subsequently relegating them to junior college. It seems imperative to seek out a refining technique. With a sigh, Yili reflects on the transformation of over half of his blood, which he surmises is considerably stronger than the typical peak of the second tier. At the very least, based on his current vital energy intensity, he is now more formidable than his former self just minutes ago, surpassing even the strength of those who have awakened the Golden Soul Revival. Yili briefly organizes his 2 forms. The first is the state of activating the Celestial Gang Void Art, where he relies on damage immunity and speed, complemented by an array of perfected martial techniques, to effortlessly contend with early-stage third-tier warriors. Should the battle extend with his blood cow enhancement, he could undoubtedly exchange injuries for endurance, ultimately exhausting an ordinary third-tier warrior. The second form is the Golden Soul Revival, akin to a Super Saiyan. Although it demands considerable energy, the enhancement of his physical body is astonishingly profound. Not to mention early-stage third-tier warriors, he is confident in his ability to directly tear apart mid-stage third-tier beasts. He has truly become a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex. As for the rationale behind distinguishing these 2 forms, it is due to their associated special effects upon activation. Who could possibly resist the allure of shape-shifting? Yili chuckles softly and returns his gaze to the panel. With over 40,000 points of malevolent value, he could indeed secure the so-called artifact guarantee. The question remains, is it necessary? After a moment of contemplation, Yili concludes that it is not yet imperative. According to the rules, the participant who performs best in the exchange competition will receive not only a monetary reward and vitality elixir, but also an artifact jointly sponsored by the 2 schools. The specifics of this artifact remain unknown to him. Once it is in his possession, should it prove to be something other than a firearm, he will reconsider engaging with his card pool. As he pondered, Yili shifted his focus to his martial arts talent. Current talent: Indestructible Golden Soul Level 2, upgradable. With such a substantial amount of malevolent points at his disposal, it would be a shame not to allocate them. Upon last upgrading to level 2, he had unlocked a transformation akin to a Scion's Golden Soul Awakening. This ignited Yili's anticipation. What new abilities would be unveiled upon reaching level 3? Investing in martial prowess was undoubtedly a sound decision, so he resolved to act. With a flicker of thought, Yili began to channel the abundant malevolent points into the panel. Ding! Consuming malevolent points, commencing the elevation of the indestructible Golden Soul's level. Your condensed and crystalline Golden Soul is once again nourished, akin to parched earth rejoicing in a long-awaited rain, absorbing every bit of the malevolent points you invest. After consuming 2,000 malevolent points, your Golden Soul becomes increasingly stable. Upon consuming 5,000 malevolent points, a vague pattern begins to materialize on your golden soul, signaling its evolution. You draw your vital energy inward to prevent the risk of losing control. After consuming 10,000 malevolent points, the pattern on your golden soul solidifies further. Upon close inspection, you discern a complex and mysterious engraving that, after prolonged gazing, imparts a serene clarity to your heart. After consuming 15,000 malevolent points, your golden soul grows even more robust, and the engraving gradually emanates a radiant glow. After consuming 20,000 malevolent points, the engraving finally merges completely with your golden soul, awakening a new talent. Indestructible golden soul upgraded to level 3, self-healing speed enhanced, healing consumption reduced. New talent ability acquired. Eye of Illusion. Eye of Illusion significantly enhances vision, improves dynamic sight, and upon merging with the bearer of the golden soul, grants the ability to discern lies, unveil true forms, and identify weaknesses. Comment. Allegedly akin to the legendary heavenly eye and the fire-eyed golden eyes, which fear neither smoke nor flame. If utilized properly, its applications are boundless. Yili opened his eyes wide, a flicker of divine light shimmering within his inky pupils, exhibiting extraordinary sharpness. A hint of surprise flitted across his usually serene and handsome visage. To discern lies, unveil true forms, and identify weaknesses, these abilities were undeniably remarkable, capable of instilling awe and envy in ordinary martial artists. Turning his gaze toward the window, even under the veil of night, he could perceive objects 1,000 meters away. As he scanned his surroundings, his astonishment deepened. Not only could he effortlessly detect minor wear and tear on various fixtures within the room, but he could also clearly see the formations etched into the walls meant to gather spiritual energy. With a slight focus, he noticed several light points illuminating the formation, seemingly revealing its weak spots. Was this what it meant to identify weaknesses? Descending from his bed, Yili pointed decisively at the formation. It trembled violently, and with a bit more force, the entire formation exploded with a thunderous roar. Oh no! Yili's expression shifted as he recalled that he had just barely stepped into the true blood realm. With his current physical strength, even a gentle touch could shatter not just formations but the bones of an ordinary person. He withdrew his palm, the divine light in his eyes gradually fading as he calmed his excited heart. At present, even without activating the Golden Soul Revival, he was confident he could easily send Tang Yao sprawling to the ground with a single slap. Meanwhile, news of the results from the inter-city exchange competition spread rapidly. The technological advancement in the high martial world was not lagging. Within just a few hours, most of the martial arts high schools in Ying Province had heard of the competition results, as well as rumors regarding a student from Linhai-no. One high school being suspected of being recommended for admission to Fengyan University, which also circulated swiftly. In Shanzhou City, within a room resembling a conference hall at Shanzhou-no, one high school, discussions were underway regarding the enigmatic youth in the ink robe. Chapter 44. Assessing his true worth. The situation was roughly as follows. In the conference room of Shanzhou No. 1 High School, at a long table made of blue stone, a figure exuding a profound aura sat gracefully. Dressed in an elegant long robe, he had his hands crossed and resting before him, gazing at the several figures flanking the table. With a gentle smile, he remarked, "Though it is somewhat difficult to believe that Tang Yao was indeed defeated by an obscure martial arts student, I have reviewed the footage of that match. The student, named Yi Li, hails from Linhai City, and he is rather formidable, emerging as the most surprising dark horse in this year's martial examination." Upon hearing this, the attendees were visibly moved. They had heard of the young master from the Qingshan Sword Pavilion, who not only was a second-tier, 6th-level martial artist, but had also triumphed over a peak second-tier martial artist. If memory serves, their captain had regarded him as a strong contender in this year's martial examination. To think he had been defeated prematurely. Yidi, at the closest position to the young man, a girl with a sweet visage, her long hair cascading down to her waist, her lively eyes sparkling, and her red lips gleaming white teeth, leaned forward curiously. resting her white right leg on her left knee and propping her chin in her hand. Brother, I don't recall hearing much about this person before. Thus, he is a dark horse, the refined young man replied, casting her a fond glance. Moreover, it seems he possesses a secret technique that significantly enhances his abilities. Although he himself is merely at the first level of the second tier, after employing this technique, both his strength and speed utterly overwhelmed Tang Yao, who is at the sixth level. However, everything comes with a price. Such a domineering technique likely incurs severe costs and side effects. This is evident from Yi Li's intention to seek a swift resolution once he activated the technique. Upon hearing this, the girl giggled playfully. ISNT that merely relying on the potency of the technique? Ultimately, his inherent strength is far too low. Do not underestimate him. The cultured young man replied with a hint of exasperation. Based on the footage, even without activating the technique, he could engage with Tang Yao at the sixth level without losing ground. Regardless, he is indeed a formidable adversary. Should you encounter him, you must not act recklessly as you have in the past. Oh, Yang Wan reluctantly acquiesced, yet still huffed defiantly. A mere first-level, second-tier shrimp. Surely I can handle him. Worry not. The refined young man shook his head in resignation. Subsequently, he turned to the rest of the somber crowd and continued, esteemed colleagues. There is another matter of utmost importance that warrants your attention. This Yi Li strikes with remarkable ferocity, devoid of any semblance of mercy. Should you encounter him during the martial examination, it is advisable to avoid conflict at all costs. If possible, it would be prudent to cultivate a friendship. With that, he silently awaited the group's reaction. Make friends? Someone queried in confusion. Captain Yang, are we to form an alliance with him? Indeed, replied the refined youth named Yang Wan Feng, a subtle smile gracing his lips. As long as he harbors no aspirations for the title of champion in this martial examination, we have no direct grievances. It would be wise to befriend him. But since he has triumphed over that Tang Yao, he surely would not willingly relinquish the championship. Would he? The questioner furrowed his brow, voicing his concerns. Captain Yang, what if he refuses to ally with us? Then we shall teach him a lesson. Yang Wan excitedly brandished her fists. My brother has already humbled himself to make a friend. If Yi Li possesses any sense, he should swiftly concede. Otherwise, I shall ensure he submits. As a practitioner at the sixth level of the second tier, she held great confidence in her abilities. Despite the defeat of her peer, Tang Yao, she remained unfazed. This was not mere arrogance. As a member of the esteemed Yang family, renowned for their blood-burning secret techniques, they possessed a heritage far superior to that of the mediocre sword pavilion in Qingshan City. Rumor had it within the province that any scion of the Yang family, when faced with an opponent of equal tier, cannot be overpowered. These succinct phrases were ample to illustrate the formidable prowess of the Yang family's techniques. Yang Wan Feng and Yang Wan, leveraging their family's legacy and their innate talents, had emerged as the most resplendent stars at Shanzhou No. 1 High School. Together, the sibling duo was capable of contending against practitioners of the third tier. With that said, Yang Wan playfully licked her sharp canines, her vibrant eyes seemingly igniting with flames. Perfect. We both employ secret techniques. Let's see whose is superior. In response, Yang Wan Feng's gaze remained composed as he gently cautioned, Wanner, do not underestimate him. Even if our attempt at alliance falters, it is imperative to refrain from engaging him directly. Why not? Yang Wan protested, puffing out her cheeks in defiance. For your performance in the martial examination and for Yi Li's very life, Yang Wan Feng replied, a hint of coldness shadowing his otherwise refined visage. He raised his eyes to explain, if that man were to injure you, what do you suppose would happen? His icy tone reverberated throughout the conference room, instantly saturating the atmosphere with an aura of menace. Gazing at the young man with a chilling demeanor, fleeting images of past events flickered through the minds of the onlookers, causing them to involuntarily shudder. The previously gentle and cultured Yang Wan Feng now appeared to them as a figure of terrifying wrath. They all remembered the previous exchange with an external province, where an unfortunate incident had left Yang Wan injured during combat. When Yang Wan Feng took to the field afterward. He had unleashed his fury, decisively overcoming 7 opponents, a quintessential demonstration of a protective brother. Yangwan clearly recalled this incident as well. She promptly stuck out her tongue, grinning playfully. I shall be cautious. No, you will not be cautious at all, echoed the collective thought of the others as they listened to her. Do not be deceived by Yangwan's sweet words. Given her capricious nature, it is highly likely she will seek trouble with Yili. Contemplating this, the onlookers exchanged glances, gradually revealing expressions of schadenfreude. They hoped Yili would prove to be a wise individual, willing to form an alliance. In that case, all would be well. Otherwise, should Yangwan be provoked, it would also incite Yangwan Feng, leading to dire consequences. As he surveyed the crowd, Yangwan Feng's face regained its smile, and he gently announced, "We shall conclude today's meeting here. You are all dismissed." At that moment, a timid team member raised his hand. "Captain Yang, I have heard something regarding Yili. Pray tell." Yangwan Feng replied with a nod. The team member cautiously continued, "It seems he has secured the sole recommendation spot from Fengyun University this year. If he participates in the martial arts examination, could it be that he aims for the top position?" Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions shifted, and they collectively turned to Yangwan Feng. According to their recollections, Yili had previously stated his intention to secure the recommendation spot for Fengyun University, ensuring both himself and Yang Wan could enjoy substantial enrollment benefits. This information was not only known to them, but was also common knowledge amongst the majority of students at Shanzhou No. 1 High School. Now, unexpectedly, this opportunity had been snatched away by a sudden upstart. This was troubling. Having lost such a significant opportunity, Captain Yang was bound to be furious. The crowd instinctively held their breath. As anticipated, Yangwan Feng's countenance darkened. He directed his gaze toward the speaker and calmly inquired, "Are you certain he has secured the recommendation?" "I heard it from some friends at Qingsha No. 1 High School," came the response. "This is outrageous." Yangwan stood abruptly, stamping her foot angrily. "On what grounds does he deserve it? Just because he defeated Tang Yao? By that logic, my brother is just as capable. Why should he be overlooked?" "Wanner, please sit down." Yangwan Feng inhaled deeply, forcing a smile. "It's all right. The teachers at Fengyun University must have their reasons for such decisions." Despite his words, a flicker of annoyance was evident in his eyes, and his fingers clenched tightly. Suppressing his anger, Yangwan Feng attempted to maintain his composure, stating, "However, since he is a recommended student, he must possess exceptional talent. If he truly attends the martial arts examination to vie for the top position, I shall personally confront him." By the end of his statement, the undertone of gritted teeth was unmistakable. "Brother, you are far too kind," Yangwan exclaimed, her indignation apparent as she glared at him. "This scoundrel is clearly someone who has taken advantage of backdoor dealings. I hope I do not cross paths with him. Otherwise, I shall strip him bare and hang him from a tree to see just how much weight he truly carries." Chapter 45. Numerical overwhelm. The following morning, sunlight illuminated the earth, and the morning light was warm. On a high-speed train heading to Linhai City, Yili sat by the window, a gleaming golden badge fastened around his waist. Inscribed upon it in silver was the bold declaration, Fengyun University. This golden waistplate, even at Fengyun University, is an accolade reserved for only the most exceptional students, and it serves as a remarkable storage artifact in its own right. The significance of a student from a martial arts high school wearing it is self-evident. It is indeed a token bestowed upon him by Master Yu. Initially, Yili had no intention of wearing such a conspicuous item. However, he could not resist the fervent request from Wang Yongfeng. "Yili, I implore you. As a teacher who has led 5 consecutive school teams, I have never received a trophy of this caliber. Just let me bask in this moment." Moved by Wang Yongfeng's earnestness, the kind-hearted Yili acquiesced to his request. As the scenery outside whirled past in a blur, Yili casually perused the numerous messages sent by Master Yu. There were dozens. "Yili, are you free? If not, it's no bother. No need to reply. I merely wish to share the immense strength of our Fengyun University. Take Zhenjiang University as an example. They are quite reputable within the confines of Hanwha, and in past instances of secret realm fusion leading to beast tides, they were able to manage with a bit of external assistance. However, they simply cannot compare to us. Firstly, when disasters such as secret realm fusions and beast tides occur, our university single-handedly suppresses them without needing external aid, and we generously reward participating students afterward. This alone creates a significant disparity. Furthermore, the tasks issued by our university, both in quantity and quality, far exceed those of so-called top martial arts universities. So when you complete the martial arts examination, if universities from Magic City or Shangjing attempt to recruit you, please do not consent. Our university is no less than theirs. It is not that I fear you being poached. Rather, it is about the prestige of Fengyun University and its legacy. As the date of the martial arts examination drew nearer, the atmosphere within the school became increasingly tense. Even those typically carefree began to feel a sense of urgency. Logically, nothing should capture the attention of these martial science students at such a time. Yet this morning, a remarkable event sent shockwaves of astonishment and envy throughout the school via the intercom. Someone had secured a guaranteed admission to Fengyun University. This benefit, traditionally monopolized by the prodigies of Shanzhushi, astonishingly fell to Linhai City this year, leaving many in disbelief. Fengyun University is one of the most esteemed martial arts institutions in all of Hanwha. In previous years, not only was it rare for students from Linhai City to receive guaranteed admission, but even fewer managed to gain acceptance into Fengyun University. Instantly, the entire teaching building erupted with discussions, speculating who had achieved this coveted guarantee. Principal Li, who was responsible for the announcement, could no longer contain his excitement. With a broad smile, he declared, "Let us congratulate Yi Li from Class 9 of the 3rd year for securing a guaranteed admission to Fengyun University." Upon hearing this, the students of Linhai, who had been waiting in anticipation, erupted with fervor. Due to the rampant rumors circulating recently, many students were already familiar with Yi Li's name and could not remain composed. The member of the school team, who has been dubbed the formidable Demon King, has astonishingly secured the coveted opportunity for direct admission. In an instant, the entire teaching building erupted with exclamations of disbelief, as incredulity permeated every corner of the campus. Inside the infirmary, a critically ill patient on a hospital bed began to breathe rapidly upon hearing the announcement. Shun Lian, with her exquisite features, wore an expression of utter shock and confusion, her mind clearly dazed. Moments later, her parched throat constricted, and she pinched her face sharply. Turning to the on-duty nurse with a trembling voice, she inquired, "Did you hear the announcement just now?" "Of course I did." The nurse, initially taken aback by the question, looked over and couldn't help but exclaim, "This student named Yi Li is truly impressive. Our school has never had a student granted direct admission to Fengyun University." "Is that so?" Shun Lian could scarcely contain the tempest of emotions swelling within her. She understood the prestige of Fengyun University better than any other student from Linhai. It was the very institution she had long aspired to attend. In her quest to gain admission, she had even entered a relationship with Wang Run, whose uncle was a retired teacher at Fengyun University. Although he was merely a low-ranking educator, his insights into martial arts far surpassed those of most instructors at martial arts high schools. Under his guidance, Shun Lian's skills had advanced remarkably, allowing her to join the school team in just 2 short years. Yet, despite her efforts, the distance to Fengyun University felt insurmountable. And now, that childhood companion she had cast aside was granted direct admission to the very institution she dreamed of attending. In that moment, an overwhelming tide of regret engulfed Shun Lian, and tears streamed uncontrollably from her eyes. As her heart suffered a grievous blow, the pain from her injuries raged on, relentless and acute. Shun Lian felt as though she might weep blood from her sorrow. Deep down, she understood that she and Yi Li were no longer of the same world. Detected a decade-long unrequited love for a childhood friend, filled with regret, leading to a complete breakdown. Malicious value, 5,000. An unexpected turn of events. Freshly disembarked from the high-speed train, Yi Li was momentarily taken aback, but quickly dismissed the thought, continuing towards the exit. Just 3 days remained until the martial arts examination. While high-level training methods might prove challenging, finding a mid-tier blood refinement technique should not be overly difficult. Regardless, his priority was to advance to the third tier. Other matters could be addressed later. At that point, as a third-tier practitioner, he would dominate the martial arts examination with sheer numerical superiority. Chapter 46. Unforeseen Changes. Linhai City. High-speed train station. A group from Linhai No. 1 High School was making its way to the exit. Among them, Yili ambled forward, glancing at Jiang Qingzhu beside him. Do you have any suitable training methods? Given that she could procure a mid-tier breathing technique, it was evident that her backing was formidable. The enhancements brought by white mist, frost, and snow were indeed powerful. Not only did it significantly accelerate the recovery of true energy compared to practitioners of the same tier, but there were also bonuses during attribute allocation, highlighting the vast differences between mid-tier and ordinary breathing techniques. I don't have any at the moment. Jiang Qingzhu's eyes sparkled as she pondered briefly. However, we should have it at home, though it might be difficult to procure. Would it be acceptable if I provided it for you next month? Unlike the martial techniques stored in the library, practices such as breathing methods and cultivation techniques that involve inheritance require appropriate justification for her, as the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, to obtain them from her elders. Next month, I shall reach the 5th level. Perhaps I could come to see it in advance. Yili, slightly troubled, rubbed his forehead. Let us discuss it then. Since the current path seemed unfeasible, he could only seek assistance from Old Yu or Linhai No. 1 High School. The former had recently returned to Fengyan University and would likely not visit Linhai City in the near future, leaving Linhai No. 1 High School as the only option. Very well, Jiang Qingzhu nodded gently, feeling no urgency. After all, Yili had just broken through to the 2nd tier and was still in the phase of solidifying his realm. By the way, do you have any questions regarding the white mist, frost, snow? She gazed at Yili, her tone laced with a hint of expectation. I have achieved a minor mastery of this breathing technique, so feel free to inquire if you have any uncertainties. Understood. If you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask me, Yili replied casually. Having studied the white mist, frost, snow for over half a year, he had indeed reached a minor mastery, marking him as a prodigy among his peers. Jiang Qingzhu paused, intending to express that he might not comprehend her uncertainties. But recalling his recent display of the frost snow spread with such pride, she silently closed her mouth. Since meeting Yili, she had come to grasp a certain truth. There exist individuals in this world who do not adhere to reason, commonly referred to as geniuses. Yili was undoubtedly one of them. Contemplating this, Jiang Qingzhu's gaze towards him grew imbued with a mix of yearning and admiration. She desired to forge a connection between this young man and the Jiang family, willing to offer anything: martial techniques, cultivation methods, and more. Most individuals, if favored by the eldest daughter of the formidable Jiang family, would eagerly seek to ingratiate themselves, hoping to gain the family's acknowledgement. Yet, the young man before her was entirely different. His independent demeanor suggested an utter indifference to the Jiang family's favor, exuding an aura of profound confidence and extreme self-assurance. Such confidence is not uncommon among talented martial artists. However, when presented with such a coveted opportunity, they often find themselves unable to resist. Yili, who appeared unfazed by his connection to the Jiang family and even dared to confront the eldest daughter, was a rarity that Jiang Qingzhu had never encountered before. This made him all the more precious. Our household possesses a considerable number of third-tier weapons. Shall I select one for you during the martial examination? She inquired softly. Yili nodded non-committally, his gaze fixed on the exit ahead. Who are those people? Jiang Qingzhu followed his line of sight and was taken aback. The enforcers of the Qingyi Bureau? Why are there so many? Outside the station's exit, where taxi drivers typically congregate, stood several figures cloaked in dark coats. Their presence strikingly conspicuous. Their expressions were cold and indifferent, sharp gazes directed towards the individuals accompanying Yili. Following their line of sight, Yili raised an eyebrow, spotting a similarly notable figure striding swiftly towards them, flanked by several escorts. This individual, tall and slender, appeared to be around 40 years of age, with large hands shackled in cuffs, bearing a somber demeanor and tightly shut eyes, yet moving with ease. In Yili's vision, clouded by illusions, the tall man radiated an aura of profound strength, unmistakably indicating he was no ordinary person. The young escorts surrounding him bore expressions still tinged with remnants of joy, their waists adorned with uniform metal badges. Yili deliberately halted as they passed by, easily discerning the inscription on one of the badges, Zhenjiang University. This was also a martial arts institution within the province, albeit significantly less prestigious than Fengyun University. Thus, it became apparent that students from Zhenjiang University were tasked with escorting a criminal. Transferring a prisoner? Jiang Qingzhu remarked, her surprise evident, before explaining. Martial arts universities occasionally issue tasks for the capture of fugitives, handing them over to the nearest Qingyi bureau for processing. I didn't expect to encounter such a situation. In response, Yili nodded slightly. It's my first time witnessing this as well. I wonder if pursuing a fugitive would yield any merit points. It seems quite dubious. Such actions would classify one as a hero ridding society of evildoers. Yet the system is not easily deceived. Not necessarily, Yili pondered. Could excessive enforcement also be deemed a form of wrongdoing? His thoughts wandered as he observed the group escorting the suspect swiftly exit the station. The Qingyi Bureau enforcers awaiting their arrival approached, quickly comparing photographs before receiving the key to the handcuffs for the escorts. The lead enforcer stepped forward, reaching into the tall man's clothing to assess his bones and flesh, likely to guard against any form of disguise. As Yili walked out of the platform, he nodded slightly, intrigued by this new experience, contemplating paying closer attention to the province's wanted criminals. Should he encounter one someday, it would be an opportunity to test his theories. Although he was not fond of such a drawn-out approach, he found himself lacking an excuse for immediate action. How frustrating it is not to engage in a direct battle, he lamented. Just then, the enforcer inspecting the handcuffs suddenly turned pale. Typically, ordinary shackles are as fragile as threads to martial artists, easily shattered with a struggle. Consequently, students undertaking fugitive capture tasks are provided with appropriately strong shackles free of charge by their university. However, the pair in his hands, suitable for low-tier martial artists, were utterly inadequate for the formidable suspect before him, who was nearing the 4th tier. He shouted in alarm, attempting to retreat, but the tall man abruptly opened his eyes wide. Clang! Amidst the crisp sound of a metallic shatter, a gaunt and tall man forcefully broke free from the chains binding his hands. An overwhelming aura erupted from him, and he delivered a powerful punch to the chest of the law enforcement officer before him. With a resounding crack, the officer's chest visibly caved in, sending him hurtling backward, blood gushing from his mouth, staining his dark blue coat crimson. Director Chun, the crowd gasped in horror. Witnessing this, the lean man displayed a gleeful expression. Initially fearing for his life, he realized that the students from Zhenjiang University had opted for lighter chains to save costs, granting him a precious moment to breathe. Seizing the opportunity, the gaunt man charged forward without hesitation. Like a speeding automobile, he barreled through more than 10 bewildered bystanders, racing toward the horizon. The remaining law enforcement officers quickly regained their composure and sprang into action. One officer stayed behind to tend to the injured colleague, while the others pursued the fleeing man. However, the bustling train station was crowded, and many had succumbed to unconsciousness due to the man's earlier rampage. Faced with this chaos, the pursuers hesitated momentarily, their faces betraying inner turmoil, but ultimately decided to halt their chase to assess the injured. Simultaneously, they contacted the officers stationed in the city, urging them to swiftly capture the whereabouts of the gaunt man. At that moment, the officer who had just retrieved the shackles from the ground abruptly looked up at the students from Zhenjiang University, incredulity lacing his tone as he questioned. "You did not use shackles inscribed with the binding array?" One student, visibly shaken, steeled himself and replied, "That old monster was already gravely injured when we found him. Shackles capable of restraining a 3rd-tier warrior are exceedingly rare. We aim to save costs, so we use 2nd-tier ones instead." "Fools!" The officer bellowed, "Hurry and pursue. If that fiend harms anyone in the city, you shall all face punishment." Upon hearing this, the faces of the Zhenjiang University students paled, and they hastened in the direction the gaunt man had fled. Clearly, they would need to ensure the students returned home early in the following days. Wang Yongfeng withdrew his gaze from the retreating figures and turned to the gathering, exclaiming, If my eyes do not deceive me, that fugitive must be the notorious Xiangbu, responsible for the deaths of numerous pregnant women, whose manhunt has stirred great unrest in Zhenjiang City. It is said he was gravely injured by the Qingyi Bureau, yet he remains a formidable peak third-tier warrior. Do exercise caution when you return. Just then his voice trailed off. As he scanned the crowd, uncertainty flickered in his eyes. Not only he, but even Jiang Qingzhu paused in bewilderment as she surveyed her surroundings. Where is Yi Liren? Chapter 47. They owe me their gratitude. Ha ha ha. In the labyrinthine high-rises, the gaunt man sprinted, unable to suppress his manic laughter. From the astonished gasps of the crowd, he deduced that the elderly gentleman he had severely injured was none other than the director of Lehigh City, the only individual in the city nearing the fourth tier of warriors. It is essential to be aware that in the territory of Huxia, all branches of the Qingyi Bureau must remain vigilant against the hidden realms beyond the city and the fugitives within it. Warriors of the fourth rank and above are often unable to spare the time to assist in various matters. The students from the martial arts universities in Ying province rarely possess the prowess to reach the fourth rank. This implies that, for the time being, the entire city of Linhai is relatively safe for me. With this thought, a smile inevitably spread across Xiangbu's face. Even though he had been severely injured by that old ruffian from Zhenjiang, he was nonetheless a veritable peak of the third rank. Despite the layers of embellishment, his rank remained indisputable. At this moment, his focus was solely on survival. There was no one in Linhai capable of pursuing him. Suddenly, all the hairs on the back of Xiangbu's neck stood on end. A piercing sound of air being sliced open erupted beside him. Who goes there? Xiangbu felt a surge of unease, instinctively lowering his head and darting to the side. Bang! A long spear grazed his scalp, crashing heavily into the ground ahead of him, sending a shower of debris flying, while the spear trembled violently from the force. Turning to look, Xiangbu's pupils constricted. A dark figure surged toward him at an astonishing speed, surpassing that of an ordinary third-rank warrior, closing in before him with an overwhelming momentum. With a taut right arm, a fist struck out, shattering the air as it collided forcefully against his raised arm. Boom! Xiangbu had intended to utter something, but was unable to do so before he was sent flying from the impact of that immense force. It turned out to be Yi Li, who, through the full exertion of the Tiangang treading void technique, and Yulong riding the wind classic, had reached Xiangbu's rear. His aura rising exponentially. Bang! Xiangbu slammed heavily against the wall, cracking it with multiple fissures. He could feel an unusual vibration emanating from the incoming fist, causing his internal energy to churn uncontrollably. Only then did he finally discern the appearance of his assailant, a youth with black hair and golden eyes, clad in dark attire, a golden waist badge fluttering at his side, and a strikingly handsome face radiating a palpable aura of murderous intent. With his keen vision, Xiangbu could easily make out the inscription, Fengyun University, on the badge. You are from Fengyun University? His heart surged with a mix of shock and anger, compelling him to question, how many credits will you earn for capturing me? The Qingyi Bureau has ceased their pursuit. Is it truly necessary for you to exert yourself so? In response to Xiangbu's eyes filled with indignation, Yi Li let out a cold laugh. You are mistaken. I am not here to capture you. Then what is your intention? I have come solely to kill you. The youth's golden eyes burned with an increasingly intense ferocity. At the moment his words fell, he propelled himself off the ground, his hair billowing as he charged once more. The perfection of the dragon's might surged through his palms. The true energy within him flowed tumultuously, unleashing the force of thousands of kilograms in a single explosive punch. His fist descended like a torrential storm. What audacity! Xiangbu shouted in fury, bracing himself with his arms wide open to meet the attack head-on. Bang, 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 bang! The air between them erupted in rippling waves, the fierce winds swirling around them, each strike landing with bone-crushing force. The ground beneath trembled slightly, and the towering buildings swayed with the impact. Initially, Xiangbu only perceived the exceptional weight of his opponent's fists, suggesting that he was a formidable adversary of equal rank, which invigorated him. However, as the battle progressed, he began to sense something amiss. In just a few breaths, a surge of chilling energy erupted from his body, causing his blood and vitality to churn uncontrollably, leaving him with a sensation of dizziness and nausea. What on earth is this? The strange phenomenon within him made Xiangbu's heart race with trepidation. The opponent's fists not only felt overwhelmingly heavy, but also displayed a bewildering array of martial techniques. Where did this celestial being emerge from? The sense of perfection in Yi Li's strikes ignited a surge of envy within Xiangbu. As a fellow third-tier martial artist, you should comprehend my plight, he bellowed in fury. As third-tier warriors, we have endured the hardships of martial training. Is it truly just to be condemned for merely slaying a few pregnant women? I cannot comprehend. In that instant, Yi Li unleashed another powerful strike. The dragon's roar, accompanied by a torrent of icy air, forcefully breaching Xiangbu's defenses. With the revival of the Golden Soul and the techniques of the Flying Dragon and the Dragon's Roar, he dominated the severely injured peak third-tier warrior. In a flash, a pitch-black spear materialized in Yi Li's hand. The spear's tip radiated a blinding light, revealing a distinct dragon silhouette, and the ominous specter of death loomed over Xiangbu's heart. "Spare me," Xiangbu cried out in desperation. "I'm a third-tier warrior. I can atone for my sins. And even the Anomaly Clearing Bureau would not execute me." His words held a kernel of truth. Peak third-tier warriors, being a scarce resource, would indeed be subjected to secretive restrictions by the Anomaly Clearing Bureau, using their lives to ward off the aberrant beasts beyond the city. This was one of the reasons he felt undaunted by the Bureau. However, upon hearing these words, the youth before him did not halt his actions. Instead, a glimmer of cold light suddenly intensified in Xiangbu's eyes. "You will regret killing me. The students of Zhenjiang University will not spare you." Paralyzed and unable to move, Xiangbu uttered his final words, which would become the last he would ever speak. In the next moment, a massive hole erupted in his chest, and with a sweeping dragon shadow, his life was extinguished in the blink of an eye. Killing a peak third-tier warrior grants 10,000 malevolence points. The system's notification transformed into an excited crimson hue. Yi Li shook the spear, splattering blood across the entire wall. The ghastly crimson reflected his blazing golden eyes. Dressed in dark attire, he appeared as immaculate as when he arrived. "What nonsense are you rambling about?" Yi Li casually stowed the spear and turned back towards his original path, murmuring softly, "Who cares about your trivial matters? If you do not perish, must I then meet my end?" As he had not walked far, the sound of hurried footsteps reached his ears. Yi Li raised his gaze and saw several students from Zhenjiang University rushing towards him. Upon witnessing the scene behind Yi Li, they momentarily held their breath, their expressions turning grim. One stepped forward, a hint of anger in his tone. "Friend, this is our mission. Your interference is unwarranted." Before he could finish, a golden insignia was tossed towards him. Frowning, he caught it, and his expression instantly froze. "Tell your principal to come to Fengyun University tomorrow to apologize, along with your advisor." The youth clad in black spoke in a monotone voice, his golden eyes coldly surveying the group before him. "Is there anything else?" Before his words had fully settled, the air around them grew oppressively silent once more. The expressions of the students from Zhenjiang University darkened, their faces resembling the charred bottom of a cauldron, adorned with a golden badge. The core student of Fengyun University held a status equivalent to that of the deputy director of the local Qingyi Bureau when dispatched on a mission. Damn it, damn it! The foremost individual cursed under his breath, his face ashen as he lamented his earlier decision. This mission was already a blunder on their part, and now they had fortuitously crossed paths with a core student from Fengyun University, with the authority at their disposal. It would take but a word to have them expelled from their school. However, after a moment's hesitation, he steeled himself and replied, "No, thank you for your assistance." Yi Li casually extracted the badge from his hand and turned to depart in the direction from which he had come. Confirming his suspicions brought him a sense of satisfaction. Once Yi Li had left, the group of Zhenjiang University students collectively exhaled, their previously taut expressions softening. They turned to their leader, unable to suppress their curiosity. "Fengge, was that truly the golden badge of Fengyun University?" Their tone bore an unmistakable incredulity. They had been too far away to discern details, only catching a glimpse of the words Fengyun University from a distance. The reason they refrained from verifying it on the spot was due to the potential risk. If it were indeed genuine and they angered that youth in black, their predicament would only worsen. Moreover, given the opponent's ability to swiftly dispatch a heavily injured pinnacle third-tier martial artist, it was highly likely that their strength surpassed the third tier. It is authentic. I confirmed it just now. Under the watchful eyes of his peers, the leader's expression remained grim. Damn it, when misfortune strikes. It seems even drinking water can lead to choking. How few gold badges does Fengyun University possess altogether? To encounter one in such a small place as Lehigh City, we have truly fallen into bad luck. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the others turned complex. While they were still laboriously pursuing the trail of a fugitive, a student from Fengyun University had simply arrived and killed the target. Now, they were faced with the prospect of returning to school to apologize to the principal and teachers, compelled to comply with the demands of those superior to them. What could they do? After all, they were the ones in a position of power. With this thought, they gritted their teeth and approached, hastily disposing of the body on the ground. Ironically, when the people from the Qingyi Bureau arrived, they would have to report the merits of the Fengyun University student. They need not worry about finding someone to reward. There were only so many gold medal students from Fengyun University, and the school would easily locate which of them was currently in Lehigh City. After examining the body, the leader felt a chill run down his spine. Damn it, the strike was ruthless. Even though Xiang Bu, the pinnacle third-tier martial artist, had sustained grave injuries, his counterattack before death was no trivial matter. It was nearly impossible to kill him without incurring substantial cost. The student from Fengyun University had acted decisively, leaving with an air of ease and indifference. In the future, any fugitive crossing paths with him would indeed be in for a dire fate. As the sun climbed high in the sky, a taxi carrying 4 passengers was en route to Linghai No. 1 High School. In the front seat, Wang Yongfeng was engaged in a phone call, while in the back seat, Jiang Qingzhu discreetly observed the handsome young man in black beside her. Although he had claimed to have gone to the restroom, a faint scent of blood lingered around him. Ignoring Jiang Qingzhu's gaze, Yili leaned against the car window, his eyes fixed on the scenery outside. This was his first experience with taking a life, and surprisingly, he felt no urge to vomit. His heart raced slightly, heightening his emotions. When Yili was at the first level of the second tier, he had faced off against Jiang Qingzhu, who was at the 4th level of the second tier. Even with his mastery of the heavenly gang void step, he had to endure a gunshot to unexpectedly defeat her. At that time, he relied on the information gap and his nearly invincible immortal golden soul. Yet now, standing against a peak third-tier warrior, he managed to achieve a swift and unscathed kill, albeit the opponent was severely injured. Even so, the foe had withstood several minutes of direct confrontation after he activated Golden Soul Revival. This was indeed alarming. It was the first time Yili encountered such a formidable adversary. Truly, a peak third-tier warrior was nothing to be underestimated. After this encounter, his internal energy was nearly depleted. Had both parties been in their prime, Yili would have furrowed his brow and retreated behind his companions. Or perhaps he would have cautiously increased his power before launching an offensive, as failure could lead to disastrous consequences. Nevertheless, one could argue that this was indeed an unscathed and swift kill. Yili's lips curled into a smile. Although the absence of a humiliating element meant that he did not accrue a substantial amount of malevolence points, successfully validating his new hypothesis left him in high spirits. It seemed that taking lives, even those of the most wicked individuals, could yield malevolence points. This, he realized, underscored the weight of death. Extending this line of thought, he pondered whether slaying aberrant beasts would also grant rewards in malevolence points. Just then, Wang Yongfeng, having concluded his call, turned to Yi Li with a light chuckle and remarked, "The artifacts jointly sponsored by the 2 schools have already been delivered to your training room, along with the relevant instructions. Be sure to check them out later. Additionally, if you require anything else, do not hesitate to ask the school. They will reimburse you." In response, Yili did not hesitate and immediately stated, "I need a training manual of a reasonably high level." A training manual? Wang Yongfeng raised an eyebrow, instinctively questioning. Isn't it a breathing technique? He had assumed that Yili had already found a suitable breathing method, given that he had not displayed any signs of depleting his internal energy. Are you in such a rush? If I put in some effort, I can procure a high-level training manual for you in a couple of days after the exams. Jiang Qingzhu suddenly interjected, her tone rising in surprise as she spoke words that astonished both Wang Yongfeng and the driver. You have already mastered white mist frost snow to perfection, haven't you? The driver's astonishment stemmed purely from hearing the term perfection. Wang Yongfeng was taken aback by the content of the girl's speech. If his memory served him correctly, white mist, frost, and snow should be the prestigious breathing technique passed down through the generations in the Jiang family. In terms of value, it likely surpassed the various breathing techniques circulating in the market. Setting aside how Yili acquired it, mastering such a technique to perfection would typically require at least several years of dedication, even for the most gifted martial artist Wang could recall. Yet, it had barely been 2 weeks since Yili met Jiang Qingzhu. Had he truly achieved mastery in such a short time? Unbelievable. Wang Yongfeng's throat felt dry as he looked incredulously at the boy in the ink-colored robe, who simply nodded nonchalantly. I suppose I have reached mastery. Upon hearing this, waves of astonishment surged within Wang Yongfeng. Had he truly achieved mastery? To accomplish this within 2 weeks was a talent that defied all logic. He turned sharply to Jiang Qingzhu, whose reaction was remarkably composed as she continued. You should understand that. Similar to the high endurance and training speed provided by the advanced breathing techniques, the advanced refining techniques differ significantly from ordinary ones. Just as the method of smelting metals varies, so too do the outcomes produced. After reaching the true blood realm, there exist disparities even among those of the same tier. This is where that saying originates. So, why not wait for a few days? The girl blinked with her clear eyes, her voice cool as she inquired. I never said I wouldn't wait for you, Yili replied calmly, to Jiang Qingzhu's slight astonishment. Am I not entitled to have it all? Jiang Qingzhu. Wang Yongfeng. Chapter 49. Breaking through to the third tier. At Linhai No. 1 High School. While Wang Yongfeng was nearly wearing a hole through the floor with his pacing, Yili swiftly obtained a technique known as Great Sun Treasure Furnace, an advanced refining method. Advanced refining technique. Great Sun Treasure Furnace. Not yet initiated. It was said to be one of the most treasured techniques kept under wraps at Linhai No. 1 High School. The vice principal, Li Haohan, was quite helpless regarding this matter, as, prior to this, no student in the school's history had ever acquired an advanced refining technique before graduation. It was indeed a bit overwhelming. Inside the training building, Yili entered his training room, casually closed the door, and gazed at the thick volume of Great Sun Treasure Furnace in his hands. Although Wang Yongfeng had assured him with fervor that Principal Li would obtain the advanced refining technique from the elusive headmaster the following week. Yili pondered why he would settle for an advanced technique when Jiang Qingzhu's advanced refining method would be available by then. Shaking his head, he had initially intended to find a rudimentary refining method to comfortably transition to the third tier before the martial arts examination. He could always utilize a superior refining technique when the time came to allocate points properly. With this thought, Yili approached the long table and picked up a ring that shimmered with a faint light. A simple examination revealed it to be a storage ring, likely an additional benefit provided by Linhai No. 1 High School. However, since he already possessed a gold medal as a storage item, the storage ring seemed somewhat superfluous. Not dwelling on it too much, Yili emptied its contents onto the table. A Huanxia Bank savings card, a perfectly rounded red elixir, a set of silver heart-protecting armor, and an instruction manual. The first 2 items are likely the rewards of 1 million Huanxia coins and a vitality elixir for formal team members. The latter is presumably the so-called artifact jointly sponsored by the 2 schools. Yili picked up the instruction manual, and the words caught his eye. A Tier 3 intermediate artifact, the Armor of Guardianship. Crafted from the silver horn of a Tier 3 extraordinary beast, the silver-horned rhinoceros. Infusing it with true energy allows it to automatically conform to the body, providing warmth in winter and coolness in summer, comfortable and breathable, capable of reducing damage taken. After reading the description, a hint of disdain flickered across Yili's face. Perhaps the artifacts produced by his own system were so suitable that he found this armor somewhat trivial. Never mind, it's better than nothing. He had not expected them to provide any significant assistance. With a sigh, Yili stowed the items back into his storage ring. Among them, the most useful item was undoubtedly this storage ring. Subsequently, to avoid confusion with the harmony ring on his right hand, he adorned the storage ring on his left hand. Returning to the bed designated for his cultivation, his remarkably handsome face gradually calmed. He had no intention of delaying his advancement to Tier 3 until after the martial examination. This recent endeavor not only validated his suspicions, but also sounded the alarm for him to enhance his strength. If it was so arduous to contend with a severely injured Tier 3 peak martial artist, what would become of him if the prodigies from Shanzhou One were all at the pinnacle of Tier 2? That was unacceptable. No one could impede his path to power. His increasingly formidable strength did not cloud Yi Li's vision. Rather, it rendered him more lucid. To outsiders, he appeared to be a prodigious talent. Yet this unparalleled gift was built upon an overwhelming accumulation of malevolent merit. To maintain such momentum, he must possess the strength to crush those geniuses. There could be no slackening. Yi Li chuckled softly, sitting at the edge of the bed, his mood swiftly stabilizing. Since he had already embarked on this path, there was no reason for confusion. Ultimately, in this high martial world, only the strong could enforce their will. System, grant me enhancements. A pale blue light curtain unfurled before Yi Li, and a vast torrent of malevolent merit surged into the panel. Current malevolent merit, 200 points, ding. Consuming malevolent merit. Commencing the cultivation level hammering method. Great Sun Alchemy Furnace. Previously, you had clumsily refined your entire bloodline, having half a foot already stepped into the threshold of true blood realm. Now, revisiting this level of hammering method is akin to a student who reviews the material after solving problems. Achieving results with half the effort, gained benefit. Cultivation speed increased by 50 after expending 2,000 points of malevolence. You realize that although this level of tempering technique involves deeper cultivation theories, its complexity is still inferior to the breathing methods of the previous level. You read through it swiftly, grasping its true essence. Upon consuming 4,000 points of malevolence, you have learned to simulate the sun's vaporization to elevate the temperature within your body. Your blood gradually undergoes transformation in this intense heat. With the expenditure of 6,000 points of malevolence, your understanding of this tempering technique deepens, and you exhale scorching white vapor with each breath. After 10,000 points of malevolence, you finally comprehend the enhancement methods recorded within this technique. A sense of enlightenment washing over you. Upon consuming 12,000 points of malevolence, you have mastered the skill to imbue your vital energy with a burning effect, significantly boosting the effectiveness of your cultivation in fire-based martial arts. You have achieved perfection in the Great Sun Precious Furnace. Byproducts. Your ability to withstand heat has improved. Byproducts. Your understanding of tempering techniques, a type of third-tier skill, has deepened. A plethora of text appeared on the luminous screen. Yi Li silently exhaled, the sensation of heat distinctly palpable. Although he had never smoked in his past life, he inexplicably thought that if he deliberately activated the burning effect of his vital energy, he could easily ignite a cigarette even without a lighter. This practical ability has grown. Moreover, with a mere thought, his blood felt as if it were boiling, akin to a piece of refined iron cast into a blazing furnace. It was not unbearable. Rather, a sense of gradual transformation began to blossom within him. Without hesitation, Yi Li commenced enhancing his cultivation. Ding! Consuming malevolence points, beginning to elevate martial arts level. Your tempering technique has reached perfection under this influence. The originally 100-step journey has progressed to 99 steps, lacking only the final push. After consuming 200 points of malevolence, a golden glow enveloped your blood, your bones resonating, and a feeling of completeness and clarity permeated your entire being. Enhancement complete. You have ascended to the first level of the third tier. Current martial arts level, third tier. First level, 0. Current malevolence points, 24,000. 000 points with the final line of text appearing, Yi Li's aura surged dramatically. He resembled a perfectly refined elixir, radiating a sense of completeness. The transformed blood and bones harmonized, significantly enhancing his senses to a terrifying degree, where not a feather could be added, nor a fly could approach. His illusory black eyes shone with newfound brilliance, as if capable of discerning the essence of the world. There were no so-called bottlenecks. The third-tier threshold that had trapped countless martial artists was shattered by him in mere breaths. This is the third tier. Feeling the surging vital energy and the intensity of his blood, Yi Li suppressed the shock on his face. Now, it is time to prepare for the martial examination in 2.5 days. It remains uncertain how much profit the so-called Shanzhou First High School can bring to oneself. Yi Li finds himself filled with anticipation. Meanwhile, at Shanzhou First High School, Yang Wanfeng, having just concluded his training, is engaged in a significant discussion regarding the martial arts examination with his sister, Yang Wan. Chapter 50. Yang Wanfeng's Decision. The martial arts examination approaches. Brother, what do you think? In the spacious training ground, Yang Wan, feeling lethargic after practice, casually inquires, how should I teach the Yi Li a lesson? Waner, how many times must I remind you not to underestimate your opponents? Yang Wanfeng responds with a resigned smile. Continuing, if you do not activate the blood-burning secret technique, you will likely not be a match for Tang Yao. If he has the ability to defeat Tang Yao, he certainly possesses the capability to overcome you as well. Even if you manage to best him by employing the secret technique, what of it? This is a martial arts examination, where one must hunt the extraordinary beasts within the examination points to earn points. As he speaks, he affectionately ruffles the girl's hair, adding, moreover, aside from the final 6 hours of free combat, if you rashly engage him at any other time, should he report you to the proctor, what then? Well, I can always choose not to attend the martial arts university, and you can support me for a lifetime. Yang Wan dismisses the concern with a huff. In her eyes, Yi Li is transformed from a mere passerby in the examination to a heinous villain for seizing her brother's guaranteed admission. Furthermore, since the highest points are awarded for hunting beasts in the core examination area, if Yi Li aims for the top position, he will inevitably confront her and her peers. Given this inevitability, she is inclined to resolve the matter by teaching him a stern lesson. Waner, do not throw a tantrum. Yang Wanfeng sits down beside her. Did I not say I would confront him? Why the urgency? Without so much as a glance, Yang Wan retorts, because your temperament is too gentle. Even if you say you will confront him, you certainly won't apply any real force. You always hold back. At her words, Yang Wanfeng's gaze flickers. In truth, while he may not have overtly exerted force, those who have drawn his ire have faced his covert retribution. This fact is evidently unknown to Yang Wan. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Wanfeng, seemingly resigned, chuckles, very well, since you detest him so much, I suppose there is no alternative. Speak. How do you wish to teach him a lesson? Your brother shall acquiesce. Really? Yang Wan exclaims, springing up from the ground, excitement radiating from her as she asks. Anything goes. Yang Wanfeng deliberately feigns hesitation on his otherwise refined visage. Then, under the expectant gaze of Yang Wan, he seems to make a resolution, sighing with a touch of resignation. When have I ever deceived you? Although I originally intended only to spar with him, seeing how much you loathe him, a light lesson might be permissible. Speak your mind. Splendid. Yang Wan rejoices, throwing her arms around Yang Wanfeng, her joy evident as she declares, I knew you would always be the best brother. Having said that, she paused for a moment and, with a hint of bashfulness, chuckled, Brother, I have long devised a plan to teach him a lesson. Upon hearing this, Yang Wanfeng's spirit was invigorated. What do you propose? In the core area of the martial arts examination venue, there is a mechanism that transmits live footage. Indeed, Yang Wanfeng nodet. To monitor the performance of promising martial arts students, the core area employs unique methods to capture relevant visuals, enabling real-time broadcasting. Due to high costs, students loitering in the peripheral or even inner regions are not granted the privilege of being filmed. What do you intend to do? I want to strip him of his clothes and hang him from the tallest tree for all to see. Yang Wan excitedly wafed her feast. Envisioning him losing face before teachers and students across the province, eager to see if he would dare to steal from others again. Isn't that a bit excessive? Hearing the girl's words, Yang Wanfeng's lips instinctively curled into a smile, only to quickly smooth out as he furrowed his brow, expressing concern. Moreover, in previous years, the beast in the core area posed a significant risk even to second-tier martial artists. For his own safety, he might choose to avoid the core area, as the beasts in the inner region also yield high scores. Brother, I haven't finished yet, Yang Wan interjected, a triumphant expression gracing her face. If he avoids the inner region, it works in my favor. I won't have to worry about video evidence. When the final 2 hours of free combat arrive, you can deal with him however you wish. That may not be prudent. Yang Wanfeng hesitated, clearly conflicted, as if repulsed by the notion. Yet, the tremor in his excited hand betrayed his true feelings. Oh, what's wrong with that? Seeing her brother's reluctance, Yang Wan took his hand and pleaded, Brother, he has already robbed you of your guaranteed spot. The entire school is abuzz with this matter. We cannot remain so benevolent. Perhaps it was due to Yang Wanfeng's frequent mentions of the guaranteed spots at Fengyun University. Or perhaps it was the tendency of teachers to encourage students with tales of prodigies. At present, hundreds of martial arts students at Shanzhou know. One high school were aware of a student named Yi Li from Linhai City, who was likely to secure a guaranteed admission to Fengyun University. Naturally, young Wanfeng, who constantly spoke of such opportunities, found himself in an undignified position. Sure enough, when this issue was brought up, a flicker of anger appeared in Yang Wanfeng's eyes, only to dissipate swiftly. He took a deep breath and said slowly, Indeed, this Healy has gone too far. If I did not show a bit of brilliance, he may truly believe I am easy to bully. Speaking of which, his combat style against that Tang Yao was shockingly ruthless, disregarding the opponent's dignity entirely. If I were to teach him a lesson during this martial arts examination, it would also serve to rid the world of a menace. A radiant smile blossomed on Yang Wan's small face. Brother, in my heart, you have always been a paragon of virtue. Have you forgotten? Everyone at school has said you are a pure and brilliant genius. I am well aware of that. Yang Wanfeng humbly waved his hand, expressing his helplessness as he remarked, Do not rejoice too soon. Even if my brother agrees to teach him a lesson, the challenge remains in locating him. Rest assured, Young Wan replied, patting her slightly swollen chest, her long hair cascading down to her waist, swaying with her movements. With a hint of pride in her smile, she continued, I had anticipated my brother's compliance, so I conferred with everyone this morning. Aside from the two of us, whoever encounters, Yi Li will lead him towards the core area. There is no way for him to escape. With that, under Yang Wanfeng's approving gaze, Yang Wan interlaced her fingers, resting them on her flat abdomen. Turning around with a tone imbued with anticipation, it will be foolproof. Oh, I truly look forward to seeing the expression on that fellow's face. The provincial martial examination is an event of grand proportions, engulfing the entire province in a fervor. The tense atmosphere envelopes every martial examinee like an invisible net, instilling an unprecedented pressure upon them. In such a charged environment, time seems to hasten. The mere span of 3 days slips away as swiftly as a fleeting shadow. When the first rays of morning sunlight cast their glow beyond Shanzhou City, a long-anticipated excitement began to permeate the air. Outside Shanzhou City, before a vast and magnificent secret realm, stand a temporarily erected grand encampment. Figures radiating formidable auras gradually appeared at the forefront of the camp, their gazes collectively fixed upon the distant city, their eyes glimmering with intrigue. There, hundreds of buses were arriving in succession, flanked by dozens of escorting military armored vehicles. This place is poised to become the turning point in the destinies of countless martial artists. The stage for the provincial martial examination has been set, awaiting the entrance of its protagonists. Chapter 51. Face-to-face mockery as a designated site for the provincial martial examinations over the years. Its primary attributes are a vast secret space and a relatively low level of exotic beasts, typically shrouded in a state of confinement prior to the examination. A 7th-tier martial arts master is specially invited to meticulously inspect the realm, ensuring the absence of 4th-tier exotic beasts. However, it seems that the secret realm is governed by its own rules of suppression, as no 4th-tier beasts have ever emerged throughout the years. Nonetheless, to mitigate any unforeseen circumstances, The inspection by the master has remained a yearly ritual. With so many seeds of martial arts, it is inevitable that a new generation of powerful martial artists will emerge in a few decades or centuries. At the temporary encampment, a throng of people stood upon the plains in the early morning. Their expressions varied. Kai Guocheng stood at the forefront of the encampment, his demeanor solemn as he surveyed the multitude of young martial artists below, his thoughts tumultuous. Finally, the day has arrived. The youth of excellence from the province are gathered here today. The twin stars of the Yang family from Shanzhou City, the young lady of the Jiang family from Lehigh City, the dark horse named Yi Li, the little iron fist from Jiang City, and Tang Yao from the sword pavilion of Qingshan City. What an odd assortment from Qingshan City. Upon noticing a group of martial artists from Qingshan City, a flicker of confusion appeared in Kai Guocheng's eyes. Before him stood hundreds of individuals, their bodies ensconced in bandages and steel plates, presenting a most pitiful sight. The remaining throng of hundreds cast resentful glances toward the martial artists of Linghai City, yet upon the gaze of a striking youth clad in a black robe, they immediately subdued their demeanor. It was indeed a curious spectacle. He resolved to inquire with the teacher from Qingshan No. 1 High School later. Kai Guocheng, casting aside his musings, stepped forward and proclaimed in a resounding voice, "I am Kai Guocheng, the chief organizer of this provincial martial arts examination. Just as the humanities students have endured a decade of diligent study, today marks the moment for you, the martial arts students who have persevered through years of hardship. To validate the fruits of your labor." He refrained from elaborating on the motivational speeches likely delivered by the leaders of each school, opting instead to succinctly explain the rules. He rambled on for quite some time, while the thousands of martial arts candidates listened intently. Among the crowd, the handsome boy in the pristine black robe nodded frequently in agreement. The regulations of the martial arts examination were rather straightforward. According to Kai Guocheng, the Rift Mountain secret realm behind him was divided into 3 areas: the outer region, the inner region, and the core area. The outer region primarily housed early-stage first-tier exotic beasts, yielding lower scores upon defeat. The inner region contained mid- to late-stage first-tier and even early-stage second-tier beasts, offering higher scores. As for the core area, it was predominantly inhabited by second-tier beasts, with a few third-tier beasts roaming, granting the highest points. Each participant was equipped with a talisman-like device, which could be activated in emergencies to generate a protective shield against harm and transmit real-time location data to external rescue teams. Naturally, the use of such a device would signify the premature conclusion of 1S examination. Yi Li held little concern for the exotic beasts, yet the talisman piqued his interest. If it possessed excessive strength, it might impede his endeavors to accumulate malevolent points. However, his apprehension was minimal. After a brief contemplation, he dismissed the matter entirely. The reasoning was simple. A low-grade talisman capable of producing thousands of uses could hardly be of exceptional craftsmanship. Even if it could withstand a thrust from his dragon riding the wind technique, it would be deemed commendable. Nevertheless, judging by the earlier display, it remained uncertain whether the students from Qingshan City's other martial arts high schools, despite their evident resentment, possessed the courage to retaliate. Reflecting upon this, damn it, you let your idol be trampled beneath my feet, and yet you harbor no thoughts of vengeance? Do not succumb to the enemy's intimidation. I have not underestimated the bonds between you. Pray do not tell me you lack the audacity to act. It seems I must further provoke Tang Yao to awaken your wild spirits. With this thought, Yi Li shifted his gaze toward a distant girl in a sword robe, her lips tightly pressed together. The moment she sensed his scrutiny, her resolute visage paled unexpectedly. The martial arts examination was set to commence at 8:30 in the morning and would continue for a full 24 hours. In the camp above, Kai Guocheng intoned solemnly, "I must remind you once more that the martial arts examination is no trifling matter. A single misstep could result in fatal consequences within. Furthermore, apart from the core area where combat is permitted at will, fighting is only allowed in the remaining regions during the final 6 hours. At all other times, students are strictly prohibited from engaging in mutual attacks. Any violations will lead to immediate disqualification from the examination, with a significant demerit recorded, and the examination results will be annulled." His tone was stern, exuding an imposing aura that commanded respect. The rationale behind this regulation was clear. It aimed to prevent chaos among participants that could adversely affect their performance in the martial arts assessment. However, outright forbidding combat was impractical, as future encounters in the secret realm could very well involve attacks from fellow martial artists. It was imperative to dissuade young warriors from nurturing the illusion that they would be immune to conflict in the secret realm, for such naivety could lead to dire consequences. In response, Yili maintained an inscrutable demeanor, betraying no hint of dissatisfaction. At that moment, Jiang Qingzhu approached, presenting him with a striking blue-gold spear. This is a high-tier, third-grade treasure, the blood-stained sea dragon spear. It enhances the power of water-based martial techniques and amplifies resistance to cold. Thank you, Yili replied, accepting the spear with a courteous nod. Aside from storage treasures, each participant was permitted to carry 3 artifacts, and this spear fit perfectly into his inventory. It's no trouble. I'll make time to visit the core area. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to call, Yili remarked as he stowed the spear in his ring, his voice calm. I wish you luck. With that, he turned and departed. With some time before 8:30, he intended to wander about and garner some attention. Watching the young man's retreating figure, Jiang Qingzhu bit her lip, her gaze resolute. Yidi, I shall gain admittance to Fengyun University. Wait for me. Amidst the crowd, a striking young man clad in dark robes meandered casually. A gleaming gold badge prominently displayed at his waist, its silver-etched characters eliciting envy from many martial arts students. Soon, he arrived at his destination, the gathering place for martial arts students in Shanzhushi. Since none recognized him, Yili boldly positioned himself at the forefront of their group, awaiting with an unperturbed expression. According to Yu Wang's words, this act was akin to taunting them to their faces. Simultaneously, within the Shanzhushi contingent, the appearance of a young man with a golden badge sparked animated discussions. Yang Wanfeng, a refined-looking youth, had been sharing light-hearted banter with his teammates to ease the atmosphere. However, upon overhearing the surrounding chatter, the smile faded from his face, and he lifted his gaze to the distance. There, the coveted golden badge he had long coveted came into view, causing his eyelids to twitch uncontrollably. Chapter 52. My guaranteed admission. Thank you undoubtedly. The golden badge was a privilege reserved for the most distinguished students of Fengyun University. Yidi. Yang Wanfeng's smile vanished completely, his hands gradually clenching into fists as his eyes fixated intently on the nonchalant young man in dark robes. The individual adorned with the insignia unmistakably revealed their identity. The martial examination was soon to commence, and rather than awaiting transport in their designated area, they had deliberately chosen to approach him, clearly seeking to flaunt their status. Aware of his discontent towards them, they dared to provoke him. Contemplating this, a flicker of intense, murderous intent surged within Yang Wanfeng's eyes, only to vanish swiftly. In his perspective, Yili's behavior had already paved the way to their demise. Brother, what troubles you? Yang Wan inquired, having noticed his unusual demeanor, her voice tinged with concern. Nothing, Yang Wanfeng replied, his expression softening as he chuckled gently. I was momentarily distracted by someone I hold in high regard. He was acutely aware that they had yet to enter the secret realm, and should he act at this juncture, he would immediately forfeit his qualification for the examination. Patience was essential for the time being. Once they entered the secret realm, he could use his abilities to locate the individual in the final 6 hours. There would be time for them to lament their choices then. Yang Wanfeng excelled deeply. However, even though his murderous intent had dissipated in an instant, the youth in the dark robe appeared to sense it, casually glancing in their direction. Upon hearing Yang Wanfeng's words, Yang Wan also began to scan the surroundings. The person you care about? Who is it? Their gazes quickly locked. Yili's eyes were indifferent, carrying a hint of scrutiny. Yang Wan's pupils quivered slightly as her gaze fell upon the striking golden insignia. Her brows furrowed, and a hint of irritation surfaced on her sweet visage. Brother, I believe I have spotted Yili. Indeed, I see him as well. Yang Wanfeng's gaze lingered on Yili, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he spoke in a calm tone. It seems he is rather ostentatious. I shall ensure he learns a lesson. As they conversed, the youth in the dark robe had already turned and approached them with a composed demeanor. Brother, Yang Wan noted, her heart inexplicably racing, a note of tension creeping in her voice. He is coming this way. Yang Wanfeng's expression swiftly turned cold. The two siblings had merely exchanged glances, yet he was now directly confronting them. What did this signify? Subtly positioning himself in front of Yang Wan, he regarded the youth with an air of arrogance. Although engaging in combat outside the secret realm was prohibited, if the other party initiated, the circumstances would be entirely different. He would ensure they experienced what it meant to face the most exceptional martial talent of the Yang family. Yili soon stood before the two, his dark eyes raised. Although he was nearly the same height as Yang Wanfeng, the latter felt an uncomfortable sensation of being looked down upon. This peculiar feeling was shared by many of the students from Shanzhou City. The youth asked coolly, "What is amusing you? What? Is it forbidden for us to smile?" Yang Wanfeng retorted, his brows knitting together, an amused tone lacing his voice. "Your temper seems rather excessive." Behind him stood numerous students from Shanzhou City who had once revered him. For the sake of his pride, his tone inadvertently took on a more assertive edge. As soon as the words fell from her lips, Yang Wan seemed to be endowed with some kind of power, coldly scoffing, "It's merely a backdoor admission. Surely some individuals do not truly believe themselves invincible? I advise you to temper your arrogance." With that, she leaned out from behind Yang Wanfeng, fixing her gaze on Yili, raising her chin like a proud swan. "Otherwise, beware of a beating." Understanding the implication, Yili nodded slightly and surveyed the area. Noticing a group of students from Shanzhou No. 1 High School glaring at him with palpable hostility. Clearly, this pair before him were their leaders. Otherwise, they would not exhibit such a united front. No wonder his heightened senses detected an air of malice. He had evidently provoked the main instigator. With this thought, Yili turned to Yang Wan and, with a light chuckle, inquired, "It appears you have already devised a plan to deal with me?" "Not a plan," Yang Wan retorted, proudly raising a finger and shaking it side to side, grinning. "It's a reckoning. I have already thought of how to deal with you, you thick-skinned scoundrel." "Wanner, do not speak nonsense." Yang Wanfeng feigned anger, then turned to Yili with a nonchalant smile. "My sister has a rather mischievous nature. Do not take her words to heart. She is merely jesting." Pausing for a moment, he continued with a gentle smile, "However, if possible, I would like to experience Yi Li's prowess in these final 6 hours in the core area. I wonder if Brother Yi possesses the courage for such a challenge?" Upon hearing this, the student from Shanzhou looked on with a mix of curiosity and schadenfreude at the youth clad in black with a gold medal hanging from his waist. Yang Wan, too, stifled a laugh, fully aware that her brother was intentionally provoking Yi Li, to ensure there was no possibility of refusal. Her brother had indeed employed a subtle tactic. Coughing lightly, Yang Wan was about to join the mockery when a deep and serious voice resonated from above. "We shall now commence the secret realm transfer. All candidates, please return to your respective teams to facilitate proximity with your teammates." The secret realm transfer necessitated that the greater the distance between both parties prior to transfer, the farther apart they would be post-transfer. It was a fundamental principle reiterated by teachers from various schools before the examination began. "Sis," Yang Wan's heart stirred, and she reached for Yang Wanfeng's hand. But a teasing laughter echoed in her ear. "The final 6 hours? Wouldn't it be better for you to experience it right now?" Barely had the words left his mouth when an overwhelming pressure descended upon Yang Wanfeng. Almost instantaneously, a dark silhouette streaked through the air like a meteor, appearing before him with an ethereal presence, engulfed in tumultuous white clouds that accentuated his striking features as if he were a celestial being. Yi Li's expression remained calm, yet there seemed to brew a tempestuous storm within his brows. Concealed malice and hypocritical demeanor. He could no longer tolerate the refined youth before him. With a surge of energy, his strength erupted, and with the force of several tons behind it, he unleashed a seemingly casual palm strike. In an instant, a resounding alarm echoed within Yang Wanfeng's heart. As a long hand approached, an overwhelming sense of threat caused every hair on his back to stand on end. Ignoring the dazed Yang Wan behind him, he swiftly channeled his inner energy, green light surging from his arms, summoning all his strength to brace himself. The aura of the second-tier 8th level erupted from his being, drawing the attention of even Kai Guocheng above. "Have you lost your mind? There are only 6 hours left for combat." Yang Wanfeng shouted in a mix of anger and fear. "Fool! I have guaranteed admission. Yili replied nonchalantly, his elongated hand resting upon the glowing arms of his opponent. Almost simultaneously, a massive teleportation array rose from the earth below, enveloping the figures of over 10,000 martial examination candidates in an instant. Buzz! In the astonished eyes of Yang Wan and the students from Shanzhou City, Yang Wan Feng felt the scenery around him shift momentarily. Then a tremendous force struck his arms. The terrifying impact shattered his limbs, followed by a crushing blow to his chest, causing a deep, mournful groan to erupt from his once proud, resilient body. Boom! In a vast expanse of dense forest, Yang Wan Feng spewed forth a mouthful of blood, his slender figure hurtling backward, smashing through over 10 large trees, rolling on the ground for dozens of revolutions, before finally colliding heavily with the trunk of a giant tree, coming to a halt. Gasping, Yang Wan Feng felt his throat filled with thick blood, his vision clouded with golden stars, dizziness overwhelming him, and every part of his body resonating with excruciating pain. Yet, compared to the agony of his body, the shock within his heart was even more intense. Struggling to lift his head, he gazed at the tall figure approaching with deliberate steps, an uncontrollable expression of horror surging in his eyes as he stammered, "The explosive energy, you are at the 3rd tier." The aura surrounding him was as complete as a precious elixir. The activation of his blood could lead to a depletion of physical strength through elixir explosion, significantly enhancing bodily functions. This was a skill unique to the 3rd tier true blood realm. For martial artists below the 3rd tier, it was nearly a dimensional strike. No wonder he could sense my gaze. No wonder he secured a guaranteed admission to Fengyan University. During his victory over Tang Yao, he had been merely playing the part of a pig to eat the tiger, deliberately leading others to believe he required secret techniques. A tempest of emotions surged within Yang Wan Feng, a profound terror rising from the depths of his being. Had he known his opponent had ascended to the 3rd tier, he would never have acquiesced to Yang Wan's request. Even though the Yang family's secret techniques could elevate his strength to that of a 3rd tier martial artist at this moment, he could scarcely rise, let alone employ the blood ignition secret art. Severely wounded, Yang Wan Feng, the most outstanding genius of the Yang family in nearly a decade, possesses a malevolence value of 3,000. Detected a significant surge of fear emanating from Yang Wan Feng towards you, malevolence value 2,000. Ignoring the astonishment of his opponent, Yili directly squatted before the refined young man and calmly inquired, "3rd tier, yet your temperament remains the same. Why not try smiling once more? Furthermore, do convey to your father how you and your sister intend to deal with me." Chapter 53. I apologize for your disappointment. The calm, yet slightly mocking voice of Yili resonated in the air. Lying on the ground, Yang Wan Feng's lips quivered as he finally stammered, "She merely wishes to spar with you." With a swift movement, a long spear, entirely adorned in blue and gold, materialized in Yi Li's hand, which he then forcefully plunged into Yang Wan Feng's thigh. The sound of flesh being rent apart echoed chillingly in the atmosphere. "Ah!" A piercing scream erupted from Yang Wan Feng's mouth. Instinctively, he reached to pull the spear out, but the youth retaliated with a sharp slap to his face. The impact resounded, leaving Yang Wan Feng's ears ringing, his mind in a daze. With the remnants of his consciousness, he instinctively gazed forward, only to be met by the extraordinary glimmer of the boy's black eyes. Deception. Yi Li's voice, devoid of discernible emotion, carried an overwhelming sense of pressure. "This is your final opportunity. How do you and your sister intend to deal with me?" She. Yang Wan Feng hesitated. "Think carefully before you speak. I truly advise you." As he spoke, Yili flicked the spear's handle, causing it to tremble slightly, and calmly stated, "Indeed." Yang Wan Feng clenched his teeth tightly, the excruciating pain forcing him to grimace, gasping for breath as his mind blanked. Why? How does he know this is a lie? Yili raised his gaze. 3. At this, Yang Wan Feng's heart tightened. If he spoke now, given the other's current demeanor, the fate that awaited Yang Wan would be grim indeed. Was he truly going to speak? Just a single utterance could spell disaster for Wanner. Yang Wan Feng's pupils dilated and constricted, clearly embroiled in an intense internal struggle. 2. Yili withdrew the spear, positioning it ominously before Yang Wan Feng's cultured yet bloodied visage. In the latter's eyes, The youth exuded an astonishing aura that rendered him incapable of fathoming the thoughts swirling within. A profound dread weighed heavily upon Yang Wanfeng's heart. At the moment Yi Li's brow furrowed, a tempest of wind surged past his ears, and a sensation of impending doom gripped his heart. In a frantic outburst, he cried, "I will speak! I will speak!" Several hundred meters away, amidst the dense woods, a sweet-faced young girl stood in a clearing, bewildered as she surveyed the surrounding foliage. Faintly recalling the final moments before being transported into the secret realm, she remembered the imposing presence of the youth in the ink-colored robe, who had laid a hand upon her brother's arms. Yang Wan's breath quickened as she rose from the ground, a flicker of panic crossing her eyes. Although her brother was formidable, having mastered the Yang family's ancestral blood-burning secret technique to great heights, the Yi Li possessed an unsettling confidence and an aura even more potent than her own. He had even triumphed over Tang Yao of the Sword Pavilion. How frustrating! Why had she not perceived his strength earlier? Now, an unshakable anxiety enveloped her. Beating her lip, Yang Wan steadied herself. This was the periphery of the cracked mountain's secret realm, where unusual beasts could emerge at any moment. Even with her capabilities to effortlessly slay them, she needed to remain vigilant. The martial prowess of her elder brother has ascended to the 8th level of the 2nd rank. Even though Yi Li possesses secret techniques that enable him to fight beyond his rank, the chasm between them remains insurmountable. Even a surprise attack, which might momentarily startle her brother, would hardly create any significant turmoil. One must believe in him. He is the brilliant genius who has shown for over a decade, standing at the pinnacle of Shanzhou No. 1 High School as a young warrior. He will undoubtedly triumph over that unknown Yi Li. Yang Wan clenched her fists, a flicker of hope igniting within her eyes. During the teleportation, the distance between her and the two was merely 5 or 6 meters, and it was reasonable to assume that the current distance would not differ greatly. She discerned the direction and proceeded towards the source of the earlier rumbling. Along the way, various aberrant beasts emerged, predominantly low-tier creatures such as giant wood rats and skeleton soldiers. Strangely, these beasts did not launch an attack on Yang Wan. Instead, they fled frantically as if confronted by a terrifying adversary. In pursuit of points, Yang Wan casually dispatched them, collecting the drop of hard-S blood within them. With her progress, the score counter on her wrist steadily accumulated numbers. Soon, a faint metallic scent wafted through the breeze, followed by the familiar aura that lingered in her memory. It was her brother. He must have one. A surge of joy filled Yang Wan's heart, prompting her to quicken her pace. Bursting through the dense foliage into the clearing ahead, she joyfully exclaimed, "Brother." In the next moment, her voice was abruptly silenced, and her pupils constricted in shock. Before her stood a slender youth clad in dark robes, his posture upright. In front of him, Yang Wanfeng, bloodied and pale, gazed at her with a face etched in terror, his eyes betraying an unshakable guilt. Noticing Yang Wan's arrival, the youth in dark robes casually lifted his gaze. Then, seeming to perceive the lingering glimmer of expectation in the girl's eyes, he lifted the corner of his mouth slightly, his hair swaying gently as he brandished a blood-stained spear. His tone rising at the end, "I truly apologize for disappointing you." Upon hearing this, Yang Wan's heart constricted sharply. Without a doubt, the elegant youth lying beneath the tree in a pitiful state was indeed her once spirited brother at Shanzhou No. 1 High School. Now, he appeared utterly despondent and burdened with guilt. The icy gaze of the youth in dark robes cast a chilling aura of murderous intent over the scene. Yang Wan covered her mouth, trembling in fear as she beheld the unfolding spectacle, unable to comprehend how her once illustrious brother had fallen into such a state. The shocking scene rendered her legs heavy as lead, leaving her rooted to the spot, her mind momentarily paralyzed. Her brother, a genius of the 8th level of the 2nd rank, capable of battling 3rd-rank warriors with secret techniques, had now found himself in such dire straits at the hands of Yi Li. Wanner, Yang Wanfeng registered the expression on Yang Wan's face, and a surge of shame and anger welled within him, his cheeks burning with humiliation. How magnificent he had once been! To think that I would be defeated by such an opponent, and in front of my most admired sister. The overwhelming humiliation nearly drowned Yang Wanfeng's reason. Fortunately, He still had a plan in mind. If only one air could buy me 5 minutes, I could utilize my extraordinary abilities to heal some of my injuries. If I can unleash the secret technique of blood ignition, even if this boy is a third-tier martial artist, I could still contend with him. With this thought, Yang Wanfeng made a concerted effort to calm his mind, deliberately displaying a bitter expression. Tears welled in his eyes as he looked up at Yang Wan, trembling as he implored, "One air, you must flee. Don't worry about me." This person, before he could finish his sentence, the boy in the ink robe struck him across the face with a swift slap, sending bloodied teeth flying from his mouth, leaving his head ringing. "Is this really how you want to play it?" Yili remarked, his brow furrowed slightly as he disdainfully shook off the blood on his hand. "If you cared so much, why did you just concede so easily? Now you speak as though you were the villain." Yili, observing Yang Wanfeng's pitiful state, Yang Wan finally regained her composure. Her trembling gaze shot towards the boy in the ink robe, incredulity and fury igniting within her. "What are you doing? Do you really need to ask?" Yili raiset ane yebrok, feignin surprise. "As you can see, I am sparring with your brother. Is this how you spar?" Yang Wan's voice rose in anger. Witnessing her beloved brother being so shamefully treated, she could no longer hold back. She was the proudest daughter of the Yang family. Suddenly, her aura surged, her internal energy roiling and surging forth. Yang Wan's eyes reddened as she shouted, her fists clenched. She launched herself at Yi Li with incredible speed, throwing a punch that possessed the force of a speeding car. The pressure of the wind rushed towards Yi Li's face, yet a smile crept onto his lips. He clenched his fist tightly, stomped the ground, and unleashed his own energy in a powerful counterattack. Boom! The two forces collided violently. Yang Wan's energy tearing apart like thin paper, easily shattered. Yi Li's fist struck her arm with a resounding crack. Snap! Her graceful form was sent flying by the tremendous force, crashing into trees, snapping them one after another. With a thunderous crash, Yang Wan fell, disheveled amidst the wreckage. As the dust settled, she found herself surrounded by splintered wood, her slender arm now bent at a horrific angle. Ah! Excruciating pain shot through her arm, twisting her once sweet face into a grimace, anguished screams escaping her lips, echoing around her. "It hurts! It hurts!" Ah! Instinctively clutching her arm, Yang Wan writhed on the ground in torment. The very bones of her arm had been shattered by that overwhelming force. Even an experienced martial artist would lose their composure in the face of such agony. The arrogance she once displayed had vanished entirely, leaving only a pitiful sight. Vania! Beneath the tree, Yang Wanfeng struggled to rise, a long spear of azure and gold poised menacingly at his throat. The sharpness emanating from the spear's tip sent a wave of terror across his refined visage, although he had discreetly employed his unique abilities to mend his wounds. He had yet to regain a significant portion of his combat prowess. Regretfully, he thought of Wanner, but he could only hope she could endure a little longer. Clenching his teeth tightly, he felt a faint green glow illuminating the meridians within him, continuously healing his physical injuries. Enough with the cries, Yili said, lifting the spear, his dark hair dancing in the wind, his garments billowing as he turned his gaze toward Yang Wan. "To prevent you from losing consciousness, I Haven T aim for your head, yet you scream so pitifully. Haven T, you ever been injured before?" Though Yang Wan's appearance seemed tragic, her condition was merely a severely fractured right arm, far from incapacitating for a second-tier martial artist. With the rise in his own strength, the number of challengers in the Martial Arts Academy of Ing Province had dwindled. Individuals like the two before him were indeed rare resources that must be utilized effectively. For instance, reducing Yang Wanfeng to a mere shell of his former self and exposing Yang Wan, hanging her from a mountain peak. How many points of infamy could that yield? It was certainly worth anticipating. A subtle smile played at the corner of Yi Li's mouth. This could be considered a form of resourceful exploitation. As for retaliation from the Yang family of Shanzhou, there was no need for concern. They had provoked him first, and he was merely acting in self-defense. Moreover, what was Yi Li's current standing? A core student of Fengyun University, as a most prestigious martial arts institution in Ing Province. Even the Yang family of Shanzhou held little weight before him. This was evident from the fact that the Yang siblings had failed to secure guaranteed admission spots. If they truly held such influence, Yili doubted they would have taken notice of him. Given this, why feign being a formidable adversary? One must be strong to forge iron. As long as he adhered to his principles, he would strive to extract every ounce of value from his enemies. In Yi Li's calm gaze, after a moment, Yang Wan's cries gradually subsided, though her breaths remained rapid and labored. Gritting her teeth, she managed to rise from the chaos. Her smooth forehead glistening with cold sweat as she looked at Yi Li, involuntarily filled with trepidation. With a trembling voice, she asked, "Can we stop here? What do you think?" Yi Li inquired with an air of tranquility. How delightful! She still wished to call for a halt. Yang Wan bit her lip, her voice tinged with a hint of sorrow. "What do you want?" "Well," Yi Li mused, resting his finger against his chin, feigning deep thought. After a brief pause, a look of inspiration crossed his face, and he chuckled softly. "How about you first bow down and apologize? After all, I am not a villain." As he spoke, he casually glanced at Yang Wanfeng, who lay with closed eyes and a pallid complexion, the implications clear. Yang Wanfeng's face turned ashen, and in a strained voice, he replied, "I understand." Though the other party wore a smile, no one could discern his true intentions. Furthermore, thanks to his exceptional talent, Song Lin's protection, he had already healed 30% of his injuries. In just a matter of 10 minutes, he would regain the ability to wield his secret arts, and at that moment, it would mark the end for his adversaries. Just a little longer, merely a fraction of time. This current humiliation was trivial in comparison. As Yang Wanfeng attempted to rise, Yi Li pressed him back down with an outstretched hand. In the midst of his astonishment, the youth clad in black calmly remarked, "No need to bow yet. Why the haste?" He then turned his gaze toward Yang Wan, who stood nearby with a bitter expression, and continued, "Come over here and bow to me." "What? You want me to bow an apology?" Yang Wan's mouth fell agape, disbelief etched on her face. As the pride of the Yang family, she had never bowed to an opponent, let alone offered an apology. Instinctively, she felt the urge to lash out, but the excruciating pain radiating from her arm served as a timely reminder, causing her to break out in a cold sweat. The opponent's ability to defeat both her brother and herself in quick succession revealed a power far more terrifying than the rumor suggested. Reaching a level where direct confrontation was no longer an option, it seemed he had invoked his secret arts at the earliest opportunity, significantly enhancing his strength to grievously wound her brother and herself, who was desperate to save him. Thus, if they could delay just a little longer, they would still have a chance. At that moment, Yang Wan caught sight of Yang Wanfeng lifting his head beneath the tree, casting her a complex look. Vanya agreed to his request, but struggling emotions flickered across Yang Wan's face. She understood the rationale, but the notion of bowing to someone was an immense burden. Even her brother had never accepted an apology from her. "Wanner," Yang Wanfeng forced a pained smile, speaking in the gentlest tone he could muster. "Listen to me. Trust me." The truth was, for many years, he had regarded Yang Wan as his possession, and asking her to perform such an act was deeply agonizing for him. Yet, there was no choice. If he did not humble himself here, his martial examination would end in failure. Although Yi Li would also face disqualification subsequently, he clearly did not care. "Listen closely," Yi Li said, slightly turning to observe the frozen Yang Wan, his tone laced with mockery. "Your brother is urging you to bow an apology. Will you heed his counsel or not?" In an instant, Yang Wan's complexion turned pale as if all blood had drained from her face. "Your words have sown discord between the once inseparable Yang siblings. Malicious act valued at 2,000. Indeed, her system thrived on chaos." Yi Li chuckled inwardly. Chapter 54. The time for reckoning has arrived. Hearing Yi Li's words, Yang Wan pressed her lips tightly together, a hint of moisture glistening in her expressive eyes. The brother who had always cared for her deeply was now urging her to forsake her dignity and bow to an opponent. She understood it was a ploy to buy time, yet for some inexplicable reason, a wave of bitterness and humiliation surged within her. Reflecting on her hopes prior to the martial examination, this feeling intensified. Not only had she failed to vanquish her foe, but she was now being compelled to bow an apology, an absolute inversion of her aspirations. Clenching her fists, her face was a canvas of defiance as she steeled herself to ask, "Is there no other option but to kneel?" To her astonishment, Yili calmly nodded, "Of course. There is. Really? I never lie," Yili replied with a faint smile. Subsequently, a swift strike landed upon the preoccupied Yang Wanfeng, who was in the midst of recovering from his injuries. A dull thud resonated through the air. "Brother!" Yang Wan exclaimed in shock. Yang Wanfeng's figure was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the ground, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Struggling to prop himself up, he cast a glance at Yang Wan. His eyes instinctively filled with resentment. "What are you doing?" Oblivious to her brother's gaze, Yang Wan abruptly turned her head, her eyes fixed fiercely upon Yi Li, as she cried out in anguish and fury, "You intend to harm my brother unless I bow and apologize? We should have no grievances with you, should we? Why are you targeting us so ruthlessly during the martial examination? You may have been granted special admission, but my brother and I still need to participate normally. Are you trying to ruin us?" Yang Wan's breath quickened, and her eyes shimmered with tears, as if she bore an immense injustice. In response, Yi Li remained silent, merely walking calmly towards the fallen Yang Wanfeng, his aura of menace swelling like a tempest. In that moment, fear surged within Yang Wanfeng's eyes. Once hailed as a genius of the highest order in Shantoshi, he now resembled a lamb awaiting slaughter, weak and powerless, retreating step by step. "Wait!" Yang Wan's voice broke, tinged with desperation. "I will kneel. I will bow before you." With a thud, her fair knees buckled and struck the ground, accompanied by the weight of her former pride. Producing a sharp sound, Yi Li slightly turned his head, gazing at her with quiet intensity. "Continue." Yang Wan bit her lip, her palm pressed against the ground, her head slowly lowering towards the dusty earth. Under the anguished gaze of Yang Wanfeng, her forehead finally touched the ground. The arrogance that once adorned her sweet visage dissipated entirely as she cried out, "I'm sorry. I was wrong." Hearing this, Yang Wanfeng slowly closed his eyes. Witnessing the downfall of his cherished little sister, whom he had nurtured with utmost care, felt as if his heart was shattering. "Alricht, Rise, Yili commanded." Looking down upon Yang Wan from his elevated stance. At his words, she quickly scrambled to her feet, hastily wiping away her tears. Yang Wanfeng's body eased somewhat. Before he could revel in relief, Yi Li stretched lazily, seemingly casually declaring, "The sparring is over. Now it's time to settle accounts with the next one." Settle accounts with the next one? Yang Wanfeng's expression shifted, an ominous premonition stirring within him, prompting him to ask, "What else is there to settle?" Yi Li ignored him, instead fixing his gaze upon Yang Wan, a faint smile playing on his lips as he asked, "You wish to strip me bare and display me atop the highest peak of the core zone, do you not?" Upon hearing this, Yang Wan's face paled dramatically. "How did you know?" She gasped in disbelief. "That is a question you should direct at your brother," Yi Li replied, spreading his hands in mock innocence. The once composed Yang Wanfeng turned pale, the revelation shattering his carefully maintained image in Yang Wan's eyes. Just as he was about to respond, a loud bang reverberated through the air. Without waiting for a response from either party, Yi Li struck heavily with his spear upon him. A surge of icy energy instantaneously invaded Yang Wanfeng's body, freezing his meridians entirely, while the terrifying force of the spear rendered him unconscious. Buzz! At that moment, the talisman at his waist was successfully activated, a pale white shield rising to envelop him, broadcasting his location outward. This indicated that Yang Wanfeng, the exemplary martial artist from Shanzhou City, had officially concluded his martial examination. "I am a person of principle, one who believes in repaying others in kind, with interest." Retracting his spear, Yi Li turned to the dazed Yang Wan, his voice frigid as he declared, "I will state the conclusion first. You will soon be rendered unconscious by my hands and left hanging atop the peak in the core zone. However, being merciful in nature, I may leave you a garment. Or perhaps I shall not. Regardless, from this day forth, you shall dwell with your hypocritical and inept brother for a century of togetherness." Chapter 55. The wind at the summit blows fiercely as the chilling voice of the youth reverberated through the air. Yang Wan's complexion turned ashen. her breath coming in rapid gasps. Is all of this information for my brother? She stammered, instinctively retreating as she trembled. Did he tell you everything? Indeed, he was quite forthcoming, Yi replied, his steps subtle yet deliberate. Upon hearing this, Yang felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss, the chill seeping from her feet to the crown of her head. She could never have imagined that her brother, who had always been so devoted to her, would display such cowardice at a critical moment. Not only had he divulged all her past words, but he had also urged his own sister to kneel and kowtow. It was as if he had unhesitatingly cast aside all former pride and dignity. Should she commend him for his adaptability, for being a brother who understands the need for restraint? Her gaze swept over the unconscious Yang phone, and a hint of melancholy graced her lips. You have created a significant rift between the close-knit Yang siblings through your words. Evil deed value, 2,000. Not far from her, Yi continued to approach with measured steps. As she watched the dark-clad youth draw closer, Yang yearned to resist. Yet her mind swiftly recalled their earlier confrontation, causing her to instinctively cover her severed left arm, shivering involuntarily. She felt beads of sweat forming on her smooth forehead, her palms turning pale from the exertion. The most prudent course of action would be to immediately employ the talisman to contact the teachers outside the examination grounds. This would greatly enhance her chances of salvation, potentially sparing her from the humiliation spoken of by her adversary. Yet, the psychological resistance was unbearable. The proud daughter of the Yang family, who had reigned for over a decade, simply could not accept the outcome of failing the martial examination. Her conclusion should have been one of triumphant entry into the core zone amidst cheers, showcasing her prowess by slaying beasts before the esteemed leaders and professors from the martial arts university, ultimately securing her place at the coveted Fengyun University. It absolutely should not culminate in this manner, being vanquished by a youth she had never deemed significant in such a ruthless fashion. Yang trembled with despair. An extraordinary sense of oppression descended upon her. The boy's expression was indifferent, his gait steady. He approached with a presence far more imposing than that of her elder brother from her memories, more terrifying than the monstrous beast she had envisioned. The youth clad in black exuded an aura that was both daunting and relentless. No, she could not sit idly by. Even if she were gravely injured, it mattered not. She must escape from his grasp and secure the score necessary to enter Fengyun University. Resolute, Yang clenched her trembling teeth and endeavored to steady her quaking body. She straightened her back, drawing upon her vital energy as a source of fire, igniting the blood coursing through her veins. The Yang family's secret technique, the blood ignition method. Under immense pressure, she finally unleashed this treasured technique. In an instant, her aura surged dramatically. Even the vitality in her spirited eyes glowed with a hint of bloodlust, enveloping her in a faint yet palpable sense of lethality. The boy, whether mocking or astonished, chuckled. For the sake of your future, you are quite determined. Yang remained silent, tacitly acknowledging his words. After all, she had never let an opponent escape before. Observing the girl, Yi handsome face broke into a smile, and he paused, softly stating, "But considering your earnest effort, I shall grant you an exception today. I have just ascended to the 3rd tier, and my realm is still unstable. My technique, Danfire Eruption, can be executed a maximum of 7 times. Therefore, if you can withstand my next 5 Danfire Eruptions, I shall leave." Upon hearing this, the previously despairing Yang suddenly lifted her head, a glimmer of hope igniting in her eyes. "Are you serious?" This time, her voice no longer trembled. "Of course, I never lie," Yi replied calmly. "All right." Yang took a deep breath, suppressing her anxiety and fear, and turned to face the boy in black. Her muscles gradually tensed, and her cold spine steadied. In the next moment, she dashed forward like an arrow released from a bow, racing into the depths of the secret realm. Her thoughts were simple. The truth of the boy's promise remained uncertain. Yet choosing to flee while she activated her secret technique was undoubtedly the right decision. Although the likelihood of escaping unscathed from a 3rd-tier warrior was exceedingly slim, as long as she reached the vicinity of the core area, even if the 3rd-tier beast could not obstruct him, they would at least divert his attention from her. "Go for it, you could do this." She was the genius girl of the Yang family from Shanzhou. With all her might, Yang Wan sprinted, her speed increasing as she darted through the thickets, the scenery around her rapidly receding in the wake of her flight. After several breaths, she had already distanced herself by thousands of meters from her original position. While running, she remained vigilant, casting sidelong glances behind her to assess if any dangers pursued or if there were any unusual movements. However, there was no one behind her, only the occasional flicker of a beast in the distance. Had she shaken him off? Yang Wan could not help but feel a surge of doubt. Although she did not believe she could easily rid herself of her opponent, if she were to succeed, it would be a tremendous relief. The moment this thought crossed her mind, a sudden howl of wind erupted behind her. A terrifying aura surged forth, an ominous presence approaching swiftly. She gritted her teeth, immediately pivoting to face the threat, her feet gliding along the ground as her upper body assumed an unusual posture. A sense of serene coordination emanated from her being, and a faint luminescence of black and white radiated from her palms, as if possessing the mystical ability to dissipate force. In that instant, her gaze locked with that of the newcomer, whose ebony eyes were now piercingly sharp, exuding a terrifying intensity akin to a volcanic eruption. Without a moment's hesitation, he spread his arms wide, clad in dark robes. He spoke in a detached tone. In the next heartbeat, a punch fueled by his inner energy struck with tremendous force against Yang Wan's enigmatic stance. Boom! The overwhelming power erupted instantly, shattering the black and white radiance. And Yang Wan's previously calm demeanor transformed drastically, her graceful form sent hurtling through the air. Thunderous crashes echoed as she collided with several stout trees, her body tumbling across the ground. Amidst the swirling wood shavings, a metallic sweetness surged in her throat, yet she steeled herself to rise swiftly, her expression grave as she looked up. Several ribs were fractured, but she managed to hold on, thinking to herself, I can still endure. Just as this thought crossed her mind, a fierce gust of wind suddenly barreled towards her face. Yang Wan's pupils constricted. She saw the figure in dark robes had already arrived before her. With a hint of mockery in his even tone, he declared too, as his words fell. He loomed above her, unleashing a fearsome punch. Boom! Yang Wan's arms had gone numb from the previous strike, rendering her utterly powerless to lift them. In a state of despair, her entire form was driven deep into the earth. As the ground crumbled beneath her, she gasped for breath, a steady stream of crimson flowing from her throat, staining her once sweet visage. Her slender body trembled incessantly, though her heart still beat. Her spirit was on the verge of exhaustion. Those once vibrant eyes now appeared devoid of life, resembling a mere shell of existence. Every inch of her body screamed in agony. What tormented her psyche to the brink of collapse was the shattered confidence and dignity she had only just begun to restore, obliterated by the boy's brutal fists. Why? In a daze, Yang Wan's voice trembled with an inescapable sense of grievance and fury. Why must you treat us this way? What why? Bending down to meet her gaze, calmly stating, First, it was your brother who requested the fight, and it was you who first spoke of dealing with me. You've orchestrated all the mischief, and now you feign victimhood. Aren't you being a tad too shameless? Young one. Yili reached down, pulling her from the pit, gripping her long, dark hair, aligning her bloodied, sweet face with his unwavering gaze. He spoke softly, when you were scheming to ruin my reputation. You should have anticipated this day. The outcome is evident. It is not I who has fallen from grace, but you and your esteemed brother. I am quite curious to see if, after today, you can still maintain your previous arrogance. In that moment, Yili grasped her long, flowing hair and gently lifted her from the ground, his tone laced with mockery. The winds atop the peak will be quite fierce. You would do well to endure. Before she could plead for mercy, tears of humiliation streaming from her eyes, Yang Wan trembled as she uttered a whimper, only to be met with a resounding slap across her face, plunging her consciousness into darkness. You have shattered the confidence of a young miss of the Yang family with sheer force. She has now lost all will to resist. Evil deed value, 8,000. Achievement unlocked. 2 fists shatter your passionate dream. Effect: when the support from the opponent's home ground far surpasses yours, your punching speed increases by 20. Chapter 56. The unexpected Yang siblings outside the Rift Mountain secret realm. In the temporary camp, hundreds of figures sat in attendance, the majority being teachers from various martial arts high schools in Ing Province. On a large screen before them, images from the core area of the secret realm were projected. Kai Guecheng occupied a central position, smiling as he observed the scenes on the screen. The quality of this year's candidates is markedly superior to last year's. Tang Yao from the Qingshan Sword Pavilion, Jiang Qingzhu from the extreme North Jiang family, and the Little Diamond from the Zhenjiang Golden Light Temple had all performed exceptionally well in this martial arts examination, making it into the core area well before noon. Upon hearing this, the teachers from the martial arts high schools nodded in agreement, smiles gracing their faces. However, the teachers from Shanzhou were notably serious, their expressions tinged with unease. Not only did they fail to see the Yang siblings in the core area, but neither of them appeared in the top 100 on the real-time leaderboard. They had even conducted a precise search, discovering that while Yang Wan's data had shown some fluctuations, Yang Wanfeng's stats remained stagnant as a still pond. This indicated that he had yet to slay a single beast, although they knew that with the Yang sibling strength, achieving top honors should be a trivial matter. The current anomalous situation still stirred a sense of discomfort within them. Lin, Kai Guecheng, turned to a striking figure beside him and asked with a gentle smile, "Who do you think among this year's martial arts students is most likely to win the championship?" Since she was a representative from Fengyan University, her strength was undoubtedly formidable. She had been scanning the leaderboard and screen for a particular individual, indicating she likely had a preferred candidate in mind. With time still on our side, "I cannot say for certain," Lin Yingyun replied with a slight smile, her gaze returning to the screen, though internally she felt some confusion. Her teacher had selected this year's recommended students in Lehigh City, and just 2 days prior, she received news that a peak third-tier fugitive had been killed by a core student from Fengyan University in Lehigh City, which seemed to align perfectly. Out of curiosity and admiration for her new junior brother, she had taken the initiative to attend the competition. Otherwise, she would have already accepted numerous hunting tasks to earn some substantial rewards. After observing for quite some time, he had yet to see a single figure. Could it be that, due to the recommendation, the candidates were taking a more laid-back approach? What has happened to Fengyan University this year? In the rear seats, a teacher from Shanzhou No. 1 High School, feeling a pang of unease, turned to a companion and inquired, "Wasn't it the case that no one came in previous years?" "I'm not sure. Perhaps it's because of that recommended student," his companion replied, somewhat uncertain. "Haven't there been recommended students in the past?" The Shanzhou teacher waved his hand in frustration, thinking it was pointless to ask. With that, he rose and exited the camp, gazing toward the distant entrance of the secret realm. It was indeed peculiar. Why was there no activity? Could they be biding their time for a grand move? The teacher from Shanzhou mused, for although the Lianshan secret realm did not harbor fourth-tier beasts, there were still quite a number of late third-tier beasts. Unlike the first and second-tier beasts driven solely by instinct, once a beast ascends to the third tier, it begins a gradual transformation towards developing intelligence. At even higher tiers, these beasts can assume human forms, appearing indistinguishable from humans at a glance, unless engaged in combat. Even martial arts masters of the same tier would find it challenging to discern their true nature. This is one of the reasons why nations impose stringent controls over the advanced secret realms. While late third-tier beasts may not be as terrifying as their higher-tier counterparts, their burgeoning intelligence enables them to act opportunistically, setting simple traps to ensnare martial artists who trespass into their territories. Therefore, slaying them yields higher scores. The Yang siblings might be hiding in some corner, planning to eliminate several third-tier beasts in one fell swoop, making a remarkable impression. Reflecting on this, the Shanzhou teacher couldn't help but smile. That Yang Wanfeng always enjoyed being in the limelight. There was truly no way to deal with those siblings. Feeling reassured, the Shanzhou teacher turned back toward the camp, intending to reassess the situation. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught a familiar figure. He saw several soldiers from Hanhua rushing over, and on the stretcher they bore, a young man with an elegant appearance and a pained expression was groaning incessantly. The youth was battered and radiated an astonishing chill, rendering his face ashen and his eyes tightly shut, his visage smeared with blood, clearly gravely injured and unconscious. Quickly, quickly! There's a student in need of urgent care. The Hanwha soldiers shouted anxiously as they rushed into the medical area, much to the astonishment of several teachers. Is that Yang Wanfeng from Shanzhou City? No way, but he does look quite similar. I remember he was a second-tier, 8th-level genius, 2 levels above me. What kind of beast could have inflicted such injuries on him? Could it be that a 4th-tier beast has emerged in the Lianshan's secret realm? Uncertain, the teachers conversed, their discussions rife with astonishment. How could this happen? Don't forget there's also Yangwan. In an instant, the teachers who had stepped out for some fresh air were abuzz with chatter, all echoing their disbelief. Witnessing this scene, the teacher from Shanzhou No. 1 was left utterly dumbfounded. Yang Wanfeng has been eliminated? How could this be possible? He clasped his hands behind his head, gazing blankly at the spot where the group of Hanjiao warriors had vanished, rendered motionless by disbelief. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted from the nearby camp, as if something extraordinary had been witnessed. Chapter 57. Is that Yangwan? Within the Rift Mountain's secret realm, on the expansive plains, one could arrive here after traversing the vast forest formed by the outer and inner regions. The view across the plains was remarkably clear, with a towering mountain in the distant core area visible at a glance. This territory was occupied by a dozen third-tier strange beasts, marking their domains and typically refraining from interference with one another. However, today, several powerful figures surged forth from the dense woods, some bloodied, others gasping for breath, and some even wielding swords with nicks and cuts, but all exuded an indomitable spirit and proud demeanor. They were none other than the martial arts prodigies from various cities. At this moment, Jiang Qingzhu and Tang Yao were among these figures. "Where's Yili?" Tang Yao inquired, observing Jiang Qingzhu emerge alone from the thicket. Seemingly casual, she asked, "Is he not with you?" Given that Linhai City and Qingshan City were not far apart, and both of them were prominent figures in their martial art high schools, they were familiar acquaintances. "Does it concern you?" Jiang Qingzhu replied coolly, casting a glance at her. "He is guaranteed admission. It matters not whether he comes here." "I am aware of that. Why then do you ask?" Jiang Qingzhu continued, "If you seek vengeance, you could have sought him out before entering. With his temperament, he would certainly not refuse you." Tang Yao was momentarily taken aback. She had assumed Jiang Qingzhu was a friend of Yi Li, intending to glean information about Yi Li's scores for comparison. That boy, akin to a monster, excelled in combat, yet he may not be her match in slaying strange beasts. Since she could not extract information from Jiang Qingzhu, she would have to wait until they exited to consult the leaderboard. Tang Yao tightened her grip on the hilt of her sword, her gaze flickering. She acknowledged that she was not Yi Li's match at present, yet the journey ahead was long. Surely, one day, she would surpass him. "Greetings, esteemed ladies." At that moment, a stout monk with a shaved head approached, grinning broadly at the two. "This humble monk hails from Zhenjiang No. 1 High School, and my Dharma name is Shanwu. May I inquire how you two are addressed?" Upon hearing this, apart from Jiang Qingzhu and Tang Yao, the others were somewhat taken aback. The Golden Light Temple in Zhenjiang was quite renowned in Ying Province, and its celebrated martial monks had emerged in great numbers over the years. This monk, Shanwu, had gained fame within his school in just 2 years through his exceptional skills, earning the title of Little King Kong in Zhenjiang. The master referred to as Big King Kong was none other than his mentor, Jiang Qingzhu, she stated coldly. "Qingshan Sword Pavilion," Tang Yao added, resting her hand on the hilt of her sword, looking down at him with an amused yet condescending expression. "Instead of hunting strange beasts for points, you come here to chat. Is there something you need?" "Not at all," Shanwu replied hastily with a smile. "I merely wish to ask if you have seen Yang Wanfeng from Shanzhou No. 1 High School, or his sister, Yang Wan, on your journey here?" "No." "Are you looking for them for some reason?" chuckled the monk, revealing a hint of sorrow. "To be honest, I share a cordial relationship with the two of them, which makes their absence rather disheartening." With his palms pressed together, the monk gazed towards the dense forest behind him, pondering aloud, given their prowess. "They should have arrived even earlier than us. Why have we yet to catch sight of them?" Yang Wanfeng, boasting a martial arts rank of the second stage, 8th level, was undeniably the foremost practitioner in the current martial examination of Ing Province. Coupled with his mastery of the blood ignition secret art, he could contend even with third-stage warriors. The prolonged absence of the duo was indeed perplexing. Had they already ventured deeper into the fray? The monk tilted his head towards the distant mountains, his mind swirling with doubts. I cannot say. Tang Yao interjected dismissively, striding towards the core area, clearly uninterested in the Yang siblings mentioned by her companions. Though she had heard whispers of their names among the martial geniuses of Ing Province, she regarded Yang Wanfeng merely as a pretender to true genius, believing instead that only Yi Li and herself truly embodied that title. Jiang Qingzhu peered toward the forest, uncertainly murmuring to herself, could they have encountered each other? The absence of both Yi Li and Yang Wanfeng seemed too coincidental. Considering Yi Li's forthright nature, it was plausible that they had indeed crossed paths. Do you have any insights, Master Jiang? The monk inquired tentatively, taking note of the girl's demeanor. Jiang Qingzhu retracted her gaze, suppressing her concerns, and replied coolly, none. With that, she too shifted her steps toward the core area ahead. There is no need for alarm. Even if Yi Li is not a match for Yang Wanfeng due to their disparate levels, he should be able to escape if he wishes. Suddenly, Jiang Qingzhu recalled, wait, doesn't Yang Wanfeng have a younger sister who is at the second stage, 6th level? Panic surged through her as she spun around, her eyes wide with alarm. Just as a chorus of gasps erupted from the crowd nearby. Is it Yang Wan? It can't be mistaken. Good heavens, how could she be in such a state? What has her brother Yang Wanfeng done to her? Even the monk, who had inquired about the two earlier, now stood frozen in place, his gaze fixed intently in one direction. Far off in the expansive forest, a strikingly handsome youth clad in dark attire approached with measured steps, his demeanor indifferent and regal, as if he were a ruler surveying his domain. What left the onlookers breathless was the object he held aloft. An almost lifeless, tall figure dangled carelessly from his grasp. Despite the figure's disheveled hair and the vacant look in her eyes, her sweet visage remained unmistakably prominent. It was none other than Yang Wan, the daughter of the esteemed Yang family from Shanzhou. Most present hailed from noble lineages and had witnessed many spectacles, yet this scene was one they had never encountered before. Let us not speak of the martial examination. This situation, regardless of its place in the province of Ing, is indeed a remarkable occurrence. This individual is truly impressive. The onlookers exchanged glances, their expressions betraying their astonishment. Who among them would dare to offend the esteemed young master Yang Wanfeng of the Yang family within the martial arts high school of Ing? It is utterly insane. They are all acutely aware of what it signifies to be pursued by an 8th-tier martial artist during the examination. Chapter 58. May I inquire your name? Outside the secret realm, within the temporary encampment, the teachers present were equally taken aback as they gazed upon the scene displayed on the screen. Is that Yang Wan from the Yang family? To have reduced her to such a state, who on earth is this young man? It is Yi Li from Linhai No. 1 High School. The murmurs erupted around them, as the teachers clearly did not anticipate such an outcome. Except within the core area, where free combat is permitted, it is against the fundamental rules of the martial examination to engage in combat in other areas until the final 6 hours. This rule has remained unbroken over the years, with violations typically arising only from disputes over the possession of exotic beasts, and usually confined to ordinary martial arts students. However, today's situation is truly unprecedented in their recollection. Kai Guocheng observed the spectacle with an unusually grave expression. This Yi Li is displaying an audacity that is rather excessive. Is it not? At that moment, a teacher from Shanzhou No. 1 High School, who had previously exited, pushed aside the tent and nearly fainted upon witnessing the scene on the screen. Yang Wanfeng had just been grievously injured, and he had pinned his hopes on Yang Wan, only to find her in an equally dire state. What in the world is happening? He shouted angrily at Kai Guocheng. This individual has violated the rules of the martial examination. I demand that his examination qualification be revoked immediately. Kai Guocheng hesitated momentarily. Had it been an ordinary student, he would have made a decisive judgment on the spot. Yet who is Yi Li? a core student of Fengyun University. In other words, he is likely to become a formidable martial artist capable of safeguarding an entire city in the future. Kai Guocheng still hoped to leave a favorable impression on him. Nevertheless, this behavior is reprehensible. Even if he were to grow stronger in the future, it would be difficult to ascertain whether he would become an asset to Han Xia. Kai Guocheng's thoughts churned, and he swiftly came to a resolution. Just as he was preparing to send someone to revoke Yi Li's examination qualification, the knowledgeable woman from Fengyun University spoke up. Please wait a moment. I believe it is premature to make a judgment now. What do you mean? Kai Guocheng immediately turned his gaze toward her. It is quite simple. Lin Yingyun smiled and candidly stated, I do not believe that a young warrior brave enough to apprehend fugitives would strike at his companions without cause. With that, she produced a document from her hand and presented it to Kai Guocheng. This is a record provided by the Anomaly Bureau not long ago, detailing how Yi Li single-handedly pursued a peak third-tier fugitive and ultimately succeeded in eliminating him. Lin Yingyun's tone carried a distinct note of admiration. As her words concluded, all the teachers present, including Kai Guocheng, widened their eyes in disbelief. A peak third-tier martial artist is nearly on par with most city-level Anomaly Bureau directors. A student who is yet to graduate from a martial arts high school has managed to eliminate a fugitive of such caliber? How can this be possible? The teacher from Shanzhou No. 1 High School picked up the document, incredulously exclaiming in disbelief. However, after scanning the document twice, his breath grew increasingly labored, and the paper slipped from his grasp. Is it truly so? Witnessing his reaction, a shared thought surged in the minds of those present. Gradually, their hearts ignited with fervor. Senior Kai, Yi Li's performance, if placed in Fengyun University, would undoubtedly be deemed remarkable. Lin Yingyun reclined in her chair, arms crossed, smiling lightly. There is no doubt. He is a genuine prodigy. Given the circumstances, let us observe for a while. Once they all emerge, we shall inquire further. Within the secret realm, please stay your step. The monk, Shanwu, wore a grave expression. Just as Yi Li was about to ascend the mountain, he finally spoke in a low tone. The individual you are escorting is none other than the heiress of the Yang family from Shanzhou. The Yang family of Shanzhou? Yi Li halted, casting a calm glance in that direction, inquiring, Do you know this person? I do. The monk's countenance darkened. That must be the case then. Yi Li nodded and resumed his ascent. Sir, Shanwu called out once more, gritting his teeth as he admonished. Your actions, if known to a certain friend of mine, shall surely not be forgiven. He is the young master of a Yang family from Shanzhou. I trust you have heard of him? He, too, is participating in this martial examination, a practitioner of the second stage, 8th level. Sir, noticing Yi Li's unyielding pace, the monk grew anxious. His voice rose, laced with indignation. As martial artists, we ought to support one another, uphold martial ethics. To humiliate others in such a manner places you in opposition to us all. Should you persist in this misguided path today, I shall be compelled to unite with those present and enlighten you on the teachings of Buddhism. The monk's mind raced. If the opponent could defeat Yang Wan, who was of comparable strength, then overcoming him would likely pose no challenge. The immediate goal was to bolster his side's strength to a point that would instill fear in the opponent, thereby sparing Yang Wan. One Yang Wan phone was insufficient. Hence, he would rally all present martial artists. He spoke with utmost candor, although the majority present hesitated to wade into these murky waters. They felt reluctant to directly voice their dissent. This provided him an opportunity to elevate his stature. At last, Yi Li came to a halt. In his memory, the false facade of Buddhism was most adept at espousing moral righteousness, while simultaneously closing the door on genuine virtue. He did not expect the same to hold true in another realm. Truly, there are few authentic masters of Buddhism. Must they always intrude upon one's moment of joy? I harbor no interest in your so-called Buddhist teachings. He turned to face the self-righteous Shanwu, stating calmly, However, today, I am determined to humiliate this individual. Every one of you present is included. Whoever desires to engage may step forward now. Upon utterance of those words, the atmosphere in the plain fell into a profound silence. A dozen martial arts prodigies from various regions of Ying province stood silent, their breaths now cautious. A moment ago, from a distance, I failed to discern clearly. My mind not yet turned toward the scene. Upon closer inspection, is this not the very individual who, upon entering the second tier, faced the formidable Tang Yao of the Sword Pavilion head-on? The one who was fervently recommended by the esteemed faculty of Fengyan University and has become the talk of various martial arts high schools? Tang Yao stood not far away, unmoving, and those who could not match her prowess were even less inclined to act. Should they provoke this prodigy, all present would inevitably find themselves pleading for mercy before the assembled educators and students of the province. Before them, the young man exuded an air of calmness, his demeanor serene, his garments fluttering in the wind, a solitary figure overshadowing the crowd. Tang Yao gazed at that slender silhouette, her hands clenched tightly, her heart quivering uncontrollably. Such a stance was precisely the embodiment of her aspirations, the only distinction being that he bore a person aloft. By the heavens! The monk, Shanwu, surveyed the surroundings. Deeply shaken, having just emerged from seclusion to participate in the martial examination, he was not well versed in the rumors circulating outside. But, judging by the reactions of those around him, it appeared that this individual was indeed remarkable. How awkward this situation had become. Shanwu Gnanjit Atyili, discovering him quietly observing as well, prompting an awkward smile. Esteemed practitioner, may I ask your name? Chapter 59. Instantaneous victory, no regrets. Your father, Yili replied nonchalantly, opting for the most straightforward form of communication. If you have the courage, come forth. Do not waste my time. This monk, much like that elegant youth of the second tier, harbored murderous intent despite not even knowing his name. The presence of such hostility was one thing, but to conceal it so poorly was another. As a third-tier warrior, this sensation resembled a teacher witnessing a student cheating on assignment, the former perceiving the truth, while the latter believed they had hidden their actions well. However, since there was intent to attack, matters became simpler. They could simply observe whether he dared to strike. Esteemed practitioner, upon hearing Yi Li's retort, Shanwu's countenance darkened. The monk acknowledges your talent and pride, yet one must also recognize the virtue of humility. Talents of your caliber are rare in other realms, yet here, there are at least a dozen. He recognized the youth's strength. Defeating Yang Wan was no small feat, and against this opponent, his chances were slim. Yet, should this individual wish to engage him, he must also weigh the consequences. The little King Kong of Zhenjiang One high school was not merely a name. Upon hearing this, many retreated discreetly. They still had a martial examination to attend and held no desire to contend against this rising star from Lehigh City. Since this Zhenjiang little King Kong harbored intentions of striking, it would be an opportunity for them to witness the youth's prowess firsthand. They were eager to see what sort of character could best the future sword immortal of the Qingshan Sword Pavilion. Do you consider yourselves geniuses? Yi Li's features curled into a mocking smile upon hearing Shanwu's words. Among those present, even Tang Yao, who was merely brimming with confidence but lacking in true strength, had made it to the ranks of the strongest. Were it not for this bald monk approaching him, he might have even been disinclined to intervene. Amidst numerous intense gazes, a formidable aura suddenly surged from the young man, surpassing that of all present. His vigor escalated dramatically. There are no geniuses here, Yili stated in a calm tone, yet his words bore an undeniable weight. None of you are. Enveloped by this powerful presence, the smile on Master Shanwu's face vanished, replaced by a grave expression akin to facing a formidable foe. Under pressure, he mustered his resolve and spoke. My lord, have you truly considered this? If you strike now, the best outcome would be mutual destruction. It would be wiser to withdraw. Before he could finish his words, Yili transformed into a blurred shadow, and in the midst of gasps, he appeared before Master Shanwu in the blink of an eye. Observing the astonishment on the monk's face, Yili casually struck out with the palm. Yet, enhanced by the explosive force of his qi, it unleashed a thunderous crack that shattered the air. You are mistaken, Master Shanwu retorted, his eyes wide with determination. Clenching his teeth, he circulated his true energy, and a thick layer of golden light enveloped him, rendering him seemingly invincible like a golden Buddha. After years of arduous training, he was confident that no one of the same rank could breach his defenses. In the next moment, that bony hand gently landed upon his chest. Boom! In an instant, a resounding roar akin to the sound of metal being forged erupted through the air. Master Shanwu's chest caved in by several inches, and in shock, his robust figure was sent flying, blood spraying forth. All present were left dumbfounded, staring at the monk who tumbled several meters away. His aura weakened, and his complexion turned as pale as gold leaf, visibly gravely injured. The dozen or so martial artists, hailed as geniuses in prestigious martial arts academies, felt a tempest of shock within. A second-tier warrior, well-versed in various martial techniques, was gravely wounded by a single strike. What kind of celestial being did the organizers allow into this year's martial examination? Before the eyes of all, a severely injured second-tier, fifth-level warrior. Evil deeds, 500. How stingy. Yili muttered inwardly upon seeing the glowing panel. Was it merely for defeating a weakling? Wasn't he 1,000 points more appropriate? Yet, despite his grumbling, Yili had grown accustomed to his system's peculiar grading. After having been accustomed to receiving thousands of points recently, this paltry 500 seemed rather meager in comparison. It is evident that transitioning from frugality to opulence is easy, but returning to frugality from opulence is challenging. Oh well, this 500 points are essentially a free gain. Yili sighed silently, turning his gaze towards the group of young martial artists not far away. As he met their eyes, they all forced a laugh, quickly clasping their fists in a gesture of respect. Impressive skill, friend. It's getting late, so we won't disturb you any longer. We must take our leave. Given Yili's prowess, the title of champion for this year's martial examination was already assured. To vie for second place, they too needed to hasten their pace. With that, they all turned in unison and fled. In mere moments, they had vanished into the distance, leaving only their blurred figures behind. The student representatives from various martial arts high schools in Wen Province have been engulfed by an overwhelming sense of fear towards you. Evil value, 2,000. Ho, an unexpected gain. Yili raised an eyebrow slightly. These individuals were behaving themselves, and he had no intention of taking action against them. He had not anticipated that he could also accumulate evil value. Is this what is referred to as the deterrence of martial prowess? Contemplating this, he nodded towards Jiang Qingzhu, who was not far off. Is there a monster you cannot defeat? The girl had assisted him considerably, and it would not be a problem for her to help eliminate some otherworldly beasts. No. Jiang Qingzhu pressed her lips together, her tone resolute. I can handle the killing of otherworldly beasts myself. Very well. Yili lightly nodded his chin in acknowledgement and took his leave. Having said that, he continued to carry the unconscious Yang Wan towards the pinnacle of the core area. It is worth mentioning that on the way to the core area, he had slain numerous first and second-tier otherworldly beasts, yet the evil value he obtained was merely in double digits, truly a meager reward. In the future, when his strength increased, he would attempt to eliminate higher-tier beasts and see if there would be any change. Thoughts swirled within Yili's mind as he darted swiftly across the plain, making rapid progress toward the mountain. Along the way, he encountered 4 or 5 late-stage, third-tier beasts. After exhausting 80% of his stamina, Yili successfully reached the summit. He hung the suffering Yang Wan on the peak, and a fierce gale swept through, tearing apart her garments within mere breaths. Yili observed this scene with a calm demeanor. Surprisingly, he did not feel any sensation of being watched at this location. This indicated that even the external broadcasting methods could not capture the events occurring here. It was somewhat unfortunate. Was it due to the mountain's towering height? Yili pondered aloud, resting his chin on his hand. As a result, the accumulation of evil value was not substantial. Hanging the Yang family's heiress from Shattered Mountain's peak, evil value 2,000. Gazing at the expanse of exposed skin of Yang Wan, Yili's thoughts drifted to another matter. His actions during this martial examination would likely provoke considerable discontent among many educators. Even if someone openly denounced him afterward, it would not be surprising. However, it mattered little. He dissimulated nonchalantly. He had his own code of conduct. Even if systemic reasons led to widespread dissatisfaction among martial artists in the future, it was of no consequence. As long as his strength was sufficiently formidable in the days to come, when he proclaimed himself a good person, everyone would be compelled to believe him. A powerful individual who stands apart only needs to act with a clear conscience. The youth's black hair fluttered in the wind, his bright eyes gazing at the horizon where the first light of dawn began to appear. Ding! Infamy level increased. Infamy level 2. Your infamy resonates through the major martial arts high schools of Win Province. Golden quality rewards have been distributed. Chapter 60. The strongest martial science student in Win Province. On the following morning, the air outside the Shattered Mountain secret realm was somewhat cool. For martial artists, staying up all night is a rather simple affair. Within the vast temporary encampment, all eyes were fixed upon the immense luminous screen. With merely 3 minutes remaining until the final rankings were released, the current standings essentially foreshadowed the eventual results. In the 10th position was Zhenjiang No. 1 High School, represented by Shan Wu. The 9th place was held by Jiangbei No. 1 High School, featuring Wang Zixuan. In 3rd place stood Qingsha No. 1 High School, with Tang Yao. The 2nd position was claimed by Linhai No. 1 High School, where Jiang Qingzhu prevailed. Surprisingly, despite the disparity in ranks, Jiang Qingzhu's final score surpassed that of Tang Yao by a considerable margin. It was evident that, driven by the aspiration to eliminate all extraordinary beasts, the former had invested significant effort in mastering the art of slaying these creatures. Furthermore, the efficiency of a spear in breaching the armor of the beast surpassed that of swords and daggers. Thus, such results were indeed reasonable. Not to mention, Jiang Qingzhu also possessed the 3rd-tier martial skill, riding the dragon and riding the wind, a technique renowned for its armor-piercing prowess. Consequently, in the endeavor of slaying extraordinary beasts, a martial artist skilled in various competitions may not necessarily excel beyond her. This mode of martial examination further indicated that Huanxia placed greater importance on those capable of vanquishing extraordinary beasts. As the champion of the provincial martial examination, it was natural for Jiang Qingzhu to receive focused training in the future. The champion of the provincial martial examination was revealed at this moment. The 1st place was awarded to Linhai No. 1 High School, Yili. Within the vast camp resembling a tiered classroom, every gaze was now affixed upon this name. Behind it lay a score of staggering proportions. The chief administrator, Kai Guocheng, trembling as he reviewed the historical records of martial examinations, could scarcely contain his astonishment as he uttered words of unprecedented description. Yi Li's score exhibited a chasm-like gap compared to Jiang Qingzhu in 2nd place. The explanation was simple. The summit of Lianshan held extraordinary significance for the extraordinary beasts within the secret realm. Much like the lairs of royal beasts in other high-tier secret realms, all extraordinary beasts coveted this place. The peak, once inhabited by a pinnacle-tier extraordinary beast, had been ruthlessly torn apart by a black-haired, golden-eyed youth and cast down the cliff after a fierce battle. Under some inexplicable allure, powerful 3rd-tier extraordinary beasts relentlessly launched assaults toward the summit. Yet, all these beasts met their demise at the hands of the youth atop the mountain. The blood of the beasts cascaded down the cliff. By 4 in the morning, not a single 3rd-tier extraordinary beast dared to ascend the mountain for a challenge. This signified that the sentient 3rd-tier extraordinary beast within the Lianshan secret realm had officially recognized the youth's identity as king. Not only did he win the provincial martial examination, but even when considering the entire Huanxia's martial examination of this year, the youth rightfully stood as the unparalleled prodigy. Linhai No. 1 High School's vice principal, Li Haoan, slumped in his chair, his eyes glazed over, his voice thick with unrestrained jubilation. You, my boy, are truly the living embodiment of Linhai No. 1 High School. Who could have anticipated that your rise to prominence in the provincial martial examination would transpire in less than a month's time? We haven't even had the chance to distribute the nourishing elixirs for next month. Li Haohan could already envision the striking manner in which the youth's name would be etched into the annals of Huanxia's martial examination history. Many teachers gazed at him with envy in their eyes. Young martial artists like Yi Li, who already possessed the potential to become masters of martial arts, undoubtedly add luster to the reputation of any martial arts high school. With ample resources It is conceivable that within 50 years, this youth could ascend to the 7th tier, establishing himself as a genuine master of martial arts, renowned far and wide. Such exceptional students are coveted by every martial arts institution. Principalmente, congratulations. Kai guten Zima. Glancing at the exuberantly howling, by next year, the resources allocated to Lehigh number 1 high school should be considerably more abundant. He then turned to Lin Yun, who was intently observing the screen, and, lowering his voice, inquired with curiosity, "Classmate Lin, what do you think of this child named Yi Li? How does his potential compare?" Within the dynamic environment of Fengyun University, which attracts talented martial artists from all corners of Huanxia, the opinion of one within its ranks would be invaluable. Even among the elite of Fengyun University, he would undoubtedly be regarded as a prodigy. Lin Yun did not hesitate in her response. "He surpasses me by a significant margin compared to the previous 2 years." Her words were devoid of any pretense, openly acknowledging the boy's prowess. With a light sigh, she playfully added, "I have encountered many geniuses, yet even they would likely concede that Yi Li is indeed extraordinary." Kai Guocheng felt a stir in his heart and instinctively pressed further. "How does he compare to that son of Tianyang at Fengyun University? Are you referring to senior son?" Lin Yun pondered for a moment, crossing her arms, before replying, "In terms of raw power, there's quite a gap when compared to that anomaly. However, regarding potential, they might be on par." After a brief pause, she continued with a smile, "But it's hard to say. Yi Li is still young, while that old fellow is nearing graduation. Who could predict the outcome? Such a high evaluation?" Kai Guocheng expressed his surprise. It is well known that the son of Tianyang is a prominent young martial artist, even within Fengyun University, consistently ranking among the top 3 on the so-called Fengyun list. "My assessment may not be definitive. Take it as mere amusement," Lin Yun replied with a wave of her hand. "If my senior sister were here, she could provide you with a more precise answer, as she ranks within the top 10 on the Fengyun list. Had it not been for her temperament, she likely would have made it into the top 5. Her tone shifted to a more relaxed cadence, as she added with a smile, "There's no rush. My senior sister will eventually become his mentor. These two are bound to meet, and I will have the answer then." Upon hearing this, Kai Guocheng nodded and rose to head outside the camp. He exhaled deeply, feeling that this year's martial arts examination had finally come to a successful conclusion. Yi Li emerged as the champion of the winning province and the strongest martial science student of this cohort. In just a few hours, this news would reverberate throughout the 12 cities of the winning province. Chapter 61. Mastering the Spirit of the Earth. At the summit of Lianshan Mountain, surrounded by fierce winds, Yi Li sat cross-legged, disregarding the unconscious Yangwan. The air pressure was low at such heights, and each breath carried a chill. His dark eyes sparkled with rare excitement. The level of his infamous reputation had unexpectedly increased. Yi Li's heart raced as he summoned his status panel. The current malevolence value, 40,000 points, can be exchanged for a divine artifact. A reward package of golden quality awaits to be unlocked. It has not been an easy journey, but at last, my second golden light has arrived. Where there is a will, there is a way, Yi Li murmured softly, a slight smile gracing his lips. His efforts during this time were not in vain, and he was immensely grateful for the unwavering support of the Yang siblings and numerous martial arts students. He hoped to acquire practical skills or artifacts. The last, indestructible golden soul bestowed upon him unparalleled regenerative abilities, transforming him into a formidable warrior. Within the same rank, engaging in fierce battles, he faced minimal risk of defeat, a testament to his exceptional talent. However, the expression of that talent was somewhat monotonous. The blazing golden eyes certainly exuded an air of grandeur, infusing his every movement with an aesthetic of violence, yet it merely represented a significant enhancement of physical capabilities. It must be said, it lacked a certain flair. The versatility was disappointingly narrow, relying solely on Yi Li's current hand. Should he encounter a peak third-tier martial artist skilled in range combat, not only would he struggle to dominate and earn malevolence points, but maintaining dignity in battle would also prove extremely challenging. The contrast between a disheveled victory and a resounding triumph is evident in the psychological impact it has on an opponent. If the golden quality reward proves unsatisfactory, I shall venture to the artifact roulette for some wondrous tools. With this thought, Yili solidified his decision. Suppressing the tumultuous emotions within, he quietly commanded, "Unlock the package." Boom! As Yili's thoughts stirred, a colossal golden pillar, nearly as robust as the last, surged skyward from the panel. To the observers on the distant plain, it resembled a magnificent thread connecting the mountain peak to the heavens. The dense clouds were violently shattered by this beam of golden light, shimmering brilliance swirling amidst the clouds, casting a clear and resplendent glow. In that instant, thousands of martial arts students at the foot of the mountain and across the plain were captivated by the spectacle, gazing towards the distant firmament. What is happening? Alas! Almost immediately, amidst countless astonished gazes, the atmosphere within the entire secret realm darkened. Ominous black clouds rolled forth from the sky, centering around the peak of the fissured mountain, enveloping an area of several dozen kilometers in an oppressive ambience. Countless skeletons, long devoid of flesh scattered across the secret realm, began to tremble uncontrollably at this moment. Simultaneously, above the fissured mountain, an extraordinarily eerie aura descended from the void. Merging with the youth seated atop the peak, swept up in a tempest. The terrifying momentum engulfed the heavens and the earth, even causing the unconscious Yang Wan to sense something amiss. Her eyelids fluttered, and amidst the surging winds, she struggled to open a narrow slit, peering towards the mountain peak ahead. The next moment, her heart nearly ceased beating from shock. Was it Yili? She beheld the figure clad in a flowing black robe, surrounded by an undulating mass of purest black clouds, rapidly expanding outward. In mere breaths, he enveloped the entire fissured mountain within his shroud. Amidst the eerie black clouds, the essence of death and rebirth permeated the air. Upon the cracked mountain, the long-deceased third-tier beasts slowly opened their eyes, and within their hollow pupils, a hint of crimson emerged quietly. With a chilling, crackling sound, they all rose from the ground, their massive forms bowing respectfully towards the summit. In this moment, dozens of third-tier beasts appeared as loyal servants. Under such an atmosphere, the young man could hardly be perceived as an ordinary third-tier warrior. He was unmistakably a formidable young sovereign. Breathing out a sigh, Yili gradually opened his eyes. In the depths of his profound obsidian gaze, the dazed expression of Yang Wan reflected vividly. Simultaneously, relevant information surfaced in his mind. Ding! Congratulations! You have acquired the martial talent Soul Mastery of the Dead. Soul Mastery of the Dead One, a functional talent that allows complete control over the souls perished by your hand, compelling them to sign a life and death contract. Acknowledging you as their master, they shall dedicate their existence to serve your interests, never to reincarnate. Upgradable, it is said that after death, souls return to a mysterious mountain, for which a deity endowed with this talent was born. To transcend its authority, please harvest evil deeds to your heart's content. Unique Ability 1, Slayer of the Undead, Slayer of the Undead. This ability naturally suppresses undead creatures, rendering them incapable of attacking you, while enhancing your damage against them by 500. What an extraordinarily high ceiling for a talent. Observing the information displayed, a glimmer of joy sparked in Yi Li's eyes. Then, amidst Yang Wan's stunned gaze, he rose slowly, his demeanor calm yet tinged with mockery. I await your vengeance. Only at that moment did the imposing black clouds at the peak of Cracked Mountain begin to dissipate, leaving the martial students below in a state of bewilderment. They, yet to reach the third tier, could only attribute this phenomenon to the peculiarities of the secret realm. Of course, Yang Wan was an exception. Gazing at the youth before her, who had just manifested a terrifying spectacle, her eyes were filled with profound fear, her lips quivering uncontrollably. Vengeance? She had lost all thoughts of retribution. Just as Yang Wan attempted to utter words of mercy, the teleportation array, signaling the end of the martial examination, finally ascended from beneath their feet. Chapter 62. A disparity in treatment in the early morning as the sun rose. The grand formations of the secret realm refracted beautiful rays of light. Shadows of figures ascended in succession, and the once empty plane was instantly dotted with black. Over 10,000 students displaying a myriad of expressions, yet all imbued with a sense of relief and delight. The martial examination was over. For them, it felt akin to a mountain that had long weighed upon their chests suddenly collapsing, an unparalleled ease washing over them. Though the martial examination was undoubtedly the first significant hurdle in this world, a relaxed atmosphere swiftly enveloped the expanse above the plains. Yili found himself amidst it, his steps lightening, and his expression softening slightly. In this martial examination, his objectives have been successfully accomplished. Although the students of Qingshan Yizhong did not converge to besiege him, the Yang siblings proved to be remarkably capable. Not only did their notoriety increase significantly, but their infamous ranking also ascended by a level. Seizing this opportunity, he acquired a new trump card, eagerly awaiting the exhilarating battle ahead with classmate Yili. At that moment, Kai Guocheng descended from the upper camp, approaching the somewhat astonished Yi Li with a beaming smile, whispering, "Congratulations. I must inform you ahead of time that your score currently ranks first in the province. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the martial examination champion this year will undoubtedly be you." Given Yi Li's evident potential, it was sufficient for Kai to extend an olive branch. As long as he continues to develop steadily, grows gradually, and learns to temper his brilliance to evade the assassinations from various nations, it is nearly a foregone conclusion that a new martial arts master will emerge in Hanxia within the next few decades, if not a century. With the intention of fostering goodwill, Kai spoke gently. Additionally, according to the words of the awakened young master of the Yang family from Shanzhou Yizhong, it was you who initiated the attack on him and Yang Wan at the outset of the martial examination. In response, Yili maintained his composure, intending to express that the other party had openly challenged him, and based on his character, he had no reason to decline. Kai continued with a smile. However, after consulting several students from Shanzhou Yizhong who exited early, we can largely ascertain that it was Yang Wanfeng and Yang Wan who first challenged you. Thus your results are preserved. Yili was genuinely taken aback. He had prepared himself for disqualification and had not even contemplated reasons for defense. To his astonishment, nothing had transpired. Had he truly managed to prompt such concessions from above? Sensing Yili's astonishment, Kai remarked, "Since you were not the one to instigate the conflict, naturally, your examination qualification will not be revoked." After a brief pause, he added, "Although the primary issue does not lie with you, the Yang family of Shanzhou may not be entirely satisfied with this resolution. It would be prudent for you to remain discreet. Even if you must appear, exercise utmost caution." The head of the Yang family is a seasoned fifth-tier martial artist. Despite his advanced age, his prowess is undeniable, and the Yang family is not lacking in capable fourth-tier warriors. Throughout this exchange, Kai Guocheng attentively observed the young man's reactions. His words served as a subtle warning to Yi Li regarding the situation. The authorities of the martial examination, upon grasping the circumstances, chose not to pursue the matter. But this does not guarantee that the Yang family would adopt a similar stance. In fact, the likelihood of deliberate retaliation is quite high. After hearing Kai's words, Yi Li nodded slightly. He replied softly, "I understand. This development was anticipated. Moreover, should the Yang family persist with their aggression, I have no intention of showing mercy." "That's good," Kai responded, visibly relieved. He feared that the young man might act too impulsively and choose to confront matters head-on. Such a course of action could lead to complications. It is not uncommon for even the most talented individuals, regardless of their potential, to meet untimely ends. To be able to heed the counsel of others is what we call humility. Reflecting on this, Kai Guocheng nodded with satisfaction. He then slightly shifted to the side, revealing Lin Yingyun behind him, and introduced with a smile. "This is Lin Yingyun from Fengyun University. She has come specifically to see you." "Hello." Lin Yingyun stepped forward, a knowing smile dancing on her intelligent face. "I am also a student of the esteemed Yu Wang, which makes me your senior by lineage." Yi Li politely nodded, unfazed by the term esteemed used for Yu Wang. "Do you need something from me?" "Oh, how boastful." Lin Yingyun thought to herself, stifling a sigh. Clearing her throat, she said earnestly, "Initially, I had no particular matter to discuss, but after witnessing your performance in the martial arts examination, I have found a reason to approach you. At that moment, Kai Guocheng took the opportunity to step away, granting them a private space for conversation. Lin Yingyun glanced around and noted that the martial arts candidates were fervently sharing their experiences within the secret realm. She then moved closer to Yi Li, smiling softly. Actually, it's not so much a pressing matter, but I wanted to ask if you have any interest in the Academy's tasks? Academy tasks? Precisely. Lin Yingyun stretched leisurely and chuckled. If you are interested, I can assist you in accessing the school's task system in advance, allowing you to accept missions through your waste token in the future. Of course, certain special tasks still require you to return to the school to accept them directly. Additionally, should you encounter any challenging tasks, you can seek assistance through your waste token. The communication between tokens can bypass most forms of interference. Within 100 kilometers, it guarantees zero delay, far superior to any phone. As she spoke, Lin Yingyun's gaze fell upon the golden waste token at Yi Li's waist. With a hint of envy, she continued, with your golden tier waste token, you can essentially choose from most tasks issued by the school. Feeling the intensity of her gaze, Yi Li curiously inquired, aren't you a gold medalist? I am a silver medalist. Lin Yingyun's voice carried a trace of lament. Junior, do not think that because you obtained a gold medal early on, such tokens are commonplace at Feng University. To be frank, there are fewer than 20 students in the entire university who possess such a waste token. Each is a core student designated by the Academy. I toiled for 2 years to barely earn a silver token. So, tell me, how high is your waste token as status? Ah, I see. Yeli nodded slightly. In response to Lin Yingyun's astonished expression, he calmly asked, so your rank is not higher than mine. Could you give me a kowtow? Lin Yingyun felt a rush of indignation. Even while watching the broadcast, she had sensed that Yi Li's character leaned towards the assertive side. But she never expected him to be so audacious. In front of his evidently more experienced senior, he not only showed no restraint, but became even more brazen, directly requesting her to kowtow to him. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yingyun gritted her teeth and explained, the status and treatment of gold medal students are significantly higher than that of silver medalists, but it does not reach the level of emperor and subject. Oh, is that so? Yi Li appeared somewhat disappointed. I thought I was a little emperor. Continuing without missing a beat, she inquired, what specific advantages does being a gold medal student confer? In terms of status and treatment, Lin Yingyun composed herself, sighing as she responded, let us speak solely of the completion of tasks within the school, setting aside the restrictions on task acceptance. The difficulty level during execution is inherently different for both. A core student with a gold medal, when executing tasks externally, hold a position equivalent to that of a deputy director in the Municipal Bureau of Anomalies. In contrast, a silver medal student possesses only the authority of a regular enforcer. Do you comprehend what this entails? The latter, more often than not, must rely solely on their own abilities, while the former can even summon enforcers stationed at the Municipal Bureau to assist in their endeavors. The disparity in status is quite evident. Chapter 63. The perspectives of various nations, is it truly that remarkable? Yi Li expressed mild astonishment, realizing that he would effectively hold a minor official position in Hanxia. Indeed, Lin Yingyun replied with a hint of pride in her voice. The core students of Fengyan University are individuals who would be regarded as prodigies in any martial arts institution. For such talents, a school that does not extend preferential treatment is the one at fault. As she spoke, her voice faltered momentarily, and her gaze grew serious. While I have shared the benefits, you should also grasp a fundamental truth. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Although I, your senior sister, often wish for such ease, being a gold medal student entails its own risks, a fact you should already be aware of. I do not know. Yi Li casually shook his head. His previous incarnation was preoccupied with being a sycophant, and he himself had been busy with various matters, leaving little time to understand these nuances. You are unaware? Lin Yingyun was taken aback, her expression somewhat peculiar. The other party, so gifted, had already showcased the technique of Dan-Chi eruption in the imagery, despite its lack of complete refinement, undoubtedly marking them as a martial artist who had entered the third tier of true blood realm. They were certainly a paragon among their peers, surpassing her own innate talents by a significant margin. Being a prodigy, it was reasonable to assume that their mentors had imparted wisdom about the difficulties of growing up in Hanxia, a sentiment that Lin Yingyun herself had often heard during her youth, to the point that the phrase had nearly worn her ears raw with repetition. Yet, as she matured, such admonitions had gradually faded from her ears, likely because her elders believed her talent exempted her from the threats posed by various nations. Lin Yingyun felt a twinge of heartache. Could you refrain from speaking in riddles? Yili furrowed his brow, observing the fluctuating expressions on Lin Yingyun's face, and urged, speak plainly. In my previous life, I detested such enigmatic individuals in film and television. Why do they persist even in this martial world? Is it so difficult to get to the point? I have resolved that should I encounter another riddle speaker, I shall confront them without hesitation. Let me articulate it this way. Lin Yingyun pondered for a moment, then solemnly declared, our Hanxia is the nation with the most extensive territory on Blue Star, rich in secret realms, with beast tides frequently erupting, leading to persistent domestic turmoil. To this day, the martial masters within the Bureau of Anomalies capable of stabilizing the situation number only a handful, all stationed in cities surrounding the most prominent secret realms. Even so, the situation rarely improves. Even the martial masters from prestigious sects are frequently summoned by the authorities to fend off beast tides or to eliminate cultists. These martial masters, filled with pride, demand to be treated like revered ancestors whenever they are called upon. Do you understand now? In such circumstances, it is challenging for any powerful individuals within the country to spare their efforts. Each time the major nations abroad make a move, it is invariably Han Xia that bears the brunt, lacking advanced combat capabilities to counteract. The various nations are quite pleased to witness the former great power in such a state, including former allies among the great nations. If they could, they would prefer Han Xia to remain in this condition indefinitely. As she spoke, Lin Yingyun's gaze casually swept the surroundings. Yet, Han Xia often witnesses the emergence of prodigies. If left unchecked, within a mere 200 years, Han Xia would likely regain its former prominence on the international stage. If you were one of those nations, what would you do? You would seek every opportunity to eliminate them, for the fallen prodigies are of no value. Lin Yingyun sighed helplessly. So that is how it is. Yedi nodded slightly. In simple terms, the nations do not permit Han Xia to possess such formidable existences. How does that make you feel? Are you afraid? A smile graced Lin Yingyun's exquisite face as she eagerly anticipated Yili's reaction. It is worth noting that even when she was a naive newcomer, hearing such matters stirred a sense of compassion within her, leading her to believe that Han Xia was doomed. She even forsook her beloved ice cream that day. In Lin Yingyun's eyes, if she, lacking talent, felt such concern, then Yili, who possessed it, would undoubtedly feel even more anxious. The reason was simple. The sensation of suddenly standing against the entire world is akin to a small boat navigating through a tumultuous ocean, suffocating and terrifying, capable of causing any martial artist's complexion to drastically change. This feeling does not fade with growth. Rather, as one ages and gains a deeper understanding of the world, the impact and pressure of such events only intensify. In other words, someone like Yili, who perfectly fits the criteria, would instantly feel overwhelming pressure. Afraid? Yili raised an eyebrow, slightly bewildered. Why should I be afraid? Now that I've grasped the issue at hand, the subsequent matters are easily resolvable. It's simple. Once I develop, I can single-handedly defeat the nations, can't I? Observing this, Lin Yingyun opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately held back. How infuriating. This fellow remains so composed. Why fear? Of course, it is because you will inevitably face assassination from those nations in the future. Lin Yingyun genuinely wished to ask him if he understood the concept of humility. However, upon seeing the overwhelming confidence radiating from youth, she immediately dismissed that thought. He might not comprehend what humility is, but he undoubtedly possessed unparalleled confidence. Is such an aura a culmination of his journey thus far? Lin Yingyun fell silent, pondering for a long while before finally saying, "It is still wise to be cautious. Your concerns are not limited to just those nations. In close proximity lies the so-called Yang family of Shanzhou. Naturally, yeli no det sidaiti. Unlike the other party, he possessed unwavering confidence in his own integrity. Not only would he confront those from various nations, but he would also spare none of those from Huanxia, whom he found displeasing. That is reassuring. Lin Yingyun exhaled a sigh of relief, considering that the other party had absorbed her words and had now adopted a vigilant stance. This illustrates that even when not on the same wavelength, the two parties could engage in a delightful conversation. However, there is no need for you to worry about assassination attempts from various nations for the time being. Lin Yingyun lifted her head, stepped forward, and patted Yili on the shoulder, offering a smile as she reassured him, at the very least, one must be a fourth-tier warrior to attract their attention. Otherwise, even the most extraordinary genius would be targeted for assassination, and with the multitude of high-tier warriors these nations possess, they would surely be overwhelmed. After all, how often does a martial arts master emerge? I recall a prodigy who became a second-tier warrior at the age of 6, yet only broke through to the third tier at 60. The enemy agents who had been watching him for half a lifetime were nearly driven to despair. As she spoke, Lin Yingyun stretched lazily, her tone imbued with humor. Once Yili nodded in agreement, she extended her hand, her demeanor returning to a relaxed state. After all this talk, I'm quite exhausted. Hand over the golden badge, and I shall assist you in connecting. Done. Yili casually tossed the gleaming badge, which sailed gracefully through the air towards her. Be careful. Lin Yingyun caught the golden badge, murmuring softly in surprise. This is a golden badge. There are hardly any in the entire Fengyun University. How can it be tossed around like a mere trinket in your hands? Grinding her teeth in envy, she thought to herself that if she possessed a golden badge, she would cherish it dearly. With such a treasure, not only would various martial arts be offered at a discount, but she could also apply for research funding for divination studies. What a delight that would be. With a sigh of resignation, she deftly activated the relevant formations within the badge and connected to the campus network of Fengyun University. Now, you are officially a student of Fengyun University, she said, reluctantly handing the badge back to him. Then, with a serious tone, she added, if any instructors from those cunning universities like Kyoto University or Magic City University come seeking you, do not agree under any circumstances, regardless of the conditions they offer. Fengyun University will provide you double. She laughed. The last two sentences were not from me, but rather a message from Teacher Yu, who asked me to convey it to you. Senior sister is heading back to school to take on tasks and earn some significant rewards. Do you have any further questions for me? May I trouble you for a bow? Yili politely inquired, appearing as a well-mannered young gentleman. Goodbye. Chapter 63. The Fengyun Rankings. Outside the Rift Mountain Secret Realm, as numerous buses departed from the borders of Shanzhou City, heading to various destinations. News of the conclusion of the martial arts examination began to spread rapidly across the provinces of Ying. Although no official results had been announced, there were always individuals privy to insider information who would leak the news. This year's results, even more explosive than those of previous years, were no exception. The sensational news primarily revolves around two key events. The martial artist Yi Li from Linhai City, who has secured the championship title in this year's provincial martial arts examination with an extraordinary score, and the much-anticipated downfall of the Yang family's twin stars, who failed to even rank at the martial arts university. Numerous students from the province have taken to forums related to martial arts high schools to discuss these developments. Who is this Yi Li that has managed to snatch the championship from the hands of Shanzhou No. 1 High School? Is he not the same individual recently rumored to be granted direct admission into Fengyun University? My goodness, this has completely astonished me. When did Linhai know? One high school produce such an exceptional martial arts student? With the martial arts high school entrance looming next year, I am determined to apply to Linhai No. One high school. To the person above, it is not the school that is impressive. It is Yi Li himself. Following the crowd is a certain path to demise. I choose Qingshan No. 1 High School, where perhaps I might even graduate and enter the Qingshan Sword Pavilion. Does no one care about the lamentations from Shanzhou No. 1 High School? All the teachers have believed this would be a moment of pride for them, only to find the Yang twins have fallen spectacularly. The Provincial Martial Arts Championship has long been dominated by Shanzhou No. 1 High School, making the news of its loss all the more sensational. People seem to revel in this unexpected upset. Additionally, there are whispers suggesting that the reason for the rapid elimination of the Yang twins was their encounter with the young martial artist Yi Li in the core area. If this trend continues, the results of this year's martial arts examination are likely to become uniquely memorable, and Yi Li's name will undoubtedly be etched in the minds of future martial arts students. As night descends, the bus finally enters the territory of Linhai City, a quiet neighborhood. The weary Yi Li has returned home after a long absence and retrieves a golden waist token, his expression betraying his delight. Since establishing a connection with Fengyun University, he can directly access the inventory of the university's library through this golden token. It encompasses everything from 5th-tier techniques to 2nd-tier martial arts skills, with the only difference being the extent of their inclusion. Moreover, judging by the tendencies of such academies, if a 5th-tier technique is housed in the library, it is likely to be a 6th-tier technique, and someone within the academy may very well possess it. Although these martial arts skills cannot be directly exchanged at the moment, one must enter the main campus of the academy to obtain them. However, Yi Li currently holds the privilege of freely entering and exiting Fengyun University, rendering this a minor obstacle. Recalling Lin Yinyun's words upon her departure, a smile involuntarily graces his lips. The path ahead is bright. Yi Li chuckles to himself. There's also another matter that piques his interest. Just before leaving, Lin Yinyun seemed to remember something and turned back to Yi Li, stating, by the way, in addition to its diverse functionalities, your Fengyun Gold token allows you to view the rankings on the Fengyun list in real time. If you're interested, you might want to take a look. The Fengyun list? It is a construct devised by the school to motivate students towards progress, ranking them symbolically based on their specific performance in tasks and the outcomes of daily battles. Lin Yinyun took out her silver medal, gently shook it, and smiled. There are only 30 spots, all filled by the elite of Fengyun University. Truly the CR de la CR of talent. You, my dear, are undeniably gifted. I feel somewhat inferior as your senior, for it won't be long before you catch up to me. Yet, compared to them, you still have a long journey ahead. They are all proud and ambitious individuals, and perhaps one day, when you accept the task, you might cross paths with them. For your own sake, I strongly suggest you cultivate a sense of humility. Upon hearing these words, Yi Li cautiously activated the harmony charm. In a flash of light, the bewildered Lin Yinyun knelt, watching him depart. However, this languid girl's demeanor was far too laid back. She merely dusted herself off and, after a brief moment of contemplation, turned to leave. You have made the laid-back senior of Fengyun University kneel before you. Evil points gained, 500. A rather modest sum. What a pity. She is a good person. Humility? Huh? Returning to the present, Yi Li reclined on his bed, his thoughts swirling. It would likely take a few days to reach Fengyun University, so there was no need to rush. Furthermore, if all went as planned, Jiang Qingzhu's promised refining technique would arrive shortly. The first level of the 3rd tier was soon to be a thing of the past. The era of enhancement was upon him. The 40,000 evil points quietly resting in his panel were the foundation of Yi Li's relentless progress. Chapter 64. Snow Mountain Body Refinement. Jiang Qingzhu's speed exceeded his expectations. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Yi Li had finished washing up and donned a clean outfit, a series of knocks sounded at the door. They had arrived. He approached and turned the doorknob, revealing the familiar, cool demeanor of a girl peering in, who promptly stepped inside. It's done. As soon as she entered, Jiang Qingzhu exclaimed with delight, I have procured the Jiang family's refining technique for you. Remarkable. Yi Li did not hesitate to shower her with praise, for she had indeed been of immense assistance. However, moving forward, as long as he had sufficient credits, he could directly exchange for it at the library of Fengyun University. While her generosity was certainly appealing, moderation was essential. Otherwise, he might find himself in a troublesome predicament. Here, Jiang Qingzhu retrieved a rather thin tome from her storage ring and handed it to Yi Li, her voice lilting. This is the Snow Mountain Body Refinement Technique. It is quite challenging to master. Without prior experience in the white mist, frost, and snow technique, it is nearly impossible for a warrior to learn. For this reason, It was considered an obscure method within the Jiang family. Aside from a few direct descendants, scarcely anyone would attempt to learn it. Pausing momentarily, she continued, her lips pursed in contemplation, but for you, it should be relatively easy to grasp. The impact of Yili mastering the white mist frost and snow technique in just a few days had left a profound impression on her, one that lingered vividly in her memory. Although, that was indeed a recent occurrence. Thank you. Yili accepted the tome, a refreshing sensation coursing through him, and then, somewhat astonished, inquired, is it really this thin? The advanced honing technique presented here is, at the very least, twice as thin as the previous breathing technique. Its slenderness signifies its inherent complexity. Jiang Qingzhu softly elucidated, weighing her words carefully, to my knowledge. The most gifted ancestor of the Jiang family took 2 months to barely grasp the basics. Recalling how this predecessor had also spent 2 months mastering that breathing method, she refrained from voicing the latter part of her statement regarding sharing insights. After all, if the other party could have mastered it in 3 days, yet took 2 months after reading the insights, that would be troublesome. Upon hearing this, Yili nodded slightly, though a sigh welled up within him. He remembered the time he had poured 50 years of arduous effort into fully mastering white mist frost snow. Now, with the shift to the more challenging snow mountain body sculpting, he anticipated another considerable expenditure. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that the reserves within his panel had long been waiting. Do you have any further matters to discuss? Yili's voice was calm, noticeably softer than usual, yet it still bore a hint of urgency. Clutching the advanced honing technique and backed by a vast amount of malevolent points, he felt an overwhelming urge to activate his augmentation mode. Jiang Qingzhu, oblivious to the undertone of urgency, pondered for a moment before summoning her courage to extend an invitation. I am heading back to the Jiang family soon. Would you like to accompany me? The Yang family in Shanzhou is surely keeping a close watch on you, and the Jiang family in the extreme north can provide protection. No, thank you, Yili politely nodded. He was scheduled to visit Fengyun University in a couple of days. He had no time to seek refuge from supposed dangers at the Jiang family. The feeling of relying on others was one he wished to avoid. At his response, Jiang Qingzhu's clear eyes dimmed slightly. She had anticipated his answer and had mentally prepared herself. Yet, hearing his rejection still stung her heart. After a brief moment, she raised her head and tentatively asked, "Are we friends?" "That should be the case," Yili replied calmly. "Anyone who bears enmity towards you can certainly inform me. I would assist with that much. It conveniently provides an excuse for action." At this juncture, he paused, a look of realization dawning upon his face. "Ah, I see. You're returning to the Jiang family because someone is targeting you? If that is the case, I could accompany you." "No, there's no one targeting me." Jiang Qingzhu instinctively shook her head. "Is that so? What a pity." Yili expressed a hint of disappointment. A character capable of incurring the wrath of the Jiang family's young lady would undoubtedly be a high-profile target. Indeed, Jiang Qingzhu lowered her head. Yet a faint smile graced her lips, and her clear eyes sparkled with an unprecedented radiance. "He considers me a friend. It has all been worth it. Then, I shall take my leave. Wishing you success." Jiang Qingzhu mildly bowed. Then, with a light step, pushed open the door. "Do not hesitate to contact me for anything. I look forward to seeing you again at Fengyun University." With that, she exited, skipping joyfully in the direction from whence she came. "Hampire sumptuos," Yili murmured, watching her retreating figure, then shook his head in bemusement as he closed the door. The counterpart is a wealthy woman among the affluent, having rendered numerous favors. By any calculation, she can be considered a half-friend. A friend, in essence, signifies someone who can stand by you in times of conflict. This not only allows one to repay kindness, but also to accumulate malevolent merit. Why not seize such an opportunity? Yili's thoughts are, in fact, quite straightforward. He seeks to reciprocate those who treat him well while mercilessly trampling down those who do not. This approach sustains a positive mindset and enables him to forge ahead without any guilt. A path devoid of regrets is truly invincible. To persist on such a journey, one must continuously advance and strengthen oneself. In the face of the world and calamity, only the strong can realize their will. Returning to his chamber, Yili sits cross-legged on the bed. He reaches for the tome titled Snow Mountain Body Sculpting, and a soft, azure glow materializes before him. Current malevolent merit points, 40. 500. New item. Level body refinement method. Snow Mountain Body Sculpting. Novice. Let us proceed. Yedi ehule silently. Harboring no hesitation as thousands of merit points surge into the panel. Ding. Commencing the enhancement of proficiency in Snow Mountain Body Sculpting, which will continuously consume malevolent merit points. As he opens the book, clear characters come into view, and to his astonishment, he realizes that comprehending the material poses little difficulty. His application of the level breathing method, misty frost, and snow has reached a near instinctive level. Even the most gifted prodigy of the Jiang family was far inferior at this age. Gained enhancement. Training speed increased by 70. Your current speed resembles that of a long-distance runner who, having snatched a smartphone, hastily commandeers a shared bicycle, racing away under the astonished gazes of onlookers. After consuming 1,000 malevolent merit points, he has perused the majority of this refinement method, yet his understanding remains superficial. To grasp its true essence, he chooses to delve deeper. After expending 2,000 malevolent merit points, he has thoroughly examined the entire refinement method. Even though his comprehension has not deepened significantly, he has gleaned some concepts. It relies on cultivating one's essence with cold-infused true energy, prompting a profound transformation of the blood within. After consuming 4,000 malevolent merit points, he has adeptly mastered the technique of refining his blood with true energy, gaining a degree of resistance to extreme cold. Snow Mountain Body Sculpting. Novice. Although he is uncertain how this time investment compares to the arduous training he might have undertaken alone, it is indisputable that the duration far exceeds 2 months. A martial artist who could achieve entry level in merely 2 months is indeed remarkable. Yili sighs, only to realize that with each breath, his body resonates with a sound reminiscent of howling winds and snow. His blood gradually undergoes transformation amidst this sound. Is this the constant effect of the level breathing method? Yili feels a surge of elation as his attention returns to the words continuously emerging on the panel. Chapter 65, True Blood Perfection, Pinnacle of the Third Stage. After expending 5,000 points of malevolence, you began to experiment with breathing techniques to accelerate your forging process, discovering related insights that significantly hastened the refinement of your true blood, achieving speeds several times greater than that of the traditional forging methods. Snow Mountain Body Sculpting Proficient. Upon consuming 10,000 points of malevolence, you adeptly created an environment within your body reminiscent of a snow-capped mountain, with your blood akin to countless climbers, continuously strengthening itself amidst harsh conditions. Snow Mountain Body Sculpting Mastery. After spending 15,000 points of malevolence, the snow mountain environment you crafted approached perfection, with the blood in your veins transforming into numerous climbers intrigued by this snowy peak, ready to ascend at your command. Snow Mountain Body Sculpting Grand Achievement. Upon expending 20,000 points of malevolence, the internal snow mountain became flawless, emanating an astonishing allure within the human realm, compelling countless climbers formed from true blood to yearn for the summit, driven by an insatiable fervor to conquer your mountain. If one were to inquire why, they would surely respond, because the mountain stands there. The level of your forging technique has ascended, and your mastery of Snow Mountain Body Sculpting has reached perfection. Byproduct. Your diligent practice of the forging art has elevated your martial arts level to the 3rd tier, 2nd stage. Byproduct. Your profound familiarity with the snow mountain environment has greatly enhanced your ability to endure extreme cold. Comment. The consumption of 20,000 points of malevolence has yielded an enhancement equivalent to 80 years of arduous training. Should you unleash a burst of Danqi now, any warrior of the same level would tremble and fall before the avalanche of your Danqi. As the final line of text appeared, an overwhelming chill erupted from Yili's body. With a thunderous crack, the icy explosion resonated, and the temperature of the entire room plummeted by several degrees. white mist rapidly condensing on the windows. Though it was the sweltering heat of June outside, the room felt as frigid as a premium ice cellar. Yelise gaze filikeret. After executing a simple Danshi explosion, a hint of ice blue began to rise within his pitch-black eyes, creeping up towards his brows and hair. If one's realm determines the quantity and limits of Danshi explosion, then the forging method dictates its quality. Among warriors of the same tier, given the same expenditure of true energy, the higher the level of the forging technique, the greater the power of the Danshi explosion. With a gentle exhale, Yili released a visible chill into the air, appearing extraordinarily mystical. As he slightly circulated his true energy, a sensation of completeness enveloped him. With a perfection of snow mountain body sculpting, the chilling essence within his true energy intensified dreadfully. Furthermore, his speed of blood refinement was amplified several-fold. Compared to the same tier Great Sun Treasure Furnace, this method of forging was infinitely superior. One requires unwavering focus while enduring excruciating inner torment, whereas the other can automatically refine within a single breath, devoid of any discomfort, with efficiency vastly improved. It is evident to all how to choose wisely. No wonder the cold lineage seldom produces martial masters. There is indeed profound reasoning behind the rarity of precious things. Yili nodded slightly, his mind racing with thoughts. Everyone around him warned that the Yang family from Shanzhou was eyeing him with ill intent, urging him to exercise caution. It seemed imperative to concoct an excuse to eliminate this Yang family. Otherwise, he would find it difficult to find peace or rest. With his refining technique now perfected, it was time to elevate his cultivation. With a single thought, he directed the immense amount of malevolent energy into the martial arts level. Ding! Commencing consumption of malevolent energy, continuously enhancing martial arts level, through arduous training that few could endure. Your comprehension of body sculpting on the snow mountain has attained perfection, and with the aid of the Great Sun Treasure Furnace, a wondrous harmony arose while refining your true blood. Gained enhancement, refinement speed increased by 1,000. Your speed resembles that of an unidentified vehicle drifting at high velocity on an enigmatic divine mountain, transforming the myriad twists and turns of martial arts training into a straight path to the heavens in your eyes. No assistance is required. You are now a prodigy riding the tempest. After consuming 500 points of malevolent energy, the already near-perfect third-stage duality began to show cracks. And a pure, golden radiance within his true blood intensified, thus elevating the quality of his body's core elixir. You have ascended to the third-stage triple realm. Possessing the highest level of refining technique, you can naturally cultivate the finest quality true blood. And you finally comprehend the notion that even among warriors of the same level, disparities exist beyond the third stage. Gained enhancement, true blood quality increased by 100. Ah, that explains it. No wonder this golden radiance feels far superior to that of the wanted criminal from that day. The progress on the screen continued unabated. After consuming 5,500 points of malevolent energy, the golden radiance in your true blood began to expand, reaching 1/3 of its potential. Your senses have significantly heightened, and the black pupils endowed with the eye of illusions gained dynamic vision far surpassing that of other warriors at your level. You have ascended to the third stage, 6th realm. After consuming 500 points of malevolent energy, the true blood within you flowed seamlessly, the golden radiance within becoming exceptionally clear, enhancing the quality of your body's core elixir, which now exuded an enchanting fragrance. You have ascended to the third stage, 9th realm. After consuming 500 points of malevolent energy, you have fully adapted to the sensations of the true blood realm. The vital energy surrounding you is flawless, and the speed of its eruption is nearly instantaneous. Martial arts level elevated. You have reached the pinnacle of the third stage. This enhancement consumed a total of 500 points of malevolent energy, equivalent to nearly 20 years of arduous training. Current malevolent energy, 6,000 points. In the instant the words settled, an unparalleled sense of power surged through his entire being. Boom! Yeli's aura exploded. Terrifying cold air rushing outward to the surrounding walls, the wooden bed beneath him shattering into countless fragments, and even the entire building trembled visibly. The enhancement from completing the first significant phase far surpassed any prior experience, as a force capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones surged into his body, coursing through his limbs and bones, prompting his breath to quicken. Even if I were to cease my training from this day forth, I would still possess a modicum of prestige within the Wind Province. How true that is. Yi Li's heart raced, his eyes sparkling with surprise as he stood amidst a shower of wood shavings, radiating an aura of complete mastery in elixir refinement. He tilted his head and gazed into the distance. Even the dust settling several hundred meters away appeared remarkably clear to him now, with heightened senses almost beyond human comprehension. Yeli perceived ayurd entirely on it. His dark eyes gleamed with a ferocious intensity akin to a lion's hidden within. After a brief moment of exhilaration, Yi Li's gaze returned to the panel before him. Current malevolent points, 6,000. It was time to devise a plan. Yi Li furrowed his brow. Chapter 66. The Astonishment and Actions of Elder Yu within the borders of Wind Province. At Windcloud University, the morning sun bathed a grand and imposing edifice, where numerous figures navigated through the halls, each exuding an extraordinary aura, with the weakest among them being of at least second-tier caliber. Atop a tall building, Lin Yingyun gazed with a hint of exasperation at the azure-robed elder in front of her, whose hair and beard danced in the breeze. Her teacher had a penchant for scaling to the rooftop each day, presenting an air of superiority for the students below to behold. If any of the newly enrolled youth were to witness such a spectacle, they would undoubtedly be awestruck, scratching their heads in hopes of seizing an opportunity to engage in conversation. "Teacher," Yingyun the elder called, "did you see that student over there, gazing at me with eager eyes? He must wish to take me as his master." Elder Yu stroked his beard and chuckled, "Alas. Clad in a sophomore's uniform and exuding a mere third-tier aura, he is destined to be unworthy of my tutelage." At his words, Lin Yingyun smiled gently. "What of Yi Li then? Ah, that child is undoubtedly fated to be my disciple." Elder Yu abruptly turned, a distinct joy illuminating his voice as he laughed heartily. "The potential he possesses is truly remarkable. He is destined to achieve great accomplishments and may one day inherit my legacy. Moreover, you may not be aware, but among the old geezers in the combat department, upon learning that I bestowed the sole reserved admission spot to a martial arts student from Linghai City, they laughed at me for acting too hastily. I could scarcely be bothered to argue with them. 30 years of the river flowing eastward, 30 years of it flowing westward. Let's wait and see. When Yi Li breaks through their ranks, I wonder if those old fogies will still be able to laugh. I'm not exaggerating. This may well transpire within 2 years. His ascent on the Wind Cloud rankings will likely surpass even that of your senior sister. Indeed, I share your sentiment." Lin Yingyun nodded in quiet agreement. While it may be difficult for others to believe, she felt that the handsome youth truly had the capability to accomplish such formidable and grand feats, as evidenced by his recent performance in the martial arts examination. "What? Did he excel in the martial arts examination?" Elder Yu queried, astonished at her lack of skepticism. Before he left, my disciple appeared quite incredulous, clamoring to see what was amiss. How could he return transformed in this manner? "More than merely excelling," Lin Yingyun replied, her expression peculiar. After a brief pause, she spoke with a tone tinged by astonishment. "Teacher, have you ever heard of someone scoring in the 7 figures during a martial arts examination? This is the first time I have ever witnessed such a thing. Wasn't senior sister Chen's score merely 6 figures back in her day? The entire realm of the Cracked Mountains has nearly been purged of third-tier aberrations by Yi Li single-handedly. Is this true? 7 figures?" Elder Yu paused in his habitual stroking of his beard, his expression one of astonishment. Has this young man been robbed of something by the aberrations? No. It is he who seized the throne within the realm. The aberrations sought to reclaim it, yet his prowess in slaying them was unparalleled, to the point where his garments were nearly drenched in their blood. Lin Yingyun was quite pleased with the reaction, smiling as she recounted the undeniable truth. Ultimately, all the third-tier aberrations in the realm were vanquished by him, and not a single one dared to ascend the mountain again, prompting him to cease his slaughter. A silence enveloped the air for several moments. So that is the case. Elder Yu resumed his habitual motion of stroking his beard, nodding slightly, murmuring in relief. That makes sense indeed. It is customary for realms to harbor a king beast, and the most abundant spiritual energy is naturally found in the dwelling of the king beast, the so-called throne. This young lad is boldly confronting them. It is no wonder the initial sentient third-tier aberrations could not withstand it. Regrettably, the youth's approach to this matter was one of relentless extermination. It is difficult to imagine how he will comport himself when he grows stronger and enters those advanced realms teeming with high-tier aberrations. Contemplating this, Elder Yu swallowed hard and then re-emerged with a smile. Where is he? Did he not return with you? No. He mentioned he had some unfinished business and would come back in a couple of days. That is good. Elder Yu's gaze shifted back downward. Chuckling softly, I've already credited him with the points for slaying the wanted criminal from last time. When he arrives, you should take him to the library to select some materials. What tier is he at now? Upon hearing these words, he abruptly turned to Lin Yinyan. The naturalness of her tone made him realize something was amiss. The last time they met, Yili appeared to be merely a novice in the second tier, relying on an unknown powerful secret technique to contend with the sixth layer of the second tier, Tang Yao. Now, he is able to regard third-tier aberrations as mere minor foes. Third-tier, true blood realm, is that so? Lin Yinyan expressed some confusion. Third tier? It cannot be mistaken. He must be utilizing the Danshi explosion. Lin Yinyan, assuming he doubted her discernment, waved her hand dismissively, asserting confidently, although somewhat unrefined, it is undoubtedly the Danshi explosion. He should be at the initial stage of the third tier, at 1 or 2 layers of proficiency. Elder Yu was taken aback, his entire being ensnared in prolonged silence, even his gestures coming to a halt. The second-tier warrior he had seen last time had suddenly transformed into a third-tier being? How long did it take? At most a week. What prodigious talent is this? When did the path of martial arts become so unobstructed? Could it be that he has accumulated a wealth of experience? But is this foundation not too outrageous? With thoughts racing, Elder Yu ultimately concluded that Yili must possess extraordinary innate talent, having lain dormant for too long, which allowed him to achieve such rapid advancement in merely a week. Is there anything else? He took a deep breath, harboring a sense of curiosity, and inquired. Indeed, there is more, Lin Yinyan nodded. Upon hearing this, Elder Yu's eyes twitched slightly. Speak. Lin Yinyan sighed. Teacher, please gather your belongings. What? Yu Wang was taken aback. Does he intend to take my place? Not quite. Lin Yinyan coughed lightly, adopting a serious tone. According to the head administrator, he has thoroughly bested the twin stars of the Yang family. One's subsequent martial arts training will undoubtedly be affected, and after the confrontation, one of them declared an intention to abandon martial practice altogether. Both have been left in utter disgrace. Given the local rumors surrounding the Yang family in Shanzhou, I believe they may pose a threat to Yi Li, even though he is currently a core student at Fengyan University. Given the stakes involved, I advise you to pay a visit to the Yang family and issue a mild warning. Upon hearing this, Yu Wang's gaze sharpened. The Yang family in Shanzhou is known for recruiting numerous disciples and has a reputation for being ruthless and decisive. It is said that even the enforcers of the local Qingyi Bureau do not show them much deference. Once offended, regardless of right or wrong, they will send their people to settle accounts. Their continued existence can be attributed to their willingness to hand over individuals to the Qingyi Bureau without hesitation whenever the latter comes to investigate, thereby avoiding any blame while simultaneously enhancing the Yang family's reputation in Shanzhou. Over time, their notoriety has grown, attracting countless disciples, while the number of martial artists daring to provoke them has dwindled. Thus, it is no wonder Lin Yinyan is concerned for Yi Li's safety. Huh! A faction led by a mere 5th-tier novice dares to trouble my student. Yu Wang's smile held no warmth as he inquired, who initiated the challenge against those twin stars. Many students from Shanzhou claim that the Yang siblings issued the invitation to battle, but it was indeed Yi Li who struck first, Lin Yinyan replied candidly. Then there is no issue. A challenge is met with combat. It is only reasonable. With that, Ewing turned to descend the stairs, his voice carried by the gentle breeze. I will visit Shanzhou. When Yili arrives at the school, you shall continue to guide him in his tasks, and perhaps introduce him to a few third-tier martial arts techniques. The corners of Ewing's mouth twitched. There are credits involved. Certainly, you can trust me with this. Lin Yingyun nodded eagerly. I shall head to Linhai City at once. Chapter 67. You go and eliminate Yi Li. In the grand courtyard of the Yang family in Shanzhou, the morning sun bathed the expansive grounds in a bright, yet somewhat chilling light. Before an ancient-style mansion adorned with rustic decor, individuals clad in peculiar attire stood quietly, seemingly awaiting something. At that moment, an elegantly dressed, gaunt elder emerged, his cold demeanor tinged with a hint of ire, exuding an air of formidable authority. Master of the house, how fares Wan Feng? One of the elegantly poised women in the forefront of the crowd rushed forward with concern. I heard he has injured his meridians. Will he be able to cultivate in the future? Upon hearing this, the head of the Yang family, nearing the end of his 200-year lifespan, twitched his eyelids twice, his gaze settling upon her as he spoke calmly. Over 3/4 of his meridians have been frozen, yet the assailant showed some restraint and did not completely incapacitate him. With the intervention of a 4th-tier physician, he could likely return to his former self in about 5 years. Upon hearing these words, the Yang family members gathered in the courtyard, who had previously worried that Yang Wanfeng might be rendered incapable due to this incident, thus causing the family to lose its most brilliant star in recent years and fade into obscurity in Shanzhou, finally breathed a sigh of relief. For a genius 2nd-tier martial artist like Yang Wanfeng, 5 years is neither a short nor an excessively long period. Given the resources of the Yang family, hiring a 4th-tier physician with healing abilities should not pose a significant challenge. However, the beautiful woman frowned, her enchanting face clouded with intense fury as she exclaimed indignantly, "That wretched Yi Li, how could he inflict such suffering upon my son? 5 years. How many 5-year spans can one have in a lifetime? By then, Yi Li will have graduated from Fengyan University, while Wanfeng will only just be able to resume his training." She turned to the elder above and said through gritted teeth, "Head of the family, this matter absolutely cannot be left unresolved." Her words, surprisingly, elicited a consensus among the numerous Yang family members present. The rationale was straightforward. The Yang family had cultivated a reputation in Shanzhou over the years for their principle of an eye for an eye, having taken countless lives and gathered numerous followers. How could they allow a mere 3rd-tier martial artist from Fengyan University to set a precedent, to tarnish their name? An eye for an eye, and act according to one's deeds. These two phrases not only encapsulate the Yang family's ethos, but also serve as a fervent advertisement to attract potential followers. One must ask, which wandering martial artist would not be tempted by a force willing to go to any lengths for vengeance? The Yang family has adhered to such tenets for over a century. Even if Yi Li were the highest scorer in the history of martial examinations in the province, he is still merely an ordinary 3rd-tier, true blood realm practitioner. If they were to refrain from taking action against him simply because of his privileged status as a Fengyan University student, how could they ever hope to attract followers in the future? Without followers, how would the Yang family practice the burning blood secret technique? Head of the family, I have gathered all the information. At this moment, a middle-aged man stepped forward, speaking in a low voice. That young man currently resides in the southern district of Linhai City. I know even his door number clearly. With your approval, he will not live to see the day he enters Fengyan University. While they cannot confront Fengyan University directly, dealing with a student who is yet to enroll is well within their capabilities. Yidi, the head of the Yang family, savored the name, an astonishing killing intent flickering in his murky eyes as his hands, clasped behind his back, gradually tightened. He inquired, "Is this Yili currently at the 3rd-tier of the True Blood realm?" "Indeed," someone replied with a nod. "According to the instructors from various martial arts high schools, he should be at the initial stage of the 3rd-tier. A 3rd-tier martial artist, not yet 20 years old." The head of the Yang family remarked with a wry smile, "He truly is a prodigy in martial arts." Reflecting on his own youth, he recalled that he had barely broken through to the 2nd tier at the age of 20. And it was only through the secret techniques of the Yang family that he had successfully advanced to the 5th tier, earning a formidable reputation. Though the forced breakthrough had left him with a hidden ailment, rendering further advancement in this lifetime impossible. The assistance from those loyal retainers was sufficient to solidify the Yang family's standing in Shanzhou City. It is precisely for this reason that the elder understood the arduous nature of martial cultivation. In this moment, he came to a profound realization. If this Li were not eliminated today, he would undoubtedly become a force capable of toppling the Yang family in the future. The century-old reputation of the Yang family must not be tarnished on my watch. The head of the Yang family spoke in a chilling tone, his words clearly indicating his stance. Yang Rong, take those 2 4th-tier esteemed retainers and deal with the matter. Are you referring to the disheartened sword in that dragon monument hand? One exclaimed in astonishment. The former, 30 years ago, wielded a Qingyun sword to single-handedly penetrate a force guarded by a 3rd-tier strongman, only to have his beloved murdered by remnants of that faction, leading him to adopt the name disheartened sword. He joined the Yang family solely to avenge his beloved. The latter was a martial artist proficient in unconventional techniques, with iron palms capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones. He had killed no fewer than 50 exotic beasts over the years. Both were renowned martial artists in Shanzhou City and throughout the entire Ying province. And they were among the few 4th-tier warriors within the Yang family, ranked high in martial prowess. Now, to confront a fledgling 3rd-tier youth, the head of the Yang family, a middle-aged man named Yang Rong, bore a prominent scar on his face, reminiscent of a mark left by searing flames. Gazing at the noble elder above, he hesitated, his expression wavering as he inquired, "Isn't this a bit of an overreaction? Setting aside the potential losses, once a 4th-tier warrior strikes, the momentum they unleash is vastly different from that of a 1st-tier martial artist. It is colossal and difficult to conceal. If the Qingyi Bureau were to notice, the Yang family would suffer the loss of 2 4th-tier warriors, which would indeed be a grievous blow. What is there to fear?" The head of the Yang family shot him a cold glance, his voice calm as he replied, "If it is exposed, so be it. Their enmity is already established, and they owe a debt to the Yang family. We can hand them over to the Qingyi Bureau afterward. Or do you believe that a 3rd-tier warrior barely in his 20s is worth less than 2 4th-tier warriors whose potential has been exhausted?" At these words, the scar on Yang Rong's face quivered slightly. Indeed, in comparison to such a boundlessly promising young warrior, the loss of the 2 4th-tier retainers seemed unexpectedly acceptable. With this thought in mind, he bowed and clasped his hands respectfully, saying, "I will attend to it immediately." "Wait," the beautiful woman interjected sharply, then turned to the noble elder above, gritting her teeth as she proposed, "Head, may I go in your stead? Swap with you?" "Indeed," the alluring woman affirmed. "I have just broken through to the 6th level of the 3rd tier, 2 levels higher than Yang Rong. If I go, the chances of success will be greater." As she spoke, a surge of murderous intent surged in her eyes, her tone icily resolute. "Furthermore, I genuinely wish to personally slay the one who has crippled my son." Taking note of her fierce countenance, the head of the Yang family contemplated for a moment before nodding slightly. "Very well, you shall go instead." "Thank you, head." The beautiful woman's face lit up with joy as she hastily bowed in gratitude. "Disperse." The head of the Yang family emitted a faint acknowledgement before uttering a brief remark, turning to stride back into the house. Approximately an hour later, the crowd outside gradually dispersed. Inside, the fragrance of medicinal herbs permeated the air. Yang Wanfeng, pale of complexion, slowly rose from his bed. "Grandfather," he said, "you need not rise. You should rest," replied the elder, his weathered face displaying a hint of tenderness. The mediocre talents of those outside were of little concern to him. It was only this exceptionally gifted grandson that truly stirred his emotions. The old man was acutely aware that his time was limited, perhaps a mere 20 years remaining. By then, Yang Wanfeng would have matured into the finest heir. With his remarkable aptitude, he could undoubtedly elevate the Yang family of Shanzhou to new heights, potentially even adding a member to the 3 sects and 6 factions of Huanxia. Rest assured, the arrangements regarding Yili have been made. Your mother will lead 2 4th-tier guests to eliminate him. He has only a few days left to live. The venerable elder patted the youth beside the bed, his tone noticeably gentler than before. As for your injuries, I will engage the finest fourth-tier physician in the province to treat you, with the Yang family's secret methods. You may recover in 3 years. The blood from those fourth-tier guests can be obtained swiftly, and then I will employ the secret technique to ensure you can at least walk again. Yang Wan Feng nodded sleepily. Upon hearing Yi Li's name, a flicker of resentment ignited in his eyes, and he took a deep breath before responding, "Thank you, grandfather." "No need for thanks. We are family." The head of the Yang family waved his hand dismissively. For the sake of the Yang family's century-long reputation and future development, it was imperative that Yi Li perish. The elder pondered for a moment before expressing some confusion. "By the way, regarding your sister Yang Wan, she seems to have been affected by something and has locked herself in her room, refusing to come out or see you." Wanner, Yang Wanfeng's expression grew slightly awkward. Perhaps she had been startled by Yi Li's actions. "You need not worry. I will visit her in a couple of days. Indeed, your relationship has always been strong." The head of the Yang family nodded, showing little concern for the matter. Just then, a faint sound of something slicing through the air suddenly resonated from the horizon. Following that, a powerful presence abruptly descended upon the Yang family estate. Sensing this aura, the head of the Yang family stood up abruptly, his gaze drifting toward the window as he muttered with a hint of gravity, "A fifth-tier martial artist? Their aura surpasses mine. What business could they have at the Yang residence? Grandfather, please remain still. I shall investigate." Yang Wanfeng instructed as he rose and made his way outside. Upon stepping out, he beheld a figure adorned in flowing robes, surrounded by a gentle breeze, descending gracefully from the sky into the Yang family courtyard. The newcomer's sleeves fluttered, embroidered with vibrant clouds in dynamic motion. From Fengyun University? The head of the Yang family furrowed his brow slightly and inquired aloud, "What brings the esteemed instructor from Fengyun University to my Yang family? Surely, none of our clansmen have been admitted." Given the visitor's affiliation with Fengyun University, his tone remained remarkably courteous. Upon hearing this, Elder Yu stepped forward with a cheerful demeanor, stating, "I am Elder Yu, the mentor of Yi Li and a senior instructor at Fengyun University." The head of the Yang family pondered for a moment, feeling a slight heaviness in his heart. Before feigning ignorance and inquiring, "I see, but you have yet to answer my question. What brings you to the Yang family?" He was well aware of the answer. It was for Yi Li's safety. Yet, even with this knowledge, he had to maintain appearances otherwise. When the news of Yi Li's demise spread, it would be challenging for him, as the head of the Yang family, to distance himself from his guests. The director of the Qingyi Bureau in Shanzhou was a fifth-tier powerhouse. Although he would show some deference to the Yang family, he certainly would not hesitate to act against them. Elder Yu, observing the noble elder's puzzled expression, couldn't help but curse internally. Nevertheless, he wore a smile on his aged face. "I came to check on some rumors." As he spoke, his gaze swept across the Yang family estate, casually asking, "I have heard that the Yang family has been actively recruiting guests. I wonder how many fourth-tier martial artists you have managed to attract thus far?" "Recruiting fourth-tier martial artists is no simple task," the head of the Yang family replied, also smiling and shaking his head. "Despite the generous conditions offered by the Yang family over the years, we have not managed to attract many." "Indeed, your words are as enlightening as ever." Elder Yu responded with a tone of feigned admiration, a subtle smile playing on his lips. "I sincerely apologize. As a mentor from Fengyun University, you are indeed a distinguished guest of the Yang family." The head of the Yang family maintained a calm gaze upon Elder Yu, responding slowly, "However, this matter pertains to the privacy of the Yang family, and I must decline to divulge any details. I trust Fengyun University would not pry into the private affairs of others, would it?" It was nearly impossible for someone from Fengyun University to openly take action against the Yang family. "That is indeed the case," Elder Yu acknowledged with a slight nod, adding with a smile, "In truth, I am quite a respectable elder who values boundaries in my relationships with students." He had traveled 400 miles from Fengyun University to this place at his fastest pace. The fourth-tier martial artists of the Yang family likely had little free time, so even if the dog were swift, he could not mobilize them immediately. As he considered this, Elder Yu suddenly appeared to recall something and chuckled lightly, Speaking of which, my listening wind technique has reached a perfected state. The listening wind technique? The head of the Yang family inquired, his brow furrowing. Indeed, Elder Yu confirmed with a slight nod, patiently explaining, this is a 5th-tier martial skill of mine. I cannot boast too much, but I assure you that I can hear every movement within a 10-mile radius of the Yang family estate quite clearly. What do you mean by that? The head of the Yang family asked, his frown deepening. Elder Yu stepped closer, his tone suddenly turning icy. In the coming 5 days, should any of the 8 4th-tier martial artists of the Yang family within a 10-mile radius go missing, do not blame me if I turn hostile. Upon hearing this, the head of the Yang family's expression subtly shifted, yet inwardly, he heaved a sigh of relief. The Yang family actually possesses 10 4th-tier warriors. The fact that the opposing side claims there are only 8 indicates that Yang may has already departed with the 2 4th-tier guests. What a diligent daughter. Reflecting on this, the head of the Yang family suppresses his rising joy and feigns difficulty as he speaks. Esteemed sir, your actions are rather tyrannical, are they not? Are you not afraid I will report you to Fengyun University? Go ahead then, Mr. Yu chuckled, making his way into the inner room while waving his hand dismissively. I wish to stay here for 3 to 5 days. I hope I am not causing any inconvenience. One more thing, Mr. Yu turned around, looking at the head of the Yang family with a smile. Before my disciple ascends to the 5th tier, regardless of any mishap he encounters or who is responsible, I shall prioritize coming to eliminate you. The head of the Yang family. Upon hearing this, the head of the Yang family's expression darkened significantly. This madman, if Yili were to perish, he would have to immediately inform the Qingyi Bureau to have this lunatic apprehended. Chapter 69. Before we strike, does anyone wish to depart? In Lianhai City, within a secluded, ordinary neighborhood, Lin Yinyun, clad in a light purple robe, entered one of the residential buildings after repeated confirmations. This must be the place. She paused before a door, glancing at the number, 1802. Excellent, all is well. Just as she was about to knock, the door swung open from within. Creaking, the door revealed a familiar young man in white standing behind it, gazing at her with a calm demeanor. Gomein. Lin Yinyun hurriedly stepped inside. Upon entering, she noticed luggage strewn across the floor. It was evident he was preparing to leave. He is aware that the Yang family has set their sights on him and must quickly seek refuge at Fengyun University. Lin Yinyun mused with a silent chuckle. His behavior until now had been so erratic that she nearly forgot he was still a young warrior under 20. Only upon witnessing his current actions did Lin Yinyun feel a sense of relief. So, you do have moments of fear. This is more fitting. This is how a young warrior, inexperienced in the ways of the world, should be. Was he specifically here to fetch me? Or was it due to the matter with the Yang family? Yili casually pulled out a chair and sat, his gaze sweeping over her. He did not suspect any ulterior motive. After all, they had only parted ways the day before, and his visit today indicated a sense of urgency. The only pressing matter on his mind must be the feud with the Yang family. Clever. Lin Yinyun gave him a thumbs up and then leisurely stretched. Our teacher is likely holding down the fort at the Yang family. With him present these few days, 4th-tier experts should think twice before acting recklessly. Then why doesn't he come directly to escort me? Yili asked, puzzled. He usually prefers to take the initiative. Lin Yinyun waved her hand dismissively. When he encounters something he wishes to pursue, he cannot sit still. You need not concern yourself with him. He will surely keep the Yang family in check. Very well. Yili nodded slightly. Do you have any further matters to attend to? Lin Yinyun stifled a yawn and suggested, if there's nothing else. Let's head to school now. Once we step onto the campus, the Yang family would not dare to approach you, not even linger nearby. Our school is formidable. After all, Yili rose to his feet. Indeed, Lin Yinyun leaned against the doorframe, rubbing her slightly dark-circled eyes, and smiled. Have you seen how many powerful fighters we have here? The rankings are filled with individuals above the 3rd tier, all of whom would be key players in any martial arts university. She pointed to herself, chin slightly raised, with an air of pride, by the way. I'm also listed on that ranking. Which position? Lin Yinyun paused for a moment, noticing Yi Li's gaze fixed on her, and reluctantly admitted, I'm not particularly skilled in combat, just one spot below a 3rd-tier 6th-level fighter. And that individual ranks where? 29. Why not just say you're last? Yili chaklet. Lin Yinyan took a deep breath, suppressing her embarrassment. I'm not angry, not at all. In 2 years, I want to even be able to compare to him, so it's not worth my concern. Once he meets senior sister Chun, he'll understand that there are always greater talents out there. Having adjusted her mood, Lin Yinyan picked up the luggage from the floor, invigorated. All right, let us set off. With that, she stepped out the door and pressed the elevator button. Buzz. The elevator began its slow ascent from the first floor. The residents in this building have such peculiar schedules. Returning home in the middle of the day, Lin Yinyan frowned slightly, her delicate oval face displaying a hint of exasperation. It was evident she had just arrived, yet the elevator had already returned to the ground floor. She was not fond of waiting for elevators. At that moment, a hand rested upon her shoulder. Lin Yinyan turned, puzzled, to see Yili standing calmly behind her, his dark eyes glimmering with intensity as he focused intently on the elevator entrance, as if he had perceived something significant. I am the only resident in this building. Yili's voice was unusually flat, yet to Lin Yinyan's ears, it resonated like ominous thunder. There's a palpable murderous aura in the elevator, a very strong one. What? Lin Yinyan quickly harnessed her inner energy, shaking off her earlier lethargy. Without a moment's hesitation to ponder how the boy's perception surpassed her own, she formed a hand seal, her purple robe billowing without wind, as intricate and mysterious runes emerged around her. Divine calculation and fate intertwined, shadows and light, fortune and misfortune, a talent of the highest order, the art of celestial divination. In an instant, Lin Yinyan's complexion paled slightly, her breath quickening. Her eyes were fixed intently on the elevator that had reached the 16th floor, her tone tense as if facing a grave threat. 2 martial artists, one at the 4th tier 2nd level, the other at the 3rd tier 6th level. We must flee. With that, she seized Yi Li's wrist, ready to dash down the stairs. HM. Lin Yinyan had barely taken 2 steps when she was abruptly halted. She found Yi Li standing resolutely in place, while her hand felt as if ensnared by a steel spring, utterly immovable. What are you waiting for? Lin Yinyan was taken aback, realizing that if she did not flee now, was she to wait for the adversary to ascend? Remain calm. If a confrontation is inevitable, do not panic. Yi Li's expression was as tranquil as a still lake, gently rotating the storage ring on his hand, while quietly observing the numbers ascending beside the elevator. Given the configuration of the opponent, escaping was certainly out of the question. It would be far more prudent to eliminate the threat before her. Thus, the problem would be resolved, would it not? On the other side, Lin Yinyan followed his gaze and felt a chill run down her spine. The small screen beside the elevator glaringly displayed the number 18. Ding! In the next instant, the elevator doors opened with a soft chime. 2 unfamiliar figures appeared before them. A robust man with exceptionally large hands and a strikingly beautiful woman. The former kept his gaze lowered, exuding a quiet strength, while the latter raised her slender eyes, coldly scrutinizing the 2 outside the elevator. Then, her red lips parted, releasing a voice that sent shivers down the spine. Shall we descend together? Before Lin Yinyan could decline, Yi Li politely nodded and stepped into the elevator first. Seeing this, Lin Yinyan gritted her teeth and followed suit. After pressing the button for the first floor, the elevator doors slowly closed. Within the confined space, the air felt as though it had solidified, creating a suffocating and oppressive atmosphere. You're Yi Li? As soon as she spoke, Yang Mei's emotions began to escalate, her voice trembling as she questioned, Are you the one who incapacitated my son? Located at the border of Linhai City and Shanzhou City, she had rushed from the Yang family, eager to locate the assailant who had harmed Yang Wanfeng. Now, the culprit stood before her, exuding an air of calm that only fueled her desire for vengeance. Ingdade, Madame, Yili replied, his gaze first sweeping over the 4th-tier warrior before turning to the beautiful woman with a playful smile. Moreover, I now intend to hunt down his steed. Chapter 69. Is this what you refer to as a 3rd-tier warrior? What did you say? Yang Mei could scarcely believe her ears. Just as she prepared to respond, the youth in white suddenly lifted his cold golden eyes, emanating an aura of authority and mystery that captivated her soul. In an instant, She felt goosebumps rising on her back, a visceral sense of dread washing over her. The opponent should merely be a newly minted third-tier warrior. Why did he invoke such an overwhelming sense of fear? "Seize him!" Yang Mei shouted in a mix of shock and fury, instinctively retreating toward a corner to give the robust man room to act. The man nodded slightly, his towering figure stepping forward as he extended his large hand, forcefully aiming for Yi Li's shoulder. In an instant, his massive hand pressed down upon Yi Li's shoulder, unleashing a terrifying force of several tons as he attempted to pin him to the ground. Yet, in the next moment, astonishment flickered across his face. The opponent stood firm, his posture unwavering, not even a hint of bending at the waist. The tremendous force emanating from his own hands seemed to vanish into the depths of the sea without a trace. Is this the prowess of a third-tier warrior? Just as the burly man entertained this thought, a wave of excruciating pain surged from his abdomen. With a whoosh, a blue gold spear, adorned with dragon scales, sliced through the air, penetrating his protective aura and embedding itself deep within his gut. "Stop looking. You are doomed," Yi Li chuckled softly, releasing the spear. His entire being harmonized with the energy within him, unleashing a formidable burst of essence, culminating in the most terrifying strike of Jiaolong Jinshan yet. Before the burly man could even utter a cry of anguish, Yi Li's fist, charged with vitality, struck him squarely in the chest. With the dual enhancements of perfected Shuishan Shushen and Jin Hun Fushu, breaching the defenses of a fourth-tier warrior was as effortless as a mere flick of the wrist. Boom! An explosive force, far beyond that of a mere third-tier warrior, erupted, sending the burly man hurtling backward, crashing through the elevator doors and into the floor, ultimately slamming against the wall with a resounding thud. A clear sound of shattering echoed as the residual force obliterated the wall itself. He found himself exposed to the perilous heights of several dozen meters. At such an altitude, a fourth-tier powerhouse would typically be able to adjust their form and land safely. Yet, inexplicably, this so-called dragon steel hand felt his limbs utterly stiff, unresponsive to his commands. Despite his frantic attempts to right himself mid-air, he plummeted heavily to the ground amidst the roaring winds. Gasp! The internal pressure from the force of gravity bore down on his organs, and the fallen giant coughed up a mouthful of crimson blood, laced with an astonishing chill, the emergence of cold energy accompanying his essence. No wonder his limbs refused to obey. The burly man's face turned ashen, the agonizing pain radiating from within, rendering him incapable of moving even a single finger. Though there was an element of carelessness, he had undeniably been dispatched with 2 swift blows. Blood continued to spill from his mouth, the spear in his abdomen steadily siphoning away his life force. Am I truly to perish like this? Resentment and bitterness welled up in the depths of his eyes. A single punch had left him grievously injured, with terrifying force equivalent to several tons, complemented by the chilling effect of his essence. Is this what you call merely entering the third tier? Inside the elevator, as she witnessed the burly man being dispatched in 2 swift moves, Yang Mei es we dened in disbelief. This was the renowned dragon steel hand of Shanzhou. In terms of sheer physical strength, no one in the Yang family could match him, save for the family patriarch. And yet, he was sent flying by a mere novice in the third tier. A tempest of emotions surged within Yang Mei. However, there was clearly no time to ponder such matters, for the figure of the youth had already materialized before her. Wait! Panic gripped Yang Mei, and instinctively, she attempted to retreat, only to find the wall pressing against her back. This is bad. The moment this thought crossed her mind, the youth's slender, pale fingers shot forth like lightning, seizing her face. Yang Mei let out a piercing scream as her entire being erupted with a surge of vitality. Grasping the arm extended towards her with both hands, she exerted all her strength to tear free. Despite having lived a life of luxury, she was still a martial artist at the 6th level of the third tier, and her fundamental instincts for combat remained intact. However, under her explosive energy, the arm that held her captive remained immovable, instead unleashing an overwhelming force. Boom! In the astonished gaze of Lin Yingyun, Yi Li slammed the beautiful woman against the wall with tremendous force. The terrifying power swept across her face, blurring Yang Mei's consciousness as her eyes rolled back. In the final fleeting moment of awareness, she managed to utter a sound from the depths of her throat. Disappointment. Boom! Her head was again smashed against the wall. Her last words brutally interrupted. Amidst the shower of debris, the young man continued to strike the wall with rapid, direct blows, creating a web of intricate cracks. During this time, Yang Mei's blood surged multiple times as she attempted to employ the blood ignition secret technique, but each effort was unceremoniously thwarted. With the spine-chilling sounds of destruction echoing around her, in less than a second, blood flowed profusely from Yang Mei's once alluring face, rendering her visage grotesque, with only her mouth emitting a faint, pitiful wail. Just then, a tremendous force of sword energy surged from below. Boom! Before the razor-sharp sword energy, the entire base of the elevator and the concrete structure beneath it were obliterated into rubble. Yi Li casually tossed Yang Mei away, freed from restraint. Her form plummeted until a figure swiftly swooped in to catch her, landing deftly on ground. With a light step, the newcomer vanished into the open space outside the residential building. Yi Li narrowed his eyes and gazed outside the building. There stood a lean man clad in a green robe, exuding an intimidating presence. In his arms lay the unconscious Yang Mei, her complexion exceedingly grim. Upon sensing Yi Li's scrutiny, the swordsman raised his hollow gaze, his slender hand gripping the sword hilt tightly. He slowly raised his long sword, pointing it at the two within the building, and spoke coldly. "That young lady, if you wish to preserve your life, leave at once. Today, I seek only the life of this young man. I have shattered the silver token. Within a quarter of an hour, the enforcers of Linhai City will arrive." Before the swordsman's formidable aura, Lin Yingyun stepped forward, raising the shattered silver token in her hand and declaring firmly, "If you desire to live, depart at once." The shattering of the silver token from Wind and Cloud University could serve as an emergency signal. If she could not intimidate him, she could only hope for the swift arrival of the enforcers. In an instant, Lin Yingyun's not-so-sharp mind raced, both terrified and secretly relieved. Thankfully, although she was unsure of the means employed, the earlier fourth-tier martial artist seemed to have been severely injured by Yi Li. To her astonishment, the Yang family had dispatched two fourth-tier martial artists along with a third-tier martial artist to ambush Yi Li. Although the swordsman before her was formidable, she believed that with her and Yi Li's combined efforts, holding out for a quarter of an hour should not be insurmountable. Just at that moment, in the midst of Lin Yingyun's astonished gaze, Yi Li stepped forward slowly and addressed the somber-faced swordsman in a green robe, saying, "I suggest you brace yourself, for shortly I will cause both of you to take flight." Initially, he intended to earn a bit more malevolence by resorting to blunt force, but the sudden appearance of the opponent thwarted his plans. Damn it, this only exacerbated his already meager balance. He had no intention of becoming a living embodiment of death. Yet now he had no choice but to embrace that role. Chapter 70, Solo Kill at 4th Tier, Verifiable Achievements. Yi Li was currently quite irate. After elevating himself to the pinnacle of the 3rd tier, his malevolence points dwindled to a mere 4 digits. In pursuit of maximizing his gains, he opted to take some risks and refrain from immediately dispatching the enchanting woman. It seemed he would have to expend considerable effort henceforth. Yi Li exhaled lightly, as his robust, true energy began to circulate rapidly, manifesting as a fiery white mist around his form, rendering him somewhat translucent. Even in his current state, facing an early-stage 4th-tier warrior would prove to be quite arduous. Only by activating Golden Soul Revival could he temporarily obtain overwhelming physical strength to overpower his adversary. However, a 4th-tier warrior possessed not only superior physical prowess, but also a true energy output far exceeding that of a 3rd-tier practitioner. Had it not been for this, he would not have chosen to swiftly eliminate the burly man. In the prior elevator, the cramped space had prevented the formidable figure from unleashing his full 4th-tier strength, as he was concerned about harming the beautiful woman, thus falling victim to Yi Li's strategy. Yet, at this moment, the green-robed swordsman also a fourth-tier warrior, harbored no such reservations. Despite the potential disturbance to the surrounding citizens, he could strike with impunity. Stay calm. Hearing Yeli's words. Ling Yinyan hastily intergested, Yeli. He possesses an aura even stronger than that of the previous opponent. Enough with the chatter. Just kill him. Yili interrupted her, his gaze fixed intently on the green-clad swordsman. His eyes shimmered with an otherworldly light, as if capable of piercing through all illusions. Arrogant fool, the swordsman replied, his previously vacant expression sharpening, veins bulging on the back of his hand, as he swung his 3-foot-long blade downwards with ferocity. The formidable aura of a fourth-tier Heavenly Gate realm warrior erupted suddenly, unleashing a visible and terrifying sword energy that surged directly towards Yi Li. As the sword energy carved its path, the solid concrete ground cracked inch by inch, steps exploded, and countless fragments were swept into the chaos. The might of this strike far surpassed that of a third-tier warrior. Before the oncoming torrent of lethal sword energy, Yi Li's golden eyes blazed with intensity, and the white mist enveloping him ignited fervently. He moved forward, undeterred, to meet it head-on. Boom! The immense sword energy collided with the figure clad in white, erupting into a tremendous explosion, sending forth a violent gale that stirred up clouds of dust and scattered debris. Inside the building, Lin Yinyan shielded her eyes, straining to glimpse the unfolding scene amidst the swirling dust. Suddenly, a voice, laced with both fury and astonishment, reverberated through the vicinity. Regeneration of broken bones. What kind of ability is this? Regeneration of broken bones? Lin Yinyan felt her heart tremble, hastily exiting the building to gaze at the open ground ahead. The swordsman clad in blue stared incredulously at the white-clad youth who had suddenly positioned himself before him. His slender face was etched with astonishment, and even his swordplay faltered for a fleeting moment. Yet, despite this, his movements were swifter than those of the youth. With a surge of true energy, he gripped his long sword tightly, gritting his teeth as he boldly proclaimed, "Slash." Suddenly, a formidable sword aura erupted from the 3-foot azure blade, as if it had received an extraordinary enhancement, and it sliced downwards towards the enemy, who stood within arm's reach. In Yi Li's eyes, golden light surged, and the mystical blood coursing through his veins writhed with fervor. Unwavering, he gathered his energy, and in an instant executed a flawless Dan Chi explosion, colliding with the incoming sword aura. Boom! The sword aura detonated, blood spraying forth. As the blue-clad swordsman watched in disbelief as Yi Li's severed fingers rapidly regrew at an astonishing speed, before the refined technique of Dan Chi explosion. Even the sword aura of a fourth-tier early-stage martial artist was no match for him. Yi Li's gaze flickered with intensity. His reborn fingers clenched tightly, his energy coiling around him once more, the muscles in his arms compressing like springs, ready to unleash their might. With a second Dan Chi explosion, the force cascaded forth. The overwhelming energy surged towards the blue-clad swordsman, sending his longsword careening into an exaggerated arc, failing to completely deflect the onslaught. The residual force crashed into the swordsman's chest, and the woman in his arms, Yang Mei, absorbed a portion of the impact, instantly jolting awake from her stupor, spewing crimson blood. Yi Li, like a shadow, seized the opportunity, his arms spread wide as the subsequent Dan Chi explosion unfurled in a heartbeat. Boom! 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 The flawless Dan Chi explosion surged forth like a relentless tide, each wave of tremendous force battering against the blue-clad swordsman, who could no longer afford to concern himself with the bloodied Yang Mei in his embrace. His previously sullen countenance was now flushed with exertion. Was this truly a third-tier warrior? What a farce! The blue-clad swordsman skidded backward, his heart swelling with disbelief, the grip on his long sword trembling slightly. His meticulously honed body felt as if it were on the brink of freezing from the chilling force that assailed him. The opponent's technique was astonishingly flawless, and the Dan Chi explosion flowed seamlessly as though it required no true energy at all. Such terrifying combat prowess bore no resemblance to a novice at the third tier. He seemed more like a seasoned warrior who had honed his craft for a century. The quality of true blood coursing through his opponent's veins was likely nearing its peak. The blade in his hand emitted a mournful wail, threatening to shatter at any moment. At this moment, the white-clad youth stood resolute, arms fully extended. Every ounce of vitality within him pushed to its utmost limits. The flesh upon his knuckles was nearly obliterated, exposing bone, as his wounds rapidly regenerated. With the force of a meteor crashing into the earth, the 10th Dan Chi explosion erupted against the azure sword. Crack! The treasured weapon that had accompanied the swordsman for countless years shattered into countless tiny fragments, scattering in all directions. Before he could even lament its loss, the youth seized the moment, swinging his right arm in a wide arc and delivering a thunderous punch directly to the swordsman's face. A powerful force surged towards the face of the 4th-tier warrior, rendering him momentarily dazed. His slender frame was sent hurtling through the air, crashing into several cars. And amidst the cacophony, he flew backward for dozens of yards. Nevertheless, he instinctively formed a dense barrier of sword energy around himself, hoping to buy some time. With the remnants of his consciousness, he raised his head, only to be met by a pair of golden eyes devoid of any emotion, mere inches away. Yili was like a shadow, having swiftly positioned himself before the warrior. His muscular physique bulged ominously, exuding a terrifying strength as he swung his arms, fists striking like a tempest. The swordsman in the blue robe gritted his teeth, discarding Yang Mei from his embrace, and clenched his own fists, preparing to confront the oncoming assault. Bang! 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 The two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, their fists colliding in the air with brutal intensity, sending shockwaves reverberating around them. Sword energy surged forth, causing the earth to tremble. Cars forged from steel exploded upon impact, and trees that required several people to encircle toppled over. Is he really a 3rd-tier warrior? Lin Yingyun, observing from a distance, was left astounded. The 4th-tier warrior, who was undoubtedly ranked among the top 10 in the wind and cloud rankings, was now being overwhelmed by Yi Li. The disparity in tiers was evident. Are 3rd-tier warriors this ferocious now? A monster? Yang Mei, shakily rising from the ground, was filled with trepidation at the sight. Both 4th-tier warriors had been slain by him. Just moments ago, she had witnessed the youth regenerate the flesh severed by the swordsman, surpassing even the renowned self-healing beasts of the secret realm. This young man is a true monster. Boom! Yili swung his right arm once more, delivering a punch that shattered like thunder, forcibly breaking through the swordsman's defenses. The protective sword energy surrounding the swordsman dissipated under the impact, leaving his pale face devoid of color as his internal energy momentarily faltered. Spare me. I am compelled to serve the Yang family. He cried out in desperation upon seeing Yi Li charge again. The white-clad youth offered no respite, unleashing a punch that caved in the swordsman's chest. The impact sent the swordsman flying, a spray of blood mixed with internal fragments erupting from his mouth as he soared through the air, crashing through several trees before finally tumbling to the ground after numerous rotations. Blood streamed from his orifices and the light in his eyes dimmed rapidly. He instinctively attempted to rise, but his shattered organs could no longer provide him with any energy, leaving him completely immobilized. With a heavy breath, Yili expelled a cloud of foul air, and the golden gleam in his eyes gradually faded, returning to their original dark hue. He had expended nearly 70% of his internal energy, even with his blood quality boosted to the peak by the Snow Mountain body refinement. If it had been a typical pinnacle 3rd-tier warrior, they would have long since met their end. A serious 4th-tier warrior is indeed a formidable foe to vanquish. However, the rewards were substantial. The words on the interface danced joyfully, relaying his accomplishments. You have repeatedly gravely injured a 3rd-tier 6th-level warrior, earning 5,000 points of malevolence. You have slain a 4th-tier 2nd-level warrior, earning 12,000 points of malevolence. You have slain a 4th-tier triple warrior, earning 13,000 points of malevolence. At last, his purse had swelled once more. Chapter 71. shattering the chains of fate in a nearby clearing. Watching the blood-soaked youth in white, Yang Mei's face was filled with despair. Rushing from the Yang family, she never anticipated such an outcome. The earlier commotion had drawn numerous residents from the surrounding buildings, their curious yet terrified gazes fixed upon the scene. In the midst of this eerie silence, Lin Yingyun cast a sympathetic glance in her direction, though her heart harbored little empathy. Instead, she felt a sense of exhilaration. She understood, well, that had it not been for Yi Li's unexpectedly formidable strength, it would have been her two companions who lay dead. It was truly astonishing that the Yang family had dared to take such risks. Approaching Yi Li, Lin Yingyun spoke through gritted teeth, rest assured. They dare to lay hands on a core student of Fengyun University. Once this reaches the school, the entire Yang family will pay a hefty price. Given the composition of their forces, she had no doubt they would not let her escape unscathed. At this moment, her resentment towards the beautiful woman was palpable. Fortunately, armed with the evidence of the attack on a core student, along with a witness, the Yang family was likely facing inevitable ruin. Upon hearing Lin Yingyun's words, Yang Mei hastily glanced at Yi Li, her heart plummeting upon noticing the conspicuous golden waist token. A chill coursed through her entire being. A core student? No one had informed her of this. Even the head of the Yang family was unaware. It was rumored that Yi Li was a direct admission student, but such students were typically bronze level. Who could have anticipated he was gold level? Clenching her teeth, Yang Mei fixed her gaze on the youthful face still tinged with murderous intent, her emotions surging violently within her chest. If the Yang family had targeted an ordinary bronze-level student, they could have invoked personal grudges as an excuse, merely handing over the two implicated fourth-tier warriors to the Bureau of Anomalies to quell the incident. However, striking against core students wielding gold tokens carried an entirely different significance, akin to attempting to assassinate the deputy director of the Municipal Bureau of Anomalies. The distinction was stark. The charges would escalate from personal vendetta to the level of intent to rebel, even if the Bureau of Anomalies in Shanzhou City annihilated the Yang family. Their actions would be justified. It was no wonder the assailant, despite his formidable prowess, had refrained from killing her in the elevator. He intended to leave a survivor, a witness to report to the Bureau of Anomalies. By that time, even if the Yang family escaped the Bureau's onslaught, their demise would be all but assured. The mere thought of her fate sent a shiver down Yang Mei's spine. She feared she would be forever branded on the Yang family's pillar of shame, cursed by generations to come. With this realization, Yang Mei made her choice. She abruptly lifted her head and cried out fiercely, "Yi Li, you have crippled my son. I, Yang Mei, shall haunt you even in death. To use my name to besiege the Yang family is nothing but a foolish fantasy. Just wait. The Yang family will not let you off so easily. Their descendants will relentlessly seek vengeance upon you. Winning once does not guarantee perpetual victory." Before her words faded, she abruptly unleashed the energy within her, a torrent of crimson bursting forth, her aura swiftly diminishing. This is bad. She intends to take her own life. Lin Yingyun's expression darkened as she swiftly dashed to her side, her eyes narrowing in alarm. Yang Mei slowly collapsed to the ground, her breath faint, appearing as though death was imminent. Despite this, she managed to curl her lips into a smirk, revealing teeth stained with blood, glaring intently at Yi Li. "Yi Li," she bellowed with a venomous tone, "I want you to live the rest of your life enveloped in the shadows of fear." With her words hanging in the air, Yang Mei gradually closed her eyes, quietly awaiting the arrival of death. This is troublesome. Observing the situation, Lin Yingyun swiftly assessed her condition, furrowing her brow in distress. Already grievously wounded, with her meridians shattered, there was surely no hope for revival. What can we do? With no witnesses to her demise. Even if the Qingyi Bureau and Fengyun University were to take action, they could only impart a mild lesson to the Yang family. As for Yi Li, any possibility of reconciliation with the Yang family had vanished, according to the Yang family's creed of retribution for every grievance. It seemed they would indeed pursue vengeance for generations to come. "Quick, call for emergency assistance," Lin Yingyun urged, looking at Yi Li with a grave tone. "There may still be a chance." Yi Li approached the barely alive Yang Mei, bending down to check for a pulse. Fortunately, she was still alive. Thankfully, the vitality of a third-tier martial artist is remarkably resilient. Otherwise, he would truly be distressed. Do you have a plan? Lin Yingyun inquired hurriedly upon seeing Yi Li's sigh of relief. Just as her words fell, in the midst of her astonishment, Yi Li swiftly snapped Yang Mei's neck. Lin Yingyun's vision went dark. She had intended to explain the gravity of the situation to Yi Li, insisting that even if Yang Mei were to be killed, it should wait until the Qingyi Bureau arrived. However, before she could voice her thoughts, she was interrupted by the calm, yet authoritative voice of the young man. Stand up. Suddenly, a flicker of energy emanated from the lifeless body. Stand up. Stand up. The voice of the young man in white grew increasingly monotone, sounding less like a furious shout and more akin to a tranquil command. Then, in Lin Yingyun's astonished gaze, three figures identical to those in life emerged from the shadowy ground before Yi Li: the swordsman in a green robe, the burly man, and the enchanting woman. Not only did they appear indistinguishable from the living, but their aura was also identical to before. The only difference was that they now knelt behind Yi Li, each bearing a unique expression. Yi Li's gaze swept over the trio, and he spoke with indifference, since the descendants of the Yang family wished to seek vengeance upon me. Then I shall prevent their birth. Such generational hatred must be severed by my own hand. Without descendants, there will be no hatred to endure. Lin Yingyun was left speechless. Could it be that you are truly a genius? Chapter 72. A wind rises in the coastal city of Yangjia. At the Anomaly Control Bureau, the 20 or so law enforcers stationed today swiftly mobilized, racing towards a residential complex in the southern part of the city. Just 10 minutes prior, an urgent signal had been dispatched from this very location. A silver medal had been shattered by a student from Fengyun University, calling for assistance. This was no trivial matter. Only students who had attained the third tier could possess a silver medal from Fengyun University. The shattering of such a medal for help indicated an extraordinary situation capable of throwing an entire city into chaos. Stop! We have arrived, the elder called out sharply, leading the group of law enforcers clad in azure trench coats to a halt before the complex. The enforcers who had arrived were all of second tier or higher, considered skilled practitioners in the coastal city. The signal source is within the complex. Team 2, maintain vigilance here. Team 1, follow me inside. Upon confirming the location, the elder commanded in a cold tone and stepped forward. His mood was grave. It had been a long time since anything had compelled a third-tier martial artist from Fengyun University to issue an emergency call for help. Otherwise, the Anomaly Control Bureau would not have only one fourth-tier practitioner, the director himself. Recently, the Bureau had been ambushed by a peak third-tier fugitive, leaving the director severely injured and currently recuperating. Fortunately, the fugitive had ultimately been slain by a gold medal student from Fengyun University. Although the elder had never met the student, he had seen the photographs provided by the university, which depicted a remarkably talented individual. If circumstances allowed, he would genuinely wish to express his gratitude in person. Suppressing his tumultuous thoughts, the elder gradually summoned the internal energy within him, remaining vigilant as he scanned the surroundings. The security guard of the complex sat quietly in his kiosk, silently observing the group of law enforcers entering. He had never witnessed such a spectacle. He hadn't even dared to investigate the recent explosion within the complex, let alone attempt to obstruct these enforcers from the Anomaly Control Bureau. If it had been delivery personnel or residents, he might have had the courage to confront them. With a rapid cadence, the law enforcers dashed into the complex before gradually coming to a halt. A girl in a yellow dress emerged from the complex, her expression a mixture of complexity and shock, as if she had witnessed something profoundly distressing. Upon seeing the approaching enforcers, she raised her hand, displaying the shattered silver medal, signaling that she was the one who had summoned help. What anomaly! The elder's gaze swept over the broken medal, and he instinctively inquired, what exactly transpired? Well, Lin Yingyun felt a headache coming on as she rubbed her temples. Having spent 2 years at Fengyun University, she had encountered all manner of martial arts prodigies. But this was the first time she had seen someone capable of directly slaying 2 fourth-tier practitioners along with a third-tier martial artist in a true blood realm. Moreover, This individual possessed the astonishing ability to summon their souls to command them. It was utterly absurd. Recalling Yi Li's earlier display, Lin Yinyan couldn't help but shudder. It seemed that a true blood realm practitioner obtaining a gold medal from Fengyan University was also an unprecedented occurrence. No wonder the teacher has repeatedly emphasized to the school that it is an exception, an exception. An exception must have its reasons. With such a terrifying display, not only would she not find it inappropriate to award a gold medal, but she would also think nothing of including Yi Li in the ranking of the illustrious. If anyone disagreed, they could simply retort, "If you can do it, so can I." After much contemplation, Lin Yinyan decided to fulfill the request with as calm a demeanor as possible, stating, "The Yang family of Shanzhou intends to disrupt Hanxia. Please contact the Qingyi Bureau of Shanzhou and dispatch law enforcement officers immediately to surround the Yang family." Disrupt Hanxia? Surround the Yang family? The expression of the elder leading the team was one of astonishment. Shanzhou is adjacent to Linhai City, and he had certainly heard of the so-called Yang family. Although many of their actions had displeased the local Qingyi Bureau, they were generally considered honest and had actively sent help during the beast tide. Why the sudden need to besiege them? Just as he was about to inquire further, a flurry of light footsteps sounded behind Lin Yinyan. The elder furrowed his brow and turned to look behind her. His aged eyes suddenly narrowed. A youth in tattered white clothing approached, wielding a blood-stained blue-golden spear with an air of nonchalance. Most importantly, the elder recognized this youth. The Yang family of Shanzhou conspired to assassinate the deputy director of Linhai City, intending to rebel and disrupt Hanxia with evidence in hand. Yi Li casually tossed the gold medal to the elder and calmly stated, "Please contact the Qingyi Bureau of Shanzhou and help me surround the Yang family. Not a single one must escape. To raid their home." The term instinctively flashed through Lin Yinyan's mind, causing her to draw a sharp breath as her previously placid heart began to race inexplicably. Is it normal to feel this way? Indeed, after all, even a monkey would be thrilled upon hearing the words, "raid their home." The elder, holding the emblem of his status, wanted to retort, "You are the deputy director of the Qingyi Bureau. Who am I?" Yet he understood the urgency of the situation. And given that the other party held the gold medal from Fengyan University, their status was indeed comparable. Moreover, the other party had rendered service to Linhai City. How could he forget such a debt of gratitude? The elder took a deep breath and, amidst the astonished gazes behind him, clasped his hands and solemnly declared, "Understood." He turned and shouted, "The Yang family of Shanzhou has attempted to assassinate the deputy director of the Qingyi Bureau of Linhai City with evidence in hand. Prepare the vehicles immediately and escort this deputy director to Shanzhou." The seasoned law enforcers quickly snapped back to attention, bending at the waist and collectively responding, "Understood." In the grand compound of the Yang family in Shanzhou, as dusk fell and the clouds shimmered with resplendent hues, the entire expansive estate was bathed in a beautiful golden light. The weather was splendid today. Standing before the main house, Yang Wanfeng squinted slightly. After consuming the heart's blood of several fourth-tier martial artists, combined with the secret methods of the Yang family, he finally managed to rise from his bed and walk. Despite this, Yang Wanfeng could not shake off his melancholy. Fengyan University had inexplicably attracted a seemingly affable fifth-tier elder. Although the elder's hair was as white as his grandfather's, and he too was of the fifth tier, it was evident that he surpassed Yang's grandfather by a significant margin. Otherwise, the latter would not remain expressionless, accompanying him as they meandered through the grand Yang estate. Most crucially, although a fourth-tier physician had promised to heal his injuries over the next 3 years, for someone as ambitious as Yang Wanfeng, 3 years felt painfully protracted. All of this was a consequence of that detestable Yi Li. With this thought, Yang Wanfeng clenched his fists tightly, his neatly trimmed nails digging into his flesh. Yet he felt no pain. The anguish in his heart was far too intense. Throughout his life, no peer had ever incited such resentment in him as Yi Li had. Therefore, it was Yi Li's fault, not his own. Calculating the time, his mother should soon be dealing with that Yi Li. Yang Wanfeng exhaled softly, his previously agitated mood finally easing somewhat. To prematurely end his dreams of glory, to lock him in a stagnant path of cultivation for 3 years. This was unforgivable. Even his sister, who had been inseparable from him for the past decade, now completely ignored him. It was utterly intolerable. For this reason, he must perish. Yang Wanfeng's tone was frigid, imbued with intense resentment and a thirst for vengeance. Meanwhile, several dozen miles away from the Yang estate, figures clad in azure cloaks formed a unified front, appearing as a celestial expanse beneath the dusk. Under the command of a young man, this azure sky surged forward with an unstoppable momentum toward the magnificent estate ahead, enveloping it entirely. Chapter 73. Is it still not too late to run? As dusk descended, the great sun sank lower in the horizon, on the brink of vanishing. A breeze stirred. Yang Wanfeng raised his head slightly, observing the trees in the courtyard swaying in the wind, and instinctively chuckled. Well then, Yili, it's time for you to meet your end. Having vented his frustrations, he turned to enter the house. He was still frail and could not endure the wind for long. At that moment, a familiar female voice rang out from not far away. Brother, who did you say is going to die? Yang Wanfeng was taken aback by the question and immediately turned toward the source of the voice. There he saw his pale sister, Yang Wan, leaning against the wall with reddened eyes fixed on him. A surge of joy filled Yang Wanfeng's heart. Wanner, you're feeling better? Grandfather gave me the heart's blood of a guest. At least I can move freely now, Yang Wan replied, her voice devoid of warmth, carrying an unprecedented sense of distance. I heard you mention Yili. What happened to him? She had caught wind of his words about death and had heard Yili's name, but she did not connect the two, especially since he held a gold medal from Fengyun University, within the realm of Huanxia. That gold medal was tantamount to an ancient decree of immunity for students from prestigious families. No force in Huanxia would dare harm these medal-wielding scholars. Even if there were grievances, they would wait until after graduation to settle accounts. In recent days, for reasons unknown, she has been persistently preoccupied with thoughts of the young man in the black robe, prompting her to inquire. Upon hearing this, a smile crept onto Yang Wanfeng's lips, barely concealing his excitement as he exclaimed, Mother has sent 2 esteemed guests from the upper sect to Linhai City to eliminate him. Yili is destined to perish today. The term upper sect guests is a special designation bestowed by the Yang family, reserved solely for 4th-tier martial artists. Yang Wanfeng gazed at the young lady, expecting her to share in his delight. To his astonishment, however, Yang Wan's eyes widened in shock. What? Has my mother lost her mind? What if he escapes? He is the golden student of Fengyun University. Before she could finish her sentence, Yang Wanfeng's expression shifted to one of alarm, and he quickly interjected. The fact that Yi Li was a golden student had yet to be disclosed to anyone in the Yang family. The reasoning was simple. He had heard that core students of Fengyun University held considerable status in the outside world. If his grandfather were to learn of this, it was likely that he would opt not to kill Yi Li, perhaps only teaching him a lesson or two to preserve the family's dignity. But what of his own vendetta? His meridians had been damaged by the chilling air, locking him in his current realm for the next 3 years, and it was uncertain whether his cultivation speed could return to its former peak. Meanwhile, Yili had already ascended to the 3rd tier, although he currently only possessed the strength of the 1st or 2nd level. What would transpire in 3 years? Given the training standards at Fengyun University, Yili's advancement would likely proceed at a rate of 2 levels per year. In that case, 3 years hence, he would likely surpass the 6th level of the 3rd tier. At that point, it would be impossible for him to catch up. Thus, rather than succumbing to anxiety, it would be prudent to ensure Yi Li remains forever at the 3rd tier. Though there was an element of risk involved, Yang Wanfeng was confident in the Yang family's centuries-old foundation. Even in the event of a loss, he would not lose everything. The Shanzhou city still needed the Yang family, and the Yang family still required him. Viewed from any angle, this was a wager worth taking. With this in mind, Yang Wanfeng nervously glanced around to confirm that no one was in earshot before he awkwardly whispered, Wanner, keep your voice down. Grandfather is still unaware of this matter. Yang Wan was now thoroughly alarmed, incredulously asking, Are you out of your mind? Attempting to assassinate a core student of Fengyun University is tantamount to attacking the deputy director of the Qingyi Bureau It is a grave crime against the state. As she spoke, her face grew increasingly pale, her legs trembling as she stepped back. A crime against the state? Yang Wanfeng's mind buzzed as he came to the realization of the enormity of his actions. His expression transformed dramatically. Are you serious? Of course. Yang Wan felt an overwhelming urge to sever ties with this foolish boy and the Yang family. I truly never anticipated you could commit such an act. Recalling the extraordinary phenomenon, Yili summoned atop the ruins of the mountains. Her voice trembled. I can no longer associate with you. I must leave this place at once. Wanner, why are you so flustered? Seeing Yang Wan turn to flee, Yang Wanfeng was momentarily filled with rage, gritting his teeth as he retorted. Wasn't I previously confident that the nomination for the guaranteed admission was within our grasp? Where would one go to specifically inquire about the weight of a gold medal? Furthermore, even if it were a grave transgression in a chaotic realm, as long as it does not directly implicate the Yang family, should it not suffice? Let the mother voluntarily confess to the Qingyi Bureau afterwards and surrender those two esteemed guests. I refuse to believe they would besiege the Yang family. As he spoke, his breath quickened and his face flushed crimson, clearly exhibiting his dissatisfaction with Yang Wan. Yang Wan was nearly driven to madness by the words of this person she once admired so deeply. How could he suggest abandoning her own mother so casually? Just as she was on the verge of unleashing a torrent of expletives, several family servants suddenly rushed in from the courtyard, their expressions fraught with panic. This is terrible. Upon seeing Yang Wan and her companion, they fell to their knees with a thud, urgently exclaiming, "Young master, miss." Over 100 law enforcers from the Qingyi Bureau have arrived and surrounded the Yang residence. They demand that everyone from the Yang family come out. The head of the family is currently in a standoff with them. You two must hurry and see. In that moment, Yang Wan felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss, nearly collapsing to the ground. Yang Wanfeng, beside her, fared even worse. He stumbled and fell directly onto the cold, hard floor, the impact resonating dully. His already flushed face had turned a ghastly white, devoid of any color, as if all vitality had been drained from him. His teeth chattered uncontrollably, producing a rattling sound, his fear palpable. What is happening? What do they intend to do? Yang Wanfeng shouted in a flurry, his voice heavy with disbelief and despair. He abruptly turned to Yang Wan, his lips quivering as he asked in a tone laced with terror, "Wan, what shall we do? What should we do now? Will the plan I just proposed succeed? How would I know?" Yang Wan's voice, tinged with sorrow and anger, bore a hint of tears. Chapter 74. The conditions for first merit within a swiftly moving vehicle traversing the territory of Shanzhou City. The three individuals had donned the uniforms of law enforcers from the Qingyi Bureau for convenience. However, apart from Yili, the other two wore expressions that were somewhat peculiar. The driver, the deputy director of the Linghai City Bureau, glanced at the handsome youth in the rearview mirror, a look of wistfulness crossing his aged face. Core students from Fengyan University typically only begin to acquire such ranks in their junior year or later. Yet, judging by the youth's age, he was likely not yet 20, perhaps merely a freshman or sophomore. Such talent was indeed rare. Should he join the Qingyi Bureau in Linghai upon graduation, the old man mused, he would be able to wake from dreams with a smile. Regrettably, it seemed destined to remain a mere fantasy. After all, he had scarcely undertaken significant operations like family raids even during his decades of service in Linghai, and those he had targeted were merely minor, unruly factions. This youthful individual, however, was poised to raid the very foundations of a Yang family in Shanzhou, suggesting a future of no ordinary caliber. The old man's thoughts churned as he redirected his gaze forward, finally speaking softly after a moment. In 10 minutes, we shall arrive at the Yang residence in Shanzhou. Upon hearing this, Lin Yingyun in the back seat felt a stir of emotion. She tilted her head towards Yili, unable to suppress her curiosity about how he would orchestrate this operation. Although their acquaintance was brief, Lin Yingyun had garnered a general understanding of the youth's modus operandi. He was always courteous in his interactions with those who treated him well, or, one might say, were of a normal disposition. However, if anyone harbored malicious intentions towards him, even the slightest hint, he would show no mercy. Gifted with extraordinary talent and unwavering resolve. Forming a friendship with him could very well lead to a life of ease and tranquility in the latter half of her days. Contemplating this, Lin Yinyan took a deep breath and carefully spoke. "There is another matter." Yi Li, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened them. "Go on." The relationship between the Martial Arts University and the Qingyi Bureau was notably close-knit. With a gold medal from Fengyun University in his possession, according to the regulations of the Qingyi Bureau, he would be treated as one of their own until his graduation. Thus, in this operation, he held the authority to command. If possible, do not hesitate to assert yourself. Given their treatment of gold medal students, as long as he did not act like an invisible man, they would recognize him for his merit. Lin Yinyan spoke with a seriousness that subtly reminded Yi Li of the necessity to seize the initiative during the operation to secure the so-called first merit afterward. Such a level of recognition could potentially earn him several top credits at Fengyun University. The elderly driver remained silent, clearly acquiescing to Lin Yinyan's words. Indeed, the saying that people can be envious of one another holds true. Lin Yinyan sighed in relief, resting her head against the car window, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. To lead such an operation, even before enrolling in school, bodes well for your future path. If you perform exceptionally, perhaps you might even be eligible for this year's Martial Earth Baptism. Martial Earth Baptism? Yi Li inquired, lifting his gaze. This is a significant benefit offered by Fengyun University for outstanding martial artists. Only those ranked within the top 10 of the Fengyun list are eligible. To put it in perspective, even someone as resolute as Senior Sister Chun has fiercely competed for a spot in the top 10. You have yet to meet Senior Sister Chun, but it suffices to know she is a formidable martial prodigy devoid of sentiment. As Lin Yinyan mentioned Senior Sister Chen's name, her tone was imbued with both reverence and admiration. How formidable are those in the top 10 of the Fengyun list? Yi Li noted this unfamiliar term. Recognizing its alluring implications, it indeed seemed quite powerful, and if time permitted, he could very well wait for an opportunity. They could defeat fourth-tier martial artists. Lin Yinyan instinctively replied, only to realize that he had just slain two fourth-tier martial artists, making her words seem akin to comparing them to those he had just vanquished. She quickly added, the top 5 are uncertain, but with your current combat prowess, you can surely enter the top 10. Just be patient. Even the top 10 of the Fengyun list, without corresponding performance, would not qualify for the Martial Earth Baptism. Therefore, rather than letting the youth dwell on them, it would be wiser to allow him to focus on successfully completing this operation first. I understand, Yi Li nodded slightly. He could comprehend the goodwill of his counterpart. Yet, to be candid, his anxiety about potentially faltering was somewhat excessive. It would be more prudent to worry whether the other might act too recklessly. Outside the car window, the night gradually descended. Moments later, the vehicle, carrying 3 individuals, came to a slow halt before an astonishingly grand estate. They had arrived. The elderly man exhaled a heavy sigh, raising his gaze to the rearview mirror, his heart unwittingly swelling with excitement. Truth be told, he harbored a strong desire to accompany them inside. However, as the deputy director of Linhai City, he could not afford to linger here for too long. His city required his vigilant oversight. If the spring breeze holds any compassion for the flowers, might it grant me a fleeting youth? He mused, suppressing the impulse that stirred within, and finally imparted a cautionary note. My friend, the head of the Yang family, is a 5th-tier warrior. Although both the director and deputy director of Shantushi are also 5th tier, it is wise to exercise caution, just in case. Yi Li responded politely with a hum and gracefully exited the vehicle. To elaborate, this spirit mastery had provided him with unreserved insights into the physical conditions of Yang Mei and her companions. This revelation elucidated some of his perplexities regarding why 2 promising 4th-tier warriors would risk their lives following Yang Mei to Linhai City to assassinate him. The answer became apparent upon observing the blood contract etched upon their hearts. Bound by life and death to another and being 4th-tier warriors, how could they not obediently comply? Furthermore, he discovered that this so-called blood contract could even extract the precious lifeblood of a warrior from their body. Such treatment of guests was truly an eye-opener for Yi Li. However, under normal circumstances, this matter would warrant significant concern. Yet at this moment, such details paled in importance. For quelling rebellion merely required a list and coordinates. Alas, beneath the night sky, a fierce wind swept in. Inside the car, Lin Yun instinctively raised her hand to shield her eyes, her pupils quivering slightly. Through the gaps between her fingers, she beheld the youth stretching languidly, a terrifying aura of murderous intent emanating from him, his golden waist token strikingly prominent, and his sky-blue coat billowing dramatically in the gusts. Yili inhaled deeply, allowing the cold sensation to fill his chest. The chilling true energy that far exceeded that of his peers surged through him like a turbocharged whirlwind. Feeling the overwhelming presence radiating from the youth, Lin Yun could not help but tremble as she asked, "Are you intending to annihilate the entire Yang family?" "That will depend on their performance," Yili replied coolly, before shifting his footsteps, his figure gradually melding into the vast mansion, cloaked in the night. Chapter 75, Bring It to Me. Before the Yang family estate, a throng of enforcers surrounded the area, their expressions devoid of emotion, hands resting on the hilts of their ornate blades. Silently, an intangible aura of lethal intent enveloped the entirety of the Yang family. The head of the Yang family wore a grim countenance, his inner turmoil evident upon his face. He could hardly believe what he was witnessing. A third-tier, sixth-level warrior, accompanied by two early fourth-tier guests, had failed in an attempt to assassinate a fledgling third-tier youth. And to make matters worse, they had allowed him to report back to the Qingyi Bureau unscathed. At present, the Qingyi Bureau of Shanzhou has dispatched the majority of its law enforcement officers to elucidate the criminal intentions of the Yang family, who seek to disrupt the nation. A certain Yang Mei, a member of this clan, accompanied by two fourth-tier retainers, has audaciously attacked the core disciples of Fengyun University. The Qingyi Bureau has traditionally exhibited a degree of leniency towards the prominent sects within the country. However, this incident is universally acknowledged as a line that must not be crossed. It was only then that the patriarch of the Yang family realized that the young martial artist named Yi Li was, in fact, a core student of Fengyun University. Who could have anticipated such a revelation? This was information he had never heard from Yang Wanfeng. Trusting his grandson, he had typically ensured thorough investigations. Yet, in a rush to seize the opportunity, he acted impulsively, resulting in dire consequences. The elder of the Yang family swallowed hard, casting a glance at the pallid faces of his kin behind him, and for the first time, he contemplated the drastic measure of eliminating Yang Wanfeng. Opposite him stood three fifth-tier elders, impeccably aligned. Two of them were the director and deputy director of the Qingyi Bureau, while the third was the mentor of Yi Li, whom he had just spent the day accompanying through the Yang residence. At that moment, the mentor's eyes were ablaze with fury. Surrounding Elder Yu emanated a palpable aura of menace, his murderous intent nearly materializing. Were it not for the two individuals restraining him, he might have charged forward. It must be acknowledged that the pressure exerted by these three fifth-tier martial artists was indeed formidable. The hundreds of Yang family members felt their legs weaken, their spirit of resistance extinguished, as they turned their gaze towards the patriarch, hoping he would devise a solution. Just then, Yang Wanfeng and Yang Wan emerged from within the courtyard, both bearing similarly ashen faces, trembling with fear. The patriarch of the Yang family, incensed, stepped forward directly confronting them. He addressed Yang Wanfeng with a stern tone. "Are you aware that Yi Li is a gold medal student?" "Yes," Yang Wanfeng replied, unable to meet the elder's gaze. Bowing his head, he sincerely gritted his teeth and said, "I apologize, grandfather. I failed to convey the complete situation, implicating you in this mess." Suppressing the surging fury within, the patriarch recognized that any act of aggression at this juncture would confirm his complicity. Moreover, it was rumored that the perpetrator had been apprehended, indicating that Yang Mei had yet to meet her demise. Thus, keeping Yang Wanfeng around still bore significance. It was evident that Yang Mei was astute enough to recognize that the choice between her own demise and that of her entire family was a straightforward decision she need not be taught. The patriarch ceased further discourse with Yang Wanfeng and pivoted towards the three fifth-tier martial artists. Clearing his throat, he spoke with a measured tone. "Gentlemen, as I mentioned earlier, I was completely unaware of this matter. It was entirely Yang Mei's own volition. Before he could continue, the director of the bureau interrupted him, stating matter-of-factly, "What you say bears no weight, nor does it matter what I assert. We must await the arrival of young friend Yi Li to deliberate further." Understood. The patriarch of the Yang family gritted his teeth in acknowledgement. Just as he intended to retreat into the courtyard, he sensed an aura rapidly approaching. Not only he, but all three fifth-tier elders felt a subtle stir, particularly Elder Yu, whose eyes gleamed with anticipation. The four of them collectively turned their gaze towards the direction of the courtyard's entrance. A fleeting azure shadow, swept along by a tempest, descended before the courtyard, revealing a tall figure wielding a long spear. Yi Li stepped forth from the winds with an air of composure, his expression serene, casually discarding another figure he had been grasping before the assembly. This individual, clad in ordinary attire, bore an exquisitely beautiful visage that was now pallid and trembling, none other than Yang Mei. Upon recognizing her, the head of the Yang family's breath hitched, yet he secretly exhaled in relief. Indeed, she had been captured. Hope was rekindled. Yi Li paid no heed to the multitude of gazes fixated upon him. After a cursory appraisal of the Yang family patriarch, he turned to the visibly elated Elder Yu. "You promised to help me oversee the Yang family. Yet you released two fourth-tier individuals," he sighed, his lips parting slightly. "Old Deng, you have truly failed. Humiliation of a venerable fifth-tier elder over a century old. Evil deeds valued at 800. This blunder belongs to me," Elder Yu remarked, his face reddening in embarrassment as he scratched his head. "You are Yi Li, are you not?" The deputy director of the Shanzhou City Anomaly Bureau smiled. "A pleasure to meet you. I am the deputy director of the Shanzhou City Anomaly Bureau. Perhaps we could become acquainted later." As he spoke, he waved gently, and outside the courtyard, over 100 law enforcers swiftly mobilized, effectively sealing off all exits of the Yang family estate. All 187 official enforcers of Shanzhou City are present. Please give your command. Very well. Yi Li nodded slightly. You are indeed the esteemed Yi Li, a true young talent, remarkably distinguished. The Yang family patriarch inhaled deeply, a smile spreading across his aged face as he quickly approached, extending his hands in a gesture of goodwill. There is no need for formality, Yi Li replied, shaking his hand briefly with a light chuckle. I have come to raid your household. Preparations to act are underway. As his words fell, the sound of unsheathing blades echoed through the air, a chorus of steel resonating as the enforcer's eyes fixed intently upon the tall figure, awaiting further instructions. Without uttering a word, the atmosphere thickened with an unmistakable aura of impending violence. The Yang family patriarch's eyes twitched, his heart racing. Despite the tumultuous emotions swirling within him, he managed a strained smile. My friend, I have heard of your ambush, but I assure you, I was entirely unaware of this matter prior. It was Yang Mei's decision to act. His smile grew increasingly sincere, and his tone more respectful, including her. The two guests will be dealt with by the Anomaly Bureau. Furthermore, the Yang family is prepared to offer 2 fourth-tier visualization techniques as a token of compensation. What say you? As his words sank into the heavy silence, Yi Li's voice, devoid of emotion, cut through. I have stated, we have both the perpetrator and the evidence. He kicked Yang Mei, who lay on the ground, and said coolly, Now, enlighten us regarding the Yang family's transgressions. At this, the Yang family patriarch and even Yang Wanfeng, amidst the crowd, could barely conceal their relief. Though Yang Mei appeared wretched upon the ground, her eyes shone with clarity, showing no signs of being under secretive control, a fact perceptible to the discerning eye of those familiar with such matters within the Yang clan. In the midst of hopeful gazes from the Yang family members and the serious stares of the 100 enforcers, the atmosphere was poised for revelation. On the ground, Yang Mei abruptly raised her head and shouted, The assassination is the idea of the family head. Except for Yang Wan, all direct descendants of the Yang family are aware of it. The Yang family has secretly used the lifeblood of the commoners and guests of Shanzhushi as a medicinal catalyst to practice the burning blood secret technique. And the number of people who perish during the blood extraction process is limitless. The Yang family proclaims revenge is a must merely to deceive guests into signing blood contracts, so that they may later be transformed into blood slaves for cultivation. Her words flowed rapidly, echoing in the ears of everyone present. The expressions of the two directors from the Clear Anomaly Bureau darkened instantly, and the hundreds of law enforcers tightened their grips on the hilt of their blades. The atmosphere of confrontation thickened swiftly, a terrifying aura enveloping the entire residence. Yili looked at the scene with mild astonishment. His command had merely been to speak the unvarnished truth, yet he hadn't anticipated that the opponent would divulge the matter of the blood contracts so freely. However, at this moment, such considerations were trivial. Under the radiant moonlight, Yili raised his golden medal, his hair billowing in the breeze, and with indifferent black eyes. He gazed at the bewildered head of the Yang family, coldly declaring, "The Yang family intends to incite chaos. Seize them all." In that instant, 100 figures clad in azure cloaks surged forth from the night, and the previously still gusts of wind suddenly intensified. A chilling atmosphere descended upon the land, as the boy's vast golden eyes shone with an otherworldly brilliance. Chapter 76. What can still speak after death? Yili did not consider himself a cold-blooded individual. He possessed the full range of human emotions and was by no means a saint, incapable of treating others as mere fodder. If he were to obtain such a system, he could simply embark on a path of indiscriminate slaughter. Perhaps it was a bit pretentious, but Yili's philosophy was to forge ahead while steadfastly maintaining his own principles, accumulating malevolent points along the way. Upon introspection, he realized that being an emotionless executioner would be exceedingly difficult. Nonetheless, pursuing the acquisition of more malevolent points, I will pose no challenge. Those who resist shall be exterminated without exception. The youth's tranquil voice resonated throughout the Yang family estate, imbued with a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spines of all Yang family members present. A single sentence determined the fate of the Yang family, emanating a presence so overwhelming it was terrifying. Amidst the crowd, Yang Wan's sweet visage drained of color. Though she felt an overwhelming fear in her heart, her pulse quickened. Her gaze darted across the boy's profile, but she hastily averted her eyes when he turned to look at her. The century-old foundation of the Yang family. Listening to Yi Li's words, the head of the Yang family turned pale, his voice hoarse and laden with disbelief, struggling to accept the current predicament. He understood that from the moment Yang Mei revealed the family's transgressions, the Yang family would no longer exist in Shanzhushi, regardless of future circumstances. The direct descendants will be conscripted to the front lines to fend off the aberrant beasts, and he, the family head, would likely become a prisoner. The root of this calamity lay not only in the Yang family's murderous intent towards this warrior named Yi Li, but also, more fundamentally, in the provocations initiated by Yang Wan and her brother during the martial examination, which indirectly led to the present tragedy. Moreover, one cannot help but wonder why Yang Mei so readily capitulated, divulging everything with startling transparency. In an instant, the patriarch of the Yang family found himself ensnared in turmoil, his heart racked with anguish. If only he could turn back time by a mere week, he would have unhesitatingly executed Yang Wanfeng and Yang Wan. Yet, the world allows for no such hypotheticals. It is now too late to voice regrets. The young man clad in green stood with his hands clasped behind him, his golden eyes surveying the assembly of Yang family members. With a subtle wave of his hand, a cacophony erupted as over 100 enforcers formed a battle formation, their energies harmonizing as one. The gleaming blades reflected the radiant moon above, as under Yi Li's command, they surged forth towards the Yang family with great momentum. Many members of the Yang clan were so intimidated by this display that they crumpled to the ground. Some cried out in surrender, meekly allowing themselves to be shackled, while others fled in a panic into the courtyard, desperately seeking an escape route. In that moment, pleas for mercy echoed through the skies above the Yang residence. A few attempted to break free in defiance, yet the moment they mustered the courage to charge towards the young man in green, they were swiftly vanquished with a single strike or forcefully subdued into the ground, rendered helpless. The scene was utterly tragic. Within moments, a number of enforcers arrived, laboriously extracting the wounded Yang family members from the earth and fastening them in chains. As they cast their gazes towards the direction Yili had departed, a hint of admiration flickered in their expressions. Though they had anticipated that this young martial artist, a core student of Wind and Cloud University, would not be an ordinary individual, they were nonetheless astonished by his exceptional prowess. Not only did he personally lead the charge into the Yang estate, but he also generously expended his vital energy to quell the uprising. It is known that operations like surrounding the prominent sects often come with a high casualty rate among enforcers, second only to fatalities during beast tides. The way he disregarded his own safety to plunge into the fray significantly alleviated their burdens. Truly, he was the ideal leader that every working individual dreams of. It was indeed rather foolish for the Yang family members to contemplate resistance at such a juncture. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Yang estate, Yili swiftly navigated through the courtyard, dispatching one rebellious foe after another, the system's notifications resonating continuously in his ears. In his delight, he began to grasp the terrifying potential of soul mastery. The ability to compel former adversaries to serve him wholeheartedly may sound innocuous at first, but upon deeper reflection, it becomes evident that such service is remarkably extraordinary. Yili had initially assumed it would merely assist him in battle, only to discover that he could also leverage their accumulated knowledge to aid him. For instance, the Yang estate, sprawling and intricately designed, posed a challenge. He had nearly lost his way several times. Yet, at each juncture, Yang Mei would appear, exclaiming, "My lord, I know a shortcut. Please follow me." With her assistance, Yili successfully apprehended numerous fleeing members of the Yang family. No wonder, during times of war, it is customary to eliminate traitors first. Yili reveled in this newfound advantage, reflecting in gratitude. The wind howled around him, and as he grew more familiar with the estate, his speed increased. At last, he cornered a familiar figure in a secluded area, a disheveled yet refined young man. It was none other than Yang Wanfeng. What a serendipitous encounter. Yili approached slowly, greeting with a measured tone. "Yili, brother, ancestor." Yang Wanfeng, observing the steadily advancing figure of Yili, retreated in a flurry, exclaiming in panic, "Do not come closer. I surrender. I am willing to submit to the Qing Bureau." Before he could finish his plea, his face was firmly grasped by a hand of defined knuckles, slamming him to the ground. The force was not overwhelming, enough to induce pain, but not to the point of unconsciousness. Deceit. Yili released his grip, gazing at the still conscious Yang Wanfeng, calmly inquiring, "What is your name?" "My name?" "After beating me senseless and leading an assault on the Yang family, you do not even know my name?" Dazed and disoriented, Yang Wanfeng initially felt bewildered. Then a wave of intense humiliation surged within him. The affront was utterly intolerable. Yet under duress, he managed to rise unsteadily from the ground, submissively kneeling before Yili, breath heavy. "Yang Wanfeng." "Yang Wanfeng," Yili echoed with a nod. Suddenly, a rather macabre jest crossed his mind, and he posed a question. "Do you know what can still speak after it is dead? A skeleton monster?" "Incorrect." Yili gently shook his head, a light laugh escaping his lips. "It is your horse." With that, he snapped his fingers. To Yang Wanfeng's astonishment, the figure of Yang Mei materialized quietly beside him. The once beautiful matron now knelt before Yili in respectful demeanor, her voice soft as she inquired, "My lord, what commands do you have?" Young Wanfeng. "No, are you serious?" Humiliation of the young master of a Yang family in Shanzhushi, evil value 3,000. Yang Wanfeng could hardly believe his eyes. In that moment, clarity dawned upon him regarding many matters. Why the opponent spoke of the Yang family's misdeeds. Why Yili claimed to possess undeniable evidence. His pupils dilated in shock as he stammered, "What kind of extraordinary ability is this?" He had never heard of a martial talent capable of turning the deceased into servants. As for his final question, Yili did not respond. Rising before Yang Wanfeng, the young man manifested a long spear in his hand, his tone devoid of any hint of menace. "Do you wish to kill me?" Yang Wanfeng opened his mouth but could not voice a word. Even a fool could sense that the other possessed a certain ability to unveil deceit. In an instant, his mind raced, seeking a method to extricate himself from his predicament. However, this composure shattered the moment he witnessed Yili tighten his grip on the spear. "It was not me." Yang Wan Feng cried out, his heart racing. "It was Yang Wan. She harbors resentment towards you and insists I assist her in seeking vengeance." Bang! Before his words could fully escape, his head erupted like fireworks, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Eliminated a second stage, 8th level martial artist. Evil value 1000. Indeed, with the enhancement of power, many methods prove to yield greater rewards than mere killing. Yili sikit silently. To be candid, he harbored no desire to forge a life-and-death pact with such a duplicitous wretch, as the very thought was utterly repugnant. Chapter 77. Shall I accompany you in playing a game of love? Having resolved the matter concerning Yang Wan Feng, Yili rose from the ground. However, he did not depart immediately. Instead, he gazed upward at the sky beyond the courtyard. Beneath the shroud of night, extraordinary fluctuations of true energy erupted continuously, creating a disturbance that was quite disruptive. The earth trembled slightly, and dazzling lights illuminated half the sky. Through his perception, he discerned numerous figures engaged in combat outside the courtyard, each radiating a strength considerably surpassing his own. It was evident that 4th-tier and even 5th-tier martial artists were clashing outside. The director and deputy director of the Mountain City Bureau, the mentor from Fengyan University, the head of the Yang family, along with more than 10 esteemed guests from the Yang household, as well as several high-ranking enforcers from the Qingyi Bureau, were embroiled in a fierce confrontation that would not conclude anytime soon. Perhaps he would try his luck later, and perhaps collect some residual blood as a form of profit. Yili sheathed his spear, resting his finger against his chin in contemplation for a moment before gracefully leaping onto the roof, heading towards the direction of the courtyard. It was not until his figure vanished into the night that a girl, not far from the corner where Yang Wan Feng's corpse lay, dared to breathe in the fresh air deeply. The young girl was tall and possessed a sweet countenance, her delicate features devoid of any color. She was Yang Wan. Even though she had developed a rift with Yang Wan Feng, the experiences of the past few years had left her with a flicker of hope regarding him. Yet, this anticipation vanished like smoke the moment she witnessed him lie to the youth clad in green. Even at death's door, he still sought to shift the blame onto her. A tumult of sorrow and indignation surged within Yang Wan. All those vows of safeguarding her for a lifetime were mere fabrications. Du Yang Wan Feng. It seemed his own life had always held paramount importance. It was simply that the foes he encountered had consistently been weaker than him, allowing him to maintain an appearance of righteousness. Yet, when faced with stronger and more ruthless adversaries, that facade shattered instantly. Nevertheless, the fact remained that he was now deceased. Furthermore, the figure she once admired had transformed into someone entirely different. Tears welled in her eyes as she gazed upon the lifeless body, her lips nearly biting through in anguish. "Brother, in the next life, please be more cautious. I truly wish we had never met." After over a decade of companionship, even a dog would feel a tinge of sorrow. With that said, she lifted her gaze towards the direction in which the youth had disappeared, and a surge of fervent emotions surged within her. He had encircled the Yang family. She ought to harbor a deep-seated hatred towards him. Yet, why did her heart flutter uncontrollably whenever she beheld him? For a moment, Yang Wan fell into silence, and, after a brief pause, she softly murmured, "Yili." At that instant, a youthful voice behind her, tinged with surprise, resonated like thunder. "Your perceptive abilities are quite commendable." In that moment, Yang Wan felt a prickling sensation on her scalp, as if it were about to explode. She had been utterly unaware of the presence standing behind her until now. Suddenly turning around, she focused her gaze. Suddenly, a figure clad in a blue robe appeared before her. The strikingly handsome youth, who evoked both love and hatred within her, was now close at hand, his palm, suffused with ethereal white energy, looming ominously above. "Yili, you haven't left," Yang Wan exclaimed in shock, momentarily forgetting her inquiries as she swiftly summoned her inner true energy, simultaneously employing the blood-burning secret technique, which propelled her aura to nearly the third tier. Yet, despite her efforts, it felt as futile as a mantis attempting to stop a chariot, as she was instantly overwhelmed by an aura far superior to her own. With a resounding thud, Yili effortlessly shattered the barrier of her raised arms and seized her slender neck, lifting her gently yet firmly. However, a flicker of confusion crossed his mind. Given Yang Wan's instinctual outcry, she should not have recognized his presence. So why then did she call out his name? Yili questioned, perplexed. Yang Wan's cheeks flushed crimson, and her legs thrashed in desperate struggle. Yili furrowed his brow, applying slight pressure. Move again, and you shall never move for the rest of your life. At his words, Yang Wan's expression stiffened, and she ceased her resistance. Answer my question, he commanded. Yili relaxed his grip a fraction, his tone indifferent. From the moment I arrived at the Yang residence, you have been covertly observing me, haven't you? Given that Yang Mei, who had been captured, claimed the other party was unaware, it was evident that she genuinely was. Based solely on her previous actions, her transgressions did not warrant death. However, should she harbor ulterior motives, the narrative would shift. Unlike the other members of the Yang family, who dared not gaze upon him, this Yang Wan had persistently stolen glances, which was decidedly suspicious. What do you intend? Yang Wan es completion shiftet dramatically. I did not advise you to lie, Yili stated calmly, though his dark eyes were as cold as a lake in the depths of winter, causing Yang Wan's heart to constrict. Her breathing quickened, and after a brief struggle, she finally articulated in a strained voice, I wish to remain by your side. This sentiment had blossomed within her since the moment the other party had come to seize her family's assets. The youth had just graduated from a martial arts academy, emerging as a third-tier warrior with extraordinary talent, shrouded in mystery and strength. His future was boundless. In stark contrast, her once reliant family had been dismantled, and she was destined to become a member of the elite circles in a first-tier city, a fate that seemed tolerable yet precarious. She had heard that core students at Fengyan University could bring along a servant for companionship. If the young man were to agree, then the former young lady of the Yang family could indeed lower herself to act as his servant. Naturally, their relationship would need to be one of intimacy. In such a scenario, he would teach her martial skills, lend her resources, and their lives could flourish together. Perhaps she might even break through to the third tier before turning 20. As this thought ignited fervor within her heart, Yi Li's brow furrowed deeper, his eyes flashing with evident disdain as he cast her aside. What kind of foolishness is this? Yang Wan fell heavily to the ground and, after a fit of harsh coughing, rose with gritted teeth. I truly like you. I would do anything. Ali, Yili Sikofud. Do you prefer that I kill your brother, or that I dismantle the Yang family? Neither, she replied. Yang Wan's expression shifted slightly. She had not anticipated the sharpness of the other party's words. Typically, wouldn't an ordinary young man be elated upon hearing such a statement and readily agree? Even the late Yang Wan Feng could not resist. Anxious, Yang Wan steeled herself and declared, but I truly wish to remain by your side. I am willing to do anything for that. This was indeed a sincere sentiment. Yili raised an eyebrow and inquired, but what can you actually do? I am beautiful and can be your girlfriend, Yang Wan replied, lifting her head and biting her lip as if making a tremendous sacrifice. My talents are commendable, and if you are willing and treat me well in the future, I will certainly be able to assist you, despite bearing some scars. Her soft and sweet visage remained captivating. I see, Yili comprehended, you want me to invest in you. Yet, he paid little heed to her beauty. Nodding, he approached her and stated calmly, very well, if you can withstand a single strike from me, I shall agree to this arrangement. Really? Yang Wan recalled the last time she had managed to endure 2 of his punches and eagerly inquired. Of course, Yili replied, as calm as ever. I never tell lies. Yang Wan's excitement surged. All right, before she could finish her sentence at the moment the sounds left her lips, Yili coiled his energy and struck forth. The seemingly light blow landed on Yang Wan's chest, accompanied by a sudden and clear sound of bone fracturing. Crack! Yang Wan's form was instantly hurled backwards as if struck by a heavy force, a mouthful of blood erupting from her lips. Her eyes wide with disbelief as her body uncontrollably soared back, crashing through several sturdy walls like a cannonball. Each impact was met with a tremendous shockwave, sending shards of brick flying and dust swirling. Ultimately, her body thudded heavily against the ground several dozen meters away, producing a dull sound. Her eyes rolled back, breath faint. Puzzled, Yi Li's voice was cold as he withdrew his hand. Casting a glance at the unconscious Yang family heiress, he scoffed and turned to walk away. Truly, a mind befuddled. I was prepared to tally the results, and not only did she fail to express gratitude, but she even expected me to indulge her in a romantic game? Such a person must be jesting. Chapter 78. The Yang family outside the grand estate of the Yang family, fierce winds surged. A spectrum of colors erupted from the four elderly figures, the intensity of their battle causing the very ground beneath the Yang family to tremble and crack. While the Yang family only boasted one fifth-tier martial artist, the ranks of their kin and guests included over 10 fourth-tier martial artists, even if some of the fourth-tier members hesitated to fight fiercely out of fear. The remaining 8 esteemed guests were compelled to fight desperately for their lives. The configuration of the Yang family's forces could outmatch even some of the lesser city's enforcement agencies. The Hanxia army, stationed outside the Yang residence, could only resort to weapons of the anti-tank sniper rifle caliber to avoid inflicting harm upon their own. However, upon reaching the 5th tier of martial prowess, even when ambushed, a warrior could swiftly evade the bullets of the sniper rifle. The conflict escalated fiercely, with deafening sonic booms echoing, showcasing the formidable power of the 5th tier warriors. With the overwhelming advantage of 3 5th-tier warriors, despite a momentarily stalemated situation, the Qingyi Bureau firmly held the upper hand, and the downfall of the Yang family was merely a matter of time. In the midst of the desolate battlefield, Elder Yu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a gentle breeze enveloping him, his aura calm and collected, clearly in a position of strength. He glanced at the distant battlefield and remarked indifferently, "Is it not better to preserve your useful life and later slay the aberrant beasts to earn merit? That way, you still have a chance to survive." Opposite him, the noble elder of the Yang family knelt on the ground, gasping for breath, his body riddled with wounds, and one of his arms entirely missing, presenting a rather pitiful sight. Upon hearing this, the head of the Yang family chuckled mockingly. "My lord, I can live at most for another 20 years. Do you wish for me to serve as a laborer in the Qingyi Bureau for the remainder of my days?" Unlike the other, who could break through to the 5th tier at just over 100 years of age, he, a 180-year-old first-tier warrior, was not far from the limit of 200 years. The thought of spending his remaining years battling aberrant beasts was a life he would rather not endure. "At least you could survive," Elder Yu replied calmly. "Huh. It is surprising that you, a teacher at Fengyan University, do not grasp the principle of difficulties in transitioning from extravagance to frugality," the head of the Yang family retorted, forcing himself upright, although he tried to stabilize his voice. Traces of exhaustion and depletion were evident. He had led the Yang family to prominence in Shanzhou for several decades, but had now faltered against a young warrior barely 20. His heart was heavy with regret and resentment as he gazed at the distant battlefield. At this moment, all of the Yang family's 4th-tier warriors had surrendered, and among the 8 4th-tier retainers, 5 had been grievously injured, with only 3 still struggling under the hands of the 2 directors from Shanzhou. Judging by their expressions, they were unlikely to hold on much longer. Truly, a single misstep led to total defeat. The head of the Yang family sighed deeply, recognizing that, no matter what, the Yang family was finished. He could only blame himself for not being ruthless enough. Had he dispatched a few more 4th-tier warriors to encircle that young man, perhaps the outcome would have been different. Reflecting on this, the head of the Yang family looked toward Elder Yu and, with a hint of sarcasm, remarked, "That young man is so merciless in his actions. Do you not fear raising a calamity? There's no need for your concern." Elder Yu replied with a shake of his head, a hint of amusement in his voice. "It sounds as if you believe my disciple attacked your Yang family without provocation. Was it not your side that initiated the assassination? You made my grandson, Yang Wanfeng, unable to cultivate for 3 years." The head of the Yang family's eyes glinted with malice. "I will certainly settle this score with him. Come now, you know well the character of your grandson." Elder Yu countered. With a cheerful demeanor, Elder Yu remarked that the student he had initially chosen for direct admission was, in fact, Yang Wanfeng. However, he soon discovered that this so-called model genius engaged in unspeakable acts with photographs of his younger sister and surreptitiously added his own blood to the meals of others. The exact purpose of these actions eluded Elder Yu, yet the sly and self-satisfied expression on Yang Wanfeng's face suggested that it was likely nefarious. Had it not been for these observations, he would have long since awarded the admission spot to this exemplary talent from Shanzhou City. Fortunately, he had been vigilant. Noticing a subtle shift in the expression of the Yang family patriarch, Elder Yu continued with a smile, "I dare wager that, given your grandson's treacherous nature, he likely intended to strike a covert blow, but was instead bested by my promising disciple." Upon hearing these words, the Yang family patriarch's countenance shifted dramatically, leaving him speechless. "Next time you wish to sow discord, perhaps you should first reflect upon your own character. Do not assume that I am incapable of eliminating you. Had it not been for my desire to alleviate the burdens of my colleagues at the Clear Anomaly Bureau, that last blow would have cost you more than just an arm." Elder Yu stroked his beard with satisfaction, adding, "If you doubt my words, feel free to continue resisting." Upon hearing this, the Yang family patriarch clenched and relaxed his fists repeatedly. After a moment, he spoke in a low voice, "I understand, I surrender." A crimson aura enveloped his palm, and with a wave, the two struggling fourth-tier retainers raised their hands in surrender. "At least you are perceptive," Elder Yu said as he retrieved a heavy set of shackles from his storage artifact, tossing them to the patriarch before casually imposing a restriction. This signified the conclusion of the operation against the Yang family. Awarding credit to Yi Li for this achievement should pose no challenge. Perhaps this would instill a sense of respect in the young man towards him. Elder Yu felt quite pleased. At that moment, a familiar tall figure emerged from the Yang family courtyard, a hint of excitement lighting up his handsome face. It was Yi Li. However, as he beheld the scene outside, the excitement swiftly faded from his expression. "Is it over?" Yi Li asked with a hint of exasperation. "I should have refrained from engaging in idle chatter with that Yang Wan. The malevolence may not warrant high points, but it still left me feeling rather disgusted. It's truly a case of compounding losses." He resolved to employ his illusory vision to thoroughly scour the Yang family's estate, lest he remain unsettled. "It is indeed over," Elder Yu replied, approaching Yi Li with a smile and clearing his throat. "Tomorrow, you shall accompany me back to Fengyun University to avoid any unforeseen incidents along the way." "Very well," Yi Li nodded in agreement, having intended to arrive early to assess the situation. The martial arts library had not been updated in quite some time, and he felt it was gradually lagging behind the current developments. For instance, the Tiangang Void Step was exceedingly effective at the second tier, yet this morning, when he employed it against a fourth-tier swordsman from Qingshan, his arm was brutally severed. The pain was excruciating, and had it not been for Yi Li's solid golden soul and unwavering will, he would have needed considerable time to recover. The Yang family patriarch gripped the shackles tightly, a torrent of resentment surging within him. In stark contrast to the spirited youth, his current state was utterly pathetic. When the other party emerged, they unexpectedly cast a glance in my direction, their eyes reflecting a hint of regret. Regret for what? For their own surrender? The Yang family is no more, yet this young man remains unsatisfied, wishing to extinguish me alongside them. Has he truly come to regard me as a feeble old dog, ripe for humiliation? The head of the Yang family felt his breath quicken, the flames of rage roiling within him, yearning for a desperate struggle, yet feeling the weight of uncertainty. Finally, upon witnessing Elder Yu completely enter the courtyard, the murderous intent in his eyes surged forth, rich and pure. Long suppressed, the Elder's earlier capitulation was merely a guise to seek an opportunity to eliminate the youth. In front of the courtyard, Yi Li sensed something amiss and abruptly turned around. Suddenly, the two fourth-tier subordinates, about to be shackled, erupted with ferocity, diverting the attention of the two district leaders from Shanzhou, who simultaneously bellowed, "Impudent!" In that instant, the head of the Yang family felt his heart tear as he forcefully broke the restrictions imposed by Elder Yu, springing up to charge at Yi Li. With a speed that shattered the sound barrier, he arrived before Yi Li in an instant. Chapter 79. The Old Man's Lamp. dare to show off, and I shall make you soar. In the realm of high martial arts, it is common knowledge that an ordinary peak third-tier warrior can achieve a maximum punching force of 8,000 kilograms. Yi Li, however, possesses a punching force of 12,000 kilograms, a testament to his peak third-tier status attained through the perfect mastery of advanced breathing and refining techniques. This is nearly unparalleled in the annals of Hanxia's history, if we can trust that Hanxia's recorded history is devoid of embellishments and inaccuracies. Then the term unprecedented could almost be omitted. This is also one of the reasons why Yi Li's combat prowess surpasses that of the average peak third-tier warrior by a significant margin. Moreover, when enhanced by the effect of Golden Soul Revival for 5 minutes, his punching force could escalate to an astonishing 30,000 kilograms, and his physical speed could reach approximately 300 meters per second. In terms of physical attributes alone, he is already markedly stronger than most early fourth-tier warriors. Nonetheless, this is merely a measure of physical capabilities. Aspects such as the Heavenly Bridge of fourth-tier warriors and the Divine Palace of fifth-tier warriors can grant tremendous boosts to combat effectiveness. Thus, should Yi Li wish to slay a fourth-tier warrior, his foremost task would be to close the distance. When facing a fifth-tier warrior, however, that approach becomes perilous. For even with the enhancement of Golden Soul Revival, his physicality would still fall short of a fifth-tier warrior's level. Alas, the wind whipped through Yi Li's hair, revealing a handsome visage marred by solemnity. The dynamic vision afforded by the illusory eye granted him a fleeting moment of reaction time. Was this the pressure exerted by a fifth-tier warrior? His heart stirred, and before him manifested a towering figure, muscles rippling with strength, eyes gleaming with intensity. This was one of the two fourth-tier warriors who had attacked him earlier that morning. Now standing to block his path, Yi Li mused inwardly as he swiftly raised his vast golden eyes, ablaze with fervor and undeniable authority. His fingers clenched into a fist, the muscles in his back bulging ominously, an overwhelming force rapidly coalescing in his right arm. He was determined to deliver a devastating blow to this aging fifth-tier warrior. Upon receiving the command, the burly man immediately positioned himself to confront the swiftly approaching head of the Yang family. This time, he finally exhibited the prowess of the dragon's steel technique, his broad hand chopping down towards the Yang family patriarch, who was now merely inches away. Accompanied by a thunderous crash, the earth before him was brutally torn apart by the force of his fist. Almost simultaneously, a dark golden beam of light, imbued with tremendous power, hurtled towards the Yang family leader. Fengshan, upon seeing the formidable figure, the Yang patriarch's forward momentum came to an abrupt halt, a look of astonishment washing over his aged face. What madness has overtaken you? In the next heartbeat, that astonishment morphed into fierce resentment, as the elder's entire being erupted with blue light, charging directly into the oncoming beam of light. Bang! A shockwave dispersed. The ground shattered beneath the clash. The dark golden beam shattered into fragments, and the burly man was struck by the elder's punch, his towering form disintegrating into a myriad of dark vapors. What? Witnessing this, the young elder's pupils constricted, realizing that his previous strike had not made contact. A surge of anger bubbled within him. What strange powers does this young man possess? Yet, there was no time for contemplation. In an instant, 3 more elders were bellowing as they rushed toward him. Resolute, the Yang patriarch tore open his heart veins once more, expending the remainder of his life force to ignite the blood pact, causing the 8 fourth-tier retainers to momentarily lose their sanity and desperately impede the 3 approaching elders, while he himself shattered the ground beneath him and surged towards the retreating youth. There is no turning back now, even if it leads to his demise. He was determined to eliminate this third-tier youth who threatened the Yang family. As he beheld the swiftly enlarging figure before him, Yi Li's vast golden eyes sparkled with fervor. Without a moment's hesitation, he exhaled a cloud of white mist. In the next instant, the immense energy he had gathered within him erupted forth. White mist and frost filled the air, sweeping across the landscape. Boom! The terrifying chill ravaged all directions, surging forth and enveloping the Yang elder, slowing his already wounded movements. Before the elder could adequately resist the overwhelming cold, a lean figure suddenly leaped down from above. He looked up, only for his eyes to twitch in surprise. A swordsman clad in a blue robe, wielding a sword in one hand, abruptly cleaved down a brilliant arc of light. The long, dragon-like sword energy crashed onto the elder, tearing through flesh and sending torrents of blood cascading. The attack from a fourth-tier warrior forced him to expend the little true energy he had left, and a divine blue light once again enveloped him as he grit his teeth and burst forth from the fray. This time, before the swordsman could strike again, he charged directly towards the youth surrounded by swirling white flames. The young patriarch, with one arm, struck heavily at the young man's chest, a sound that sent shivers down the spine of all who heard it, as his hand pierced through the youth's translucent torso. The handsome face of the boy furrowed slightly, evidently feeling a twinge of pain, and even his blazing golden eyes dimmed a touch, though the corners of his mouth lifted ever so slightly. This severely injured fifth-tier warrior must be dealt with using a strategic advantage. In a chilling and harsh tone, Yili suddenly spread his arms wide, releasing an overwhelming surge of energy. The essence of his flowing fist manifested like a torrential stream, with the force of a dragon shaking the mountains. His fist struck out with the ferocity of a tempest, unleashing a torrent of energy far beyond the usual pinnacle of a third-tier warrior. Before the head of the Yang family could revel in his joy, a series of avalanche-like impacts crashed against his face. Amidst a cacophony of muffled thuds, the elder's skull, honed over a century, began to fracture, his brain suffering relentless blows. At that moment, stars danced before the old man's eyes. Dizziness and nausea overwhelmed him, and he instinctively attempted to withdraw his arm, yet found himself utterly drained of strength. You. The head of the Yang family's gaze grew increasingly dazed, teeth shattered and blood spewing forth, unable to articulate a single word in response to the relentless assault. Yili's might was akin to a bowstring drawn taut, and his fists crashed down like thunder, ultimately obliterating half of the elder's skull. The old man's body flew back like a kite severed from its string, propelled by the residual force. In his final moments of consciousness, he heard the boy's indifferent voice. "Old fool, dare to act arrogantly, and I shall send you soaring." Detected a level-up kill of a fifth-tier Divine Mansion Realm Warrior. Malevolence points, 30,000. Detected that you successfully encircled the Yang family of Shanzhou under the watchful eyes of the entire city. Malevolence points, 20,000. Current malevolence points, 108,000. Yili took a deep breath, observing the crimson wounds on his chest as his heartbeat quickened. What a relief. He exhaled deeply, only to spout a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground in a meditative posture, his eyes fluttering closed. Not far away, upon witnessing this scene, Elder Yu's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. The old man, disregarding everything, struck the heads of two fourth-tier disciples with ferocious intent and rushed over. Behind him, the city's two chief officers and numerous law enforcers wore complex expressions, silently moving toward the scene after dispatching the remaining severely injured fourth-tier disciples. What a remarkable prodigy, to fall so easily. In an instant, everyone present stood frozen, wide-eyed and breathless, trembling uncontrollably. Suddenly, from the gaping wound on the boy's chest, countless tendons and flesh began to sprout, along with writhing organs, reconstructing his form anew. Amidst a multitude of astonished gazes, the youthful visage regained its color. Dark hair gently swaying, and his aura gradually intensified. In the blink of an eye, he lifted his pitch-black eyes, standing up fully restored. Incredible. Outside the Yang family's courtyard, the air fell into a profound silence. On the open ground, dozens of seasoned law enforcers, witnessing the miraculous healing, were filled with overwhelming astonishment. A third-tier warrior defeating a fifth-tier warrior, even if the latter were severely injured, was utterly unfathomable, and to recover from a fatal wound through the chest in mere seconds? What a mockery! How had a warrior's body become so extraordinarily convenient? The two directors of the Shanzhou City Bureau stood in a state of breathless astonishment. their gazes fixed intently on the strikingly handsome youth whose brow had relaxed. An overwhelming sense of disbelief washed over them. As martial arts practitioners ascend in rank, their vitality indeed tends to strengthen progressively, rendering them increasingly resilient against death, while their physical forms become ever more robust. However, it is equally true that once high-level martial artists sustain severe injuries, they find it exceedingly difficult to regain their peak condition through conventional medical means. Absent rare elixirs from mystical realms or the intervention of healers of the same caliber, they are likely to incur subtle yet significant internal injuries. Such hidden wounds represent one of the greatest impediments on the path to martial excellence in the future. Rumors circulated within the high martial arts world of a talent known as super healing, which ranks at the pinnacle of abilities, capable of restoring grievous injuries, typically fatal to ordinary practitioners, to perfect condition within mere months. This technique is regarded as one of the most formidable martial talents, particularly in terms of mitigating hidden injuries. Yet, even this coveted ability pales in comparison to the boy's recent display, an unfathomable, unprecedented phenomenon. Having regained his composure, the elder Yu approached, a mix of shock and embarrassment prompting him to pat Yi Li's shoulder with a heavy heart. It was my oversight in my old age. I never anticipated he would risk everything to break through the restrictions. He was aware that Yi Li possessed a remarkably potent self-repairing ability. Otherwise, his fervent reaction in Qingshan City would not have been so pronounced. Initially, he believed Yi Li had merely refined super healing to an extraordinary depth, but it was now evident that the situation was far more complex. If his abilities surpassed even the peak of super healing, he must possess an entirely new and formidable talent. Realizing this, Yu's breath grew heavy. It dawned on him just how immense a treasure he had stumbled upon. No matter, Yi Li replied dismissively, suppressing the emptiness swirling within him, and chuckled lightly. With such a lack of vigilance, I presume you were no better in your youth. Yu's face flushed with embarrassment. Although he recognized the boy's jest, it only deepened his feelings of shame. When we return to the academy tomorrow, I shall advocate for you regarding this martial land baptism. Yu exhaled, his expression softening somewhat as he added, consider it a small form of compensation. At this, Yi Li nodded slightly. As he breathed deeply, employing his perfected breathing technique to gradually restore his nearly depleted true energy, he reflected on the extent of his previous exertions to ensure the downfall of the Yang family patriarch. His energy had been pushed to its utmost limit, and coupled with the need to heal his injuries, he was now feeling the strain. Gazing over the lifeless forms of the 8 fourth-tier retainers scattered across the ground, Yi Li let out a slight sigh. I shall go inside for a moment to assist with the cleanup of the Qingyi Bureau. With that, he turned and strode into the Yang family estate. Make sure you leave no trace, Yu called after him, watching as he entered the courtyard. Moments later, he turned back to face the elite members of the Qingyi Bureau gathered outside and spoke solemnly. You are all distinguished members of the Qingyi Bureau, and I trust you understand what must be done regarding my disciples' abilities. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present grew grave. They were seasoned veterans in the realm of high martial arts, well aware of the concerns that weighed heavily on their leader's mind. It is merely the matter of the extraordinary talents of Hanxia being difficult to thrive amidst the encirclement of the myriad nations. Over the years, each time a prodigy from Hanxia is successfully assassinated, regardless of the prevailing circumstances, the authorities strive to dispatch a martial arts master to exact revenge upon the nation responsible. Nonetheless, such measures do not eliminate the occurrence of these tragedies. At best, they merely diminish the frequency. The deputy director of Shanzhou City pondered for a moment, weighing his response. As the leader of this operation, the mission details must be accurately recorded. After a brief pause, he added, the submission of records will undergo rigorous scrutiny, and during this period, the likelihood of leaks to the various nations cannot be deemed a certainty, but it is undoubtedly at least 90%. Upon saying this, the deputy director fixed his gaze intently on Elder Yu, apprehensive that the latter might propose a request for falsifying the records. It must be understood that rules are rules. Even if there are justifiable reasons, exceptions cannot be made lightly. You still do not grasp my intent, sighed Elder Yu. The deputy director of Shanzhou City furrowed his brow, about to inquire further, when he heard the director beside him clear his throat twice and interject, "Your Excellency, we truly cannot conceal the fact that your disciple possesses the martial talent of super self-healing, and we humbly ask for your understanding in this matter." Super self-healing? The deputy director of Shanzhou City was momentarily taken aback, before quickly comprehending. After all, the most renowned talent in the realm of self-healing is indeed super self-healing. Reporting it as such should not pose any issues. Moreover, the youth enjoys the protection of Fengyan University and only needs to leave the campus a few times a year, thus minimizing opportunities for assassination by the surrounding nations. "I understand, and I appreciate your efforts, Director," Elder Yu responded with a cheerful smile. His sole intention was to delay the time before the youth became a target, within the parameters allowed by the rules. He was not a martial arts master capable of shaking cities. A fifth-tier warrior holds considerable deterrence in the eyes of ordinary powers. Yet in the perspectives of the higher echelons of the myriad nations, such status lacks the weight necessary to safeguard a future talent capable of shaking the world. Fengyan University, however, holds significant prestige, with two illustrious sixth-tier warriors stationed at its headquarters, a bastion of strength that commands respect in all directions. Yet, among the 30 top talents on the Fengyan ranking, there are also thousands of martial seeds from various provinces of Hanxia below the ranking. Teachers often instruct their disciples during leisure time, while also attending to their own affairs, and during times of crisis. They must assist in quelling the anomalies across the provinces of Ying, making it impossible for them to focus solely on Yi Li. Thus, it becomes imperative for Yi Li to swiftly advance to the 5th tier. At that point, the difficulty of assassination by the surrounding nations would significantly increase, naturally reducing the likelihood of being targeted. Elder Yu's thoughts swirled as he resolved to favorably tilt future opportunities for advancement towards Chun Jingli and Yi Li. The former is also a rare martial prodigy from Hanxia, while regarding the latter, Elder Yu firmly believed that, given Yi Li's character, he would likely seize every opportunity presented to him. This exceptional youth is exceedingly eager for progress, a fact that Elder Yu could discern. He merely needed to provide a launching pad, and Yi Li would soar to greatness, transforming into a dragon riding the winds. As for Lin Yinyan, Elder Yu wished her a swift success. Chapter 81. The Level Visualization Method, The Tides of the Ocean, within the grand estate of the Yang family. Amidst a labyrinth of intricately arranged chambers, a figure clad in azure garments rushed about, accompanied by a contingent of enforcers. They scoured every nook and cranny, even contemplating breaching walls to conduct their search. Such adeptness elicited gasps of astonishment from the enforcers at his command. Under the guidance of the young man, they not only unearthed a plethora of Yang family martial arts, but also discovered hidden passages within the rooms. Second-tier martial art, poison dragon drill. First-tier body technique, blue butterfly dance. Yi Li perused these martial arts with abandon, tossing them casually to the enforcers behind him, instructing, "Pack them all away." "Yes." The enforcers responded promptly. Their gazes lingered on the golden medallion at Yi Li's waist, prompting silent admiration. Just how many confiscation missions had this master undertaken to exhibit such familiarity? The thought was daunting indeed. Had they been fortunate enough to work under his wing, they might have soared to great heights, ascending to senior enforcers or even the deputy director of a branch office. Alas, he was still a student, and they could only speculate how many years remained until his graduation. The enforcers sighed inwardly. At that moment, Yi Li completed the search and rose, heading towards the exit. "Next stop," he declared. One of the enforcers tentatively inquired, "You seem a bit pale. Perhaps you should rest?" "No need." Yi Li's figure vanished at the doorway. "Oh." The enforcers quickly followed suit. Thanks to the soul of the Yang family patriarch, Yi Li had become the most knowledgeable living being regarding the Yang family, without exception. Driven by the desire to leave no stone unturned, he was determined to extract all that could be gleaned, while precious herbs and artifacts were to be confiscated per regulations. Perusing the martial arts and secret techniques posed no issue. The level visualization method, the tides of the ocean. Before a secret chamber, after a thorough search, Yili regarded a treasure trove of fourth-tier techniques in his hands, a rare find belonging to the Yang family's most guarded secrets. A smile finally graced his fair visage. If all his efforts yielded nothing but worthless trinkets, it would indeed be a lamentable loss. According to the soul of the Yang family patriarch, this visualization method had been exchanged by their ancestor for the Yang family's blood-burning secret technique. Naturally, to preserve the uniqueness of the Yang family's secret arts, the ancestor had subsequently orchestrated the demise of the opposing party during a later expedition into a secret realm. Regrettably, the threshold for the level visualization method was exceedingly high, rendering the vast majority of descendants from the Yang family incapable of mastering it. They could only opt for the lesser visualization methods, including the current head of the Yang family. However, Yili felt no such anxiety. The immense sum of 100,000 points of malevolence lay quietly on his back-end panel. There was nothing that could not be resolved with an allocation of points. If there was, it simply meant the expenditure of malevolence points was insufficient. If there was still more, he might visit Wind and Cloud University in a couple of days and make a mark on the Wind and Cloud rankings. All right, let's pack this one up too, Yili declared, tossing the findings into the hands of the enforcers. His nonchalant demeanor inspired yet another wave of respect among them. Director Yi, according to the rules, you may keep this precious visualization method for yourself. It merely requires a slight deduction from your merits, one of the enforcers remarked, cradling the invaluable visualization method with utmost care. No need, I have no use for it at the moment. Yili rose and walked toward the exit of the secret chamber, leaving behind a calm remark. The extermination of aberrant beasts by the Q-Ingi Bureau is no simple task. Keep it, and consider it my contribution. As his words lingered in the air, the chamber fell into a brief silence. The sound of a pin drop could be heard. Watching the youth's retreating figure and then glancing at the seemingly burning tome in their hands, the breaths of several enforcers grew increasingly labored. This was a visualization method from the outside world, a rare treasure difficult to acquire. Even within the esteemed Fengyun University, one would likely need to expend great resources to obtain it. To simply refuse such an offering is truly unprecedented for someone of his caliber. One could only lament the inability to follow him day and night. Under the cloak of night, the city of Shanzhou was ablaze with lights. After leaving a portion of enforcers to clean up, Yili joined the others as they navigated through numerous reporters, returning to the Q-Ingi Bureau in Shanzhou. The hour was late, and since the Yang family resided far from the city center, Elder Yu intended to stay overnight and accompany Yi Li to Fengyun University the following day. Guided by one of the enforcers, Yili soon arrived at the door of his room. Director Yi, should you need anything, just call. A few skilled individuals from the Bureau are residing nearby. Very well. Yili noted the enforcer's respectful demeanor, nodded slightly, and stepped into his room, closing the door behind him. Once the presence outside dissipated, the room exuded tranquility, its arrangement neat and complete. Yili settled cross-legged in the designated training area and exhaled deeply. His manner of conduct akin to this would likely incite discontent among many prestigious factions in the future. Their members would surely be stationed within the Q-Ingi Bureau, and upon hearing of his exploits, would instinctively harbor a semblance of hostility. Coupled with the brilliance he had displayed, it was quite possible that assassins from various nations would soon be drawn to him. Tomorrow, he would set forth for Fengyun University, reputed to be teeming with formidable talents, where many were known to be proud and ambitious, just to his liking. Yet he chucked it softly, feeling no trepidation about confronting the world. Rather, he was filled with exhilaration. His intention was to forge a path through any obstacles. Indeed, his visit to the Yang family had yielded considerable gains. In the face of adversaries backed by powerful forces, once their influence began to stir, Yili understood he must act decisively. Otherwise, enmity would easily persist. To achieve this, he needed to enhance his strength promptly. The head of the Yang family was merely a first-stage, fifth-level warrior, severely injured, yet even in the presence of two fourth-level spirits under Yi Li's control, he had pierced through Yi Li's chest. This incident had instilled a genuine sense of urgency within him, to possess the ability to humiliate his foes. he must first attain overwhelming combat prowess. Past experiences had taught him that acquiring such power before engaging in conflict was indeed essential. Now, possessing a vast wealth of malevolent energy, I have also acquired a level 1 visualization technique. I can scarcely fathom the extent to which my combat prowess will escalate after this enhancement. With this thought in mind, Yili accessed his panel. Current malevolent value, 108,000 points. Level 1 visualization technique. Oceanic Tide. Not yet initiated. Upgradable. Chapter 82. Oceanic Tide. Command of the Sea. Techniques of this caliber transcend the ordinary, and achieving perfection within them offers numerous advantages. Not only do they reduce future consumption, but they also bestow upon the practitioner a combat strength that far surpasses peers of the same tier, aiding in the elevation of one's subsequent realms. Yili was already well aware of these truths. Furthermore, while the specifics of future realms remained somewhat ambiguous, it was undoubtedly wise to fortify his foundational skills. An unstable foundation can lead to dire consequences, as was the case for a civil safety officer sentenced to 23 years for his oversight. Similarly, an unstable foundation in martial arts would spell disaster for Yili himself. The challenges of advancement did not daunt him. However, should foundational issues impede the construction of lofty martial achievements, it would be a grave predicament. After all, the past is irrevocable, yet the future can be molded. According to the patriarch of the Yang family and the two fourth-tier guests, the fourth-tier Celestial Gate realm emphasizes breaking through the corporeal barriers to establish the celestial bridge, facilitating communication between the 5 organs and the cosmos, thus allowing one to command boundless true energy with great efficacy. The celestial bridge serves as the conduit for true energy circulation, and its quality is of paramount importance for martial artists within the Celestial Gate realm. Overthinking would yield no benefits. It was prudent to focus on fully comprehending the essential visualization technique first. Resolving to do so, Yili concentrated his thoughts, and the immense reservoir of malevolent energy surged into the panel. John, beginning to consume malevolent energy to continuously enhance the level 1 visualization technique. Oceanic Tide. You peruse this long-cherished visualization technique from the Yang family. A breathtaking illustration captures your gaze, prompting an involuntary gasp of admiration. The illustration is truly magnificent, yet it offers no insights into breaking through the 4th tier. Consequently, you decide to skip the illustration and delve into the textual portion, only to find it as perplexing as a book devoid of characters. Drawing upon your previous life's experience with problem-solving, you resolve to bypass the incomprehensible sections, and within mere minutes, you have perused the entirety of the visualization technique. Left with no choice, you must return to labor over that illustration. At the very least, its artistry is commendable. After expending 2,000 points of malevolent energy, you finally immerse yourself in this illustration, evoking a sensation akin to standing before the rising tide of the ocean, leaving you with no other feelings, except perhaps a longing for a chilled soda. Seemingly sensing your struggles, the spirit of the Yang patriarch appears beside you, imparting the ancestral insights regarding this visualization technique. After listening attentively, you nod slightly, gaining some understanding, and request the spirit to elaborate further. Acquired enhancement. Cultivation speed increased by 150. Is it truly possible? Yili gazed in astonishment at the text manifesting on the panel. Compared to the unadorned bloodline enhancement of indestructible golden soul, the mechanism of spirit mastery had already bestowed upon him several delightful surprises. When the deceased begins to speak, urging the enemy to serve him, one cannot help but wonder what other purposes this skill might hold that remain unknown. Given the current circumstances, it seems that his path may soon become quite formidable. The living enemies can accrue malevolent points, and even in death, they're compelled to labor for him, dedicating their lifelong accumulations to his cause. It is a veritable feast of consumption and acquisition. Yili chuckled softly to himself, finding this approach rather aligned with his expectations, devoid of any impropriety. He considered himself a principled individual, Those he could bring to their demise would naturally pose no psychological burden when utilized. Extracting the worth from his adversaries is, in its own right, a form of respect for them. As for the enemy's willingness, why concern oneself with such trivialities? He need only maintain a clear conscience. It must be acknowledged that the potential of martial talent is astonishingly vast. The two martial skills currently in his possession have yet to advance significantly in level. Yet they have already instilled in him a fearlessness towards most crises. Once he elevates the soul-commanding mastery to its zenith, the might he can unleash will be beyond imagination. Yi Li's gaze flickered as it returned to the interface, where the shimmering screen continued to transform. Upon consuming 5,000 malevolent points, you have grasped a fragment of the true meaning within this visualization, even with your eyes closed. The so-called oceanic tidal diagram can manifest in your mind, though a glimmer of inspiration remains elusive. Oceanic tides, beginner. After consuming 15,000 malevolent points, you have finally seized the essence within the visualization. Now, upon revisiting the textual portion of the tome, the previously obscure prose appears as if annotated, facilitating comprehension with remarkable ease. You have mastered the technique of simulating your true blood as oceanic tides. Oceanic tides proficient. Transform your consciousness into gravitational force, viewing your true blood as seawater, allowing you to conjure an environment within your body that can assail the thresholds of the physical realm at will. As the tides rise and fall, utilizing this technique has granted you the qualification to challenge the thresholds of the physical realm. Amidst the swirling text, Yi Li sensed a surge of memories flooding his mind. The true blood within him, now aglow with golden radiance, awaited but a single thought to surge forth, flooding into his organs and striking at the thresholds of existence. Yet, it was insufficient, still inadequate. The gravitational force generated by his consciousness was not potent enough, resulting in tides that lacked the grandeur necessary for a truly formidable assault. The small tides that could breach the thresholds of existence would not suffice to create a masterpiece among the bridges of such thresholds. Yi Li yearned for the expansive bridge forged by monumental tides, akin to the awe-inspiring might of a colossal tsunami. System, reveal to me your limits. As Yi Li's heart surged with determination, the text upon the screen began to pulse with rapid intensity. After consuming 25,000 points of malevolence, as your understanding